In the dark of night, the strongest wizard of the continent was awakened by a familiar voice. Seeing the weeping fake butler beside the forest, along with the scenery that was both familiar and strange around him, Mika could not gather his thoughts. Only when he knew it was the month of April in the 32nd year of Turin did he dare to believe this was real. The regression spell, with a success rate of 1%, was a very rare magic with no records about it, something referred to as an impossible technique. Yet Mika had successfully performed it at the moment of life and death and returned to the past 20 years before he made the wrong choice that led to the death of his comrades. The first thing Mika did was check his current physical condition. This body had only just reached the 3rd tier of magic, and it was not even complete. That was far too low for the hair of the Walpurgis family, a powerful magical clan. While holding his head in despair, Mika noticed the bandage wrapped around it. After rummaging through his memories, he finally remembered the reason he ended up like this. It was because he was beaten up by Alien for trying to break off the engagement. Alien Lindell was the girl who was betrothed to Mika until he turned 20. After getting used to the body, Mika got out of bed and stood before the mirror. This body was vastly different from the one he had before the regression, so weak and pitiful. Then, Mika asked the butler, "Butler, have I been too rude?" The butler carefully replied that they had not said anything at all. Upon hearing this, Mika sighed and said nothing. "All right. I understand. I guess they also can't do that." Up until now, Mika still vividly remembered Alien's gaze, full of contempt and disdain. Even if he became the strongest wizard in the continent later, he could never forget that moment of helplessness. Mika then made an excuse to send the butler out to have personal space to adapt to the current situation. At that moment, he recalled the scenes from the past when he accompanied heroes on the journey to defeat the Demon King. Throughout that journey, the warrior Siegfried, the hero granted the power to kill the Demon King, always messed everything up because of his moral sense. He did not know how many territories had fallen under that kindness, and in the end, the entire team had perished meaninglessly at the hands of the Demon King, because Siegfried rushed in headfirst, and was the first to die. Now, Mika had returned and was determined not to make another mistake. Meanwhile, in another room, Marcus Walpurgis, Mika's father, was furious and calling for the butler. "Is that brat awake yet? If he demands to see that girl again, I will beat him like before." The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to reply. "Actually, I do not know what to say. If the young master wants to do that, I will report it to you, sir. But right now, he seems very angry." After being alone, Mika pondered deeply. His regression spell had worked, and he had returned 20 years into the past. To defeat that Demon King, from now on, he must prepare everything necessary for that battle. Mika then conjured his magic circle and began correcting the wrong direction of mana. Mana usually flows in a certain direction. The direction of mana is also a very important part, so if not careful, it can easily affect their nature. Currently, their direction is clockwise. Mana will flow in the designated direction and circulate throughout the body, then gather in that person's heart area and create a magic circle. It does not necessarily have to gather in one place. The method that Mika creates is the self-circulation method. This is an incredibly crazy training method by creating circulation points all over the body and allowing the flow of mana to always pass through them, ultimately gathering in one place at the same time. When modifying the flow direction of mana in this way, Mika's entire body heats up and can explode due to the mana flowing too quickly and abundantly in the body. But he is not an ordinary human. He is a level 9 Grand Sorcerer. Mika Walpurgis, the image of the brainless hero appears in his mind, further fueling Mika's perseverance. Compared to what happens in the future, this is nothing to him. After struggling in pain for a while, the connection between the magic circles has been perfectly completed, and Mika now dares to breathe a sigh of relief. Since this is the first time using this self-circulation method, this is already quite good. His magic circle has stabilized again, and he can now use mana in the most effective way. His way of thinking is truly correct. The remaining mana in the circulation process can still be used to create another magic circle. It seems like he has become a level 4 sorcerer, but this time, Mika decides to take another step forward. He extends both hands forward and simultaneously casts 2 magic spells, Ice Spear and Frost Bolt. 2 beams of blue and orange light suddenly shot out from Mika's palms in a magnificent manner. This is what is called multi-magic. Only sorcerers of level 7 and above can use this type of multi-magic. This is a high-level magic that can only be used when reaching a certain level. It should be that a level 4 like Mika should not be able to use this magic yet, but because he has learned the extremely complex self-circulation method, he can now cast some higher-level spells than usual. But Mika seems to still be somewhat dissatisfied with this result. "Is this all I can do, casting 2 spells at once? Back when I was still a level 9 Grand Sorcerer, I could use many different types of magic at the same time. The amount of mana I have at this moment is very little. I can't go without using magic for a long time. Well, this is fine for now." Just as Mika was finally relaxing a bit, his father burst in and shouted loudly, "Mika, do you know what you just did?" He thought his son would argue that he did not know, so he intended to continue. "Yes, I definitely do not know. That is why." At this moment, he realized that his son had just admitted guilt and was choking on it. What did you just say, Mika?" With one hand in his pocket, replied. I said I know. I have ruined our family's reputation. You do not need to repeat it. Seeing that his son seemed to be asking for trouble, the Marquis got angry. So you are well aware that I really want to break your legs right now. Right, Mika has already arrived. But I do not know about that, Dad. Listen to what I have to say first. I have my own plans, so that is why I did that. I think if the Duchess requests to unilaterally annul the engagement, it would not be right. These words made the Marquis a bit concerned. Their reaction is indeed a bit arrogant. Interesting. Go on. From what you said, it seems like you know something. Of course Micah knows, a lot in fact. He looked up at the sky and reminisced about the past. Mika Walpurgis. Completely changed when I turned 23. Alien Lindell had to endure my miserable self in the years before I turned 23. Simply put, my current self is miserable in many different ways. I lack decisiveness. I am a worthless man. Weak, and I do not even have my own opinions. I resemble the kind of person that Alien despises. I guess I look that way too. She is very disgusted by the engagement between the two of us. Mika then sat down and calmly spoke with his father. First, he asked what the requirements to fulfill the engagement with Duchess Lindell were. Marcus, like a cheerful student, immediately answered that he was not taught any mana training methods at all, because to produce a successor, the two must not mix two different types of mana together. The successor is very important to a family, especially if the child is a knight or a mage. It is likely due to inheritance from the parents. Mika smiled cunningly at this. Yes, exactly. That is where I devised this plan. What will happen if Alien does not comply with that request? It is true that I initially refused because I wanted to annul the engagement with her. But I felt like there was something very strange about her. Upon hearing this, Marcus suddenly changed expression. Do you mean they are deceiving us? Mika replied immediately. Yes. Even before we got engaged, she was already a knight, which means she had learned mana training methods. Marcus, a bit skeptical, looked directly into his son's eyes and asked again. Are you serious? Mika did not hesitate to say that it was entirely true, but whether he made up a few things, he could not say. Marcus immediately raised an eyebrow. That is strange. How could an 8th level mage like me not notice that? How could someone like you know? I am sure you understand how serious this is. Right, to gain his father's trust. Mika lied again. Even if it was just a brief moment from the past, I can still affirm that she had trained her body with mana, and her mana is not stable at all. Because this issue is extremely serious, Marcus asked again. Are you sure? An 8th level mage like my dad did not detect it. Then there is only one trick they could use. That is, do not tell me it is an ancient magical weapon. Marcus now realized the problem and stared blankly at his father. In contrast, Mika had a confident expression. After all, if you know everything about the past, how could it be wrong? Meanwhile, Alien was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. The opponent practicing was easily cut down by her in the blink of an eye. Just then, her father, Zook Lindell, stepped up and asked, after that day, did Mika Walpurgis do anything else? Alien immediately replied, no, that damn name definitely won't figure anything out. Zook at this moment held his head. Looking annoyed, father thinks so too. But who knows what will happen, right? Seeing this, Alien reassured him. 2 days ago when he was here, I did not see him show any signs at all, and father also thinks that he will never be able to become your husband, right? Of course, Zook thought the same way. He only worries that if Marcus Walpurgis finds out about what they are doing, everything will definitely become very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, Zook felt somewhat less worried. That is right, even if they are the famous magic family Walpurgis, they will never be able to discover the magical weapon that I have attached to the girl. Alien can now channel aura into her body, and Zook felt that such a talented daughter would be a great waste if she participated in a political marriage. But it is all just nonsense. These two are only rejecting Mika because they found a better match than the Paxlov family. The one being replaced is Leon Paxlov, the only heir of the Paxlov family, a divine sword known as the Next Holy Sword. When hearing that the Paxlov family would arrive today, Alien could not hide her joy. Great. Leon Paxlov would definitely be a wise choice compared to that straightforward one. Just then, the knight Markelin approached and announced that the representative had arrived. Upon hearing this, he was quite surprised as he did not expect the Paxlov family to arrive so early. But the one who came was none other than Mika, with the butler Morden accompanying Mika, holding his head in worry. Oh my, have we really come here? Is it really okay for young Master Mika to act like this? Mika smiled confidently and reassured. Calm down, do not make such a panicked face. You are here because of the official discussion with your father. When Marcus asked if the magical weapon of the representative was real, Mika answered, that is it. That day I just exaggerated to confirm it. I guess they are requesting to cancel the engagement because they know I have realized that, after canceling the engagement, they can justify it with all sorts of different reasons. Marcus sighed and held his head after hearing that. If what you say now is not true, then everything will become even more complicated, and then our family will have no face to appear in front of everyone anymore. But if I trust you and resist the Duchess, it will become a completely different issue. So do you dare to take responsibility for this? Micah immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on her body. This is truly the power of the head of the most powerful wizard family in the Empire. Micah calmed down and said she wanted to handle this herself. Marcus then stood up to leave. But he did not forget to warn, if you truly believe you are right, then I will trust you this time. However, if what you say is false, not only will you lose the position of heir to the family, but you will also have to remove the name one Purgis from your name. So do you still want to continue? With the memories of a regression user, Micah could not possibly be wrong, so he confidently accepted this request, and that is why he is here today. At this moment, the steward Morden still would not stay silent and kept jumping around. I am not at ease at all. He has had many scandals in the family already. If things go off track, he won't have any way out. Everything has just happened recently, and he has come to meet the Duchess like this, so it was unbearable, prompting Micah to speak up and interrupt. We need to become more advanced. Do not worry, Morden. Everything has been planned by me. After receiving the notification, Zook made an excuse that he was busy and told Sir Markelin to report back to Micah. After receiving the news, Micah appeared extremely distressed and turned to leave. Just as Markelin sighed in relief, Micah suddenly stopped and sat down by a nearby tree. When asked what he was planning to do, Micah casually replied that the question was unnecessary. Does the person asking not know how much time it takes to return to our territory? It is not a few days' journey to get there. So is it that even resting is not allowed? Markelin was extremely worried as the Parksloff family was on their way here. If they encountered Micah sitting at the gate, it would be a big problem. With no other choice, Markelin approached and took Micah's hand. Sir Micah, I will escort you on the way back. Please leave this spot. Micah's demeanor suddenly became serious, quite different from before. Even if the engagement is annulled now, I was still the fiancé of the lady whom you serve. I am the legitimate heir of the Walpurgis family. Let go of my hand. Micah exuded a massive amount of mana and an intimidating aura that even a seasoned knight like Markelin had to step back. After brushing off his sleeves, Micah continued, Sir Markelin, I will ask you this. Are you such a prominent figure that you could lay a hand on someone from the Walpurgis family? Markelin immediately knelt down and shouted, I am not. He was sweating profusely and could not believe that a kid who could barely breathe in front of him had changed so much. Micah then used a sharp gaze to command Alien to come here and meet him directly. After the message was relayed, Zook was extremely astonished. He could not believe that Micah, who seemed so weak, could say such words. While Zook was unsure how to handle the situation appropriately, Alien unexpectedly spoke up that he would go to the gate and meet Micah. Markelin intended to report the abnormal feeling he sensed but held back. Meanwhile, Micah was being scolded by the steward for such thoughtless actions, but Micah had his reasons for doing so. It had to be today because today Count Park Slope would arrive. In Micah's memories, the esteemed Park Slope family would soon join the ranks of the Dukes. Specifically, it is the family to which Leon Park Slope belongs, who will be honored as the next Sword Saint. He is one of those connected to Micah before the regression, so it is best to meet as soon as possible. Now all the families that Micah needed to deal with were gathering in the same location. He needed to act even faster. While Micah was lost in thought, the steward suddenly spoke up. I was wondering if you had participated in the training when the Marquis was not paying attention. Although it was just a moment, the strength I saw in you, young master, is not the power of a level 3 mage. Even though I am not a mage, as your Marquis associate, I truly believe that I am quite knowledgeable and discerning in these matters. Micah understood immediately what the steward wanted to ask. So, you are wondering if I had committed a taboo in order to forcibly level up? Right. After the steward nodded in confirmation, Micah did not hesitate to extend his hand for inspection to prove himself. After a while of examination, it was discovered that Micah had 4 magic circles. Micah stated that he had achieved this 2 days prior. Although this was quite suspicious, it was not impossible, so it slipped past the steward's notice. Once it was discovered that there was nothing unusual about Micah's body, the steward finally felt at ease. The two then joked with each other about being kicked, which awakened the power hidden within their bodies. In the midst of the joviality, Micah suddenly became serious. Steward, what do you think will happen if the Lindell family collapses? Although the steward found it difficult to understand, he still answered, Father, I am sure there will be a lot of chaos. Even though I am not sure how severe that chaos will be, the Empire will not escape from it easily. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Micah then replied that there was no reason at all. He just had no intention of letting the Duke's family be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear sky and recalled the past. There is truly no doubt that the Lindell Duke family is a pillar of the Empire, because the collapse of the Lindell Duke family is what has exacerbated the chaos within the Empire. Therefore, I have no intention of just standing by and watching that happen. That is right. Now that things have come to this point, I must change the foundation of everything. Just then, Alien arrived. So what is it now? Didn't I say everything that needed to be said last time? Micah stood up, leaning heavily on both hands. That is right, it is all done. But just because you finished speaking does not mean I am done. Right? Faced with this jest, Alien became even more serious, not finding it funny at all. The agreement on our engagement has officially been completed after the meeting of both families. There is no place here to fulfill your wishes anymore. Please do not engage in useless matters. Just go back. Manga also became serious again. Shall we take the opportunity to talk a bit? Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an important guest visiting today? Being called out like this made Alien a bit flustered and unable to look straight at him. At this moment, Micah wore a victorious smile. Leon Paxloff has nothing to do with the political affairs of the family and only cultivates to enhance his swordsmanship. Of course, there is no way he would know what has happened in the family he is visiting or their current situation. Nor does he care at all. There is only one thing. He is very concerned about business ethics. If the woman he is to be betrothed to has previously unilaterally requested to cancel the engagement, that upright man would never tolerate such a thing. Seeing Alien not daring to say a word, Micah spoke up. She was right. This matter had been officially decided through an agreement between both parties, but is not based on a premise that the engagement has no issues. Alien felt even more uneasy upon hearing that. She immediately interrupted, saying the engagement had no issues. Micah had no intention of letting go and leaned in closer. There are no issues? Do you really think so, Alien? Then, can I take that as the official statement of the Lindell family? Mark Ewing, standing beside them, could not contain his emotions and lunged at Micah, pressing her against the tree. You have gone too far. Even if you are the heir of Walpurgis, I cannot overlook such reckless behavior. Micah remained calm and looked directly at Alien. Alien, is that all the Knight of Lindell is capable of? He has always behaved poorly, but it seems he does not know when he can or cannot intervene. Alien then ordered him to release her, but the knight dared to voice his opinion. Unable to control his emotions, Alien raised his voice. Sir Mark Ewing, do not make me repeat myself. You have the duty to uphold the reputation of the Lindell family. After settling the matter, Micah followed Alien inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was appropriate for Micah to go alone without the Marquis. Upon hearing this, Micah turned around and smiled brightly. What are you saying? I came here with the butler of Tacoma. He is the most trustworthy person. Hearing such words made the butler a bit emotional and close to tears. After arriving in the living room, Micah requested to talk privately and did not want anyone to disturb them. Alien did not oppose and accepted this request. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Alien went straight to the point. So what do you want to talk to me about? Micah also got straight to the point and spoke candidly. You lied. Alien immediately denied that he did not understand what that statement meant. Micah continued, the promise of the family is not to practice mana while still engaged. You remember, right? Alien was a bit startled but quickly calmed down. I already told you, we have not broken any promises. If you have doubts, then why not go verify it yourself? Furthermore, because you have told the whole world I am your fiancé, I do not feel comfortable being called that. At this moment, Micah was resting her chin on her hands, obediently listening to the nonsense. So she thinks she is deceiving her and exaggerating everything. Well, back then, I really did look carefree and innocent. Micah then stated that she would verify her words herself. Alien immediately stood up to let her check, but Micah stopped him. I do not need to verify it right now. I am not even sure if your family played fair from the very beginning. With everything turning out like this, why do not we prove it in front of them? Alien listened but did not understand who they were referring to. By the time she realized the issue, she had already involved everyone. Micah looked towards the window and said, that is right. Those who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let them prove it in front of the Park Slope family. Right now, at the entrance, Leon Park Slope and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to meeting the 5th-ranked Knight of the Empire. Just by looking, one could tell this fool only cared about fighting. His servant understood and reminded him. I am just reminding you, but please do not cause trouble with the Count's people. Leon felt a bit embarrassed as the words hit home. I am not doing anything. What do you think I am? But the expression on the servant's face said it all. I believe you should be cautious. With no other choice, Leon had to promise not to cause trouble. He then asked the servant why his father urgently called him to the capital. The servant explained. Of course, it is because of the situation. Lest the Count gets angry. They do not want to be stuck at the border like this. That makes sense. For a noble family like this to be right at the border is not good at all, because only families that assist the Empire will be allowed to inherit. Those families at the border ignored by the Empire will be eliminated and disappear. The Park Slope family must seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered to ask the servant, by the way, did not that girl cancel the engagement a few days ago? The servant then sarcastically replied, that is right. She cancelled the engagement just because that man is the heir of the Walpurgis family. Upon hearing this, Leon asked further, really? No other reason? Isn't it because she has something to hide? This guy's intuition is quite good, even though he does not look very smart. The servant immediately retorted, haha, she comes from the Lindell family, which gathers many knights, and there is also Marquis Walpurgis. If she had something suspicious, the Walpurgis servant would not be sitting still. Leon found this reasonable but still felt that the matter was not that simple. Back in the living room, Alien was very surprised by what she heard. What did you just say? Mika slowly approached and repeated it once more. Didn't you hear me? Prove it to everyone, because the Park Slope family is about to arrive here too. Do not you see this as a wonderful opportunity to rectify some injustices? Why? Are you scared now? Alien nervously gulped and retorted. You do not have the right to do that. You are not even representing Wampurgis yet. But what Mika pulled out from her bag shocked Alien to the point of not being able to sit still. It was the Wampurgis medal. With this in hand, I am considered an official representative of the Wampurgis family. Once this medal is presented, the name of Wampurgis will be brought into negotiations, meaning all responsibilities will fall on the Wampurgis family if Mika lies. However, from another perspective, Alien would be seen as holding a grudge against the Wampurgis family if she were deceitful. Mika, now in a new position, was much more confident. The time is different now. If you are truly innocent, then you have no reason to hesitate like this. Right, Alien? Hearing this, panicked and exclaimed loudly. Do you even realize the weight of the words you just said? If you disrupt, the repercussions will depend on what the Wampurgis family can be held accountable for. Mika did not care much. His eyes suddenly became bloodthirsty. I think we just need to find out and see. So, what do you choose? Alien was so scared that he bowed his head to the ground and did not dare to say anything more. At that moment, a voice rang out. Stop. Do not say anything more. Alien. Mika smiled brightly upon seeing Zook. Finally, the day has come. Now is truly the time for us to talk. Zook Lindell is the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire, one of the 12 sword saints, and the one who will lose everything to the Demon King. He is a key figure to avoid future dangers. Looking at the young man in front of him, Zook found it hard to believe his eyes. Are you really Mika? Mika immediately replied, Yes, it is me. Upon closer inspection, Zook said, That is right. You really are that kid. Your appearance and temperament are still the same. But you seem to have changed. You received the dragon heart from Marquis Wampurgis. Right, Mika, without any hesitation, spoke to Zook like a friend. I have not seen it yet. My father is a bit stingy. He does not even let me see it. And then Zook burst out laughing like a child. It seems he has been sparked by some interest from Mika. At that moment, Mika asked, So what do you think? Zook sat down and deliberately asked back, What are you talking about? Mika no longer acted politely and tore apart the pretense. Don't dodge as if you do not know about the engagement between the Wampurgis and Lindell families. Zook stopped joking and became serious. An engagement. We broke it off because your rank is too low. No more. No less. Mika, though directly criticized, still smiled brightly. Is that really the reason? Zook at this moment shamelessly stated that it was the only reason. Without further circumlocution, Mika directly said, I will get straight to the point. During the engagement with me, Alien secretly trained mana. Zook laughed loudly upon hearing this. Ha! Impossible. If my daughter secretly trained mana, do you think I would not know? Mika, I am the 5th strongest in the Empire. This, Mika could not deny. Yes, yes. You cannot be unaware. Zook's expression immediately changed. So are you saying that I am lying? At this point, Mika felt a bit of pressure, although he had no intention of striking first. It was likely that Alien had quietly learned to use mana and then he discovered it later. He must have needed to weigh the value of the options. The fool his daughter is engaged to, or her swordsmanship talent, which is worth more. Zook then took the opportunity. I understand that you are very disappointed because the engagement was cancelled. But that does not mean you do not like it. Does it? Mika is currently carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that he cannot detect the magical weapon that has outsmarted even his father, and the pressure from his aura makes it so I can't even think clearly in such an overwhelming situation. But Zook has underestimated Mika too much for someone who has faced the Demon King. What kind of pressure is this? Mika immediately presents the evidence. Not long ago, when I was still clinging to Alien, she made a mistake. Right here, I caught a glimpse of something. I am sure you know what it is, Mika said while pointing to the neck. Leaving Alien in shock, Zook almost lost control of his emotions and rushed to kill to silence him. If it were someone else, they would have been dead by now after discovering this secret. But in the end, Zook still refuses to admit it. And what if this is just what you saw? Mika did not want to argue with this old man, so he stood up, brushed himself off, and left. If you truly want to refuse, then we can end it here. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and remind. Oh right, I heard that Leon Paxlov is coming here, so I might run into him on the way back. Upon hearing this, Zook immediately stood up, shouting loudly. Wait, he finally admitted it. Even though he wanted to buy time by ordering food, Mika straightforwardly rejected him. Let us get to the point. Zook had no intention of taking responsibility and spoke menacingly. Are you going to let it end here? Mika now remembers this man tends to speak in such a natural manner. After a while of negotiation, Mika stood up and walked away. I am glad we reached an agreement. After that, I will follow my own path. See you later. Loon's mind is currently in extreme turmoil, thinking he has realized something. It seems he has something, but I thought he was just deceiving. And now that the Wampurgis family has discovered the flaw in the engagement, they will make us pay an even higher price. She could not take it anymore and shouted, Father, what should we do? But Zook is smiling. Calm down, Alien. I thought he was a fool who knew nothing about the world, but I was wrong, and I thought I was very good at reading people. Quite interesting. Alien panicked and stood up. Father, I will take full responsibility if you need, because everything is due to my ignorance. Zook immediately interrupted his daughter. Nothing will change even if you do that. Moreover, you are the one who allowed it to happen. If you had noticed sooner that I had awakened my aura, perhaps this would never have happened. So you cannot say that you bear no responsibility as a parent. Zook feels the most regret over this situation. He could never have foreseen that Alien could awaken her mana using ability on her own without anyone teaching her. A talented swordswoman. As a father, Zook wants to protect his daughter's talent well, but that has led to the consequences we have now. To prevent his daughter from feeling guilty, Zook revealed the content of the agreement. The Walpurgis family will demand a worthy compensation since we have broken the spirit of chivalry, but it is fine. They will not ask for anything unreasonable because it seems that Child does not want our family to be overthrown. Alien still did not understand anything after hearing that. Seeing this, Zook approached and patted his daughter's head, saying, "You fool, just ignore it." I am saying he is not as foolish as you think. If you do not understand, just look around. There are many things to learn from now on. Elsewhere, Mika had been waiting and blocked Leon's path. When he realized the person in front of him was Mika Walpurgis, Leon politely spoke up. "Could you please explain to me what is happening? If I remember correctly, I was supposed to meet Duchess Lindell today. I am just a bit confused. Do you have something to say?" But both of them stared at each other for half a day, and Mika still had no intention of answering properly. Feeling teased, Leon, in frustration, released his pressure. "If you have something to say, just say it already. I'm busy." But the pressure from the fifth knight of the Empire could do nothing to Mika. What was this childish thing? Mika just needed to wave his hand to dispel all of Leon's pressure. Seeing his pressure easily dispersed like that, Leon stopped and asked, "Wait, what did you just do?" Mika gently stated that it was just an impulsive act, so listen to him first before getting angry. Leon, not believing his eyes, asked again, "You are not Mika Walpurgis, are you?" "I heard he is," before the other could finish his sentence. Mika admitted he was an idiot. That was not entirely a lie. He did not need to deny it. What matters is not the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Moreover, that madman later became a fierce warrior. I will never forget the moment everyone fell while facing the Demon King. Remembering the past caused Mika to inadvertently reveal his aura and scare Leon. After both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Mika. This personality is exactly like the Liam Mika knows. A person who seems hot-tempered but is very kind to his teammates. Mika then asked Liam, "You must be here to set up a marriage contract with Alien, right?" Leon replied, "So you intervened to break my engagement with her." Mika smiled and said, "Haha. No way. Alien is no longer of any value to me. The one I care about is not her. But you." Leon suddenly felt anxious about his backside, so he quickly stepped back. Mika also realized he had misspoken and quickly explained, "Let me rephrase that. I like women." Leon did not understand why a straight guy would want him, so he asked again, "For what purpose?" And then the wind rose. The leaves swirling in the wind created an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Mika extended his hand forward and said, "You will become my wife." "Oh, I mean my teammate. You are not stupid. You are just a jerk who does not get my point." In the battle against the Demon King, Leon managed to defeat the commander of the 3rd Legion, Angium the Brutal. Angium the Brutal was a fierce general of the Demon King, and because of him, countless soldiers had fallen. Defeating him would be an incredible achievement. However, the price Leon had to pay was his own life. Until the moment of his death, Leon's burning desire to fight remained. What he regretted the most was that he could no longer continue as a warrior and fight alongside Mika. Back in the present, after greeting each other, Mika and Leon walked to a courtyard in Lindell's territory to talk. Talking to someone like Leon was never easy. Mika was already too accustomed to this, so he got straight to the point. There was nothing special, just that rumors were circulating in the Boro theology. "I think it might reach the Park Slope family soon." After hearing this, Leon asked back, "Boro theology, that place is for scholars specializing in prophecy, like the kind that predicts disaster prevention." After Mika confirmed it was indeed that place, Leon had to extend his hand. "It is not the first time they have tried to spit out something that seems dangerous. Why worry so much about a baseless prediction?" When Mika said that it should be taken seriously, Leon burst out laughing. "Seriously? Ha, there definitely is, but it still needs to be verified. The Demon King in this era, a knowledgeable noble like you thinks there is and still believes in such nonsense. This world has not even felt the threat of the Demon King, but predictions have appeared before the first signs began to manifest. Cassandra's prophecy is unlike any prophecy before. This one has spread widely throughout the world. However, no one believes it. During this time, nothing unusual will happen. Only when has happened do people start to change their views on that prophecy. But that is for everyone else. Not Mika. He is the one who has experienced despair and helplessness in the face of the Demon King's claws, so he understands best." Although Leon seemed indifferent, Mika maintained a calm demeanor. It does not matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is that I want you to cooperate with me. But Lian still did not care, saying, don't talk nonsense like that. I am not going to follow you just because of a prophecy. There are too many of those things. I am getting tired of it. As Lian stood up to leave, Mika suddenly spoke up, the key cultivation technique of Miliar. Lian froze in place upon hearing this. This was understandable. No great sword saint could emerge without learning from those before them. During this time is when Lian's unique style and swordsmanship began to take shape, and Mika was sure that Lian did not come up with it on his own. Seeing Lian's astonished reaction, Mika continued. Bado Miliar, one of the ancestors of key cultivation, a genius among the 5 strongest sword masters in history. Lian was gradually losing his composure at this moment. So what does he mean? Just waiting for that, Mika said with a smile. If you accept my invitation, I will teach you the complete key cultivation technique left by Miliar. Lian immediately stood up, slammed the table, and yelled loudly. Nonsense. Miliar only left a single book and nothing more. And even that's sole right. At this moment, Mika interjected. Incomplete. I know. Mika was more confident in her actions now. So it is true. Lian Parkslope has practiced the sword technique according to the incomplete version of the cultivation technique left by Miliar. And I, Mika Walpurgis, am the one who remembers the missing part of it. Mika then proposed a condition for exchange. I do not demand anything extravagant, nor do I care whether you are engaged to alien or not. I just need to know one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is true, then what choice will you make? Lian was currently extremely confused. A prophecy. I can't understand why he would risk everything for such a thing. Could it really be true? According to rumors, he is a liar to the extent that the Lindell family actively requested to break off the engagement. Who exactly is this guy? The person before Lian now is completely different from the rumors. He is not a harmful person at all. After thinking for a long time, Lian confirmed again. You said you do not care whether I am engaged to the Lindell family's heiress or not. Right, Mika answered without hesitation. Correct, I do not care. She and I are not important anymore. Lian continued. Even if you do not care, your family will still care. Mika snorted and replied very dismissively. Do I look like I care about what the high-ups in their family say? This attitude made Lian a bit more interested and calmer. Although my first impression of you was extremely terrible, but now thinking back, you are not as foolish as the rumors say. After all, the key cultivation technique of Mjolnir, you have proven how you possess it. Mika knew that this would happen. After all, who would dare to believe in an empty statement? Mika did not hesitate and decided to use action to prove it. The two then went together to the Lindell family's courtyard. Mika was currently holding weakly like a lotus. Even holding a sword was difficult. Only after using a level 4 enhancement magic did he breathe easier. Seeing a wizard buy a sword in front of him made Lian a bit confused. What is he doing? Mika looked at Lian and said with a smile, you asked for proof. I know half of that remaining book. Look, I will show you this crazy thing. After hearing this, Lian felt like he was being played with. You will prove it. You will explain the key cultivation technique of Mjolnir. For a wizard like you, the rules of the key cultivation technique of Mjolnir are not much different from other techniques. Right? The difference is that the method of Mjolnir will brand you with a mark of 102. Compared to other methods with a Kai limit of about 40, Mjolnir's method will push the limit up to 70. Then Mika told Lian to pass on what he had learned for verification. Although Lian still had doubts, he obediently followed along. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his Kai. A powerful green light enveloped his body. The markings began to appear on the palm of Lian's hand and his forehead, although not very prominent. Mika could be sure that those were the distinctive marks of Mjolnir. It was unexpected that with just half a book, Lian could train to this step, but that was precisely the reason that made him angry. Lian was very happy when his father found the book of Mjolnir, but when he finished his training, he realized it was only half complete, truly a creation meant for someone. However, Lian from before had perfected Mjolnir's Kwai technique and passed it on to Mika, and now it was time for Mika to return it to its owner. Mika then instructed Lian to pay close attention, because he could only do it once. Mika tightly gripped the sword in his hand and began to circulate his ki. His entire body was enveloped in a green light just like Lian's, but much more powerful and stable. Just by glancing, Lian was already stunned in amazement. He could not believe that what he had been pursuing all this time was in the hands of a wizard. At this moment, Mika was sweating profusely. He had to grit his teeth and muster all his strength just to use this method for 30 seconds. After all, wizards and warriors used mana in completely different ways. After witnessing this scene, Lian was completely dumbfounded. He could not believe that Mika was not a warrior. After demonstrating, Mika looked at Lian sitting on the ground and asked, "Is this enough to prove that I know that method?" Lian was just starting to regain his composure and process the information. Damn it. My head hurts too much. Teach me. I will accept everything you say. Please. Lian thought he would have to humorously accept difficult conditions to be taught. But unexpectedly, Mika agreed immediately, leaving Lian dumbfounded. Nothing had happened normally until now, making Lian ask again, "What did you just say?" Mika then broke into a bright smile and turned to leave. "I will teach you. Clearly not here. You have to go to the Walpurgis clan. I will teach you everything there. Leon felt a bit uneasy, so he continuously reminded Mika to keep his word. Mika waved goodbye while walking straight out of the Lindell clan's courtyard, but he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Zook. Seeing this, Mika politely greeted him. I was just about to say goodbye to you before leaving. I did not expect you to be here, Zook replied coldly. You have already left. Right. Surely you have finished all your work. From his words, it was evident that Zook had seen everything that happened earlier. After all, this was the courtyard of the Lindell clan. Mika maintained a calm demeanor and smiled brightly. Did you see it? For someone like you, it must not be difficult. Zook's attitude suddenly changed. I saw everything. Everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the One Purchase clan. As for compensation, you can decide freely. At this moment, Mika was a bit surprised that the fifth strongest of the empire could easily bow and apologize like that. Not only that, but Zook also accepted compensation even though Mika had not said what he wanted. Indeed, as the head of a large family, Zook always maintained his composure in every situation. Mika then felt comfortable chatting and apologized for approaching him uninvited. I hope your request for a marriage alliance with Leon Parkslope goes smoothly. Knowing that I was rejected, Zook no longer acted politely. A marriage alliance. You are more cunning than I thought. That marriage might have already fallen apart. Just as you said, Leon has a very thoughtful personality. He must have thought that the annulment was due to your dissatisfaction, but upon meeting you today, he would think that the annulment seems strange and not as rumored. I will ask you this. Do you think we can regain the trust of the One Purchase family? It was easy to demand the cancellation of the engagement before, but now that our male lead is appealing, it is regrettable, is not it? Clever people like the ones from my hometown are everywhere, Mika said with a laugh. Of course, it is possible. The Lindell family just needs to be sincere. This statement is full of implications, and of course, Zook understands that well. Now the Lindell family must completely side with the One Purchase family if they want to regain the lost trust. At that moment, Mika posed a question. Sir, if there is a suitable teacher for Miss Alien, what would you do? Zook was a bit surprised to hear this. A teacher? Are you saying that our family's swordsmanship is not suitable for her? Mika quickly explained, not at all. But whether it is the best for her is another matter. Zook stroked his beard in thought, wondering if he was being deceived. After careful consideration, Zook decided to trust once. After all, what he just saw on the training ground was astonishing. When Mika returned home, his father praised him. I have heard the news. My son, it is indeed right to trust you. Who else could uncover the plans of that cunning Lindell? Haha. But that fake smile was seen through by Mika. If your judgment this time is wrong, there will be no mercy at all. That is how the One Purchase bloodline is. Being seen through made the Marquis a bit displeased. He returned to his chair and became serious. There is a letter from the Lindell family stating that he will come here personally as an apology. It seems he intends to ask us to keep this news a secret, because for a family known for its chivalry, this news would be lethal. We have many children, and we have gained a lot. I have never liked the Lindells. Does the letter say anything? Mika replied without hiding anything. Not much. He asked if it was possible to regain the trust of the One Purchase family. Of course, I said yes. They just need to be sincere. The Marquis was very pleased with his son's answer. It would be foolish to show a direct attitude in that case. At that moment, Mika spoke up, since father has entrusted this to me. Let me handle it all. I am the one who resolved this issue. I also want to be the one to conclude it. In response to his son's request, the Marquis coldly replied, You are all grown up now. You have indeed done it. But since this is a matter between families, there is still much to be done. Mika not only did not back down but further expressed his stance. That is right, but to be frank, without father, no one would pay attention at all. It may be a bit greedy, but I want to complete my task myself. The fingers of the Marquis, who were tapping on the table, suddenly stopped after hearing these words. The Lindell family is a cunning old man. He is known as a symbol of chivalry but is quite flexible. If you do that, you will have to face him. Mika responded to his father with a resolute gaze. I know. I have lived long enough to have experience in these matters, so there is no need to worry. Faced with his son's determination, the Marquis finally agreed. All right. You will have to work like this sooner or later. Then go ahead. Mika then promised not to disappoint his father and turned to leave. At that moment, the Marquis spoke up. All right. Mika, you did well today. Mika could sense that these were his father's genuine words. Finally, he received recognition from him. How happy that was. Mika then bowed and quietly left the room. At that moment, the Marquis could not help but wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of young Mika with his beloved wife always lingered in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Mika, the Marquis would still prepare. I suppose I should also prepare to negotiate with the Duke. Indeed, I have entrusted it to him, but that does not mean I should step back. Now what should I do to make everyone think I will make a shocking move? Meanwhile, Mika was deep in thought on his way back to his room. Before the rebirth, the title of the strongest magical family caused our downfall. There is only one reason a powerful family can collapse: civil war. Family members fighting each other for the position of head of the family. in the power struggle among the elders. I was exploited and contributed to the family's downfall. This time will be different. After carefully considering what needs to be done, Micah spoke to the steward. Steward, the Count Nostra came to see me a few days ago. Right, 3 days before the engagement was broken off, the steward answered immediately without question. You remember correctly. It is not surprising since you are the only heir of the family. Count Nostra, a level 7 magician and also an important vassal of the family. He was the one who assisted the Marquis in his youth. He is very talented but has a fatal flaw. He is too thirsty for power. Instead of being an important vassal, he wants to become the center of the family. Even though he has not done anything yet, Micah decided to take action to eliminate this threat from within the family. The steward, after hearing that, wondered, mentioning him makes me curious. Young master, since you rely on the Count the most, Micah, at this moment, pushed the door open and explained, did not I mention it? He is the one who taught me the third magic circle. The steward jumped in surprise upon hearing this. Destroying the hair of the family is unforgivable. Right after the rebirth, Micah discovered that the third magic circle was unstable, and the one who created it was the Count. At that moment, Micah was very pleased that it could operate. Looking back now, it is indeed quite humiliating. Anyway, it is best to get rid of such elements. Perhaps because he was a friend who helped during tough times. The Marquis title could never truly sever ties with Count Nostra, and that was the beginning of the downfall. Of course, Micah did not want that to happen again, so he decided to take action first. You ordered the butler. Butler, could you bring the Count to my room? The butler questioned that this seemed a bit urgent, and it would be difficult to call someone over, but Micah smiled confidently. Don't worry, at this hour, he must be wondering why we have not called yet and is already waiting. Just as Micah guessed, Nostra immediately appeared after being called. As soon as he entered the room, he smiled broadly. Young master, I heard you called for me. I hurried here upon hearing you made a decision. You intend to choose me as your instructor. Micah immediately pointed at Nostra and said, regarding that, I have a suggestion. You and I, let us duel without using magic circles. To this day, Micah still clearly remembers the moment his entire family was slaughtered. At that time, Count Nostra, the one in power, caused the death of the family. Half of the people in that devastated family struggled to survive. In a situation where only breaths were left, the minions of the Demon King appeared. The Marquis, the strongest mage of the family, had been bedridden for a long time. Other high-ranking mages had also left the family. At this moment, Micah had no way to resist the minions of the Demon King. Count Nostra was the last hope of the entire family, the only remaining 8th level mage. While everyone was holding their breath watching him, Micah was also following him with a little hope. He did not know which magic he would use again and how he would defeat the Demon King's minion. But Notra's response left Micah in despair. Notra surrendered to the Demon King without fighting. The joke of faith crumbled in an instant. The entire family died and fell apart, so now Micah made the decision to defeat that damn dog. After receiving the challenge, Notra seemed a bit confused. Seeing this, Micah spoke up. I do not mind learning magic from a Count, but I am not sure if it is worth it for me to do so. Unless one experiences it for themselves, they won't understand. So I am also not sure if you, Count, have the skills to teach me. Notra immediately questioned. On that day, did you mean that the level 3 magic circle I created for you is not enough? Micah answered directly without hesitation that it was not enough, which made Notra very angry. He lost his composure and shouted, I have taught you everything I know, and now you still dare to say that you do not trust me. Micah then explained. Calm down, Marquis. I never said that I do not trust you. I only said that I cannot be sure. I want you to prove that you are worthy. That should not be difficult. Right. After hearing this, Notra started to grasp the situation. Micah continued, let us make a bet, without using the magic circle, only pure magic to compete against each other. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my master. I swear on the name of the Walpurgis house. Notra pondered for a moment and then asked, make a bet, so what if you win? Micah did not demand anything extravagant but wanted the opponent to become his disciple, and so Notra accepted this bet. After returning to his room, Notra could not contain the joy in his heart. Like receiving a free gift, competing without the magic circle seems very disadvantageous, but if you understand the level gap between the ranks, Micah would not have made that proposal. The limit of a novice. Even if he is of the Walpurgis lineage, Micah is still just a child who knows nothing about the world. Clearly, that kid is only accustomed to believing in his own delusions of being special. Climbing to the top of the family is impossible, but holding a position that even the family head cannot touch, that is my goal, and an opportunity to rise to that position has come to me. Yes, this is a great opportunity, a chance to etch my name in the history of the magical family. Walpurgis, Micah, even if forced, will still yearn to be easily manipulated to reach level 3. Yes, I will become his master and become the center of the Walpurgis family. Ha ha, and so Nostra laughed crazily all day long, but he had no idea that what he was about to face was the experience of a level 9 mage, the strongest in the continent. Although Micah is only a level 4 mage now, if he does not use the magic circle, he won't lose to anyone. The next day, the butler, after receiving the news, ran frantically to find Mika to dissuade him. Sir, I have heard about it. What is going on? You have challenged a duel with the Marquis Nostra. Mika admitted this without worry. He just wanted to get to the match immediately. The butler still could not understand why the young master made this decision. No, a battle with the Marquis. How could that be? He was so panicked that he stuttered and could not even speak properly. Seeing this, Mika said there was no need to make a big deal out of it. But this calmness only made the butler more anxious. Do you think I want this? You agreed to call him master if you lose. To let him teach you means you have given all power into his hands. Mika also admitted that this was true, leaving the butler in shock. The master's disciple is like a fool, causing the butler to keep warning him. Nacha is a cunning guy. He is not someone you should call master. Mika certainly knows this. Even now, he still vividly remembers the scene of him bowing down to the demons right in front of everyone. Mika told the butler that Nacha would not be happy for him to call him master, which made the butler even more confused. Then why are you doing this? Mika then explained, because if I do not go this far, he won't fall into the trap. Butler, do you know why that young Marquis can still stay in our family despite what he has done? Of course, the butler knows. He has served the family head for a long time. It is because he has been very close to the Marquis since childhood. After hearing this, Mika continued, yes, that is why he is my father's childhood friend and confidant. Father would never kick him out, because father still has many feelings for him. So it is my turn to take care of that guy. With this bet, we will ensure that he won't be able to do anything shady anymore. The bet between the mages is indefinite, and the magic is perfected in many languages. Making a bet is a promise woven from those words, and if someone breaks it, that person will be punished by magic. This means that if Mika wins, he will gain the upper hand in the struggle for real power. That is what he is pursuing. The butler, after being enlightened, also understood the situation. Indeed, this is a good plan, but it means that of course, he will have to defeat the hare. Can you do it? Mika gave a confident smile and winked. Can I do it? Butler, I assure you, the hare Nostra will never be able to take me down. The butler wondered why Mika was so confident when the power gap between the two sides was extremely large. Mika then explained that he had set conditions. The hare can only use the magic circles that I can create. The butler was stunned upon hearing this. Is it because a level 7 mage can only use 4 magic circles? Is that possible? Are you serious? As soon as Mika said he was serious, the butler rummaged through his coat pocket and pulled out a resignation letter he had prepared earlier. The butler did not want to follow a young master who was mentally impaired and only engaged in crazy antics like this anymore. But life is not a dream. Mika immediately burned the letter with fire magic. Capitalists do not easily spare their employees. One is only exploited until the last breath, just like my boss. Sob. Seeing his chance for rest and retirement turn to dust before his eyes left the butler speechless. Although Mika kept insisting to trust him, the butler still remained clear-headed. So he could not believe such an absurd thing. Impossible. How can you, someone who has only recently created 4 magic circles, defeat the hare Nostra, a level 7 mage? I am joking, but I am not stupid. Regardless of the complaints, Mika remained very confident about his upcoming victory. Whatever works, don't worry. I won't start a battle if I do not have the winning hand. Although he said so, the butler still could not understand how victory was possible. Mika then explained why he was so confident. It is simple. The 7 magic circles of the hare are very reckless and forced. The eyes of the two met, shining with absolute trust. But that is just in a dream. There is no way to believe that in this case. The butler then took out the resignation letter to think about it a second time. Mika immediately stopped him upon seeing this. Hey butler, put that away. I won't approve that resignation letter. Listen, to acquire advanced magic circles, you must frequently learn how to use the low-level circles first. But the hare Nostra overlooked that obvious step. He thought he had succeeded. But the truth was otherwise. Forcing a magic circle comes at a great cost. That is why the hare is not like an ordinary level 7 mage. He can buy the room and still use 7 magic circles, but only to show off. What if it comes to a real battle? Not just for show, but when real magic appears, it takes only a few seconds. What if the opponent has deeper knowledge of magic than him? He will never win. After convincing the butler to trust him, Mika went and informed his father, and as usual, the Marquis still did not understand what his son was rambling about. As you heard, son, you will fight the hare with magic, and I came here to invite you to witness that battle. Upon hearing this, the Marquis glared and slammed the table in anger. You just said you would manage the family's affairs for less than a day. But what the hell is going on? My son, do you want to break a leg to wake up? Is what I taught you about magic not enough? Why do you do this? The Marquis held his face in disappointment, his voice gradually softening. It seems he still believes that his son wants to become Nostra's disciple from the gambling incident. Mika realized this and reaffirmed. I am just stating it. I do not intend to lose. Whoever hits the door will lose. I must win. I will win and make Nostra's hare my disciple. Seeing his son like he was delirious, the Marquis went to retrieve a giant stick. A mad dog needs to be beaten. The Marquis realized that using martial arts would not work against his son, so he could only use physical methods to bring him to his senses, and so he prepared to hit his precious son as one would hit a dog. Micah, to protect himself, hurried to explain, I am very sane. Father, is there a madman who admits to being mad? Who would believe such nonsense? Father still does not believe me. Micah continued, Nostra's hair is indeed a vassal of our family. What is wrong with the hair putting chains on the vassal? Seeing his son delusional, the Marquis tapped his stick in hand, ready to act. A person who has just had 4 magic circles is confident enough to win. Micah is confident that if he did not win, he would not have done it. When asked what if he loses, he calmly said he would become Nostra's disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the Marquis slammed the stick down hard and shouted, That is the problem. What should I do with you? You know what I want. Right? Seeing his father's angry demeanor, Micah certainly remembered. The Marquis always wanted to break his precious son's leg when such things happened. Micah calmly promised, I willingly offer my legs for the peace of the family. Only then did the Marquis accept this fight and would witness it. After leaving the room, Micah finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. According to the plan, the match has been arranged. Since I have been permitted by my father, all that remains is to defeat the hare. Nostra is sure he will win, but victory will definitely belong to me. He must be thinking about how to make me submit most obediently, and how to use me as a tool to swallow this family head. But that will never happen. In fact, convincing the butler and my father has given Micah more headaches than winning the battle. Now, the expression on your face is the smile of a winner. You are eagerly anticipating the battle. Micah then headed straight to the magic casting room of the Walpurgis family, which looked exactly as it did in his memories. This room can even withstand level 6 magic. It is not just a regular room of the Walpurgis family, but it also has many magical protections and barriers built to resist the influence of magic below level 6. Mike extended his hand forward and cast a level 1 spell, the magic arrow. A purple mana arrow was instantly created and shot forward. The reason this spell is ranked at level 1 is that it can be created with just a few calculations. Since many wizards can do this, it is the most basic spell and has no restrictions. A wizard can turn into a more advanced spell using their experience. For example, controlling the arrow to move as they wish instead of just targeting a specific point increases the difficulty by several levels. The calculation level increases when casting more difficult spells, making this basic spell no longer level 1. Once mastered, it can reach a difficulty level of 5. After controlling the mana arrow to fly around the room, Micah caused it to explode in mid-air. A large purple explosion was created with tremendous force, forcing the mana within him to transform into arrows that burst outward. The skillful execution of these basic spells is the understanding of a wizard. It is also the difference between high-level and low-level spell circles. After the experiment, Micah's control ability had not changed much compared to before. Even though his body was slightly smaller and the spell circle was reduced, his mental experience remained the same. In another hour, the battle would begin, but Micah had no intention of resting and would try out a few more spells. In his previous life, everything Nostra taught Micah was chaotic and forced. Although he created spell circles quickly, he never managed to get past the 8th circle, fast but not certain. Because of that, Micah had to forget everything he had learned and start over. If he did not have a once-in-a-thousand-years talent, he might not have been able to relearn from scratch. Thinking about the past made Micah lose track of time. Before long, it was time for the duel. Nostra was also making his way to the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he dreamed of the glorious victory and becoming Micah's master. Only by doing so could he become one of the pillars of the Walpurgis family. But suddenly, Nostra's heart ached so much that he collapsed to the ground. It seemed to be the consequence of creating chaotic and forced spell circles. At that moment, Marcus approached from behind, inquiring about Nostra, the one who bet against his son. Nostra knelt on the ground and was still unable to stand due to the pain. He looked up and whispered, Yes. The young master proposed at first. That was a challenge for him. I also think he needs a mentor with experience. Hearing these empty words made Marcus a bit furious. A mentor? Huh. The one who saved and helped me a lot since we were young. I always remember that. That is why I am just observing and not interfering at this moment. Nostra understood the implications in these words. He seems bitter but still plays the role of a loyal servant well. Of course, you always look down on us. I know that, so that is the reason you gave me this opportunity. Marcus ignored Nostra and headed straight for the room. An opportunity? Do you think so? No. It is fine if you think that. Before the match ends, I do not want to say anything. This contempt has made Nostra furious. He stood watching from behind the back of someone he could never surpass. Although they grew up together and fought side by side, now he was nothing but a dog of the Walpurgis family. This determination pushed him to seize power at any cost. After entering the room where the battle was taking place, Marcus asked his son before settling into the observation area, As you wish, I will be the only spectator of this match. No one else will know the outcome and it will be kept a secret. But the cost of the match won't be small because neither side can retreat. Choose to sign. Just then, Nostra stepped forward and interrupted. The young master has made his choice. The heir of the Walpurgis family cannot go back on his word. Marcus certainly understood that. Now that everything is set, he could only hope his son would win. Then, according to the agreement, Marcus temporarily used magic to seal Nostra's spell circle. He won't be able to use magic above level 4 until the match ends. At this moment, Nostra was still joyfully laughing. Clearly, he looked down on Micah and was completely unprepared. After exchanging pleasantries, Nostra was the first to attack. He pointed his staff at Micah and activated a slowing skill. Nostra wanted to slow down his opponent and quickly achieve victory. But Micah saw through it all. He immediately countered with a confusion spell. Nostra was mentally disoriented and fell unconscious from the spell he was casting. At this moment, his head was pounding and extremely confusing. How? Confusion is the hardest level 4 spell, yet he cast it so simply. But Micah responded with a condescending attitude. You do not need to know. After the headache disappeared, Nostra immediately finished casting the fireball and pain spells. 2 streams of red and blue magic rushed crazily toward Micah. Let me teach you that the distance between spell circles is not just about types of magic. To prevent Micah from dodging, Nostra cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around. Faced with such a powerful and destructive spell, making it hard to move to evade, Micah was not panicked at all. He stood still and cast a spell to block the attack. Contrary to Nostra's startled expression, Micah was extremely calm. To be honest, the words of the Count are not wrong. Because clearly, a level 4 mage like me cannot simply block those spells like this. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how hard you try in swordsmanship, it is very difficult to shorten the distance between 2 swordsmen of different ranks. But the magic is different. If you know how to calculate and have understanding, you can turn the impossible into possible. Micah then extended his hand forward and used a magical arrow and multiple other spells. Free movement. Continuous explosions. Continuous magic. Changing direction. Destructive power, controlling the path, multi-directional attacks. The mana arrows were layered with many additional buds, producing a terrifying amount of power compared to the initial amount. Nostra was horrified at this sight, unable to hold his staff properly. That is a first-level magic. The incantations he just recited were too complex. How can a level 4 magician use such complex incantations? After finishing the incantation, Micah looked straight at Nostra and said, "Let me show you." Lord Nostra, this is true magic. Standing in front of the dense mana arrows, Nostra quickly raised his staff and erected a shield like Micah did earlier. Seeing the arrows being blocked, Nostra felt triumphant. I have a shield. I have a shield. If you are capable, shoot me." Although sweat was pouring down his face, he still tried to act tough. Just then, Micah simply said explode, and all the arrows immediately detonated. A huge explosion blew Nostra's shield away in an instant. From within the smoke, Nostra struggled to maintain his composure. Explode. How on earth do you control mana like that? What did you do? Micah calmly replied. You can see for yourself. I calculated and forced the amount of magic to increase. But this answer could not convince Nostra, and he continued to shout, that does not count. You cheated. You definitely used something forbidden. Accused like this, Micah immediately punched the wall beside him. You have gone too far. Lord Marquis, I am fighting you under the banner of the Walpurgis family. I wonder if you are certain about accusing me of using forbidden tools. There is no way you would dare to go too far. Right. Although Nostra was trembling, kneeling on the ground, he still refused to give up. Seeing this, Micah repeated the spell once more. Nostra continued to create shields but still had no effect. He gritted his teeth, determined not to suffer humiliation any longer. All right, fine. Young master, you have exceeded my expectations. Then I will not hold back any longer. I will show you what a level 7 magician is like. Learning from the previous 2 times, Nostra raised 2 separate layers of shields. In this way, the mana flow would be cut between the 2 layers of shields, and Micah would not be able to detonate the arrows anymore. After withstanding the attack, Nostra decided to counterattack with multicasting. The Marquis immediately jumped up upon seeing this. Normally, a level 7 magician can multicast up to 7 spells, but how come Nostra could only manage 3 level 4 spells at the same time? It was truly disappointing. Even so, this was not something that a newly level 4 magician like Micah could withstand. The Marquis held his head in disappointment and prepared himself for his son's defeat. After casting his spell, Nostra laughed loudly. Young Master Micah, ha! Even if your abilities exceed my imagination, you still won't be able to withstand the 3 strongest level 4 spells at the same time. The Fire Spear. At this moment, he unconsciously hugged his chest. It is evident that this puts immense pressure on the magic circle in his heart. He truly is a lousy sorcerer. The Fire Spear was then rapidly launched toward Micah, creating a huge explosion, with dust and smoke everywhere. The Marquis bowed his head to the ground in sorrow, while Nostra laughed gleefully, reveling in the moment. But it was not that easy. As the dust cleared, Micah's figure gradually appeared. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nostra's fire spear in his hand. Witnessing this scene, both the Marquis and Nostra were left speechless in astonishment. Micah lightly gripped it with his hand, and the fire spear instantly vanished. Nostra still could not believe his eyes. A sorcerer who just reached level 4 destroyed my magic chant. How could that be? Micah then confidently stated. Is that surprising? Magic is heavily influenced by innate talent. Life can be so unfair, especially in the realm of magic. The gap in ability, no matter how hard one works, cannot overcome the talents of geniuses. Nostra could not believe this truth. His hands trembled as he gripped his staff tightly and looked directly at Micah. asking, "So, are you saying my magical talent is inferior to others?" Micah smiled brightly and then provoked, "If not, then prove it." Nostra, upon hearing this, nearly lost his mind from the taunt. He discarded his staff and raised both hands forward to cast an attack spell once again, with the spear, the demon's hand, and the golden magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes surged wildly toward Micah, but Micah only used the magic arrow. All of Nostra's attacks were destroyed in astonishment. "How could you break my magic so easily?" To explain to this fool, Micah decided to demonstrate what multitasking really is. Countless magic arrows were created by Micah, aimed directly at the target. Before attacking, Micah warned, "Marquis, just now, you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder if you can block all 10 arrows at once like this. Someone once told me that this is the art of explosion." Faced with such a dense barrage of attacks, Nostra did not even have time to raise his shield. He was blown to pieces, nearly losing consciousness. But how could Micah easily conclude it like this? He rushed forward, empowered his hand with magic, and gave Nostra a slap that sent him flying backward. Following that was a magical bullet that shot from behind, knocking him back again. At this moment, Nostra wanted to surrender, but Micah punched him square in the face to stop him. In Micah's mind, there were only the things he had unfinished from his previous life, the list of things he wanted to do before dying. Clearly, he had accomplished quite a bit already, but there was one thing he still could not do, which is rather unfortunate for you. Micah's eyes were filled with fierce intent as he ignored even his father's pleas. Only when Marcus rushed over to grab his hand did he finally stop. "Stop. Micah, the match is over, you have won. Stop." But Micah still refused to stop. "Stop. I have not heard him surrender yet." Of course, I have not heard it. With him being beaten like that, how could he say anything? Seeing this, Nostra used all his strength to raise his hands and surrender, but Micah does not think so. "Look, father, the Count has not given up yet, so that day might still see more fighting." Damn, this young man is really vicious. Marcus could not hold back anymore and raised his fist. "Son, look at the beautiful muscles on my arm. No wonder they are father and son. A mage but really enjoys physical combat." Micah saw his father's big round fist and became obedient like a puppy. "Now I see. I think violence is something that should not happen." Marcus then asked Nostra if he wanted to concede, but grabbing the lifeline, Nostra nodded repeatedly. But how could Micah ask his father to hit him one more time to prevent things from getting worse? Marcus used teleportation magic to take Nostra for treatment. When it was just the two of them left, Marcus finally spoke up. "Micah, your magical skills have improved quite a bit. I really did not expect that the skill you just used was that of a very experienced mage." Micah replied that it was just a coincidence, but he knew very well who his father was referring to, the former mage, who was distinct from other mages and had vanished without a trace. To change the subject, Micah asked back, "Was not it because you have always looked down on me? What I did just now was not that hard." Marcus looked at his son and then said, "Yes, but to close the gap with a level 7 mage, you really need to have true talent." "I mean, is that your innate talent?" Micah proudly replied, "I am your son, saying that you know how to nitpick after this." Marcus continued, "All right, if you say that, then I will believe you. So, this is what you want to show me, right? That you are very talented?" Micah confusingly asked back. "What are you talking about?" Marcus said directly. "Count Nostra is my friend but not a suitable teacher for you. So what do you want to show me through this battle?" Micah felt that this reasoning was quite reasonable. "How can you choose your master this way?" After thinking carefully, Micah replied to his father, "It is not entirely like that. You do not intend to drive Count Nostra away. Clearly, he is the only one you treat equally. Though I know that being the head of the family can be very lonely at times, but I do not like him. Even though I know you are in a difficult position, I do not like keeping danger close to me. From now on, I will control the Count." Father. After hearing this, Makers understood the reason his son wanted this fight and was also very surprised by his future intentions. On the other side, Nostra, after being treated, sat up with a stunned expression. "This is insane. Did I lose? Lost to a kid who just reached level 4. The audience has already seen the match. How can the result be changed? What should I do now?" Just then, a voice rang out. "What are you talking about? Since you have made a deal, you must follow through." Nostra looked up and saw Micah standing right in front of him. Micah smiled friendly and reminded him, "I am sure you will remember the price of that match. Right, after this, Nostra will become Micah's student." Of course, he did not want that, but when he was about to give birth, he suddenly realized something important. Wait, how strange. If he knows he will win, why would he offer a teacher-student relationship as a reward? Wait, what if all of this is his plan? He not only wants to humiliate me but also has some other shady plan. This young master is testing me. Yes, it is not over yet. I still have a chance. After a moment of self-reflection, Nostra spoke up. "The future of the family." "Young master, you have been silent for a long time, but the issue with the Lindell family made you realize that you can no longer remain idle." Seeing Micah's serious attitude made Nostra feel he was right. He spread his arms wide and boldly declared, "I will help you. You want that, right, young master? But Manga did not care much about this nonsense and smiled friendly. Disciple, your mouth is getting too slippery. Be quiet and call your master. After hearing that, Nostra confusedly asked back, wait. Young master, do I really have to become your student? Manga seriously said that it was natural, causing Nostra to panic. He tried to find a way to stop this from happening. Student, I am a level 7 mage. Young master. But before he could finish his sentence, Manga interrupted him. Shut your mouth. As a viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not to be taken lightly. Of course, Nostra knew that a mage's promise is to bet their magical circle. If that promise is broken, the magical circle will shatter. If that happens, Nostra will lose everything. He could not keep his composure and slammed the table loudly. I have more magical circles and I am also older. How can I be your student? Manga had no intention of being lenient at all. Right here. I should have known you would do everything to avoid this. Right. If you do not follow the agreement, you will have to bear the consequences. Knowing that there was no other choice, Nostra suddenly became dazed and sat down in his chair. Then, Nostra followed Mika to the training room. Although he did not want to, he had to call Mika master, otherwise the magical circle would shatter. Seeing the disciple quite obedient made Mika decide to fulfill his responsibilities as a teacher. Since I am your master, I will teach you a few things. Nostra, though angry all over, still had to comply. At this moment, Mika had some thoughts in mind. Before I become even stronger, destroying the Viscount would not be of much benefit. In fact, Viscount Nostra is quite useful. He has reached level 7 mage and has quite a bit of power. First, he can help me with many things. Mika then asked Nostra if he wanted to learn anything else. As a level 7 mage, Nostra was very confident in his knowledge and replied that there was nothing he needed to learn. But Mika did not think so. Isn't your magical circle unstable? Well, yours is the same. With that thing, your heart will ache even with just a light touch. Just a gentle touch. And Nostra was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground, weak and still facing the wind. Seeing Nostra scream in despair, Mika felt no sympathy at all. You know the reason why he is like this? If he does not truly connect himself with the existing magic circles in his body, then he can still create other magic circles. But his own strength does not increase even with many new magic circles. It is called a disciple. The respect for his friend as well as the head of the Marcus Walpurgis family made Nostra too eager to become stronger. So he inadvertently turned himself into a disciple, and the price to pay is this weak body. After Nostra calmed down, Mika approached and said, I will teach you to regain control over your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me, Nostra nervously exclaimed. After you heard something from the Marquis. Right, the family and the Marquis have concerns about me. Ha ha ha, I understand now. So that fight was the plan of the Marquis. Nostra's mind is extremely unstable and begins to speculate wildly. Mika immediately dismissed it. Do not make up your own stories. Isn't that too obvious? From the moment you multitasked with 3 level 4 magic circles, I sensed something was off. Tim, you keep gripping your shirt tightly. That is the normal symptom of a mage using a disrupted magic circle. Do you think someone from the Walpurgis family like me would not notice? Anyway, I promised. If it continues like this, you won't live much longer. No matter what you do, it will only get heavier. You are about to die. Upon hearing this, Nostra trembled with fear. He did not want to end his life as a mage like this. In his despair, Mika offered him a chance. If you still want to live, then there is a way. Remove your mana ring. I will absorb that mana. I will have mana, and you will recover from the damage. It is beneficial for both. What do you think? Even though you will lose 5 magic circles, it is okay. With a master like me, you will be fine. Nostra panicked and shouted, no, losing 5 circles. Do you know how hard I worked for that? Mika did not care about Nostra's feelings and stated directly, no, it is not a magic circle. They are just malignant tumors. Having 7 magic circles but not being able to use them all is meaningless. A child does not become an adult just because they can walk. You are just obsessed with power and authority. Those magic circles are meaningless. They are just for show. Do you think your father does not know your true strength? Nostra, upon hearing this, asked back, does that mean the Marquis knows everything? Everything Nostra does is just to prove himself to the Marquis, and in fact, the Marquis has known everything for a long time, but he pretends not to know. That is not the right choice. Nostra recalled the words of the Marquis when he was young. My friend, I have gone through so many hardships to reach this position. I have almost lost my life several times, but in the end, I still achieved it. It is all like you. Everyone thinks I am great this way or that, but I know how extraordinary he is. He has a stronger desire than anyone else. That is why he did not stay still and kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only person I can trust to entrust my life to is him. My friend. Nostra took a moment to think about everything that had happened. In the end, he made a decision. Master Mika, I accept your offer. Please take my mana. And so, thanks to Nostra's mana, Mika was able to successfully create his 5th spell circle. Mika was joyful for a short time but then fell into contemplation about the future, about life afterward. I have stopped the threat, but it is just a small threat compared to the disaster that will occur in the future. This is nothing. In exactly 7 years, according to Cassandra's prediction, The Demon King will resurrect. The consequences of ignoring the prophecy are extremely dire. The world is not ready to face the Demon King, and their power is unimaginable. A creature full of flaws, yet no one can resist them, even when they have not fully unleashed their maximum power. The Empire realized that when a level 7 knight, Steel Flying Hero, was defeated by the Demon King, it was already too late. They were slow to gather the heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed by the Demon King. Unable to wait for the temple to revive the soldiers any longer, the heroes formed a team to confront the Demon King. Yes, my team, Argo. Looking back, Cassandra was indeed the most important member, the unfortunate prophet whom no one believed. She is 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 now. Her prediction ability, all her predictions are accurate. She tried to warn everyone, even at the cost of her own blood, but no one listened. And before I was reborn, no one heeded Cassandra's prophecy to select warriors, because no one believed her. A prophet who is not trusted is meaningless. I do not know what happened to her afterward, but perhaps she also did not have a good ending, unless she was also reborn, but that is impossible. After that, Mika set down his pen and wrote down plans for the future. Next, I will register for the warrior selection. If I bring Leon along, I can lead the warrior selection. So the next question is, what to do with Cassandra? As I recall, she is no longer at the temple, despite warning everyone and receiving no trust. She left the temple. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. But how should I do it? What should I do? This is indeed a difficult problem. Mika thought for a long time but could not come up with a solution. At that moment, the butler walked in and was a bit surprised to see Mika's disheveled appearance. Then the butler reported that a guest had arrived, apparently with business with him. Mika immediately knew it was Leon Paxlov, surprising the butler. Anyway, it is already time for the appointment, so who else could it be besides Leon? As soon as Leon saw Mika, he joyfully smiled broadly. Here you are, the training method. Mika calmly sat down and spoke. You arrived earlier than I expected. I thought you were busy preparing for the engagement. Leon at this moment could not hide his excitement. Engagement. The training method is much more important than that. Engagement has never been my top priority, so hurry up, tell me the method. But things are not that simple. Alright. About that, I have one more condition. Hearing Mika's words made Leon's mood change 180 degrees. You slammed the table and shouted loudly. What nonsense is this? Didn't I come here as you said? Mika calmly continued. Yes, just a little more. It won't affect you. Your assets. You are in trouble. Right? Yes. The dungeon. As soon as he heard that, Leon suddenly turned away, sweating profusely. Dungeon. I do not know anything. No matter how much Leon protested, Mika could tell from his flustered expression. You really are a terrible liar. You found that dungeon a year ago. A mana mine was discovered, and the owner, Count Park Slope, identified it as a large mana mine. Leon froze immediately. How did you know? This young man is truly naive. He is bound to be tricked into an engagement. Mika not only knew about the dungeon but also had other information. In fact, it is not a dungeon. People call it that because they do not know what it is. Most of the exploration teams are still missing. Before I was reborn, Park Slope had sent a total of 5 exploration teams to that dungeon, and most of them did not return. The reason their family needs to engage with the princess is due to financial pressure from the exploration teams. So they need more support. After learning that the story was leaked, Leon could only hold his head in lament. I thought this matter could not get out. Is there a spy infiltrating? Mika said he only heard rumors from the soldiers and guessed. Surprisingly, Leon trusted that reason immediately. He asked back, Oh. Alright, then what about the Crimson Dungeon? Mika smiled friendly. It was once considered the biggest trouble or the greatest shame of the Park Slope family. But now, that Crimson Dungeon will become a hope. Seeing Mika say it was quite interesting, Leon looked confused. Zika. Most exploration teams never return. It is called the Crimson Dungeon, but it could also be called Hell. You can't do anything about it. Mika knows that well. In the end, the Park Slope family still persisted with that Crimson Dungeon. So did they succeed or not? No, they completely failed. But someone discovered that Crimson Dungeon before them and took all the treasures from there. After thinking, Mika said he would help Leon and would join the exploration team. Leon, upon hearing this, scoffed. You mean you can explore that dungeon? Something even mercenaries could not do. Mika raised both hands and replied in a nonchalant tone. Of course, it is normal for a mage to explore a dungeon. Leon did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Is every mage as reckless as you? Why are you so confident? Mika replied, If I do this, your family won't lose anything. If I discover the Crimson Prison, both sides will benefit. Otherwise, let us pretend nothing happened. After being brainwashed, Leon also finds it reasonable. After a while of thinking, he started questioning the training methods. After receiving assurance from Mika, Leon felt no more issues. He will go persuade his father, but whether it will be successful is up to luck. Afterwards, Mika also went to inform her father. The Marquis, upon hearing his son's report, covered his face in disbelief. I thought you would handle the Lindell family affairs well. Now there is something else. I have heard rumors that the Park Slope family is the next target for Lyndall to arrange a marriage. Are you sure you won't mess everything up? Mika calmly replied, Of course not. I would never do that. I already told you earlier. I have a promise with Leon Park Slope. As you know, a wizard's promise is something that can never be broken. Mentioning this made the Marquis furious, and he immediately took out his familiar staff stained with monster blood. It seems that the Marquis is a wizard but prefers physical combat, and he used to carry this staff around to smash monsters in his youth. Mika intended to ask more about that but decided against it, and he said he had another reason besides keeping that promise, but it needed to be kept secret. This young man really wants to tease. The Marquis tried to stay calm and placed the staff down on the table. You do trust me, right? Mika asked back, Did not you always trust me? Seeing his father's sad expression made Mika remember the past. Even during my worst times, you never stopped believing in me. Thinking about it makes me I regretted that after you passed away. I kept avoiding reality. That is also why I do not dare to become a warrior. After thinking carefully, the Marquis stood up and looked his son straight in the eye. This brat, so you can still manage the Lyndall family affairs on your own. Right. Mika was about to answer, I told you, everything is interconnected. I can't tell you the details. I can't ramble on forever. The Marquis reluctantly agreed. Fine. Do whatever you want. Mika bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence in the empty space of the room. Father has a guest. Marquis immediately rebutted. No, you just saw Gia. Mika looked around for a moment and said he must have seen it wrong before leaving. When he was alone, the Marquis sighed. I wonder who that kid resembles. Suddenly a voice echoed. Of course, he resembles you. My lord, very much like you. You have changed a lot since then. The Marquis was not surprised and asked back. And what do you think? It seems the boy is aware of your presence. Right? Suddenly, a mysterious figure stepped out from the black mist. It is understandable. My magic circle is not exactly normal, making it hard to remain hidden. The Marquis turned around at this moment. That magic circle has not disappeared yet. But if it is you, observing the boy as a butler, you must have noticed something. Ozit. So you are indeed the butler. I thought he was not a wizard. The butler immediately replied. He has indeed changed a lot lately. He has become tougher and his magic has also grown quite strong. The Marquis did not accept that, and the butler continued. Indeed, it is impossible to become that strong just by relying on magic alone. That is certainly the inherent talent of the young master. Perhaps it is only at this moment that he has realized his talent. Well, that is not too surprising for those with Walpurgis blood. After all, our ancestors were the ones who created the Walpurgis family of today, so it is not strange that he only recognizes that talent now. The talent of an heir. After asking a few more questions, the butler hurried to Mika and joined the journey. The master told me to follow him. He does not know what kind of dangerous trouble he will get into, so he asked me to follow to protect the young master. The act was quite convincing, but Mika has known the butler's true face for a long time. You are just trying to act along. After finishing the conversation with Leon, the three of them began their journey to the Park Slope family territory. Upon arriving, seeing Mika dejectedly leaning and looking outside the carriage, Leon asked, Why are you so bored? Is our territory that terrible? Mika replied, No. In fact, I am quite surprised. Your family has maintained this barren land very well. My father would say this is a good location, and it is not just about appearances. The coexistence of the residents and the natural traces are not bad at all, especially the forest path or the long veins made of minerals. You need to continuously import enough to cover the entire ground. To put it more clearly, no matter how flashy it looks outside, it is useless. What matters is how satisfied the residents are. Your father is a great landowner. You should be proud of that. Leon was visibly pleased at this moment. Yet I hear these words from someone of the Walpurgis family. Just as you said, our land is truly wonderful. It is all thanks to the hands of my father, whom I respect, and who is also a person worthy of respect. It is all true. Indeed, Mika has always been proud to possess the Park Slope blood in his veins. Even if he is the only one still carrying that bloodline along the remaining journey, Leon spoke non-stop proudly about his territory. After arriving, Leon informed his father about the person accompanying him. Countess Darja's Park Slope became so agitated upon hearing the name Mika Walpurgis that she had to take a bunch of medicine. It seems that his health was not stable and needed medication if he became agitated. After calming down, Leon announced once more, As I said, Mika Walpurgis is currently on our land. Darjas calmly asked back, Father, okay. That is surprising. Where is he? Darjas appeared extremely serious. After taking more medicine, Leon rushed to stop him. Father, you can't take more medicine. But it was still unsuccessful. Let go. I will soon drown in work anyway. Just take me to heaven early. After chewing the medicine like rice, Darjas calmed down. All right. I have accepted that Mika Walpurgis is waiting downstairs. Is there anything else? Leon announced that aside from the minor issue of rumors about the dungeon, there was nothing else. Hearing about the dungeon, Darjas's mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman and took out a piece of paper to write his resignation letter. I should have done this a long time ago. You take care of the rest. I should resign for my own mental health. Leon saw this and hurriedly dissuaded him. No, how can you just resign like that? I have not even explained everything clearly. At this point, Dargis put down his pen and slowly listened to his son. Go on. Clearly, the position of the One Purgis family is higher than ours. No, not only that, they are a family that can be counted on one hand in this empire. If they find out about the dungeon, it will be taken away. Leon quickly explained. I am not foolish enough not to know that. He made a suggestion that you should accept. So clearly, you have accepted it. Dargis still did not understand what made his son accept so easily. Leon continued to speak. Yes, it is the complete familiar Kai cultivation. Dargis, upon hearing this, was astonished and stood up. Leon continued to explain. He knows the familiar key cultivation, and based on that, you exchanged with him. After learning that Leon had confirmed directly and clearly fulfilled the agreement with Mika, Dargis fell into deep thought. This means that it is so important that he was willing to exchange for the technique. What is in the dungeon? After a moment of thought, Dargis decided to meet and talk directly with Mika. On the other side, the steward was still acting very deeply. He held his head down to the ground, sweating profusely and continuously lamenting. Mika saw this and played along. Steward, why are you so anxious? Just waiting for this. The steward panicked even more. Do you really not know? Park Slope family is not to be underestimated, especially regarding the dungeon. Just thinking about the feelings of the head of the family is already a headache. After hearing this, Mika calmly asked back, you understand too well. Steward, are you also a lord? The steward answered without hesitation that he was not and looked away. It seems like he is feeling embarrassed. Mika had already calculated everything in his mind. Well, what he said was not wrong. But he missed one thing. I know everything. For example, how much the Park Slope family depends on the Miliarkai cultivation, and the fact that the Park Slope family sees the dungeon as a thorn in their side due to the continuous failed attacks. The family's trade had already been firmly in hand. Mika then reassured the steward, it is okay, when I talk to Count Park Slope, everything will be clear right away. But the steward still did not believe it. Do you think he will agree? Even though you are the young master of the Park Slope family, Mika confidently declared, I assure you, he will come down here within a minute. At this moment, the steward thought that Mika was just talking nonsense. But suddenly, the door opened and Dargis entered with an extremely serious expression. Ignoring the greetings, Dargis got straight to the point. Well, I heard you are interested in the dungeon. Completely shedding the startled demeanor from earlier, he appeared extremely confident and in control of the negotiation. Mika also did not show any signs of weakness. The desire to explore was an instinct of a wizard. The dungeon was a suitable choice. Dargis propped his chin on his hand and said, exploring the dungeon. Nothing can satisfy a wizard's curiosity. But I think you already know what is inside the dungeon, and that is more valuable than Miliu's mana. My son is crazy about Miliu's mana, but I am not. With Dargis, Mika felt a bit of pressure. It was as if he could see through Mika's intentions for being here. But that was just Mika putting on a facade. You are still controlling this negotiation at will, just like manipulating pieces on a chessboard. Mika looked straight at Dargis and said seriously, I do not know. I do not know exactly what is inside the dungeon. I am just interested and want to explore. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Park Slope family currently has enough influence to excavate that dungeon? Dargis did not hide and replied, no, I will not lie. We still have not found a suitable collaborator. However, we will not cooperate with someone from the Wampurgis family. Mika was not surprised by this answer. He immediately made another proposal. So how about cooperating with me? Dargis asked back after hearing that. You mean yourself, not a Wampurgis? Mika confirmed again, adding that he did not need a full expedition team. Dargis was a bit moved at this point. He asked how long Mika wanted to explore. Mika smirked and raised a finger. Just one day. Dargis was slightly surprised by this confidence. He then asked about the conditions if the expedition failed. Mika replied bluntly, the man of Majoner. I will give it to you unconditionally. But if I succeed, I will take half of the dungeon's resources, and thus, the discussion came to an end. The result was exactly what Mika wanted. The next day, the three-member team consisting of Mika, Line, and the butler Morden arrived at the dungeon. Line was now very loud. Are you crazy? Just the three of us. Morden nodded continuously from the side. It must be said that he acted quite well. Mika sighed. He knew this would happen. If you are scared, you can go home. Line could not stand the provocation and charged forward. Who is scared? I just think we are lacking in numbers. Well, the Park Slope family never shies away from a challenge. Just as Lion was about to step into the dungeon, Mika used magic to stop him. Don't act alone. The entrance has traps. If you enter without proper preparation, you will die. Morden chimed in from the side. Oh. So from the very first step, we can't enter in the usual way. A simple yet effective form of protection. Lion listened to the two of them and was completely confused, his face blank. Mika then continued speaking. Yes. To put it simply, this is a living dungeon. One of the rare dungeons. This dungeon requires energy to maintain. Like a living organism, if we just walk in, we will become its food. Just like those mercenaries. But if we feed it enough mana, it will be different. Mika then cast a fireball towards the dungeon. The fireball entered the dark, bottomless dungeon and gradually disappeared. Suddenly, the space shattered like a lens. Mika calmed the group, saying that was just a sign that the door had opened. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to explode, a brilliant beam of light radiating from the dungeon. Mika was not surprised by this scene as he already knew. The first tome of Acer, the infamous impenetrable dungeon, a relic of old containing a holy artifact. The first artifact of the relic. In the previous chapter, Mika and his team had passed through this dungeon and found the sealing relic. With this, the group could resist a few of the Demon King's attack spells. However, the sealing relic matures with its master, so it requires time to develop fully and should not be used carelessly. But unfortunately, the master of this artifact is that fool warrior Siegfried. Exactly 1 week after obtaining the artifact, the fool Siegfried, who was so sure he would use the sealing relic correctly, accidentally destroyed it. Damn it. He really is a burden. I do not understand why I felt that I was no longer happier being a hero than that fool back then. But now things are different. Mika will not let that happen again. He is determined to become the master of the sealing relic. Then, the three of them took torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. While looking around, Loon wondered why this place was so strange. It was completely different from what the exploration team had described. Furthermore, it seemed very bizarre. Mika explained that this was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon formed. Loon was extremely astonished to learn this. Wait. Time stopped? Isn't time suspension a saint-level ability? Mika did not deny this. That is right, and creating such a vast dungeon could only be done by a new saint. This was beyond Leon's understanding. He no longer understood what the hell was happening in his territory. At that moment, Mika signaled to stop. As Leon looked up, he saw an army waiting ahead. Leon suggested that they should take action and eliminate them before they could raise the alarm, but Mika stopped him. Wait, do not act recklessly like that. You should remember that this is just the first door. Leon, who only knew how to fight, could not calm down. Are we just going to let them raise the alarm? What if they bring more troops? Mika calmly explained. This is not a dungeon. It is a tome, an extremely solid tome. Furthermore, it was not created just for one person to sweep it away. Mika then approached the wall and used a scraper to collect crystal dust from the letters. He explained that if the Goppin saw this, they would go insane. The important thing is that this also has a hallucinogenic effect, just like the euphoric water. If this is wrapped with magic and shown anywhere, the Goppin will kill each other out of greed to get what they want. In short, this is a bomb with hallucinogenic effects. Mika then demonstrated right there. He used a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he had just created into the room where the Goppin were. The bombs immediately exploded and scattered crystal dust everywhere. The Goppin, after inhaling it, were high and started killing each other. Loon and Morden's eyes widened in astonishment as they witnessed this scene. Only Mika remained calm. Is it a coincidence that there are materials like this in a tome? No, it can't be. Knowledge over power. Knowledge to defeat a Goppin. Using magic skillfully. With these two things, we can easily pass the first trial. It is very difficult to discover these tricks in the tome if you have never experienced it. After a while, all the Goppin had died from the drugs and killing each other. Mika slowly walked past the pile of corpses towards the next trial. At that moment, he noticed the reaction of a magical item on a Goppin. Mika approached to check and discovered a space pouch, and it was of the highest grade. In his previous life, he had never discovered this. Of course, he would not have, as that bastard Siegfried had used his ultimate move and blown everything to dust. Mika thought back and felt more bitter than eating chili. He held his head and looked up to the sky, screaming, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I warned them so many times." Damn Siegfried. Leon asked Morden what was happening. Morden answered straightforwardly. He has these fits from time to time. It is nothing. Mika then sat helplessly on the corpse of the Goppin. Feeling sad, Loon held the space pouch in his hand and wondered if there were any other items. But Mika had searched everything and found nothing. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the issue. It is very unusual for a reward to appear right in the middle of the path before passing the first trial. There must be a reason. Mika then checked the space pouch again. Sure enough, there was a line of text on it. Defeat the most greedy Goppin in the dungeon. This seemed to be a hint for the next trial. After a while of thinking, Mika immediately guessed that it was the Goppin leader. Morden then questioned how he could come to such a conclusion. Mika explained while walking to the corpse of the leader. The one with the most greed can only be that Goppin. He is also the biggest and most powerful one. We need to take the stone we got from him and put it in this pouch. At that moment, Loon insisted on being the one to extract the stone. He believed he would be more skillful and use the knife better than Mika. But Mika did not think so, so both decided to have a contest with each other. There are two leaders. Whoever gets the better stone will receive the space pouch, and so both climbed onto the Goppin leaders and began. Loon drew his sword and unleashed beautiful slashes. In no time, he had obtained the stone perfectly, but just as he was about to strike, he saw Mika holding the stone in his hand. Looking at the pure light from the stone in Mika's hand, Leon knew for sure that he had lost. Leon knelt down and cried like a puppy. Mika then dropped the stone into the space pouch. A key of light flew out from the pouch and transformed into a door of light. This was definitely not the path that Mika took in his previous life. After thinking for a while, he concluded that this was indeed a shortcut. The three of them stepped through the door of light without hesitation, and ascended a long staircase. At this moment, Leon took the opportunity to quietly ask Morden, "Excuse me, who exactly is Mika? He does not seem like someone of my age." Morden replied. You are curious about the young master. There is nothing different from the rumors. Leon still did not believe it, so he asked again for clarification. So, do you mean those rumors are true? Morden closed his eyes and said, that is right. The young master was indeed a person with little skill. Unattractive, and not clever before. I only say this because the young master only allows it to be so. Watching Mika's figure, along with Morden's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric person. Everyone often tries to hide an embarrassing past. Perhaps he has accepted his past as a part of himself. Suddenly, Morden continued, however, he has changed a lot suddenly, and I am also very surprised by that. Looking at Morden's expression, one could see he felt both happy and worried about this change. After all, you are the one who observed Mika's growth. Just then, Mika stopped, and they had finally reached the end of the road. It seems we have missed a few things, but somehow we have arrived here. The fourth gate. In front of them was a gigantic stone door towering with strange patterns all over. Having come this far, Mika could not know what awaited them behind the door. In the previous chapter, Mika's group had killed a path and received a reward at the third gate. It seems that the fourth challenge has been hidden for some reason. And because the meaning of the characters written on the gate is to not try to understand, Mika intended to enter right away. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly stopped him. Wait, are you planning to open the door right now? Mika explained that there are currently no hints or anything else, so thinking is pointless. Just throw away your brain for now and move straight ahead. Maybe you will find something. Before entering, Mika used magic to create a thin barrier for Leon and Morden, just enough to protect them from physical and mental harm. Then, the three of them boldly stepped into the door. As soon as they entered, they were transported to a cold, dark space and separated from each other. Mika immediately used light magic, but it did not have much effect. It is spacious in here. The light magic only illuminated a small area. We still can't know how wide it is. I can't clearly say where the butler and Leon are because it is too dark. There is no need to worry too much about the butler, but I need to hurry because of Leon. Just then, the space suddenly changed. Under the blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. That is Leon from before, bathing in blood. Upon seeing Mika, he spoke up. Well, it has been a while. You dog. Mika recognized this was an illusion right away. He did not care and asked directly. It is just a disguise. I give you 8 out of 10 points. Now where is the real Leon? The illusion of Leon laughed loudly after hearing this. What is the rush? Why do not we sit down and reminisce about old times? Before he could finish his sentence, Mika had to refuse with a wave of his hand. Forget it. I'm lazy. The illusion, upon hearing this, widened its eyes and said, Lazy how? So, can you ignore all these things? You ran away from this place and still have the courage to say that. Do you really think you have the ability to do that? You are just a coward who knows how to run away alone. It said this while moving closer to shake Mika. This is an illusion created from Mika's memories. This place is the battlefield where his teammates fell. The person standing in front of him is also his closest friend. But none of this could shake Mika's mind. Now you have 7 points left. I say you have been deducted points. The Leon I know would never say such words. You are tarnishing my friend's name. Good. Just after one shout, the illusion completely disappeared. The dark space gradually faded to reveal the true scenery of this place. It turned out to be a beautiful forest with countless mana crystals around. Before Mika could admire, Morden ran over from somewhere. Here you are. I have been looking for you all this time. It seems he is still fine and not injured at all. Morden shyly said it was due to the shield effect that Mika had created. Mika, although knowing the truth, did not bother to expose it. If Morden still wanted to act, then let him be. The two then explored the surroundings. This place contains a massive amount of mana crystals that could make a count wealthy. Just then, Morden suddenly pointed ahead. Young Master. Is not that young Master Leon? He does not look so well. At this moment, Leon was lying on the ground holding his head. His whole body was trembling. He was being disturbed by his own mental demons. You are our hope. Young Master, the anticipated generation of the Sword Saint. We believe in you. Young Master, you can bring glory to the family. Drowning in those familiar voices, Leon gradually sank deeper and lost his reason. I grew up in the expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care about me a lot, so I always strive harder than others. Tirelessly. That is all of me. No, that must be everything of mine. I came here for what? I know nothing at all. Just then, Mika's appearance caused Leon to fall completely into darkness. Mika Wampurgis. If he dies, the entire dungeon will belong to my family. Right. The important thing I need to do is to bring honor to the family. It also means sacrificing allies, if that brings honor to the family. I am more than willing. Leon's eyes turned completely black like the illusion Mika encountered. He held the sword in his hand and wore a sinister smile, but then the smile was immediately extinguished when he saw Mika's magic arrow. What is this? What terrifying magic is this? I do not think I can defeat this monster, especially since he knows my mana skills well. Will I die if I confront him? And thus, Leon's mental demon was forced to retreat inside. It turns out that in the face of absolute power, anything can be resolved. Leon's gaze then returned to normal. To avoid being pierced to death, he spoke up. I am back now. Mika then retracted her magic. Good, alright. We have wasted quite a bit of time here. Let us hurry and go. Loon could sense that this was indeed a terrifying person. If you had not returned to normal, you would have been full of holes by now. The three of them continued deeper into the forest. The further they went in, the denser the fog became, and the three of them got separated once again. But Mika was not worried at all. First it was the forest, now the fog. This fog seems real, and surely they created it here for a reason. I do not think the butler and Leon can find me right now, which means it is calling for me. After a while moving forward, Mika emerged from the fog and was greeted by a mysterious girl. As soon as he saw the girl, Mika asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" The girl was a bit surprised to see the calm demeanor of the other party. Seeing this, Mika pretended, "You see, right now I am very worried." After Mika approached, the girl continued to speak. "I do not think this is a problem at all. After all, it is not important. I think I should introduce myself first, should not I? I am..." But she was cut off before she could finish. "I already know who you are, Set, the guardian of the sacred artifact, the first apostle of the god Asa." Upon hearing this, Set was very surprised. When she was about to ask, Mika interrupted her, "You do not need to explain unnecessary things. I have proven myself worthy. Moreover, I believe I am qualified to receive the reward you have prepared. I have fulfilled your wish, which is why I came here." But Set had not mentioned anything about the wish, so Mika hurriedly covered up. "I just have a feeling that you would wish for something." Although it was hard to understand, Set made a decision. "Fine. Alright, my task is to hand over the sacred artifact to someone worthy." She simply extended her hand forward, and a magic circle suddenly appeared, revealing a pendant. "This is the reward you mentioned. It is also the sacred artifact that contains my power. As long as you carry it with you, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you whenever needed. I have never named it before, but I think we can call it the Storm of Judgment." Holding the reward in his hands, Mika looks incredibly astonished. "It is strange. This is definitely different from the item before I regressed. Considering that Judgment speaks up, no need to doubt. I assure you this item will not disappoint you. How could I give a fake item to someone who has passed through the fourth gate?" After hearing this, Mika tightly grips the pendant. Perhaps it is a real item after all. So, the item that caused hundreds of people to sacrifice themselves before was just a fake. You immediately ask Judgment to confirm. If you only just reached the third floor, is there any way to obtain a real item? Judgment answers without hesitation. No. However, upon careful thought, there is a way at the third gate. If you can't figure it out, then you are not worthy. If the holy artifact falls into the hands of the unworthy, it would be a waste. Looking into Judgment's determined eyes, Mika finally understands the issue. What your group received in the previous life was just a secondary reward. After Mika puts on the pendant, it suddenly glows and transforms into a blue light surrounding him. According to Judgment, this is not an ordinary pendant. It is a complex barrier that can protect both body and soul. It will protect the owner from any attack once a day. Depending on Mika's level, it can change, but for now, the limit is just once. This is nothing like the disposable items from the previous life. With this, Mika can escape death once a day. At that moment, Judgment's body is gradually fading away, but it seems she has accepted this. "It is time for me to go. My mission is to hand the holy artifact to the worthy. Now that I have completed this mission, I must disperse." Mika thinks for a moment and then speaks up. "It seems the time freeze spell surrounding the dungeon is about to wear off. If you do not disappear, what do you plan to do?" Although Judgment prepared herself for this, she still feels a bit unsettled. There is no turning back now. To repair the old magic barrier, one needs knowledge equal to or greater than a level 9 wizard. Basically, this is something impossible. But how great it would be if I could witness how the world changes myself. After hearing this, Mika moves forward, toward the spell circle maintaining the dungeon, with the intelligence of a level 9 wizard. This spell circle is nothing but child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it yourself? I will make this happen, so you can see the world with your own eyes. Just after a few maneuvers, Judgment's body suddenly glows and transforms. When the spell circle is repaired, Judgment's body has shrunk, floating in the midst of the void. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Mika feels this is quite cute, so there is no need to worry. After hearing this, Sate blushed and shouted loudly, his hands and feet flailing, "Do you know that I am a disciple serving the old god?" Mika then explained, "I apologize for turning you into this, but in order to prolong the time freeze as much as possible, I had to do it." Hearing this, Sate was astonished and asked back, "Wait, are you a grand sorcerer, the 9th magic circle?" "Right." Mika immediately denied it. This made Atit even more astonished. "Then it is impossible. You can recreate the time freeze spell without possessing the 9th magic circle. This has never happened before." Mika smiled proudly and said, "Sight, I am a genius with outstanding talent." After hearing this, Sixi was left speechless. What can I say? It is pointless to argue against that. On another side, Loon's father, Dajis Pakslav, was standing by the window, helplessly sighing. "Haha, quite a bit of time has passed, has not it? Perhaps I have trusted them too much. I hope no one is in trouble." Just then, a knight ran over to report, "My lord, just now, The young master Mika Walpurgis has returned after conquering the dungeon. Dagis was stunned upon hearing this news. He could not even believe what he just heard. Shortly after, the transport of mana crystals out of the dungeon began. The Inspector Dagis brought to witness the sealing of these mana crystals was deeply moved. My lord, in my lifetime, I have never seen such pure mana crystals, and the quantity is also very large. I do not know how much all of this will be worth. Dagis glanced at Mika standing next to him after hearing this. Even professional exploration teams could not conquer it. Yet you did it so easily. Mika smiled and said, it really did cause me some trouble. Dagis replied, but I do not see that you have encountered much trouble. Mika confidently responded that he never promises something he can't do. Dagis thought carefully again. Perhaps he had been blinded by rumors too much. How could I forget the nature of the Walpurgis family? Surely his bloodline is not trivial. From Mika, Dagis could see the image of his father in his youth, a genius mage who had traveled everywhere. Just then, Mika spoke up. Well then. As promised, I will take half of the achievements from clearing the dungeon. Dagis expressed regret upon hearing this. I know. If I had known this would happen, I would have bargained a bit more. Mika smiled enigmatically at this moment. The Count can act like this, but whether he truly thinks this is a loss remains in doubt. The pressure of conquering the dungeon was increasing. He has spent a lot of money on the goal of conquering the dungeon. However, he still has not received anything from it. Surely he is very worried about this, and I could help him get through this difficult phase. After that, Dagis asked about the thing Mika promised. As you know, the cultivation energy of Milia should be learned as early as possible, so I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. He really is a good father, always looking out for his son's best interests. And of course, Mika has no reason to delay either. Father, I guess we do not have to wait any longer. Why not start today? 4 days later, the rumor about Leon being taught swordsmanship by a wizard spread throughout the territory. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this news. The idea of a wizard teaching swordsmanship or vice versa was like a joke at this point. In reality, Loon was being chased and bombarded by Mika's magical arrows. While running, he complained that he had said he would teach me Milia's Kwai cultivation technique. Mika, while controlling the magical arrows, replied, I am doing that right now, and I think I am being quite gentle about it. Seth, sitting on Mika's shoulder, spoke up, just one night and the definition of gentle has already changed. Well, I do not find your training method very interesting. That is not what I mean. You are creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. After all, knights do not need to use mana accurately, so I do not think this is how I would train. Although Leon tried hard to escape and fight back, due to the overwhelming number of magical arrows, he occasionally got hit. There were even times he had to collapse from the pain. What the hell is this? What kind of training is this? Mika calmly replied, I learned this Kai cultivation technique from a qualified person, so you do not need to worry about that. Leon lay flat on the ground, trying to complain. What kind of crazy bastard created this technique? But he would not be able to reverse that crazy bastard, which is himself. Mika had been trained like a demon, and now he was just returning everything. That is right. You bastard. Your future is there. After tormenting Leon to the brink, Mika told him to try circulating mana as he usually does. Although Leon did not understand what was happening, he obediently complied. Even though he was just circulating a little bit, Leon felt his body relax significantly, and Mika explained, the way you circulate mana to defend against my spells is actually part of the training. Getting used to the way you are circulating mana now is the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you will naturally refine your technique. After hearing this, Leon's gaze became extremely determined. Mika also felt extremely satisfied with this attitude. He would understand soon enough. Everything was happening even faster because I had shown him the shortcut. I could not wait for that to happen. The ultimate goal of key cultivation lies ahead. Everything happened even faster because I showed him the shortcut. I can't be patient waiting for that to happen. The ultimate goal of the energy cultivation scheme. After the daily training time ended, Mika went to a separate space. Seth felt this was unnecessary since no one could see her except Mika, but Mika informed the Count, and this would be her inviolable private time. The purpose of Mika was to test the power of the storm item that Seth just received. After transferring a small amount of mana into the vehicle's surface, a large blue whirlwind was created. Seth felt both amazed and proud. Are you planning to test it? Surely you can use it for purposes other than self-defense. If you need guidance, I can help you. I have been responsible for it for quite a while, so I know quite a lot about it. Mika then said that you would do something that even she did not know, which annoyed Seth. What is it? Do you dare to talk about using the storm in front of me? Mika explained at that moment. You might think I am still too young to understand how a holy artifact works, but the rotation is the natural state of mana, and things like holy artifacts have an infinite number of uses. Mika then closed her eyes and felt the mana moving around her before regressing. the storm not belonging to her, but as a mage, I was really interested, so I often analyzed it, and I came up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I could use that with my free circulation method. The basic principle behind the free circulation method is the mana skin circulation, and the mana skin circulation has many limitations because of the rotation, and all the mistakes in the free circulation method are due to my inability to control the rotations properly. However, what if I used the storm to solve this problem? When Mika opened her eyes, the amount of mana within her seemed to ignite along with the storm, and then exploded fiercely. Would it look that big? Are you crazy? Are you using the storm for your mana circulation? Stop it. You will destroy your body. But what happened next left her astonished. Mika's mana flow was easily controlled and there was no more loss of control. This was already within Mika's expectation from the beginning. After letting the storm slip away in helplessness, I tried to gather information about the holy artifacts. Finding common points among the holy artifacts, I examined the information collected from analyzing the storm. That was when I realized that the holy artifact could be controlled. Now is the time to put my theory to the test. After preparing, Mika unleashed a temporary spell circle by using the storm and merging the mana. This was extremely easy and required no effort at all. Mika then wrote out a level 6 spell incantation. Fire field. Immediately, the surrounding space transformed into a giant sea of fire. Level 6. How can you use a level 6 incantation at this age? Is it now level 7? Stop it. Even if you try to use an incantation higher than your level, it is impossible. Before she could finish her sentence, Mika completed the level 7 incantation. Gravity. The ground around seemed to be crushed into fragments and floated in the air. Seth was at that moment wide-eyed and speechless. A week had passed since he started training following the Mulir Kai technique, and Leon had basically been able to control this method now. He happily waved the sword in his hand to show Mika the results of his training. At this rate, Loon would definitely become a sword saint in a few years, and that will be a great support for Mika in the upcoming battle. Just then, Leon spoke up and asked, "By the way, what do you intend to do with the temple?" "Prophet, I thought you were teaching me the Ki cultivation technique of Mulir, because you wanted to join the hero selection of the temple." Mika just recalled an important matter, almost forgetting it. I was too focused on obtaining the first artifact. Cassandra. I need to confirm where she is before I can feel at ease going to the temple. How can we find Cassandra now? While Mika was lost in thought, a knight from Park Slope rushed over and reported, "Young master, I apologize, young master Mika, but we have a guest dropping by, so I came here to inform the young master." After hearing this, Leon asked again, "A guest? But I do not think we have any guests. Do we?" The knight hesitated and did not dare to say clearly. Seeing that expression, Mika immediately guessed that the visitor was Alien, his former fiancée. Waiting in the living room, Alien looked around and began to assess. Indeed, there is nothing special here. Neither their influence nor their history, but to become a knight, I need to prove myself to my father. Past mistakes have caused the entire Lindell family to suffer. Therefore, I must defeat Leon Paxlope, who is revered as the sword god in the duel, to prove that I deserve to be a knight. Just then, Mika opened the door and walked in with a friendly smile. Alien was stunned to see him. "Mika, why are you here?" Mika calmly sat down and asked back, "What do you mean? I was formally invited here. Aren't you the one who suddenly dropped by?" Alien, embarrassed by past mistakes, lowered her head and could not speak. Seeing this, Mika continued, "Don't worry, I do not hold a grudge against you anymore. We cancelled the engagement very smoothly, and I also gained more reputation. After Mika did all that, the Lindell family announced the news to the public. Both families agreed to cancel the engagement, not because Mika Wampurgis did not meet the standards. After that, rumors that Mika was not qualified also disappeared. He was very pleased with this outcome, but as for Alien, who knows?" After hearing that, Alien shyly asked, "So where is young Master Leon?" Mika replied without hesitation, "He is taking a shower, and when he is done, he will come out to talk with us. So why did you come here today? This young man seems to be like at home." Right. Alien did not understand why she felt an invisible pressure, so she stammered, "As a member of the Knight family, I just want to observe more about the sword techniques of other families." "Of course, you will find me shameless." But Mika immediately interrupted, "No, that is not it. I never thought like that. She really has talent in swordsmanship. In the future, the more strong people I have by my side, the better. There is no reason for me to hate her. If I can take advantage of her, that would be even better for me. Wait, maybe I can take advantage of her." Mika then smiled friendly towards Alien. Alien seemed to feel something cold run down her back. "What? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" Mika stood up and said, "The fact that you came here to observe the swordsmanship of another family shows that you want to become stronger. If so, I will give you a chance." Alien, after hearing this, did not understand anything at all. "A chance? What do you mean?" Mika continued. "Leon is a bit stubborn. I think he won't like you suddenly coming here like this. That is why I want to lend a hand." After finishing his bath, Leon was called to the training place, which made him a bit uncomfortable. "What is it, Mika? Why did you suddenly tell me to come to the training place? Just seeing the expression on Mika's face, Lian became extremely cautious. That expression. My family says that when you are about to do something stupid, that expression shows on your face. Mika became more serious. I am really sad to know you think that, so what can I do to make my expression look more innocent? Alien, who was next to them, did not understand what they were talking about and poked her head out. As soon as she saw Alien, Lian understood Mika's intention. Miss Lindell, if she comes here with you, do not tell me that. Just as Lian thought, a few hours later, Alien was running away from the spirit arrows while screaming. You said you would teach me, so I followed you here, Mika said with a smile. But I am not lying, am I? There are many opportunities for you to learn. Just look beside you. Alien looked beside her and saw that Lian was not running away but was skillfully blocking the spirit arrows with his sword. However, due to her distraction, she was hit in the leg by an arrow and fell on her rear. As Mika approached, Alien asked, is the difficulty between me and young Master Lian different? Mika replied, no, of course not. It is just that you have many openings, making you easier to attack. I hope you learned a lot. After hearing this, Alien immediately stood up. I have learned a lot, but compared to me, young Master Lian seems much better. Though she said that, Alien always thought of herself as useless and blamed herself. But Mika did not think so. It is not that she does not have weaknesses, but she is definitely a natural talent. I assure you that is true. She could have become stronger and helped me. No, all of us, her potential is not being realized, and that is why I will help her become stronger. Mika then reached out and said to Alien, now I will tell you what I really want you to know. Let me introduce you to my mentor. Alien immediately pushed Mika's hand away. I am not here to find a mentor, and you, a wizard, have the qualifications to discuss the proper cultivation techniques with me. Just then, Lian came over after taking a breather, and his gaze was quite trustworthy. After all, he is the one who taught me cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Alien's eyes widened in surprise. A mage can't guide aura cultivation. Mika hurriedly explained, it is true that I can't perform aura cultivation myself, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others. After glancing at Lian, Alien realized she was a bit hasty. She immediately bowed and apologized to Mika. I understand now. If someone who can use the cultivation technique said that, then it must be accurate. I am sorry for my rudeness. Mika also did not expect Alien to apologize. It seems you have misjudged her. Following that, Alien wanted to meet the mentor Mika had mentioned. But in this world, only rainwater and falling birds come from the sky, Mika bluntly stated. Do you really think I would give that information to you for free? It is only natural that I receive something of equivalent value. After thinking for a while, Alien quickly asked, would you accept payment? Of course not. Mika immediately refused, with no other choice. Alien sighed and took out a purple mana crystal from her bag. Even someone as fluid as Mika has to be amazed by this. I never thought I would see a perfect mana crystal here. Alien then said seriously, I knew you would recognize it. At first, I intended to use this to negotiate, as it is a rare item that helps reduce the difficulty when conquering dungeons. Hearing this, Mika also vaguely guessed Alien's purpose for coming to the Park Slope clan. He intends to negotiate with a necessary item for conquering dungeons. This means the Lindell clan is already aware of the dungeon situation of the Park Slope clan. Truly a cunning old man. Mika then took the perfect mana crystal without hesitation. Well, alright. I think that is enough. You probably know the lawless judge, right? Just hearing that name, Lian exclaimed, you mean Akikwak from the west? Right, one of the few architectural masters on the continent not from any empire. That is who Mika wanted to mention, the Western champion warrior. Milium Ariellen. He is the one who defeated the commander of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 commanders of the demon army. After hesitating for a moment, Alien asked, even if you are from the Walpurgis clan, how can you convince someone who is not even a border official from the west? But before he could finish, Mika interrupted him. You do not need to know that. Then Mika turned to Lian and said, Lian, do you remember the conversation we had before, about that temple? Of course, Lian remembered this. He asked when they would have to go there. Mika said they would set out tomorrow and Alien would need to go with them to the capital. Alien was panicked upon hearing this. Sorry, but why me? Mika replied, did not you want to learn magic as soon as possible? That is why I invited you to come with us. All of this has its reasons. Mika had planned based on her memories. It should be around this time. Normally she would be near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event is not trusted by anyone and the lawless judge appears in the capital during that time. This is the perfect opportunity to address both at once. Alien did not understand anything, so he shouted, but this is still too sudden. Why are you suddenly telling me to go to the capital? You need to explain it to me first. But Mika's answer was very simple. I just think it would be great to become a hero. No matter how much Mika wanted to speak the truth, this matter would be truly absurd, so it is best to keep it a secret. That night, Mika sat in the dark room with her eyes closed. Thinking, at this moment, Seth beside her spoke up, those kids are quite interesting. Unlike you, acting like that is more appropriate for your age. Why can't you be a bit more like them? Mika kept her eyes closed and replied, you see, I am a bit spoiled. After all, Mika carries the soul of an old man, so how can she act immature like the young ones? Seth then turned his attention to the perfect mana crystal placed on the table. The perfect mana crystal, a wonderful item. What do you plan to do with this? Mika then took out a spatial bag and placed it next to the crystal. I know. I will use it like any wizard would. I will craft my own artifact. Seth is so accustomed to the absurdities in Mika that he remains very calm. You really never fail to show me something new. Every time. So what kind of artifact are you planning to create? Mika sat looking at the stone and the pile of materials for a long time. Whoa. With this many materials, I can make a lot of things, but, as I said, I will use it like any wizard would. I will create a helper. After hearing this, Seth wondered, but do not you need a platform to hold that mana crystal in place? To extract this much from the mana crystal, you would need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power. At this moment, Mika owed a confident smile. I already know how I will get it. Seth flew right in front of Mika. He sure is confident. Mika then looked at Seth and smiled. It is also somewhat related to you. You know, the platform I plan to use is a branch of the world tree. Upon hearing this, Seth appeared extremely astonished. How did you know I am related to the world tree? Mika replied, that is easy to deduce. Of course, I am not saying I will create a helper right now. I am just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are very powerful items, and we will refine them to create a sphere. The consequences of failing to refine a high-grade mana crystal could be so powerful that it would blow away an entire domain. But that won't happen before Mika has refined mana too many times already. Without hesitation, he transferred mana into the mana crystal and began refining. The invisible mana veins were gradually revealed inside the crystal. Witnessing this process, Seth could not help but be curious. Are you really going to avoid hundreds of thousands of mana veins inside to refine it? At this moment, Mika needed to concentrate more than ever. He needed to cast an activation spell at all times. As for the allowed amount of mana, there surely would not be a limit. After that, he cast a bunch of spells on the mana crystal. Intricate carvings, mana manipulation, and the curiosity of Seth rose again. How can you reach a level of proficiency that only high-level wizards can possess? But Mika simply replied that it was due to talent and that ring. After hearing this, Seth was speechless. If that is true, then powerful wizards would be wandering around everywhere. Next came the final step. Mika made a small cut on his finger and let his blood drop onto the mana crystal. You just need to transfer a little so it can have your mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, the mana crystal began to change shape and turned into a perfect black sphere. Seth moved closer to observe the sphere and wondered. It has no color at all. Usually, one can identify a person's mana attribute through the color of the sphere. Mika explained at this moment. Well, I do not have that. I am naturally compatible with all types of magic. Its color will change based on the type of magic I use. That is it. When Mika uses the magic sphere, the sphere immediately turns red. At this moment, Mika directs his gaze towards the distant mountain, signaling that misfortune is about to strike there. Sure enough, the next morning Leon mentioned that the entire orc camp on the mountain had been wiped out the night before. That was the camp of a troublesome type of monster. So this is good news, but the problem is the origin of this matter. Loon's father has been trying all morning to find out the cause of this. That was the camp of a troublesome type of monster. So this is good news, but the problem is the origin of this matter. Loon's father has been trying all morning to find out the cause of this, but Leon would never suspect that the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika's indifferent attitude made Leon somewhat suspicious. Why are you so careless? You already knew about this. Wait, was it you? Even though Mika is being choked, he still tries to act nonchalant. The orcs in your territory are quite something. It is truly exasperating dealing with this guy. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, Archbishop Naren is reporting to the Pope. Your Holiness, regarding the prophecy from before, I have announced it just as you requested, but seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope spoke up to ask, is everything not going well? Archbishop Naren continued, yes, I do not think everyone is taking this matter very seriously. The Pope had already guessed that this would happen. Surely there is nothing we can do about it now, because it would set a bad precedent, but a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why do not we keep an eye on it for a little while? By the way, have you found that child Cassandra yet? Naren reported without hesitation. We have not yet found her. Perhaps it is better not to look for her. The Pope said something cryptic at this moment. Prophet whom no one believes is also quite ordinary, and in the worst-case scenario, it could be detrimental to all of us. But I wonder if leaving her be because of those consequences is really the right thing to do. I am not so sure anymore. I do not think we should just let that child's prophecy be. Why do not we wait a little longer? Perhaps we will be able to find at least one person willing to work with us. Let us hope the Lord will respond to our pleas. Back on Micah's side, a lion, after learning the reason they came to the holy capital, felt somewhat dissatisfied. I thought prophecies were no longer trustworthy, and even if they were true, it would still be hard to understand them correctly. A lion thought that was understandable. It is just an uncertain prophecy. even after being interpreted. There are not even any clues indicating that it would come true. And at this point, being a hero offers no significant benefits at all. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To appease Aleem, Micah needed to find a reasonable justification. There are still things to be done. We can establish a relationship with those in the Holy Capital. Aline felt somewhat reassured, and she then asked about the lawless judge, to which Micah responded, there is a way to contact them, so she does not need to worry too much about this. Once we reach the capital, we can handle all those matters. Now, what Mick was most worried about was finding Cassandra's whereabouts. He turned to ask Morden about the investigation into the information earlier. True to his title as the Walpurgis family's butler, Morden had found the information Micah requested. As for the prophet Cassandra, it seems that the Holy Capital has sent someone to search for her location. After hearing this, Micah asked back, so even the Holy Capital has not found her? Morden replied, as of now, that is correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen with some knight down in the Holy Capital. Furthermore, before she disappeared, seems she left a small message. She said, I will wait. Could these words have been left for Micah? Does Cassandra know about Micah's regression identity? After preparing the carriage and horses, the group used teleportation to the capital. Beautiful. Truly speechless. Leon, due to being teleported, kept feeling nauseous. He ran to Micah and complained, the horse and carriage were ready. Why did we have to use teleportation? Of course, because it is faster. Thanks to it, the group arrived at the capital quickly, for the first time in such a luxurious place. Leon felt a bit overwhelmed. Whoa. The capital looks amazing. It really is on a different level compared to other cities. But for wealthy nobles like Micah and Elian, this place did not seem all that special. Is that so? I would not say it is glamorous. But I did not think it would be more than that. Well, you have a point. Leon at this moment could only lament his fate. The bourgeois were astonishing. The dreary appearance of the capital reminded Micah of many memories. As he was preparing to head to the main shrine, a voice suddenly spoke up. Micah looked in that direction, following the direction of the voice. There was a girl in a hood being choked by a tall man. It seemed she had said that he would face retribution, so he was a bit angry. Seeing this girl made Micah feel strange. He immediately used magic to head towards those two strangers. As it turned out, the person Micah was protecting was a man. If it were not for you, he would have been sliced by an armored knight. Micah then ran over and confronted the knight. Are you out of your mind? How dare you draw a sword in the middle of the capital? If you do not want this to escalate further, drop the sword now. Micah's face was extremely serious. You will use magic to suppress immediately if the opponent has any intention of resisting. Just then, the girl from earlier stepped in to stop the knight. Stop it. Sir Alay. Then she turned to Micah and asked, it is a pleasure to meet you. Micah replied, we have never met before. Have we? The girl answered ambiguously. I guess not. Until now. These words caught Micah's attention. Until now. Don't he tell me? She has seen it already. Just then, Loon interrupted his train of thought. Hey, Micah, why do not we leave here first? Look around. Everyone is watching. Micah was also about to leave, but there was something he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man who had been immobilized by Micah, seeing himself being searched, the man continuously threatened. What are you doing? How dare you search someone without my permission? But Micah paid no attention and pulled out a pouch. What do you mean? Why? I am just returning the stolen goods to its owner. The man panicked upon hearing this, continuously claiming it was his. Micah then pulled out a cross necklace from the pouch and held it in front of him. You are not even a priest, and you do not have the mark of loyalty to the kingdom. After hearing that, the man fell silent, unable to say anything more. Micah then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered friendly, Sir Pickpocket, tell that little thief, a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make it clear what I mean. The pickpocket intended to shout Micah's identity but was silenced by him. Micah then returned the pouch to the girl. After thinking for a moment, the girl asked, do you need me to introduce myself to you now? The knight intended to advise against it but was stopped by the girl. It is fine. I foresaw this already. Witnessing this scene, Leon and Alien were puzzled about what was happening. Meanwhile, Morden suddenly poked his head out and said the girl must be a seer. The girl then smiled and introduced herself. That is right. My name is Cassandra. Isn't this the person Micah has been struggling to find? Is this just a coincidence or was it foreseen? In another place, the city sewers. The pickpocket, after escaping, immediately reported to a mysterious man. The man was extremely angry upon hearing this. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought it was just a useless little mage. The pickpocket was now terrified and explained. I am sorry. I tried to get that purse, but that little brat got in my way. The mysterious man, hearing this, grimaced in annoyance. The one who dares to return after failure, and dear me, if it were not for that brat, would I have succeeded? Useless fool. With just a wave of his hand, the darkness seemed to come alive, rushing in to deal with the pickpocket. The pickpocket suddenly remembered Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that remained was a pile of bones. At that moment, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What is happening? The man burst out laughing. Ha! I completely forgot that I have a great sword master by my side. Woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, "Stop laughing and answer me quickly, or I will kill you." The man was not afraid at all. "If you kill me, you will never find her." "Calm down. If you help me with one thing, I will give you the information you desperately want." The woman had no choice but to accept this request, and this matter concerns Mika. It seems danger is approaching him. Back to Mika. After introducing herself, Cassandra expressed her desire. "I have been looking forward to this day. Mika, I have something to discuss with you." "Lord Mika." She then turned to the three companions with Mika. "I apologize, everyone, but this is something only Lord Mika should know." The three immediately understood and found an excuse to leave. Just then, Mika stopped Alien and whispered, "If you encounter a dangerous situation, remember this. Carry him in." It seems you knew something bad was about to happen. After everyone left, Mika's friendly demeanor changed instantly. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Cassandra clenched her fists tightly and gathered all her courage to speak loudly. "I want to ask you something. Have you ever received the blessing of prophecy before?" Since childhood, Cassandra has been able to see events in the future. It came to her like instinct. Accidentally seeing such things is truly not a pleasant experience. At times, she saw the deaths of her friends, and at other times, she saw a carriage being destroyed. Cassandra did her best to prevent that future from happening, but the results were horrifying. The more she tried to prevent death, the more she was forced to witness terrifying incidents happening over and over again. The birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. When she saw that it was the same, out of options, Cassandra had to turn to the Pope. But no one took her prophecies seriously. She endured many things, the terrible pain that no one could share. It was unimaginable. But just when Cassandra was about to give up, one of her prophecies faded and was replaced by the image of her about to meet a man. Mika Walpurgis was her last hope. But Mika's answer was no. "I'm sorry, but I am not a prophet. I have no such talents." Upon hearing this, Cassandra felt deeply saddened. Her last hope was extinguished abruptly. But suddenly Mika continued, "But perhaps I can still help you. I believe what the prophet said. The birth of the Demon King and the fate of the world." Cassandra could not help but shed tears. "How could you trust that?" Mika spread her hands and laughed. "Maybe I am just teasing you. I am a sorceress and I am interested in everything. I also want to see if you can change fate, and whether your prophecy is referring to a future that will come regardless of what happens or not. I am curious about everything related to this matter, and you are the perfect person to help me prove that." Cassandra was utterly astonished to hear this. In the worst-case scenario, I thought I might be laughed at because no one believed my prophecy. So I did not think that he would say that. Even so, I can confidently say one thing, that he truly believes in me. The tears of Cassandra now are tears of happiness. Never in her life has she smiled so brightly. "Ahaha, you are truly strange." "Very well. If you are willing to trust me, then from now on I will trust you as well." On the other side, in the temple, Loon is submitting an application to become a hero to someone there. He is currently blushing furiously. "That is right. I came here to register as a hero, so please get to work quickly." The staff there looked at the application form and asked again. "Father, I understand now, and the one you are with is Leon Hedo 11. Mika Walpurgis." The staff's face looked bored and uninterested. "Is coming with a well-known useless person to apply for a hero any different from a joke? If you came here to fool around, then just leave. We are looking for real heroes." Leon at this moment is so embarrassed that he feels like he wants to disappear. He just hopes Mika gets here as soon as possible. But the person who approached was the woman with the steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. "I know a child has come here. Let me ask you, where is that child now?" Accompanying that question is an overwhelming pressure that makes it hard to breathe. Leon and Alien immediately drew their swords into a fighting stance. Both of them do not know who this woman is, only that she is a master swordsman. The woman repeated the question. "I will ask once more, where is the prophetic child?" Leon immediately realized that the child is Cassandra, but there is no way he could reveal that, so he spoke defiantly. "I do not see any reason to tell you." The woman immediately lunged at incredible speed, grabbing Leon's head and slamming it down hard. "Well, I guess I have to give you a reason." Alien, standing next to him, was also affected by the aftershock and fell far away. Knowing the difference in strength, Alien could only threaten. "This is the temple. You won't escape by doing this in the kingdom's temple." But the woman still had no intention of stopping. "I do not care. They can't possibly know who I am, and if they want to do something to me, they at least have to pay a pretty steep price. Do you think the current emperor would do that for your little lives?" In a dangerous situation, Alien suddenly became smart and witty. "Wait. Cassandra, the prophet we met in Kindle and the one Micah promised to find. Is this really just a coincidence? With no other option?" Alien just shouted the name that Micah had instructed. Yemen. The woman who heard that name seemed to go insane. She shifted her target and pointed the alien's weapon at the sky. "Why do you know that name? Speak quickly." At this moment, the alien was powerless and unable to resist at all. She only hoped that Micah would arrive quickly. Just then, Micah appeared, saying, "That is enough. Lord Milliam, I am the one who has information about that child. Upon hearing this, Milliam immediately turned to ask, "Who are you?" Micah calmly replied, "I come from the Wampurgis clan. Why do not you talk to me instead of venting your anger on those uninvolved?" Upon hearing this, Milliam laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. How naive. Her whole being radiated a terrifying aura directed at Micah. Without hesitation, Micah used a partition spell to increase the number of spells. Thanks to the timely casting of the shield spell, he managed to reluctantly withstand Milliam's attack. Micah knew he could hardly fight back, so he continuously called for peaceful talk. "I just want to talk to you. It is not too late to stop. Why do we have to confront each other like this?" But it seemed that this approach had no effect at all, and since the partition spell only lasts for 5 minutes, Micah had to attack immediately if he did not want to perish. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reaction ability. After dodging all the sword energy and successfully approaching Milliam, he used a gravity spell to deliver a powerful punch. But why would a mage not stand back and instead engage in close combat? It was truly puzzling. Micah's punch collided with Milliam's sword and was instantly knocked back far away. Milliam had not even moved an inch from the beginning, while Leon was trying to look up as loud as he could. "Be careful. He even acts like he is not a knight anymore. You should fall back and wait for reinforcements from the temple." Milliam stood still and raised his sword straight up to the sky. A massive amount of aura surrounded the sword and then fell down with a devastating blow. "You are the one who jumped in to challenge me. Then show me your abilities." Faced with this attack, Micah knew he could not avoid it, so he chose to stand still, but he had no intention of accepting death. Just before the attack hit him, Zed activated the report. A gigantic mana vortex suddenly erupted and enveloped Micah. Although he managed to withstand the deadly attack, the massive amount of mana released suddenly caused Micah to suffer internal injuries and cough up blood. But this was not the time to worry. Milliam was incredibly surprised to see that Micah was still alive. "How could you neutralize that attack?" Micah now stood firmly and said, "It is a secret. Everyone must have their own secrets." Right. Milliam saw Micah's appearance and immediately thought of the poisonous snake Marquis. Of course, a son must resemble his father. Otherwise people would say he is the neighbor's child, and that would be a disaster. After a while of fighting, Milliam finally calmed down and sheathed his sword. "Fine. I acknowledge your talent. I do not want to waste any more time. Let us get to the point. After you learned that name." Micah replied, "It was just a coincidence. He is a boy who is currently struggling, and it seems like he is heading somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going and what he was doing." Milliam could not contain his emotions and moved closer. "Where is he going?" The boy said he was heading somewhere. But how could Micah speak so easily? "I won't give you any information without something in return. Moreover, I do not think he wants you to know where he is going." Milliam stepped forward, placed his hand on Micah's shoulder, and earnestly pleaded, "Nevertheless, I am determined to find that child." Micah continued, "I understand. That matter is very important. But you should know one more thing before you want to find that child. Do you think about how that child feels when he seems to be trying to avoid you?" Milliam was astonished at these words, his eyes wide. Meanwhile, in another place, the rat-faced man was looking at the captured children and evaluating them. "Why do they look like this? How can they be sold at a high price like this?" The underling immediately explained. "But perhaps the customers wanting obedient slaves would be satisfied with them." But he did not have time to finish his sentence before receiving a punch to the stomach and falling to the ground. "You fool. You can find those kinds of people in the alleys. Do you really think those rich people want them to look like this? They are the wealthy who want to force stubborn people into submission. If I were in a bad mood, I would have thrown you to the darkness." The fortunate underling who escaped with his life kept bowing his head in thanks. The rat-faced man at this moment wore a wicked smile. "That is right. I am currently in a good mood because I have secured the great swordsman for myself. Although I said I would give her information, I did not specify what information. She does not even realize that her child was behind these bars. Carryman. I never thought that child would be connected to the lawless judge." Just then, a frantic underling rushed in to report. The rat-faced man immediately asked for information about the prophet upon seeing him. The underling stammered as he reported, "Regarding the female prophet, boss, I think she is in the shrine." Upon hearing this news, the smile of the rat-faced man instantly vanished. At the shrine, Archbishop Ackley, after hearing the story from Micah, asked in panic, "Are the underground forces in the capital targeting the prophet?" Micah was extremely serious at this moment. "That is right. They intend to seize all her prophecies to serve their own purposes. But it seems that Ackley still does not believe it. Even if they are not educated properly, I still do not think they would do such things to oppose the empire." Micah continued, "What if I said they are not just an ordinary crime gang?" Ackley was startled to hear this. "Do you mean they are related to heresy? I wonder if you have any evidence. If you accuse someone of being a heretic without proof." At that moment, Milliam stepped forward. "I will explain." Ackley was not very pleased at this point. "Lord Milliam, you have tried to corner the prophet of the empire." Millie had no intention of making any excuses. "If not for Lord Micah stopping me, I would have already acted. That is why I will help you against the underground forces." "That is right. I will help you eliminate the leader of the underground forces, the sewer rat. Hearing a swordsman say that, Ackley began to believe Mika's words. Have you found something? Milliam then mentioned that the strength of the sewer rat is to control the darkness. Upon hearing this, Ackley asked in astonishment, "Wait, did you just say darkness?" Milliam said seriously, "Because you are one of the few archbishops in the Empire. You must understand the significance of that." Ackley gritted his teeth and mentioned a name, the Vile Lord. Mika then spoke up, "That is right, one of the 12 monsters following the Demon King. Currently, the Vile Lord is hiding in the capital." Ackley was shocked and fell to the ground. "Are you sure? If the Demon King's subordinates really exist, that is a serious problem." Mika then sat down and looked directly into the Archbishop's eyes and asked, "Let me ask you a question. The prophet predicted the birth of the Demon King. Don't you think an Archbishop should know that?" At this moment, Ackley was rendered speechless. This reaction was also something Mika had anticipated. Surely he has nothing more to say. If he opposes me, he is also opposing the entire Empire. The Demon Lord's subordinates, who have long been considered to have disappeared, are still hiding in the capital, an area under his responsibility, and he does not realize that this easily tarnishes his reputation. Mika then spoke, "Allow me to handle this issue for you. I will take down the Vile Lord along with Lord Milam. I just need you to promise one thing." Archbishop Ackley still did not understand Mika's intention in wanting to get involved in this murky situation, so he asked again, "What do you mean?" Mika immediately replied, "The hero selection. I think asking for this is not too much, right? Even if it is just his avatar. Taking down the Vile Lord would be enough to be honored as a hero." After careful consideration, Ackley made his decision. He covered a brush with magic power and began to write, "I swear by the name of the Archbishop, if the avatar of the Vile Lord exists and the day to take him down comes, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero." The promise was then written by the brush and would be held by Mika. After receiving assurance, Mika and the team began their journey to eliminate the troublesome monarch. As soon as they left the shrine, Milliam thanked Mika. "Thanking you. If you had not helped me, he would still be taking advantage of me. And if you informed Lindell's child about that name, then he already knows about my situation." Mika replied, "My knowledge comes from what I gathered through our brief conversation. For example, how you were almost exploited by the rat." Milliam then stopped, clenched her fists tightly, and asked, "Let me ask you a question. Do you think you will find my son?" As a holy swordsman, Milliam needed to prioritize eliminating the troublesome monarch first. But as a mother, finding her son was more important to her than anything else, even if it meant the fate of this world. Mika then turned to ask, "If I say yes, what will you do?" Without hesitation, Milliam drove her sword into the ground and knelt before Mika. "I do not want to engage in a pointless mental struggle, especially regarding my child. Then allow me to speak plainly. If you find my son and I can restore my close relationship with him, then I will gladly offer my sword in honor to you. This is a matter of honor. There is a widow who lost her husband in a lawless area, and the culprits behind these murders are a group of rats." Even after successfully avenging, her heart remained filled with hatred, and she wanted to find out the reason behind her husband's death. What she realized was the lawlessness. She thought that since no laws were enforced in this land, monsters could rampage freely, which is why there were so many victims, and since no one could stop her, she became the punisher of the lawless. That is the past of the lawless judge, and now she would do anything to ensure that tragedy would not repeat itself with her son. On the side of the rat, after hearing the news, he angrily punched a hole in the wall. "Damn it. I can't believe that Brat 1 Purges has caused me so much trouble. Everything is going off course. I should escape from here first." Just then, his shadow transformed into a monster and spoke. "No, eat. Damn it. This is likely the troublesome monarch lending the rat the power to control the darkness." But the rat had no intention of obeying and staying here to die. "Now is not the time. I have to wait for another opportunity." The shadow then tightly grabbed the rat's leg. Violation. Compromise. The rat struggled to break free. "So what? Compromise or whatever. My life must come first." Just then, a subordinate reported that this place was under attack and the sword was about to strike. Upon hearing this, the rat became extremely anxious. If he stayed here, he would not be able to escape, but he had underestimated the power of the demon. If he violated the compromise, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately rushed to seize the rat and merged into one with him. The troublesome monarch decided to join the battle personally. Meanwhile, each of Chanting's subordinates is being mercilessly slaughtered. None can withstand a single strike from the lawless judge. Witnessing this swordsmanship, Alien realizes that this is exactly what he will pursue. Mika, seeing Milliam's power, is not too surprised either. He knows well that she has not unleashed her full strength because after all, this is a formidable opponent. But that does not mean Mika lets down his guard. He realizes that the source of the deception is Chut Kong, or in other words, the embodiment of the vile ruler. After seizing Chut Kong's body, the vile ruler has fully descended. The first thing he does is assess this body. It is not impressive at all. Hoo. If that is the case, I guess I need to eat a little more. I thought eating the flesh of the celestial being would be enough, but it belongs to Asa. I can't believe I am sensing the presence of that detestable Asa in this place. I will just keep eating more and recover my memories. It seems the person he mentioned is Seth, who is next to Mika. The more he eats now, the stronger he will become. At this moment, he smiled wickedly and looked towards the prison cells behind him. I just came up with this idea. People are usually very responsible towards children. I should take advantage of that sentiment. In the meantime, Alien has also joined the battle. While fighting, she continuously learned the fighting style of the sword Saint Millium. This won't do. I have to become even more unpredictable. This goes against Lindel's teachings. But I do not know what to do. I can't stop thinking about it, lost in thought. Alien did not care about the condition of her sword or her body. After a while of fighting, she could barely hold on and coughed up blood. The unstable sword also caused the blade in her hand to crack. At that moment, Milliam spoke up after observing everything and everyone present. The son of Park Slope has become a swordsman now, and he is training with methods that suit him. But I think you are different from him. Upon hearing this, Alien immediately bowed. I sincerely ask you, please teach me the swordsmanship. Alien understood that this was a rare opportunity for her and could not miss it, and it seemed this was Mika's intention in bringing her here. Milliam accepted the request. All right. Follow me. I can teach you a lot. Although Alien was very happy, she was worried about Mika, who still had the troublesome Chuk Kong to deal with. Milliam saw this and said, do not worry, that kid will manage just fine. On Mika's side, there would also be some concern for his situation. Will you be okay? Earlier, battling with the Sword Saint has already pushed you a bit too far. At this moment, Mika was touching the ground and using magic to probe the area. After probing, Mika showed some signs of worry. I am a bit curious about what he is doing. And he is indeed doing what we predicted. The despicable monarch is currently at the hiding place of the children, and surely eating children won't bring him any benefits. That is right, he is keeping them as hostages, and the Chuk Kong is completely turned into a guard. He is thoroughly enjoying the sounds of pain and despair from the children. He sat arrogantly on a chair and waited for his opponent to challenge him. Upon seeing Mika, he sneered. Finally showing up, Mika calmly replied, I am sorry for keeping you waiting so long. The despicable gentleman laughed casually. No, it is fine. Watching the kids struggle in pain is quite entertaining. I am quite lucky to witness this. That is right. All the commanders of the Demon King are like this. Mika is too used to this, so he won't be provoked by it. The arrogant monarch, seeing that the taunting strategy had no effect, continued to speak. I thought I would just eat that little oracle. But unexpectedly, there is another teammate following along. Thanks to you, I will be able to increase my power faster. After hearing this, Mika crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing disdain. So what? The arrogant monarch was astonished to see that. What could make that guy so confident in himself? The divine artifact of Asaha. No, that guy has already used it. After observing for a while, he thought Mika was just bluffing. Then he raised his hand and used dark power. Now my meal is here. It seems I do not need those things anymore. Following the direction of his hand, Mika realized that it was where the children were being held. He immediately used a shield spell to block the countless dark hands reaching toward him. The arrogant monarch smirked at this. You please me. You will be a useful pawn for me. Mika then asked Seth to protect the children and not to worry about himself. Although Seth was worried, he decided to follow Mika's instructions. Seeing Mika lose Seth's protection, the arrogant monarch immediately unleashed dark power. Oh ho. So you are giving up the protection of your teammate. How foolish. Countless dark tentacles rushed to attack Mika, but Mika quickly moved to the center to avoid the attack. During this time, he calmly analyzed the opponent's power. His darkness transformed freely. However, it was definitely weaker than before my regression. The arrogant monarch attacked directly, but he immediately launched the next attack. Let us see how long you can dodge like a rat. Seeing this, Mika used multitasking magic to start counterattacking. First, he used Wayne Slash to cut off all the tentacles, leaving the opponent extremely astonished. You can block all of them. I can't use the children as hostages. The battle is tense and I can't lose focus. But I wonder how long you can hold out without the protection of your teammates. The darkness now grew larger and transformed into monstrous mouths to devour Mika. Mika immediately used teleportation and acceleration to dash beside the opponent, but the arrogant monarch was not surprised at all and laughed loudly. How foolish. You think shortening the distance will give you an advantage. He immediately controlled a tentacle to stab through Mika's shoulder, but it was all part of Mika's plan. He grabbed the demon's head and began to recite the hymn of compassion aloud. Be kind and give. Remember the sincere hearts, the fleeting shadows of those who have made brief appearances, and the footprints that are left long and eternal. The demon, as if furious, screams in pain with all its strength. He could never have imagined that a mortal would know of this. The hymn of the dead has long been forgotten. Even if only a little, the Demon King has always kept an eye on this world, and whenever that happens, heroes emerge. The heroes who have written a hymn to seal away the cunning foes. The hymn must be engraved into their souls. Before returning, Mika had never had the chance to use the hymn because the demons were highly alert, but now everything is different. After reading the hymn, Mika declares, "This will be your end, vile ruler." Bil-Jabop, the revelation of his true name leaves the demon utterly astonished. It should be known that the people of this era have almost forgotten the Demon King and his subordinates, but he will never know the reason why. Mika simply clenches his fist, and he disintegrates into a pile of pitch-black dust. Set, witnessing this scene, is extremely startled. He has vanished, and she cannot believe that one of the Demon King's 12 loyal subordinates was so easily wiped out. Shocked. The children are all fine, but that is not what he should be asking. More importantly, he has just wiped him out without using much strength at all. When a demon general is wiped out, they will cause a terrible disaster. Just as Set said, the remains of the demon have transformed into the shape of a bizarre giant heart with eyes and a mouth. This is continuously exuding a terrifying aura. The eyes are staring at Mika while the mouth produces a voice. How foolish. Do you think killing me is enough? You have brought a disaster to this world with your arrogance and foolishness. But Mika smiles brightly and shows no signs of worry. Do you really think I am stupid enough to kill without any preparation? Mika then uses chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. The demon sees this and scoffs. A spell. Haha, it is useless. Before you are a level 8 mage or higher, no matter what you do, you cannot stop my curse. Mika is completely confident in himself. That is only true when I do not fully understand the curse. Considering that you intend to stop it, the curse of a demon general is completely different from an ordinary curse. Even if you do. Mika interrupted, the symbol of the Demon King's only enemy. I also have this. Mika knelt on the ground, both hands touching the magic circle he just drew. The mark on his neck also glowed. A massive amount of mana was instantly released, illuminating the magic circle. Witnessing this scene, he was astonished. Are you really going to use it? Don't tell me you mastered the holy relic in such a short time. What Mika is doing is analyzing the curse. Essentially, curse is also a type of spell, and the primal source of all types of spells is their shape and form. Just like in mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. If the process is reversed, what will happen? The spell will return to its original state. As time passed, the demon became smaller and smaller. At this moment, it was confused and wondered, what is this person doing? It is just a futile effort, but those words did not deter Mika. Completely undoing the curse must be impossible. So doing this is enough. We just need to weaken the curse. The rest should not be a significant problem for her. The person Mika mentioned is the Holy Sword Millium, who is preparing outside. Feeling that death is imminent, the demon decides to take one last risk and drag everyone down with it. Seeing this, Mika instructed to use a storm to wrap around the demon. The demon then exploded, releasing a deadly curse, but the curse was enveloped by holy mana and could not escape. With this much, the holy sword should be able to handle it easily. At this moment, Mika moved forward, and when asked by Seth what he wanted to do, he smiled. I want to confirm a few things. It is rare to have the opportunity to experience a demon's curse firsthand. It will be quick, before the curse disappears. As soon as he finished speaking, Mika stepped straight into the curse despite Seth's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, Butler Modern stood with his arms crossed, observing the curse from a distance along with the Holy Sword Millium. It is pitiful. It seems my house has pushed that guy too hard. Millium clicked his tongue. Indeed. I was wondering where you had been hiding all this time. Turns out you were at Wampurge's house, but it seems Modern has no intention of admitting it. Hee. I do not know what you are talking about. How could I be related to someone so esteemed? Milliam said he had heard that Modern knew how to handle the next situation, but Modern only said he heard it from the young master. That is all he knew. Milliam then wondered if Mika knew about him. Even Modern himself was curious about that. But now there is something more pressing to worry about. Why do not we deal with this first? Use your ki to bind it, as I instructed. Milliam had no doubts and cooperated seamlessly with Modern. This reminded her of some past memories. With the cooperation of the two, a brilliant light enveloped the curse and crushed it immediately, and so the traces of the abominable lord completely vanished. The next day, the evil Bishop Aglay took Mika's place and laughed heartily. Haha. Well done. To be honest, I did not expect things to go this smoothly. After everything, Bil-Jabop, the 7th general of the Demon King's army, has been eradicated. Everything happened in silence, under the peaceful glass dome of the capital. But this was enough to serve as a warning to the army about the lurking danger of demons. While Aglay was busy thanking, Mika reminded him of their previous promise. Aglay then returned to a serious demeanor. Do you mean the hero selection? Of course, I will publicly support you to become a hero. However, before that, do you know the Empire has its eyes on someone already? Personally, I will definitely support you, but I think you should also be cautious in every situation. Upon hearing this, Mika appeared annoyed. He knows all too well. How could I forget him? Siegfried Sigurd. Yes. That idiot. After dealing with everything, Mika left the temple. As soon as you reached the door, you immediately saw Alien standing there. Thank you for helping us get this far. The master said that he will leave soon, as there is someone he must find at all costs. Upon hearing this, Mika encouraged him, saying that she should follow him to learn well. Alien hesitated at this moment. Yes, that is why I came here to say goodbye. Mika. I apologize. Even though the engagement is something we both did not want, we could have tried to accept it, But I did not do so. If you accept my apology, I hope that our relationship will improve from now on. Seeing Mika smile, Alien blushed deeply. What are you laughing at? What is going on? Mika laughed and said, no, that is not it. As I mentioned before, I no longer have any feelings for you. So just be yourself. These words helped Alien relieve the burden in his heart. She could now smile brightly facing Mika. Then, perhaps this is the place where our confrontation begins. Right, just wait and see. I will catch up to you soon. After saying goodbye to Alien, Milliam also came to meet Mika. Have you finished talking with my student? Mika had prepared in advance for this conversation. Yes. I heard you will leave soon, so I came to fulfill my promise. I will tell you where your son is, in the Holy Kingdom. The high priest was shocked upon hearing the news. That despicable ruler was found in the capital. This can't be. What is happening? I thought the appearance of that great evil would cause catastrophic damage. A high bishop then stated, it is quite obvious. But he has been eliminated. The Pope looked puzzled upon hearing this. He did not think anyone could do that before the disaster occurred. The High Bishop continued. It seems he died less than a day after appearing. According to High Bishop Alien, this was done by one person. This is a letter from High Bishop Alien. The Pope read the letter carefully after receiving it. Basically, the Lord of the Walpurgis had single-handedly defeated the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by High Bishop Alien. Not to mention, the girl Cassandra as well. Oh ho. This is hard to believe. Doesn't that make him a hero? Back in the capital, Mika was still talking with Medium. Mang does not like the way you handle things. That is why he chose to walk his own path, instead of joining the vigilante army. He wants to become a saint. How could that kid escape from the sewer rats? The answer is very simple. He has joined a certain force that even the sewer rats cannot touch. That is the Condor Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing this name, Medium was extremely surprised. The Protectors of Freedom. He has joined them. Condor is a large mercenary corps established on the idea of freedom. It is not easy for a mercenary corps to be recognized for its honor. However, they are very different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps, respected by both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. Micah stepped closer and continued. You know about them, right? Once you become part of Condor, you must give up your old name and take on a new one. You must find the Condor Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Tun was very happy to hear about her son, but Medium hesitated for a long time. But is it really the right thing to look for the boy? Micah asked back, what do you mean? You have been looking for him for a long time, Medium said sadly. If the boy really needs my help, then there is no need to think about it. But, he has chosen his own path. He does not want to be like me. What I do only hurts the boy. I am not a mother fulfilling my duty. I am not sure if I have the right to look for him anymore. I am very troubled now. Micah stepped closer and grabbed Medium's hand. You should think about that after you find him first. You should talk to him first. As for his choice, that can come later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is my special medicine. It should be helpful for your son. Keep it safe until you give it to him. Medium felt a surge of courage after hearing these encouraging words. She held the vial tightly in her hand and was determined not to give up. You are right. I should not give up like that. Thank you, young Master Walpurgis. One day I will repay this favor. After saying that, Medium left in the beautiful glow of the capital. Alien also accompanied her to practice his swordsmanship. Now, Mika has to comfort the remaining member of the group. Do I really need to be here? Why do you look so down? Being under Medium's command, Loon was curled up in a corner crying softly. On the contrary, I am completely powerless against her. I could not do anything in the recent incident. Yet she still does not show any sign of Jack. I do not even deserve to feel disappointed anymore. Mika did not fully agree with that, but he could not let such things demoralize Leon. Mika threw a transmission string to Leon and said, this is a symbol of your efforts to help everyone in the recent battle. We have already passed the first challenge. Now it is time for the mission. Loon was puzzled after hearing that. Mission. Wait, was not our agreement just to go to the capital? Mika used a provocation tactic. Did not you hear what I just said? I guess I need to reassess my judgment. That is why you should follow me. Don't he tell me that a future sword is letting such trivial matters get him down. Being praised as a future sword made Liam blush with joy. Who do you think I am? Just then, Morden, standing beside them, spoke up. The young master is right. I am sure that thing will be very useful to you. Isn't it that the meaning of challenging oneself to become a hero, acting all cool like that? But when Mika asked where he had been all this time, Morden switched to actor mode. Oh, I just ran into some old acquaintances and ended up chatting with them too long. Ha ha ha. Just then, Cassandra appeared out of nowhere. It is important to have a trustworthy companion. It seems that you have received support from the evil archbishop. He is a very influential person, so he will be able to help us a lot. So now I am thinking about helping you on your journey ahead. Perhaps it is time for me to return after a period of rest. What do you think about getting the help of the parish prophet? Would this be beneficial for you on your journey ahead? And so the team has added a prophet slot. Micah is getting closer to preparing for the battle with the Demon King. 4 days later. After resting, Micah's wounds had mostly healed. In the battle with the Demon General, he had used himself as bait, and if the wounds had been just a little deeper, he would have been dead by now. Micah understood that he needed to achieve level 6 magic as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the demon army would not be as weak as the main demon lord. At this moment, Seth suddenly spoke up, asking, "There is something I have wanted to ask you for a long time. What are you? I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you truly trust me, should not I know these things?" After hearing this, Micah thought, she has a point. Trust is built on how well you understand the other party. However, I do not think it is a good idea to tell her that I have traveled back in time. Even if Seth does not tell anyone else about this, I still have to be very careful. That is right, I will say it this way. After a moment of thought, Micah answered this question. She is not the only one guarding the tomb of Asado. Seth was a bit skeptical, so he asked back, "Really? But was not I the first person you met?" Micah confidently continued, "There is one exception. The record of those." When Seth heard this name, he was extremely surprised. "Wait, you mean the record still exists to this day?" Micah replied without hesitation. "Yes, that is right." Basically, Micah was not just bluffing since he had actually absorbed the record of those before traveling back in time. Those was also a tome that his group had once conquered. As for those, there was a strange record that had been disseminated into the world, known as the record of those. Although this sounds plausible, Micah's experiences are truly unbelievable. Seth then asked Mika about the next tome, but Micah's current goal is to become a hero first. The tome is near the parish. You can conveniently sweep through it. If you plan carefully, you can avoid dangers as much as possible. After clarifying his doubts, Mika asked Seth, "Speaking of which, there is something I am unclear about regarding the record. What is the true nature of the entity we call a god?" Currently, the god of the continent is Hika, the god of wisdom. In the previous life, before the Tome of Asa was discovered, Hika was the only known god. Seeing Seth lost in thought, Mika asked further, "Is it true that there are only 2 gods in this world? If Asa is so great, why do not we know more about them?" At this moment, Seth only spoke a few vague sentences. "The amount of information I can share with you now is very limited. Let us just call it an unfortunate tragedy." From this information, it seems that Seth also knows what happened to Hika. Mika asked one more question. "So I guess you won't tell me what will happen if I collect enough sacred artifacts, will you?" Seth did not deny this. It is indeed the case. That is also why Mathos does not provide additional information beyond the essentials. But Micah only needs to know this much. It is as it is now. After changing clothes, Micah went outside and talked to Leon about staying here for a while. "The reason is that your act of defeating a demon must have spread throughout the kingdom, and surely your father has learned this information. When Mika arrived here, she did not inform her father, and soon he will come here and punish you." After hearing this, Loon excitedly grabbed Mika's collar. "Wait, are you saying he already knows? The most powerful archmage of the kingdom. Your father has already guessed it. Are you crazy? What about me? I am here with you. This is not good. Hopefully, we can escape in time, but it might be too late." As soon as Mika saw the dark clouds gathering in the sky, she immediately used the multitasking shield. Thanks to that, both of them were able to survive a gigantic lightning strike. Leon was astonished, his mouth agape, wondering what was happening, but Mika calmly looked into the distance and smiled, saying, "That is how Wamperges asks others. It is nice to meet you, home." Marcus then stepped out from the dust, his entire body radiating an ominous aura as he pointed his finger. "Shut up, boy. It is amusing how these 2 father and son inquire about each other." Meanwhile, Ackley was sipping his coffee while lamenting to himself, "I never thought that I would be the one to select a hero, but now that the demon general has appeared, I cannot sit idly by. Micah Wamperges, I cannot find anyone more deserving of the title of hero." Just then, a tremor shook the earth and sky. Ackley thought the demons were attacking and was extremely alarmed. At this moment, a subordinate rushed over in a panic to report, "Your Excellency, the Marquis Wamperges is using magic to attack his son." Back on Micah's side, he was running as fast as he could to avoid being killed by his father. They were mostly lightning spells, perfect for quick cooldowns and low energy consumption. He surely does not want me to get hurt. Just as expected from his father, he had studied magic very thoroughly and maximized his strengths while running. Micah said, "I respect you a lot, father." This only made the Marquis even angrier. "What did I just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should not just take the hits." Right after that, a thick layer of lightning enveloped Micah's shoulders, but Micah remained undaunted and used teleportation to evade all attacks. When a bolt of lightning was about to strike his back, it was blocked by a sacred artifact. After escaping the thick bolts of lightning, Micah turned around to face his father. "Do you really think I am aiming for the position of a hero just for fun?" The Marquis did not deny it. Seeing that, Micah continued, "This generation of heroes is very different. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the Demon Lord's commanders?" The Marquis did not seem to care much about this issue. "I have heard, but is it really that serious? I think it is just propaganda from the parishes to attract attention." But Micah was extremely serious. "What if I said it is not just fabricated propaganda?" The Marquis immediately became serious. "Recount the details I heard." After hearing the story, the Marquis cautiously asked again, Are you saying that one of the commanders of the Demon Lord's army, the terrifying overlord, has appeared? It seemed he still did not fully believe this. Micah then continued, the demon general's appearance is real, and he died in a situation where some heroes surrounded him. After hearing this, the Marquis tilted his head and asked, son, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? How could that be? This sounds ridiculous. Just then, Ackley stepped forward. It is true. My lord, do you remember me? I believe I met you about a year ago. The Marquis was still skeptical. What do you mean when you say it is the truth? Has the poet found that newly emerged hero yet? Ackley smiled brightly, excited about Mika standing next to him. Yes, a hero has appeared there. And specifically, that person is standing right in front of you. The Marquis immediately froze. I only see my foolish son. At that moment, he noticed the mark on Mika's neck. Just as I thought. You showed me some interesting things before, did not you? Is it related to the appearance of the demon general? Micah smiled brightly. I knew you would find out. Seeing his son admit, the Marquis used instant teleportation to confirm. After a moment, the Marquis returned. I checked the density of demonic energy in the capital. I admit it feels like a demon general could appear there, but a hero. It does not fit the name Wamperges. Just as Micah predicted, since the Wamperges family is not very keen on religious issues, Micah then began to explain. Dear father, the reason the title of hero is no longer used is that we are not in danger from the demon king. However, what if the prophecy becomes true? The title of hero will only appear again when humanity has a prediction about the catastrophic disaster caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever. It will help the forces withstand different powers to stand up against the Demon King. But the Marquis stubbornly discouraged him. The old men of the church are not people you can easily outsmart. What you say is not something that can happen easily. At this moment, Micah activated the sacred artifact storm, leaving the Marquis in complete astonishment. Ekel was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Do not say it is divine power. Micah was now enveloped in radiant divine power. No matter how crafty or skeptical they may be, it all becomes useless, because you have a god by your side. With this, the churches and various forces will have to be cautious and reconsider your appearance. You also have the right to choose teammates to accompany you in the battle against this demon horde. When asked if he had chosen any teammates, Micah pointed at Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. There is someone here. Leon froze in place upon seeing this. Where am I? Who is this? The Marquis could not help but mock. Son, his eyes are saying that he is not the one. Micah smiled brightly at Leon. No, it is really him. I promised him that there would be an astonishing gift, which is to accompany me in this battle. Leon immediately understood the situation and coordinated with Micah. That is right, to accompany him is an honor for me. He is someone who can withstand the demon horde. He is not foolish enough to blindly do something without thinking thoroughly. I am sure you understand him better than I do. Right. Hearing this, the Marquis remembered what had happened in the past. He could completely trust this son of his. He then asked the evil archbishop who was sitting on the ground, do you think you can be by my son's side in this battle, instead of being by the church's side? The archbishop replied without hesitation. The evil archbishop can swear to the Lord. Receiving this confirmation, the Marquis could finally feel at ease. He stood up and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Mika, do what you want. I will not stop you anymore. Gaining his father's trust, Mika felt even more confident about the upcoming journey. This time, he would defeat the Demon King and change the tragic future. The next day, Leon pushed the door into Mika's room and shouted, hand it over. I am sure you said you would give me something. Right, he may look dull, but Liam will definitely be a reliable teammate. Mika pointed and told Leon to lie down first. Then he used his hand to write a spell line, putting Leon into a trance. Oh, I mean a deep sleep. From now on, reflect and feel yourself. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Leon gradually closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he discovered he was in a desolate and dark place. Leon stopped, confused about where he had ended up. A voice whispered, hello, old lady, softly from behind him. You can see it too. This place is just an illusion. Or it could also be called a world within one's subconscious. A creature with a face as dark as the 30th night said. Leon knew that meant this place was not real. The creature suddenly sprang up as if scalding water had been splashed on its groin, aggressively drawing a sword and charging toward Leon. Leon's eyes widened in fear, struggling to fend off the beast. Realizing it was incredibly strong, in a panic, Leon's sword pierced through it. He was terrified, and before his eyes, everything turned into an undefined void, causing Leon to be utterly scared. The monster had somehow appeared behind him, its expression provocative as if it had just come to watch for fun. Third time's the charm. Leon switched to alert mode and approached it. This time, it would not fool him again. Without a moment's hesitation, the spiritual energy from within Leon shot toward the monster. At that moment, it was unguarded and exposed all its weaknesses. Far too arrogant indeed. Whoever is cautious. The sword had not even touched a hair on the monster before Leon was struck, spitting blood and collapsing helplessly. You think I was too arrogant and did not defend myself? Right, you still do not realize my method of training. Do you? It is to die and repeat. The monster stepped on Leon, boasting loudly. A moment later, Leon woke up from his dream. He wanted Micah to quickly bring him back there but was immediately stopped by Micah, who warned him not to rush. You need to review how you fought in the last attempt and experiment with other strategies before making the next attempt, Micah said, and Leon felt like tearing his hair out, as he did not even know what kind of monster he had just faced. That was you in the future, Micah thought to himself. Without saying anything further, Micah told Leon to rest up for the departure to Paris the next day. I am thinking of visiting a few more places on the way to Paris. Let us make a trip to the Enchanted Forest, Micah suggested. The next morning, they were all gathered there. After contacting Helen's group, Micah took them there not only for the World Tree but also to open 1 or 2 portals. The first thing is to get into the Enchanted Forest. In this place where they have dogs eating chicken and stones, Micah noticed the roots of the World Tree were currently exposed above the ground. The roots of the World Tree surround this entire world. No matter which direction the roots lie, they tend to connect to the origin. Based on the current state, Micah guessed that the condition of the World Tree was deteriorating. Micah clasped his hands together, wanting to try a gamble by using magic to follow the roots and see what would happen. Before Micah was reborn, the World Tree had withered away. Before the Fairy Queen could save the World Tree, she had died at the hands of a high demon. But now, Micah and his group needed to do everything they could to save this world, and that is how the 8th Fairy Queen, Jiha Friso, joined Micah's group. She communicated with a high entity like the World Tree, bringing forth memories that were not pleasant at all, Micah thought. Standing there, the voice of that green-haired girl was chattering away. Her soul and Micah's were bound together. Otherwise, she would not have bothered coming to this place. Micah quietly asked for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a branch that directly connects to Asa. To elaborate further, the World Tree is a living being, while we are the sacrifices. Set's voice was calm. Thus, the guardians of the tomb are the sacrifices, while beings like the World Tree are the remaining survivors. Perhaps I will understand more about this later, Micah thought. Before the World Tree, a bright light suddenly appeared, and Jiha Friso, the spirit of the World Tree, also appeared, speaking to Ask Mika. She also recognized Set since he had previously been acknowledged by a certain light and even protected Jiha Friso's sister. Micah was currently holding Tatsu's records, which made her speculate that this might be related to the Demon Lord or similar entities. Ji Friso's complexion turned pale here as everything unfolded just as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity had left extremely serious consequences. As she spoke, her body suddenly crumbled into fragments and gradually disappeared like foam, leaving behind the remaining body of the Demon Lord, which was incredibly difficult to deal with. If only I could completely annihilate them, perhaps things would be different, Ji Friso said. Now Mika understood why the World Tree was being destroyed. Was she enduring it alone? That thing has almost brought destruction to this entire realm. Mika asked her, if expressed in the way humans often say, I have voluntarily drunk poison with a 100% mortality rate. I am sure it will completely kill me within 4 days. It would be better if we considered that I have completed my task, but until then, I still have some time left, Ji Friso replied. I understand now. So the remnants of the Demon Lord have not completely distorted your mind yet. Then we still have a chance, Micah said softly. Before Micah was reincarnated, Ji Friso had decided to take the path of convergence with the remnants of the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord waited for the moment she would leave this world, and he invaded it just that time. This means that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. But now it is different. We need to eliminate them before they reach your roots in the remaining 4 days. I will definitely restore you completely, Micah confidently told Ji Friso. The book also advised Ji Friso to trust Mika. Ji Friso was still with shock and had not had time to feel moved when Mika made her feel cold upon hearing Micah say she wanted to be compensated first. I do not need this for my own benefit, but to resolve the whole matter, Micah thought. Saying that, he pointed his finger to the sky, indicating that among all the scenes of the World Tree, Micah wanted the oldest and best scene of Ji Friso. The elf was kneeling before the World Tree, pleading for guidance on how to save it. My child. Some call me the Holy Mother. Some call me the World Tree. The darkness is closing in on us. But it is not too late yet. There is a young man who shares my light. If you accompany him, there is hope he will illuminate us. Just after the World Tree finished speaking, a warm, deep voice echoed from behind him, and it was none other than our Micah. Micah led the elf through the familiar path. Even after the forest had been ravaged and there was no one left, this path remained unchanged. Micah guessed that it was time for him to change the fate of the current Elven King. Even though he was old, he was not useless. Keeping him alive brought many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the unsealed remnants of the Demon King, but Micah was determined not to let him die that way. By the way, did you come here alone? It is not that I do not trust you, but this forest is not easy to enter and exit, the elf said. Those out there do not follow the usual rules. Micah responded with a smile, turning to the distant courtier who was rushing over, informing him that there was an intruder. Micah pursed his lips. After waiting a long time, they finally arrived. In the sky at that moment, there were 4 amorphous flying objects being chased away by the villagers. and he thought who it could be, only to find it was Leon and his friends. Mikey intended to scold them but was instead met with their complaints, claiming that Mika was the one who abandoned them first, making him have to turn off the signal. The old butler sternly demanded that Mika take responsibility for all the sins of his subordinates. Okay, if you like it, I will oblige. Mika immediately had him bound right away to avoid a headache. As for the World Tree branch, Mika informed them that he had already received an advance payment, but still needed their help. A little while later, the elf led everyone to the elven palace, where his father was. Elves and fairies had coexisted since ancient times, and the being who held the title of Elven King was chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, the fairy was recognized by all elves, and this is where the Elven King and all the fairies live. For the fairies, this is the most sacred place. A few elves flew out from the bushes, rubbing their cheeks against Micah's face affectionately. They usually are not this friendly to outsiders. Indeed, you are the representative of the World Tree, the elf said. As they reached the main hall, the elf opened the door, and before them stood the Elven King with a magnificent and charismatic presence. Micah bowed respectfully and said, "Please do not be surprised, Father. The World Tree has appeared before us in a moment," the elf said. Upon hearing this, the Elven King was stunned for a few seconds, wanting his son to prove that it was true. Just as the elf was in doubt, Micah patted his shoulder with a confident smile spreading across his face. A second later, the Elven King was astonished to see Micah pull out a branch of the World Tree from his person. The Elven King immediately understood that once Micah had a branch of the World Tree, it meant he was acknowledged by the tree. "This is the most convincing proof that I have seen the World Tree," Micah thought silently. "God Jaren Hattis." The Elven King presented his final life before the messenger. "God, I implore you to grant salvation to your people." He suddenly knelt down at Micah's feet, earnestly saying, "Micah, I have an issue that needs to be resolved. I intend to create an artifact that can resolve the poison that is gradually corroding the World Tree using this branch. Therefore, I plan to borrow the Gen workshop of everyone. I am referring to the Hoenn." I heard Micah say. The Spirit King was a bit surprised that Mike even knew about Hoenn. Hoenn is the Gen workshop used by the Gen craftsman who creates equipment for the Spirit Kings, so there is no need to hesitate. "I will lead you there," the Spirit King said. "No, I intend to ask you another request. Dear Spirit King, what is corroding the World Tree is the remnants of the demon." "That is right, the enemy of all living beings. That is what you are thinking about," Micah replied. "But I do not sense any evil energy," the Spirit King timidly spoke. "That is because currently the World Tree is dominating in power. This is the best she can do. She is asking everyone for help, but it is too weak for anyone to notice. Both are trying to do their best for each other, but they cannot communicate. We must address that issue, but the problem is, when I start creating the artifact, those remnants will detect and obstruct. There will be a disaster falling upon the Spirit Forest. We cannot waste any more time. This issue must be resolved quickly." What Micah just said left everyone shocked. The Spirit King held his head for a moment and then gently called for his son to quickly lead Micah to the lake. Micah silently vowed to exchange everything to protect everyone. After asking everyone to support her, Micah, filled with fiery determination, set off. The elf led Micah to the Earth Lake as requested. No one knows how Earth used this lake to create magical items. There are no hints for us to know how to do it. "Do you happen to know?" you asked. Of course Micah knows, because Micah has created countless items here. Earth has used this lake in a special way. Perhaps he only wanted to reserve this water for himself. However, he is not actually a craftsman, Micah thought while gathering all her strength to throw that branch into the water. The surface suddenly boiled vigorously as if it were boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. More precisely, Earth is a mage. Micah pondered. The legendary elf crafting master. Earth is actually a mage, although he is a very skilled mage. It is clear that his talents have some limitations. Therefore, he made a decision that if he could not succeed in becoming a mage, he would succeed in another direction. And eventually, Earth became a master of magical items. I think the water master in the name is a metaphor and not a real water master. Although it is just a water master with ordinary water, the mana has mixed into the water. It is like a liquefied form of water which is different. Micah immediately raised her hand to use the structure analysis spell. A stream of magic surged from the branch, causing the surface of the water to swirl into streams. The mistletoe layer of the World Tree is a special component containing the life force of the World Tree. The problem here is that refining this type of item to 100% perfection is nearly impossible. However, what if we use a radical magical method? Micah scoffed lightly and gently extended her hand to prepare to manipulate the mixed water to refine the mistletoe. This needs to be done in about 4 days. Having reached this water master, there must still be many other gifts from in here. The items from the former kings should be somewhere around here. Find them yourself. We need to focus on this first. Micah told Elle. He understood everything and nodded happily. Their 4-day countdown had begun. 3 days later, things progressed better than expected with the withdrawal of Leon's group, but the sorceress still felt a slight worry, just hoping that Mika could fulfill her wish. While standing in shock, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Water erupted into fragments, shaking the area. What everyone feared had appeared. A black-scaled serpent was screeching and spewing poison while weaving webs violently. Confronted with the monster, everyone was terrified and paralyzed, unable to move their hands or feet. A huge fear emerged alongside the immense power they felt. I do not think I can defeat this thing. Damn it. Why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I met in my dreams. Mika. When will that day come? Leon gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he thought of Mika. The black serpent was radiating a menacing aura, preparing to confront the group of the elves and Leon head-on. A powerful army had assembled. Under command, the arrows rained down like a storm upon the serpent. It was struck by arrows and let out a painful scream, frantically charging at them but was blocked by the magical shield from the elves. The monster's force grew more ferocious. The shield could no longer withstand it and began to shatter into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, Mika was successfully establishing the orb system after 3 days of struggle. Everything was going smoother than I thought. Incredibly successful, Mika thought. Now he just needed to embed the orb into the staff and it would be done. Mika held his breath as he inserted it. A blinding light suddenly spread throughout the air. At that moment, the serpent's intense madness had caused some elves to fall to the ground. Bleeding, they had reached their limit. The shield could no longer hold and was about to shatter. In an instant, the monster's sweeping force had smashed the shield to pieces. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from nowhere, engulfing the serpent and burning it black like coal. Mika had arrived just in time, making everyone feel overjoyed. If Mika had not quickly ended everything, this place would have been left in ruins. Usually, using a level 5 spell like Holy Light would not achieve such an effect. However, with this staff, made from precious materials from the World Tree, everything would be different. Yet, the fragments had been on the World Tree for more than just 1 or 2 years. There was no way that over that time, the World Tree would not have been affected. Thinking carefully, this must be a fragment of a demon. If I can contain it in one blow with this staff, the World Tree won't have to suffer anymore. However, I am not just prepared with this. Mika flew closer to the monster. Worried, the serpent roared, gnashing its sharp-toothed maw, growling at Mika just as it was about to pounce and bite you. A magic-infused arrow shot from afar and struck the monster head-on, a cloud of dust rising. It was an arrow forged by Arrow, a famous artifact known for containing powerful divine energy. It was the elf who timely assisted Mika with an arrow that hit the target at just the right moment. In the thick black dust, the monster's skin was nearly scorched by the heat, revealing its pale white bones. Mika nodded at Seth and boldly charged straight towards the monster, his eyes filled with confidence. Mika and Seth had entered the grotesque body of the monster. I think it is indeed a fragment. I can confirm it closely resembles a demon lord, she said. In this bloody and demonic atmosphere of the monster's belly, the fragments were gradually transforming into demons. They do not look very strong due to their instability, but Mika still had to be cautious. They seemed like they could revive as long as they were within the fragments. Before the rushing demons, Mika tapped his staff to manifest a magical barrier. Mika then used a holy spell he had successfully crafted himself before reverting. The difficulty of casting this spell surpassed that of other spells, even causing Mika to bleed from his mouth. It was a high-level demon spell he prepared for situations like this. However, this was the only thing I could do to solve the problem. Mika wiped the blood and unleashed a devastating blow that annihilated the demons, leaving the book gasping in astonishment. She was only worried that Mika was overexerting himself. And indeed, the amount of mana this spell consumed was immense. If Mika wanted to use it alongside other spells, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to resolve it within that time, Mika told himself. Sweating profusely, a moment later, Mika finally found the eye of the demon lord deep inside the serpent's body. It opened its gigantic bloodshot eye and stared at Mika intently, then continuously shot tendrils towards him. With only 3 minutes left on the spell, Mika was dizzy from the eye but still managed to teleport. With only 1 minute left, Mika pulled out the signaling stone and slammed it against the monster's wall. With just 30 seconds remaining, an arrow carrying a furious energy shot through from nowhere, cleanly slicing through the tendrils of the eye. Outside, the serpent was in excruciating pain, writhing and twisting. Come on. Do you really think the entity known as the World Tree will do nothing while we prepare to kill it? Mika smirked in front of the eye, saying that there was always a chance for him, even before he reverted. Even if all of Mika's efforts failed and he would die, everything always had its meaning. Mika then used the unique level 7 spell, Jingraso, aimed directly at that eye. Countless sprouts surged forth, enveloping the entire body of the monster. Hopefully, someone will find the tiny sprouts, so even if the fragments are completely absorbing the tree, it can still leave a part behind. This spell is solely for the World Tree, Mika said with a bright smile. Both the World Tree and the Gael were deeply moved to tears by this scene, as the stepping stone for a new beginning opened up, which was a manifestation of a hymn. The fragments of the serpent's body formed a powerful energy that struck directly into the World Tree, making it lush and radiant as if by magic. The Gael remembered Mika's promise to save the World Tree earlier and was very touched, reminding himself that he would surely move forward. Rezo was very grateful to Mika, Now she could take care of the forest and the children again. Don't worry, just leave the thanks as it is. Earlier, I had fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the world tree to complete the covenant? Micah asked. That is right, but this covenant seems a bit unfair, does not it? You need the essence to nourish the magic circle. Right, but the essence only simply increases the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that is a very cheap reward compared to what you have done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Listen, Rezo stated so firmly that it shocked Seth. A part of yourself. So how do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world? You just regained your freedom. Why make things difficult for yourself? Seth truly could not understand. Rezo was thinking in his head, from now on, your abilities won't just stop at gathering mana, but you will also be able to store the energy of the elements within your own body. Rezo said, this is the gift she has for Mika. She then gave Mika a strand of her hair, telling Mika to tie it to her hand so she could transfer it. The magic from Gi. Rezo entered Mika's body, making Mika vaguely feel the power of the world tree flowing throughout him, healing the wounds into the magic circle. The mana in his body was continuously moving. Normally, my body would have turned into a mess by now. Thanks to the energy of the world tree, the wounds were quickly healed. Mika clenched his teeth, feeling that thing deep within his body. Everything was complete. Now he was a fully potential level 6 wizard. That night, the whole group feasted and partied until midnight. For the first time, Mika saw them so happy, making him feel joyful as well. The Spirit King approached and sat next to Mika, asking how he felt. Yes, much better now. Thanks to you all, Prince Jiho's a genius. He has spread your wisdom and organized a meeting with the spirits who still have the ability to connect with the Spirit King. Micah said, it seems you hold your son in very high regard. As a father, I am truly very happy, he replied cheerfully. Mika quietly looked at him. Sluggishly, before returning, there was one saying Jiha always repeated, my father is a very wonderful person. He was right. Truly, I am lucky to have saved that person. Mika thought lightly. Suddenly, the Spirit King pulled Mika to the front of the crowd, boldly declaring to everyone that he would leave the forest to help Mika whenever he needed. The whole group wholeheartedly agreed with the above statement. They all cheered Mika's name, praising him to the skies. Mika smiled so much that his eyes squinted. Suddenly he froze, feeling as if he had forgotten something. The Pope had invited everyone to hold a meeting. One of them had guessed that this time he intended to select a new backup hero. Indeed, I have discussed with Archbishop Ali, and he has also agreed. The Pope replied, but Your Holiness, the Walpurgis we are talking about is someone who has the blood of a mage in him. But as you know, when it comes to heroes and their purpose, we still have not determined that. Another person spoke up, making the Pope's head hurt. He could not understand how the servants of God had become so self-serving. Everyone, we simply follow the Lord's words. We are not allowed to make decisions. We have decided to nurture a hero to prevent the impending disaster. However, why can't we eliminate candidates? Before the words were finished, Archbishop Killen aggressively slammed the table and chair in protest. We must make that brat serve our interests and come here to say such things. If you are the chosen one, you will easily surpass the candidates from other institutions to become a hero. Becoming a hero is not the only path. There are countless ways to help others. The Pope concluded. The lesson ends here. He felt that today was quite meaningless. But fortunately, in the end, he was able to express his opinion and buy some time. Mika, I wonder what kind of person you are. He pondered. Mika was now saying goodbye to the group. Both happily promised each other that they would meet again in the future. Do you intend to become a hero? I believe you are the right person. However, other countries will not like this. There are countless people using false prophecies to start wars. That is why we locked ourselves away in the spirit forest. Zia said. Mika already knew that brat keeps thinking that everything in the Holy Kingdom is right and memories try to escape from their control. Mika tightly closed his eyes, recalling old memories. Zia could only wish Mika safety, hoping that the blessing tree would protect Mika throughout the journey. Good luck. I am sure you will receive it too. Do you remember what I said? You do not have to bear everything alone. I hope you realize that through this event. Mika pointed his finger at Ziha's face, admonishing him. The main problem for Ziha is that while he saves countless lives and continues to do so, he has been trapped in the past and cannot escape. Ziha has always been a nobleman, but Mika felt great pain seeing him like that. Now that I have returned to the past, I want to help Ziha. Mika thought. Hearing Ziha promise to engrave Mika's words in his heart, Mika felt very pleased. Mika hopes Ziha will stay on the right path from now on. Mika has also gained Ziha as a friend in the journey to save the world. On the way to the next location, seeing everyone constantly questioning about his background, Mika decided to reveal it to Vong. I guess it is time to tell the truth. Alright, I will tell everyone. I can handle almost impossible tasks because I can hear the voice of God. What the fuck? Everyone immediately stopped, thinking they must have misheard, like a spray of hard glue. What the hell is Mika saying? They wanted to decline understanding. Mika remembered the first meeting with that bastard, his hair shining like sunlight with golden eyes. Speaking of appearance, he was the perfect embodiment of a warrior from a fairy tale. But who would have known that this warrior would be a petty thief, a self-satisfied person pursuing the image of a hero, without any real abilities? Because of that, many people lost their lives. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes until the end, returning to Mika's claim of hearing God's words. Leon and everyone were extremely skeptical of Mika's nonsense. Everyone seemed curious. Mika smiled wryly, telling the two gods to disappear and make everything enjoyable. When the land is fertile, the trees will rot. Unfortunately, the divine regime has now completely rotted. That is why I say so, in the name of God, the Holy Kingdom. Disappear all of you, Mika said arrogantly while raising a threatening finger. Now we have completed our task. Why do not we overthrow the elders' table in the Holy Kingdom? Mika smirked and said to everyone, at Newt, the candle of the Holy Kingdom. They saw the Tower of the Saints, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom. This proves they have reached their destination. Seeing the gatekeeper asking him countless questions, Mika only presented an invitation letter from Archbishop Ali, causing him to jump in surprise. After signing with blood, Mika successfully entered inside. Although the elders of the Holy Kingdom are cautious in choosing warriors, even if they lose their positions, a warrior will still be a warrior, Mika thought. Leon was impressed by Mika, feeling that Mika truly attracted their attention. At this moment, Mika seemed even more striking with a glowing tattoo and a supreme scepter. The divine power radiating from Mika made the surrounding people astonished. Look and make sure to report this to the noble elders of the divine kingdom who sent people here. Mika calculated in his mind, already plotting how to deal with a few intruders among the chaotic crowd. Seeing the old butler whispering in his ear, Mika suggested he take a break. Just as Mika predicted, few strange faces reported Mika's earlier display of divine power to their master. Bishop Killen found this very hard to believe because the Walpurgis family is one of the sorcerers. It cannot be that a sorcerer can use divine power. Mana and divine power cannot combine together. The combination of the two is only rumored in fairy tales, and that would be a divine command. Moreover, in the group of the young master of Walpurgis, the subordinates also discovered Cassandra. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Killen stared in astonishment. The mid-level priest Sihan came to the door, warmly welcoming Mika. Mika glanced over, feeling that Sihan was quite young to be a mid-level priest. Mika suggested that Sihan lead the way for him, while the other attendants would surely manage on their own. Or perhaps I should tell them, Mika thought. Mika quietly called Cassandra closer, whispering in her ear about the possibility that Archbishop Killen had sensed her presence. Yes. Of course, they are the most vigilant regarding my prophecy. So what should I do? She asked anxiously, acting as if she were the one in charge. Whatever the person does, I will support and help them. Mika looked into Cassandra's eyes, affirming firmly. Under the twilight, the two intense gazes locked onto each other. Giving her strength, she promised Mika to do what she thought was best at that moment, asking him to wait. The reason I left the Holy Kingdom. I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out to grab Mika before he prepared to go inside. Moments later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Mika about it was the right thing to do because she trusted him. Seeing Leon overwhelmed by the scenery of the Holy Kingdom, Cassandra recounted her ancient stories to Leon. I was extremely impressed when I first came here. When I was young, I lived in the slums, but all of that is in the past now. The Holy Kingdom is my light. The place that brought me out of the slums is the Holy Kingdom. That is why I have always wished for the Holy Kingdom to never change. Just like before, Lord Mika told me to act according to my own will. If they do not want to listen to my prophecy, then I will have to create a reason for them to trust me. Cassandra clenched her fists, strongly reminding herself to hang in there. On Mika's side, he had now followed Cian inside. I heard that someone performed a miracle from the Holy Spirit in the previous community. Is that true? Cian suddenly asked curiously. A miracle of the Holy Spirit? Don't tell me that my assurance in the previous community was spread like that. Mika recalled. That is divine power. Is it strange for a mage to be able to use it? Mika turned to ask Xian. San's eyes sparkled with a desire to see a hero who could use magic. It turns out that the Holy Kingdom has not yet chosen the next hero. Mika originally thought that the chosen one would be Siegfried and no one else. Hero. Yes, he is a good person. But how should I say it? Do you know that people often say you must make up for your ignorance with other things? That is the feeling I get from him. While he was rambling endlessly, Xian glanced at Mika's cold face and suddenly startled. Apologizing. Whoever it was, Mika suddenly grabbed Xian's hand, leaning closer to whisper, leaving Xian speechless and goosebumps all over. The common priest Xian. I will have to remember him. I am sure he will become very important in the coming days. Mika thought to himself, in no time. Both of them arrived at the door of the Pope's room. Xian finished explaining everything to Mika and then asked to stand here and wait for the benefit. Mika stood strong at the door, curious to know what Pope Gregorius looked like. The door just opened, and what caught Mika's eye was a familiar face that was hard to forget. The two locked eyes in shock, surprise flooding their faces. A few minutes earlier, Cassandra had been asked by Mika if the Holy Kingdom's goddess was due to others not believing her prophecy. That was not the only reason. The prophecy known to the public was far from the truth. The true prophecy is that the demon lord will drown the entire world in a sea of fire. Chaos spreads like wildfire, and blood flows like rivers across the continent. However, facing the demon lord is a lion with a golden bruise. The familiar lion wears a symbol of a reversed sun, which represents heroism. Therefore, there is a possibility that the people will understand this as a prophecy about the downfall of heroes in the future. She replied softly, "The power that heroes represent for the Holy Kingdom has always been beyond our understanding, and suddenly, heroes must face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they will do everything to prevent this information from leaking out. What worries me here is the description of a lion with a golden bruise." Mika pondered. Finally, Mika gasped, remembering a figure with a golden bruise, which is Siegfried, standing right in front of her now. "Welcome, Lord Mika," he greeted her, and thousands of words felt like poison rising in Mika's throat. However, she had to restrain herself, both hands clenched into fists to calm herself in front of the representative of the great Holy Kingdom, his wise eyes gleaming. "I am truly grateful to be in your presence, but may I ask, who is this?" Mika turned to Lord Gregorios, inquiring. "This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knight Association, Lord Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the hero position. Both of you are candidates. It is highly likely that soon, one of you will have the honor of holding the position of hero," he replied. At this moment, Siegfried approached Mika, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. The two shook hands amidst Mika's growing frustration. Mika had already noticed Siegfried trying to use holy power to slowly assess her strength during the handshake. "Fine. I will play your little game," Mika thought. Gritting her teeth, she then used a free-spirited magic technique to circulate energy, making it difficult for Siegfried to pull away after transferring his power. It left him gritting his teeth, his body stiff. "At this rate, he might die," she whispered, advising herself. Now he finally let go of her hand. Siegfried was drenched in sweat, his face blank like a ripe avocado after the tremendous power Mika had just displayed. It seemed he had encountered pure holy power. "If we only talk about purity, your holy power is even greater than mine. Have you achieved enlightenment?" Gregorius asked Mika. He simply nodded in response, lying smoothly. "No way. After the prophecy war, the supreme god Heka has given up on enlightening humanity. Even his highness has not received enlightenment, and Siegfried is very upset. A hero, from the moment of birth, is already a special existence. Being a hero, commands from the Pope hold no significance, because Heka is by the hero's side supporting him. I say that he is very wise. What that knight just said is not merely an insult to the hero's dignity. It is a serious blasphemy, daring to bring the supreme saint down from the heavens just to compare with mere mortals." Mika lectured Siegfried, causing him to extinguish his anger and bow his head to apologize to Mika. Mika intended to use this excuse to talk about the enlightenment he had received. Unexpectedly, at that moment, from the corner of the room, the shadow of a strange girl caught Mika's eye. He remembered that just a moment ago, there was no one sitting there. She glanced over and, upon realizing Mika could see her, immediately smiled with a look of great interest. She snapped her fingers to freeze time, then suggested to Mika to guess who she was. Very few people have the magical ability to freeze time like this. Among those, I could only guess one person. Mika thought uneasily and exclaimed the name Heka without needing to think. But her expression and playful attitude did not resemble a god at all. It was more like Seth. This Seth now is nothing like the one from before. "I say this because I am the source of all magic and the other half of Asama." Heko arrogantly spoke to Seth, saying it should be the other half that fell off from you instead. You always seek a way to defeat him. Yet who was it that just cried out loud yesterday? Before Seth could finish speaking, Heka grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, making her want to scream. Feeling embarrassed, Heka turned his attention to Mika, saying that you have received a part of Asa and perhaps will receive even more in the future. This means you are his successor. However, the way you look at me is somewhat disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. The world tree is gradually withering, while the great demon continues to expand its army. So apart from just watching, what can she do? If I still worship you like that, would not it be very strange? Mika replied frankly. Heka found Mika quite interesting, and there were two things I did not respond to Mika's remarks for personal reasons. That is because her response did not reach Mika. I am called a god, an existence on par with him, but that does not mean I will be perfect. In general, due to certain issues, my children cannot hear my voice, which is why they have denied my previous prophecies. To be exact, up until now, you are the only human I can communicate with, so I want you to clarify the reason for using me. If this issue is resolved, it will benefit both sides. After Heka finished speaking, he immediately snapped his fingers, returning the timeline to its original position. At this moment, Mika was about to tell Siegfried about the prophecy. Thinking of what Heka had just said, Mika told himself he must deal with this as soon as possible. First, he needed to start with some preparation. You who seek salvation, I have been informed that the current state of the Holy Kingdom is extremely rotten. Your words just now caused Siegfried and Gregorius to turn pale and sweat in anger. Mika quickly took the upper hand with that prophecy by telling Gregorius that, Long ago, I learned you had 2 children. One is under control, the other is not, and that is why everything has not gone according to your plans. Faced with Mika's threat, Gregorius turned pale and was breathless. Though it sounds vague, I assure you will understand it in your own way. Moreover, even if it is not, it does not matter. I just need to do as I said, meaning the prophecy has come true. Mika thought slyly. Gregorius, overly tense, suggested stopping the conversation here. It will be fine. Everything will unfold as predicted. Mika acted dangerously, leaving him with an unfinished sentence before leaving the room, which left him in utter confusion. Soon, Mika will make everything follow the order he has set. Leaving the palace, Mika still bore the distinctive tattoo of this place on his hand. It feels like at this rate, before long, my brother will be covered in seals. Now, let us head to Cassandra, Mika said. Over on Leon's side, a strange and unknown figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The one who issued the early orders. I want to meet, he rudely demanded, making the Leon group furious. Not seeing the person they needed to meet, he once again lost his patience and stepped forward to pressure them. Unexpectedly, through the mask, he recognized the person blocking him looked somewhat familiar. His eyes immediately flashed with brutality as he deliberately moved closer to her. Loon rushed in to block the two, suggesting he step aside. Being obstructed, Haben, the deputy commander of the night squad, resorted to using force to threaten Liam, causing him to break into a sweat. But Leon was determined not to leave her and stood his ground. Haben felt he had no choice but to use physical force on this stubborn Leon. Perfect. Just when I was also curious to see how much stronger I have become, Leon, eager for battle, charged at Haben, and the two clashed in midair, the sound of clashing swords ringing out. Unable to bear it any longer, Cassandra finally made her appearance. When Haben and she met, there was a moment of speechlessness. Even as the deputy commander, I truly did not expect you to dare to show up here so abruptly, Miss Cassandra said angrily. The Archbishop was deeply regretful for what had happened. This time, things are different. I hope you will follow me, Haben said, as she immediately knew this name was on Archbishop Cleon's side. He is a very strict old man regarding maintaining hierarchy. If you turn back now, you will never have hope of escaping the Holy Kingdom again. Cassandra expressed her refusal, but Haben insisted she go with him. At that moment, Micah suddenly appeared like a god. Shocking Haben, I promise to take good care of Miss Cassandra, so you do not need to worry. Just go about your business, Micah said coldly. His teacher arrogantly responded by saying that Micah had no authority to stop the Holy Knight team. Even if he was a future hero, Micah scoffed and threatened him with the laws of the Holy Kingdom. This guy probably thinks I do not pay attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That is because the laws regarding heroes in this empire are not made public. Micah thought to himself. The Cassandra Death Book indeed left the Holy Kingdom without any prior notice. However, she stayed with me, the reserve hero. Then it cannot be considered as going abroad without reason. What I mean is that there is no valid reason for him to appear here at all. Do you need me to discuss this issue directly with Archbishop Kylan? If not, then please leave and do not try anything foolish. Micah frowned and pointed his finger to chase Harbin the Quail user away. After he left, Micah suggested wanting to talk to the group for a bit. Inside the room, Micah suggested Helen quickly remove her helmet so he could confirm a few things. The more time passed, the more he felt something was off. This person feels somewhat familiar. Could it be? Despite Cassandra's advice to Micah to give Helen some time, it was too late. Helen herself no longer wanted to keep avoiding. Everything would end here. My name is Adonibran, the reserve hero of the Holy Kingdom and the sister of Siegfried. Helen smiled, revealing her fluffy blonde hair and glittering golden eyes. Everything happened just as Micah had thought. So now, can you tell us, what is the reason for Cassandra to leave the Holy Kingdom and why must she comply? Micah asked. My brother and I are orphan children. When we were little, our lives revolved around the dark streets of the alleys. I am sure everyone knows that children in those alleys can do nothing but become tools for others. This world is too ruthless. It is hard for children to survive. Only when we were exploited, or in the worst cases, we were harmed. Those are the things that often happen to us. However, there was a man who found us. That man was Archbishop Kylan. Looking back now, it is a bit strange that we were not discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The cathedral became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the trash again. However, at the same time, many things began to become strange. When my brother was told that he would become a reserve warrior, he began to show an unusually self-satisfied side. And that was when he stopped listening to others. And the first thing my brother did when he became a reserve warrior was to sever the prophet's limbs. To be clear, it was the Archbishop who manipulated my brother. Since the prophecies were verified one way or another, he exploited them for his own purposes. It seemed he portrayed that what happened to them was all due to the destructive prophecies. Helen K. recounted everything. Although I thought Cassandra's disappearance was related to Archbishop Kylan, I did not expect him to be directly involved in everything. If this is true, it means I hold Siegfried's weakness, an archbishop who rejects prophecies from the high priest and the reserve warrior. I am curious to know what the high priest mentioned has to do with this. I will probably realize it soon. Micah thought. Micah also soon learned that Cassandra's green mantle was that of a skeptical prophet. Although she is a prophet, people do not trust her at all. If she spreads the truth, even the archbishop will quickly take action. It only benefits Siegfried himself. However, there will be no problem. The reason Siegfried can become the center of attention is because of his appearance. Such masks, we just need to break them, Micah said with a powerful laugh. Meanwhile, Siegfried was also remembering when his sister looked at him with eyes full of anger. The warmth gradually disappeared, and in the end, all I felt was coldness. Why is that? I did nothing wrong. However, why can't my own flesh and blood understand me? Feeling bored, suddenly the archbishop appeared, who remembers the young master of the Walpurgis house coming to participate as a warrior. He was with the prophet and his sister, Quico, Ida. Hearing this, Siegfried's heart skipped a beat. Siegfried turned pale. He did not expect that the Holy Father had found out about this, and it would soon be revealed. It must be done at all costs. The Lord's will towards us is clear. First, the Lord will not grant grace to those who sit idle. We must also use our true powers. After all, I will not believe the words of that girl prophet. The important one is that young Walpurgis. The role of the formula is very significant, the archbishop said coldly. Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to show even more ability to surpass Mika. The archbishop would be the one to help him do that. Siegfried glanced, realizing that someone was peeking at him from the opposite side. A week later, Mika was still deeply thinking about who would be chosen. In recent years, a heated debate had taken place within the church among the priests and archbishops. Which faction is most suitable to become the symbol of the church? And in this situation, Archbishop Killian along with some other archbishops declared their support for Siegfried. Siegfried became a member of the Holy Knight Order, a talent representing the good image of the church. Of course, that decision also needs to be considered carefully. Mika thought. Leon also had a headache for Mika, as the opposing faction had already garnered more than half of the votes. This number may sound unreasonable, but is very convincing since these are entirely the statistics of choosing warriors that no one besides the bishops can touch. There are bishops in the church who have maintained a neutral position, such as Bishop Ali, until there is a definite result. That number means nothing. Mika told himself. Siegfried would think that if nothing unusual happened, he would be chosen as a warrior, but in reality, it was not like that. First, the reason Mika participated in the selection of warriors at this time is quite complex. One of them is the assassination of the archbishop. It has nothing to do with the demons for a long time. Only after getting tangled in many complicated situations did I start to actively prepare for the selection of heroes. I could clearly grasp all the situations to prevent the assassination of the archbishop and eliminate the evil culprit. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week. Mika pondered. Regarding Cassandra, she mentioned that Siegfried had declined her request. She had thought he would agree, but she did not understand why he refused outright like that. No, there is no way he would refuse her, because he was one of the few who believed in Cassandra until the very last moment. Mika was confused. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The Pope, fully covered, entered, his gaze silently fixed on Cassandra. Both were excited and hugged each other tightly. Then they did not forget to thank Mika. Mika also had many things to say to him. The Pope was slightly taken aback when he saw the high seal on Mika's hand. He had already said that the church needed reform, required the Pope's help. Mika smiled and said. The next day, the archbishop was in a furious rage, banging on tables and chairs, all because of what happened a few hours earlier. Mika had officially won amidst the countless surprises of the courtiers. Archbishop Naren was the Pope's closest aide. His supportive statement was as significant as the Pope's endorsement. He gritted his teeth thinking. The priests sat around in a circle, asking to discuss Mika. There is no way that little Walpurgis could build a reputation, no matter how many times the great demon is defeated. It is not an interesting story for everyone. It should even be limited from being spread outside as soon as possible. If it is for the right cause, should not we prepare to get involved in dark matters as well? The archbishop smiled mysteriously, proudly stating, a week had passed since Mika defeated Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Naren had acted first, cutting through in the seal of the Lord. As the Pope, he had to support me. Now there is only one issue left to resolve, which is the death of the Archbishop. More accurately, it is the assassination of Archbishop Naren. Mika thought. This event made the already unpopular Pope's position even more precarious. From that, if we consider who benefits the most, Archbishop Killian's faction would be the primary suspect. However, it is still too early for Mika to draw a conclusion. Suddenly, the butler appeared unexpectedly behind Mika, startling him. He had been on leave for a week and was just returning now. I have something to say. The recent vacation was not comfortable at all. I did not expect the Holy Nation to harbor such scoundrels. Surprisingly, they are the Holy Knights. Additionally, there is something else I heard from someone else. The Archbishop known as Killian exuded an aura of dark energy. It felt as if something terrifying was following him. The butler said. Mika nodded that he would investigate later, but with the butler's dedication, Mika wanted to reward him with something. Mika suggested he would teach him the appropriate method to improve his health, which made him very grateful. After resolving the current matters, Mika would definitely talk to him about this again. That day, Mika told Leon about his intention to join the Holy Knight Order. Mika wanted to bring Leon along because Leon had not fought in a battle with the vice commander before. As soon as Mika finished speaking, he threw a small sword to Leon and gently commanded him to quickly channel his aura into it to see the effect. Leon complied, and a powerful magical force surged forth, astonishing him. Whether to call it a magic sword or a magical tool was up to him. It was not merely a sharp sword. Try channeling your aura to spread throughout the tool, Mika said. Leon proceeded to do so, and the magical energy spreading throughout the sword into his body left Leon amazed. This was a sword technique used to aid an opponent, even though he could not communicate with it. It would help him practice more easily, Mika explained. Leon felt that the power emanating from the sword was very similar to what he had seen in his dreams. Receiving so much from Mika made Leon feel guilty for not being able to do anything for Mika. I am sure that in the future, you will be able to help me a lot. If you want to thank me, then become stronger, Mika said with a gentle smile as he patted Leon's shoulder. Leon moved, grasped the sword tightly and promised to become stronger. Mika then went with Leon to meet the Vice Captain Harbin, but as soon as they reached the door, they were stopped by the soldiers. They did not want to let him in. Surely there must be some special reason they could not allow him in at this time. Thinking of the bullets, Mika disregarded the soldiers' obstruction and boldly walked straight inside. After taking a few steps, Harbin, whose face was cold as if he had lost his ledger, appeared before Mika. What brings you here? Harbin asked Mika. What brings me here? You ask. Well, Leon here wants to end the previous conflict between us, Mika replied. Smiling slyly, he paused, trying to remember if he had ever clashed with Leon before. First of all, I apologize for not being able to greet you properly after the previous events. However, I want to make it clear that just because we meet does not mean we have to fight each other, Harbin said coldly, and Leon smirked, asking, Are you scared? This made Harbin a little hot-blooded. Adding to this, Mika poured oil on the fire. So you do not intend to have a duel. Should I take that as an attack? Even if I am just a fierce hero, I believe I have an obligation to stand against corruption and crime in this holy nation. This made Harbin seethe. Do we have to do this right now? I understand. Please come in. Both Mika and Leon followed him inside. This place was filled with many soldiers busy training. To not disgrace the Lord, we always train tirelessly, Harbin said. There was a time when we admired the holy knights, but now seeing them like this feels a bit strange. Leon spoke up. Such sensed a strong aura of Echikao in this place, and also felt something that made her feel an indescribable unease. The flags bearing the symbol of Echikao seemed strange, but it appeared no one noticed it. The place with the largest number of loyal and powerful disciples is the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, in the capital of the Holy Kingdom, demonic powers cannot exist. No, it is still possible, because a demon has been born that possesses a certain kind of power. Unused dirty tricks to slowly kill the target bit by bit. Uncunningly imitated the shape and actions of the target. However, Un has a weakness. That is, if N mimics someone, he will forget the fact that he is imitating. Un completely becomes the subject, thinking and acting like them. I wonder who this is. Mika frowned in thought. In response to his question, Haben stated that there were no problems within the Holy Knight Order. It seems that Hen was telling the truth. I could not discern anything from that gaze. I suppose I will have to investigate myself, Mika thought, then touched his forehead and cast a probing spell around. From his memories, he did not notice anything worth paying attention to, but it seemed Mika had discovered something. This feeling seems to indicate a basement. There is something underneath him. No matter how many times he asked Haben, Hun still insisted 100% that there was nothing wrong. Mike could only smile and say to Haben, if we go down there, it should not be a problem for you, right? Upon hearing this, Haben looked as if struck by lightning, remaining silent for a few seconds. Mike immediately noticed N's strange reaction. He knew that the vice captain could not be unaware of what was happening in the Holy Knight Order, but he could not conclude right away. Seeing that he wanted to check the basement, Haben suggested to accompany him, but Mika declined, wanting to go with Leon instead. I am sure M will go out immediately once he realizes something is amiss. Let us go, Mika thought as he looked at Haben's pale face. Calculating silently, just as expected, a moment later, Seafright appeared, and Mika pointed directly at him, stating that he wanted to go with him, causing Seafright to freeze for a few seconds in confusion. Seeing Mika head straight down to the basement, Seafright could not understand what he was trying to do. Mika felt that there was something hidden under this basement. Not responding to NN and just continuing to walk down, he once said that we are arrogant. So, can you tell me the reason? We do not even know much about each other, Seafright asked. Mika hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, Do you really think the Holy Kingdom cannot do anything wrong? It seems that all the bishops are granted holy mandates, and it looks like they do not cause any problems. Have you ever considered the impact of your actions on those around you? Just one sentence from Mika made him pale, stuttering that one should always think carefully before acting. And is that why you abandoned the prophet? You bastard. The moment you abandoned her, you also lost your righteousness. You are merely using justice as a facade. Did the bishop not tell you that her prophecies are a disaster for the lives of the common people? Have you ever taken the time to explore the world yourself to see if what he said is true? It is not the path that the bishop mentioned to you. Have you ever thought about doing something to satisfy your own free mind? This conversation is meaningless. When you asked that last question, you did not expect us to say anything positive. Did you? Every word from Mika made Siegfried break into a cold sweat. Nothing will change if he has no intention of changing. An event like that will never happen. With the light of the aura, Mika illuminated the entire basement. Siegfried scoffed, thinking there was nothing here. But he was wrong. Kid, Seth and Mika combined their swords, and after a blinding flash of magic covered the area, a bloodied brain emerged. What did you just say? There is nothing here. It is similar to what is bothering Jigraso, but much weaker. Mika spoke while drawing his sword and smashing those brains to pieces. These are the remnants of a demonic body, but it seems it is not the only piece. Mika must have dozens, hundreds, scattered all over the Holy Kingdom. No, this is not enough. If Hikaw has requested me specifically, then the issue cannot be that simple. We cannot be careless. Mika thought to himself. Siegfried witnessed such a scene and was terrified, not understanding what kind of monstrosity this was. What you should do, what is right. Think it through carefully. Mika pointed directly at Siegfried's face while speaking. At that moment, Harbin was sitting in contemplation about Mika. He never expected he would remain silent at the first shrine for an entire week and now suddenly reappear. Is there really something there? I have never seen anything suspicious there. But that face, he knows something I do not recognize. While lost in thought, he completely forgot about having to fight Leon. As I mentioned earlier, our previous encounter was not an official match. The title of Vice Captain of the Holy Knight Order is not easily obtained. It is not that I have not heard of you, Leon. However, facing me, your skills are nothing. Haibo suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with hostility as he drew his sword. Leon scoffed. He also wanted to taste what Haibo was like. It is a bit awkward for both sides doing this for the first time. Yes, you must think I am not a significant challenge to you. He's not necessarily a master, but his skills are at that level. However, compared to him, he still falls short. Let us see how it goes, Leon. The strongest said with a grin, rushing toward the opponent with bull-like strength. Haibo also swung his sword to counter with a speed that was about to escape. Each of his strikes grew faster than Leon's, turning everything increasingly dangerous as they clashed together in a flurry. Haibu discovered that other knights were also watching him from the opposite side, causing him some tense discomfort. If he could not show them his overwhelming skills in this battle, he would lose face in front of the Holy Knight Order. He thought to himself. While the battle was taking place fiercely, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Mika emerged from the cloud of dust, stepping forward to announce that the Holy Knight Order would suspend operations starting today. The knights reacted to this news as if Seth had struck them from the side, jumping as if scalding water had been thrown on their groins. The reason Mika gave was that some demons had been hiding beneath their headquarters. Siegfried also agreed to this, so until Mika and the others found that demon, no one was allowed to leave the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Mika raised his staff, and with the power of the World Tree and the power of the High Heaven, along with the storm of Seth, a surge of holy power enveloped the entire castle. Come out here. Who is it? Who just coughed? Mika asked sternly. Milson from the group of knights suddenly coughed violently but still adamantly denied being a demon. Come on, I see you as an outstanding actor, Milson said, using himself to deny vigorously. He had killed a person, donned their skin, and blended into humanity. How disgusting it was. But what could I do? I could not manage that much. As soon as he finished speaking, Michael lunged at Milson and struck him on the head. Milson realized he could no longer hide and revealed his true face. His latent aura began to surge forth. Milson had wasted years, and now being ruined by Mika in an instant made him furious. This method and situation, I remember it now, the assassination of the Bishop Naren. It was you who had the ability to do that. It was you, Delilos, Mika said while casting a bullet-like glare at the demon who had already revealed its grotesque form. This demon, Delilos, is the commander of the 6th Legion and the right hand of Miro. It is a small part of that woman's power. After all, you are just a loyal pawn of hers, provoked by Mika. The demon, filled with rage, wildly stretched out its hands to create a cloud of chaotic magic, causing everyone to panic and fear. Now that his identity has been exposed, the assassination plan has collapsed as well. He had no choice but to take the life of the most troublesome person. This means the target will be one of the reserve heroes. Mika guessed. Delos attempted to sneak attack Mika from behind, but as soon as he touched Mika's shoulder, the storm power of Seth overwhelmed him, causing the demon to fall. Mika tightly gripped its neck, pulling it up while softly saying, Miro, I am sure you are also watching me. I do not know what your intentions are with this place, but I will surely crush each of your plans one by one. Just a gentle warning. Mika quickly used his holy spear to pierce Delos' abdomen before the admiring yet astonished eyes of those around. Seeing Mika's impressive demeanor as he purges the monster back to Mother Earth, Siegfried felt a slight discomfort. although he was a backup hero. He had never realized that a colleague right next to him was actually a demon. Why was I made a backup hero? Isn't fate too cruel? No. If there are shortcomings, I just need to put in my best effort to make up for them. The divine will never abandon those with determination. Trying to stay positive for a bit, Micah's words from the past flooded back, leaving Siegfried feeling dark and disoriented, and clenched his fists, trembling with frustration. Everyone, do you understand everything now? Demons will do everything to hide around us. If you do not raise your vigilance, you will become their prey without even realizing it. Honestly, I am very disappointed. I never expected that none of you could identify the demon disguised as your colleague. This may be difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from you. I thought you were noble and powerful holy knights. I have heard some rumors about some of you starting to associate with bishops just for personal gain. Micah was ranting on. Suddenly Harbin shouted, considering both of them to be holy knights serving the Lord, so they always maintain neutrality. Is that the reason why you attacked the temple first? I could understand if you were trying to drive the demons away in the line of duty. However, let us not explain anymore. You do not even have the right to explain. Sir Siegfried must agree as well. Harbin and Siegfried were schooled by the teacher. Sweating profusely. Suddenly, Siegfried shouted loudly, with a look that said he was not afraid of anyone. You are right, but before that, I want to verify your strength myself. I want to challenge you. If you want to challenge me, then let us wager something of equal value. You can only be truly serious when this battle carries risks, Micah said, wanting to wager the holy pendant that Siegfried often wore. Once he finalized the bet, the battle between the two men officially began. Micah recalled that he had once used the absolute defensive skill of the storm. It could have been used as a trump card in this battle, but he still felt okay because he knew Siegfried's capabilities inside and out. Currently, Siegfried was slowly being eaten away by desperate thoughts. Hating himself, it is all because he had lost faith in his ability to become a hero. That was even better for Micah. Micah bluntly stated that he had no affection for Siegfried at all. Micah's opponent at this moment was also as pumped with battle rage as Micah, both rushing at each other fiercely. From the start, Siegfried had used all his strength out of fear of losing to Micah. His speed of attack was just overwhelming. Micah used a 5-layer shield multitasking technique to counter Siegfried's strike, followed by a dazzling reflection that left Siegfried dazed and disoriented. Not stopping there, Micah unleashed 100 swords, a skill improved from the 2-ring spell. Mana Sword. Since this was a spell that had been used to assist Siegfried in the past, it did not cause blame but only pain. Siegfried gripped his sword tightly, trying to fight back. After a loud explosion accompanied by smoke rising into the sky, he vanished as if he had never appeared in the haze. Micah, being clever, had already seen through every move of his opponent. Micah also knew that Siegfried would surely charge straight at him from the front, so he had prepared another spell in an extremely short time. Siegfried, unable to destroy all the mana swords, was further hindered by Micah's multitasking spell, causing him to collapse exhausted on the ground. Micah did not want to end it yet, as there were still 10 swords yet to activate. It was still too early. Micah, appearing mysteriously cool, placed his finger to Siegfried's lips and whispered the words of spring. After the final burst of energy, Siegfried was knocked out, lying sprawled with foam at the mouth. The onlookers whispered among themselves, feeling that Micah was being a bit too harsh. Siegfried was defeated in both love and competition. He wished for death. Micah happily accepted the sound pendant from his opponent, saying he would make good use of it. This sound pendant held a powerful artifact that greatly enhanced recovery abilities. Additionally, it had a hidden function that most people were unaware of, but Micah felt it was not yet the time to use that hidden power. Using it to amplify his own abilities was already more than enough for Micah. After losing, Siegfried felt as miserable as a flattened pancake, admitting to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. A fair fight? Huh. Allow me to ask a few things. If it was not a one-on-one match, would you have used other tricks, for example, attacking me from behind, or using hidden weapons? Micah asked Siegfried, causing him to flinch uncomfortably. I would never do that. It would be unfair for a hero, Siegfried replied resolutely, even if it would lead to hundreds or thousands of innocent lives being lost. What does it mean to be a hero if you cannot protect the people? Micah coldly added. Cornered by Micah's words, Siegfried stuttered for a while, unable to say anything, just bowed his head in farewell to Micah before leaving. Micah did not want to hear Siegfried speak anymore, as he could already imagine what he was going to say. Do you think you have gone too far with that Siegfried, a reserve hero? He does not look like a bad person, even if he does seem a bit dull. Leon ran after Micah, questioning, if he were someone else, I would not have acted like that. But being a reserve hero carries a greater responsibility than you think, Micah said, suddenly coming to a halt, looking intently at the opposite side. In front of him was Archbishop Killen coming out of the first shrine. He must be here because of Cassandra, Micah thought. Loon was equally surprised and wanted to know what Micah planned to do next. I will go face him, Micah said, and immediately approached Killen. Their eyes met, filled with emotion, both smiling genuinely. joyfully greeting each other like two long-lost sons. I did not expect to see you here. It seems like this old man's luck is not over yet. Killen tightly grasped Mika's hand and said, Haha, did you say luck? Well, you have a point. Since the prophet has been safely brought back, she did not fall into the hands of the demons. We are all truly lucky. The two words the demons made Killen feel a bit uneasy. Mika kept teasing, I am sure they are demons or something like that. There is no way someone from the Holy Kingdom would do such a thing, and if they did, I would not be surprised if they were struck dead by divine lightning. A person of faith going against the words of the prophecy. Can you believe that? For someone like you, I am sure you will never become such a foolish person. Right, mocked by Mika. Killen felt extremely annoyed but still forced a smile, indicating that he had things to do. Before leaving, he intended to tell Mika about the candidate for the hero position, but Mika interrupted. I do not care. The one who chooses the hero is not you but our divine, the wise and exalted Lord. Killen burst into laughter and coldly turned away, a full odor emanating from him or someone next to him that was quite unpleasant. She was startled by a thought that Mika was also thinking at the same time. The demon that Mika had defeated, Delilos, was indeed the name of the murderer, and before Mika returned, he had gained fame through his own exploits. However, an interesting fact is that he had a twin brother named Ludos. Returning home, old Killen began to send someone to inquire about the Knight's Church. It was known that they had announced a halt to all activities in the future after reporting some internal issues. He was banging the table and kicking the chair, also hitting the messenger who was falling over. The anger within him rose like a mountain. Stuck in his mind was the name Walpurgis with a sense of bitter resentment. Just then, High Priest Heron appeared. Heron was astonished to hear that the knights would begin suspending all activities indefinitely, thinking he must have misunderstood. Walpurgis, it is all because of him, a wicked sorcerer who dared to disrupt the order of the Holy Kingdom. That is also why I called you here. Heron, this time, what does your instinct tell you? Killen asked Heron slowly. Oh, you mean the prophecy? Right. Unfortunately, our Supreme God has not sent me any prophecies for this situation. I know the prophecies you receive are always more accurate than mine, especially compared to that woman. You replied, having said everything that needed to be said. Killen lowered his head, requesting Heron to leave. Just as he turned his head, Heron made a 180-degree turn faster than an ex-lover's mood swing. He recalled the agreement he had just signed with them not long ago, and that issues had already arisen. And at that moment, in the first shrine, Mika told the steward there was still one more demon. The steward sighed warily, as Mika kept tossing him around in some chaotic place, which was why an old man like him was so behind. That old Bishop Killen. I have confirmed that he is involved with demons. Having dealings with demons is considered heresy and heresy, a serious crime that even a bishop cannot escape from, Mika said. The others were worried that Mika would not be able to easily prove his guilt. There is no need to think too hard about that. After all, we already have the support of the Pope, he confidently asserted. Soon, the night team will be fully blocked off, and heaven is on Mika's side, providing Mika with evidence that the bishop has been involved in heresy. And above all, Mika has the high seal in hand. With this, surely the Pope's position will be different from before. Mika smirked, planning that in 4 days, at the skill assessment of the warriors where all the bishops will gather, he will create a perfect stage to expose Killen and send the demons to their end. At the same time, Mika also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecy must be respected and protected. I can't let Cassandra continue to collapse like last time, Mika thought. Cassandra is not very confident in her abilities. The previous bishop never spoke to her either. Most people can't even sense the future. Does that mean she has a talent that can reach the divine? With Mika's reassurance, Cassandra gradually regained her confidence. She could not fail. I have spoken with the Lord above. It was an incredibly divine conversation. Mika smiled with an air of pride. On a fresh morning, the weather was so beautiful that it reminded a bishop of the old days when he met that girl prophet who had no preferences. He taught her about tea, telling her about the famous tea leaves from different regions. He taught her many things, yet in the end, he could not protect her. Not only could he not protect her, but he could only watch helplessly as she was expelled from the city. Sighing in frustration, suddenly a voice rang out behind him. Startling him, he thought that he must try every way to find a better outcome. I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Mika cheerfully spoke. Thanks to you, I can live comfortably in the temple. In the next 2 days, whether I have the ability to become a hero will be tested here. Indeed, the main goal is to assess your abilities and confirm each bishop's viewpoint. He replied. Hearing Mika mention that many bishops are supporting Siegfried, he lowered his head, silently confused about what to say. Mika Walpurgis. The stories of how he has tarnished the honor of an heir regarding the rumors of him trying to revive the old fiancé. Even though there are many rumors saying he is a bad person, I do not see it that way. He quietly assessed Mika in his mind. Then, in a moment, he set aside his honor and approached to beg Mika to take care of Cassandra, even if Mika was not chosen as a hero. How meaningless. What I just said also means that you cannot become a hero. However, for the future of that child, Jun hesitated, his posture shrinking as he did not dare to stand tall and look at Micah due to shyness. Hearing Micah ask the reason for his request, he revealed that if Siegfried was chosen as the hero, Cassandra would be lost, a prophecy that no one believes in. If that happens, Cassandra will slowly die in agony. If the girl could leave the holy nation, I am sure that child would be happier. The girl is a child who has endured too much suffering. I do not want her to endure anything more. Kem replied solemnly, this is something I can hardly comply with, as I will be the one chosen. Micah's radiant confidence left him astounded, as he spoke of the immense influence of Archbishop Killen in this holy nation. There are countless priests supporting him. On our side, we have the Pope, and not only that, I also have your support. Of course, you have power, and above all, the gods are on our side, so I believe in myself. Micah patted the bishop on the shoulder, his words mixed with a hint of arrogance. He gazed at Miko in shock, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw Mika surrounded by a pair of shimmering wings. Whoever you love, let me know what I need to do. He was furious, and Bishop Naren bowed his head in submission before Mika. Surely this was a foregone conclusion. Conversing with Bishop Naren was quite simple. It seemed Naren sensed Heiko's aura on Mika. Although Naren was a supporter of Mika, the reason Mika started talking to Naren was simply that he had died in the previous match. Mika wanted to eliminate any possibility of that happening, and that was when all his suspicions were confirmed. Stepping outside with Set, Micah held the blood of the destructive demon in his hand. Micah managed to break the seal on Bishop Naren, and what he held was evidence that he was assassinated with prior planning. After Micah crushed those things with his bare hands, Set whispered to him that Micah could not communicate with Hiko due to having lost the demon's essence. It was also a part of the body of that wretched existence. It seemed to be somewhere beneath us. Set feigned mystery as he whispered to Micah, that must be the reason why the remnants could multiply infinitely. You did very well. We will need to go find it. I know where it is. Micah praised Set with an indifferent attitude. Micah suddenly stood up straight and turned to walk away. Micah's calm demeanor upon hearing the shocking news startled Set. Could it be that Micah knew about this before she did? And indeed, it was true. Leaving Set feeling embarrassed for being slow and acting so casual, 2 days before the appointment, Micah led Set to the place holding the eyes of the demon, which was the shrine of the first hero located within the kingdom. This place was overwhelmingly large, leaving both Micah and Set in awe. Micah felt that if he were a hero, he would be the 8th one. Everything in this world seemed to be becoming truly difficult for him. If the first hero saw this scene, he would go mad at the kingdom. Micah said, stepping inside, the scene of Set, without a trace of dust, shows that this place has been well cared for. We cannot ignore the symbolism of the first hero. Even if this place is the source of the infection, it does not feel good at all. I hope this is not the worst fate. Micah reminded himself as he stepped up each stair ahead, the path facing the cold coffin containing the body of the first hero. Micah broke the barrier and solemnly approached. Set could not believe his ears when he heard Micah say that the demons had hidden the eye of the demon lord right inside the hero's coffin. But that is impossible. The eye of the demon lord and the body of the hero cannot coexist, Set firmly asserted. But what if it had been fully absorbed before he died? Let us see if this hypothesis holds true. Micah boldly took strong steps towards the coffin in front of him, his eyes filled with determination. If his hypothesis is wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin must be intact. Please let me be wrong, Micah murmured in prayer as he lifted the coffin lid. What both saw was an empty coffin that leaned against the wall. Set was terrified, not knowing what to do next. Micah, on the contrary, broke into a faint smile. It was not too bad after all. Instead, it is good that we discovered this. Now let us deal with it. With that, Micah immediately jumped down the stairs below. In the dimly lit dark room, Heron sat in contemplation in a corner, his pupils changing from brown-gray to bright red as he thought of Micah. Exploiting that old bishop had been very simple, but that young Wampurgis, after he appeared, the chaos gradually began to be restrained. How annoying. What can we do to get rid of him? Heron vented his frustration by punching the illusion in front of him into fragments, his words filled with hatred for Micah. Then, sensing the aura from the tome spilling out, he suddenly burst into a fit of manic laughter. This might be a simpler solution than what I was thinking. Heron revealed his true face and whispered. Micah and his companions finally met the hero, who was now sitting regally on the throne. Waiting since the afternoon. I have always been waiting for you. I am the one hailed as a hero. I apologize to my descendants. What is about to happen is not by my intention, but because the demon lord has invaded to the very marrow of my being. Please. Kill me. Junjin extended his hand to cast a spell, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity. Not leaving Micah, the demonic power surged rapidly in front of Micah, who calmly called him affectionately Senior. The two met but did not linger. They had fate but not destiny, and thus they used their strength to clash. Micah used a shield to try to block the powerful fire coming towards him. With such a weakened body, the magic released should also be weakened. Most of the strength of that body had vanished, and there was hardly any muscle left. It could barely coordinate the movements of the hero's body. Micah thought. Because the hero, in response to his question about why he did not use aura, Junjin continued to draw a circle to summon demons filled with magical fire. Manga, finding himself in a deadlock, conjured a fireball to block that pile of dark magic. Both types of magic clashed with each other, resulting in an explosion that caused psychological shockwaves. This hero, before being invaded by demons, was an authentic wizard. What about the sword? Manga wondered. The human called it a sword only because of its intricate design. It was all about appearance. If I truly had to choose an item to symbolize me, it could only be the robe of the sword. It is a sacred item that contains all blessings within. Since I am already dead, I do not care who keeps it anymore. However, before that, since you are a hero, there is still one thing you must do. Right, the hero said. It seems he felt that he could no longer exist, having reached his own limits. Young one, my descendant, I will entrust this world to you, he thought to himself as he gradually slumped down to one side, silently wishing for him to rest in peace in the eternal realm. Manga was unsure how long the first hero had to endure this, as he wanted to create a perfect ending for a legend to rest without any regrets. Manga had just expanded the magic circle, and the demon inside the hero's body sought to gain the upper hand to dominate. Its brain, filled with wires, rushed towards Manga. After reaching the 6th magic circle, many things had changed. The ancient magic circle is the standard for a level 6 wizard, but for me, it is something special. Even though this only applies when I use the expanded magic circle, I can utilize magic from the 8th circle, the golden ice. Manga thought, as a droplet filled with magical power from his fingertip gently spread out into gigantic shards sharp as stars. But what kind of demon is it anyway? Its level 6 magic circle clashed fiercely against Manga's magic, creating an overwhelming chaos never seen before. Manga compressed the mana and struck back at the opponent. Before this volcanic eruption of dark power, he both unleashed and moved, in an instant approaching the demon's face. It opened its blood-red eyes, staring unblinkingly at Manga. It had anticipated that Manga would close in and had secretly set up a magic circle behind itself. It wanted to deliberately prolong the time to accumulate more magical power, blending itself in the smoke while silently assessing. But thick orange peel has sharp nails, and there are always higher mountains. Manga had already given himself an escape route beforehand. With a chain-filled command beam, Manga finally captured the demon in his hands. Using regular magic alone could not completely destroy the demon's spirit. Knowing this, I have prepared several special spells. Manga thought. By borrowing divine skills, he created an earthquake that pierced through the Demon King's belly. A bright beam of light surged forth, transforming the room into a blank canvas. The first hero had approached behind Manga in human form before his death. He looks completely different from Manga's imagination. Even different from the portrait illustrations on the wall. Both joyfully embraced each other affectionately. The hero finally felt at ease again after everything. The recent time had been a long period of suffering for him, with hope gradually fading away, although he was very confident that he was a peaceful and resilient person. Deep down, he too began to crumble. However, before it completely shattered, Manga arrived. Now he could finally close his eyes with peace of mind knowing there was a reliable junior like Manga. Kid, I am handing this world over to you. Just leave it to me. Senior. After their agreement, Hika finally appeared to praise Manga. When she mentioned wanting to reward him, Manga suggested she bless Cassandra to see the prophecy. Because of Hika, Cassandra had to endure so much misfortune. Of course, that is something I should do, but that can't be called a reward, as it is compensation for the loss I have reserved for the girl. Is there anything else you wish for? Hiko asked Manga. Is there anything else? I already have the holy mark. Thanks to the freedom of the cycle, I no longer have any issues with mana. Then there is only one more important thing. Manga suddenly came up with a bold idea. Opening his eyes, Manga discovered he had returned to the real world. The coffin had returned to its original form. So this was not an illusion. This means, upon inspection, seeing Manga still intact after meeting Hika was astonishing. It is all because Hika prevented him from going along, making him furious. She did that because she was still hung up on what I said last time. Everyone knows she has a narrow mind. So what did she say to you? He was fuming with confusion. Suddenly, a massive rock fell from the sky, along with his robe. And there was a letter saying that girl should just die. With this, Manga held up the holy robe, quietly feeling that it was indeed surreal. Wearing the powerful robe, Manga felt a surge of energy throughout his body. On Mika's body, some holy marks bestowed by Hiko appeared. At that moment, she was very happy to engrave this seal on Mika, as the demigod part of Manga was in a transitional phase, allowing him to reach the 10th spell circle in just a moment. Trying to awaken this holy mark could enhance the demigod traits within Manga. Initially, the effect might not be strong, but it would increase over time. At the moment her blood dripped onto his palm, Manga thought he was being consumed by a burning force. Only those who overcome and break their predestined ties can obtain what they desire. The engraved name said it all. It recorded the special magic that could be used immediately. It was inherently a 7th circle magic, but because it was the symbol of the top warrior, Manga did not think it would remember magic like usual. He worried that the holy mark might cause Manga to completely lose his humanity. But Manga did not care. What Manga needed to do now was to leave this place first. Before leaving, Manga needed to take a precious item from here, outside at this moment, Heron was in a state of violent coughing up blood, his body exhausted. I can no longer feel the power of the noble demon. The remnants of the demon scattered throughout the capital are disappearing. Please forgive me. Lord Miro, if the plan fails, Heron clutched his bloodied face, begging in despair, since things have turned out this way. Heron wants to reclaim something much greater. The Archbishop Conference will be held in 2 days from now, just in time. But one Archbishop alone is not enough. When I am there, I will also kill the Pope. Haran, bloodthirsty, glared with glee. Micah sat carelessly in the tree, watching the opponent disappear, feeling a surge of excitement as events gradually unfolded in an interesting direction. Bishop Killen was going crazy, cursing Micah, banging on tables and chairs loudly. Micah Walpurgis, that damn bastard. Why did this happen to me? I am sure that I am the one chosen by the god, which is why he sent Heron to me. Haran, that child, revealed to me about the god of words, and if I act according to what he says, it will resolve this matter. Therefore, I cannot acknowledge the prophecy of that girl Cassandra. That is why I drove her away. He thought everything was settled. Who could have been so easily deceived by Micah? Just as he was fuming, Heron appeared with a radiant smile. Indeed, if I obtain the revelation, something that even the Pope or other archbishops cannot deny, I can turn the tide. He happily devised a plan. Heron told the 2 gods that the current Pope Gregorios was committing wrongdoings, as well as mentioning that wizards of bloodlines like the Walpurgis family are polluting the kingdom. Killen, upon hearing these words, felt quite pleased. Heron smiled with squinted eyes, one arm reaching up to touch Killen's face, saying he needed to do everything he could for him. He needed to be prepared to dirty his hands. Now tell me, in just a few minutes, the demon soul Haran had subdued Killen. He was now just a soulless corpse, dazed and obediently following whatever Haran commanded. On the day of the competency test, Micah felt quite satisfied as the archbishops who were neutral or supported Siegfried were about to lean towards him. But on the other hand, Siegfried could not take any specific action. Perhaps Micah had pushed him too hard, so he was still in shock. But after all, he still deserved the title of hero. Micah thought. The decisive moment before the hero was only 3 hours away. Micah wanted to wait a little longer for Siegfried. The bishop here was extremely confident that Micah would be chosen as the hero, as he felt there was no better decision than that. Waiting and waiting, finally Siegfried arrived, having thought about what Micah said. He had stayed awake all night to the point he could not sleep at all. I am not unique. Lord Haben once said that everything is truly unfair. However, after clear thinking, he admitted that he was wrong. He wants to apologize to you and the prophet but cannot leave. The other knights feel the same way. They were the ones who opposed and showed anger. Although it has not been long, it is already clear which side is right and which is wrong. Bringing a demon out in front of everyone like that, I am sure that it is not simply to undermine the knight's order. Archbishop Kylan, who dragged me into this, once said that the heroic path I believe in is the right one. That is the will of the gods. So I did not doubt it at all. And those around me also affirmed this. The only one who said it was the wrong path is you, Micah. So please tell me what I should do. Siegfried did not expect to bow down before Micah, his confused eyes pleading for advice from Micah. Siegfried recalled his childhood when he sat holding a book, knowing that until now, his thoughts had always been bound. He remembers when he was little, he found a book in a trash pile. The book depicted a hero alongside the sun, moon, and stars on the cover. Little Siegfried read it with great delight. It was a book about heroes. That day officially became a milestone, marking the moment little Siegfried was trapped in the mana vortex, representing the obligation to become a hero. He held in his heart the little boy who delightedly read that book along with the green circle connected to his life. With a sorrowful expression, he thought he did not want to disappoint the archbishop who saved him. He had always endured suffering, but now he needed to admit it. 2 viewpoints. 2 paths. The image of the protagonist and Siegfried appeared in stark contrast. The blonde swordsman understood one thing. Micah, whom he felt was nothing like a hero. Siegfried had to painfully die inside while admitting that he was indeed the most heroic figure. The image of the mage protected by light completely defeating the swordsman shrouded in darkness. Siegfried struggled to utter the 2 words please. He looked straight at Micah, saying in a tone of literary elegance, please tell me what I need to do. The protagonist's eyes gleamed with determination. Micah, at a loss for words, looked up to the sky and sighed. He then inquired of the lost-looking blonde young man. What do you want me to say? If it is advice, I have clearly already told you. He responded to the protagonist that it was also because of my distant aspirations that I had wasted so many things. Remembering the scene of this girl who left without looking back, Siegfried muttered, I have also lost my last loved one. He was in turmoil, asking what he could do to get those things back. He had no idea what to do. Feeling helpless. Hearing this, Micah could no longer restrain himself. He said, this guy is really digging his own grave, with the golden hair appearing as if splashed with water, looking up and asking, what the hell? A gentleman speaks but does not strike, but with this idiot, I must give him a punch. Micah, filled with hatred from both lives, punched him hard in the stomach. The sound of the impact was heavy. The swordsman gaped, eyes wide, Surely feeling the pain, he flew out 10 meters, clutching his stomach, lying in a heap on the floor. This development was unexpected for Siegfried. He opened his eyes wide, still in disbelief at what had just happened, opening his mouth to ask a painful question. Why would a gentleman speak without acting? The villain, who had just attacked, was rubbing his hands together, saying that those who come to see him want to change. But wanting to change at noon really frustrates me. It is extremely unpleasant. The male lead boldly asked why all the ones who were beaten never considered apologizing to the ones who hit them. Siegfried felt his worldview crumbling. This theory was too new. Micah added that if the person wanted to change. Manga Joker appeared coolly, with a face that was both smiling and furious. Looking hauntingly at Fort Reuben, he rubbed his hands together to threaten the swordsman, saying to go find someone else. Damn it. To act like this in front of me is ruthless. My frail body is all because of this pig teammate. Looking at the demonic figure in front of him, Siegfried stammered. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I am scared of this. His face was pale, devoid of any blood. Stammering, begging for mercy. Throughout the sanctuary, anguished screams echoed as if they were being suffocated. Awa! The sunlight outside still gently shone down on the sacred building of the holy nation. While inside, a young man was being beaten down. The priests were walking around greeting each other in the sanctuary. The atmosphere was joyful like a festival. One satisfied priest said, "Haha, I never expected that in this life. I would get to participate in the hero selection ceremony." To which the other replied, "I do not know if this is a good thing or not." They continued gossiping that upon reflection, there was a magician who became a hero candidate named Mika. The other person then raised his voice, mocking, a magician wanting to be a hero. Truly ridiculous. What a delusion of power. An authoritative voice suddenly asked, "Can a magician not become a hero?" The two priests chatting abruptly fell silent. Seeing the person smiling in front of them, they all asked, "Is not this Archbishop Ali? Surprised to meet you here, are not we?" Archbishop Ali smiled and replied, "This is the hero selection ceremony. Of course, I have to be here." He subtly advertised that he heard the candidate Micah had defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital. One priest responded, "Yes, that is indeed true. Truly amazing." The other could not believe it and asked, "Does your excellency mean that the capital suffered no significant damage after killing that great demon?" Archbishop Ali confirmed, "Yes, that is why I am here to support candidate Micah. He truly is a once-in-a-millennium talent." Behind him, a voice boomed, "Is that you, Archbishop Ali?" On the day Ali turned around, he asked Archbishop Killen. The old man smiled warmly while pretending to be a Killen. The two shook hands in a friendly manner. Ali said, "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you," while smiling on the outside but not on the inside. The Archbishop thought that the old man was sabotaging the holy nation, and the young should not be playing tricks like this. His eyes were filled with seriousness, questioning what intentions he had now. The old man Killen spoke up, "But Archbishop Ali," the old man squinted and asked, "Do you really think the deity will be satisfied with what is happening?" Hearing this, the Archbishop wondered what the old man meant. It was truly a vague question. He replied that it was not something we should judge. Killen's hand, which was shaking his, suddenly tightened. The old man said so, and Killen's mouth began to babble about the will of the deity being easily recognizable, that at any moment could change. Then suddenly, the old man disappeared from before him. Ali asked in surprise, "Huh?" The Archbishop looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, "Quad the hell? Did he disappear? Quad the hell? What is happening? Am I meeting a ghost?" Realizing something was off, he muttered, Do not tell me. Damn it, it is over." Inside, Ali screamed the name Sir Micah, while the person he just called was dragging the swordsman Siegfried away like a sack of rice. His face was distorted, and he remarked, "Do you need to beat me so badly that my parents would not recognize me? Damn it, you have turned me into a pig's head." Micah recalled the earlier scene where he was kicking this guy with satisfaction until the prophetess hugged him, and he coldly replied, "Of course, it is my youth. If Cassandra had not come, I would have beaten him to a pulp." That pathetic hero. The sad blonde swordsman called out to Sir Micah. He asked if he still had many shortcomings to become a hero. Micah replied, "Yes. Very many. Damn it. In my previous life, I was blind and muddled, and now I am just picking a fake hero's name." Siegfried bitterly laughed, saying, "Ha, you really do not let it go easily, huh?" Then the two fell into their own thoughts. Micah glanced at the blonde sack of rice. The more he looked, the more he hated it. He thought it was shameful. Suddenly, a person ran up to the main character. That person called out, "Sir Micah." He looked back and discovered who had come. Seeing the person panting like a dog in front of him, the main character asked Archbishop Ali, "What is going on? Why is it so chaotic today?" Ali was panting as he said, "Something is going on." Micah's face showed a look of great surprise as a mysterious figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. The face of Archbishop Killen gradually became clear. Muttering, "I am beginning to hear the enlightenment that I have always wanted throughout my life, only realizing it when I am about to go down the hole." With a bewildered expression as if controlled, Killen thought to himself, "You are wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one." The veins on his hands were bulging as if about to burst. He angrily believed that the one who should be punished was the other. Clear voice interrupted Archbishop Hechaw's thoughts, telling him to stop. Archbishop Killin, he laughed mockingly. Ha! Is not this the prophet? In front of him, Cassandra stood there with a determined expression. She warned Killin to please not push beyond the limits. She was extremely capable. His face darkened, and he slowly approached, questioning her intentions. A sword was pointed directly at Killin, its owner warning him to stop. The archbishop looked at the blonde girl standing in front of Cassandra, gritting his teeth and asking Ada, "Why are you blocking me?" The blonde girl coldly replied, "You really do not know why." Seeing Killin close his eyes without answering, Ada raised her voice. "Or are you pretending not to know, acting stupid and then running away?" Ada recalled her recent conversation with Mika, admiringly thinking he was right. Mika confidently smiled and assured her that Archbishop Killin would definitely cause some trouble. At that moment, her expression was extremely subtle. Ada thought about how he could predict the future so easily. Looking at the once mighty archbishop now faded beyond recognition, she warned him to choose whether he would let go and accept defeat or resist and be forcibly captured. The old man responded with a haha smile, looking at the two girls in front as if they were foolish believers. Killin said he did not understand why so many dared to speak blasphemously like that. The old man raised his hand to signal the end of the farce with his mouth, nearly scolding the little brats for their sacrilege. In the white eyes suddenly transformed into a spiral pattern. Killin mumbled as if playing with the divine toy that was accompanying him. Ada suddenly panicked, thinking to herself, "Damn it. The old man is high on drugs and has lost his mind for about half an hour." The purple magic struck directly towards her, and Cassandra beside her could not react in time. The prophetic girl worriedly shouted for Ada, as the blonde girl was attacked by dark magic. Sliding along the floor, Ada was shocked to realize that this was not holy power. The old man had gone completely off the rails. Looking at the old man being enveloped by dark magic at his feet, she shouted asking him what the hell he was doing. Archbishop Killin, the old man raised both hands, replying that he had already said it was not him. Damn it. A scene resembling a horror show appeared. The hair on his body was slowly spreading out. On Killin's head, two horns were also sprouting. He just needed some green grass to be complete. A black goat with red eyes appeared, stating that the deity was accompanying him, surely referring to the horned deity. Ada exclaimed in shock, "A black goat? Damn it. I have no interest in goat hop at all." Surrounding the ugly creature was purple magic. The bullhorn magic immediately targeted and charged at Ada. She was taken by surprise and could only let out a grunt. In Ada's golden eyes, the image of the bullhorn magic reflected as it approached. She thought, "No way, am I about to get killed? The money for the performance is still too little." Suddenly, the shape of a familiar staff appeared. With a reflective spell, a shield embedded with a stylized cross appeared in front of Ada, protecting her safely from Killin's attack. She turned around in astonishment to see who had intervened. Ada's face suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Ha!" she excitedly said. "He came late." Manga, holding the chain Fritz, his face expressionless, said not at all. He shot a glance at the traitor of the Lord, saying now. The male lead slammed the staff down hard onto the floor. The magic around Killin suddenly vanished, and he revealed his true form, collapsing to the ground. The old man widened his eyes asking the male lead how he was here. Micah did not answer Killin's question, instead asking him how it felt to be devoured by evil. The archbishop dumbfoundedly asked back, "What the hell? What?" His eyes were bloodshot like a writer who had been under deadline for too long. Seeing his student being grabbed by Micah, Killin ordered Fritz to come here. He smiled sweetly like a bad boy, reaching out to him saying who saved and guided him. "Come here and hold my hand tightly. Hold my hand for a long time." He continued to jump where he was standing, and Fritz suddenly woke up. Killin concluded this was not where he belonged, as the blonde swordsman was being picked up by Micah, confusedly mumbling, "What should I do? Choose the bird or listen to reason?" Micah refused to help him make a choice, saying that was something he had to decide for himself. The male lead added that he should take responsibility for his decision, and Fritz's face was currently unreadable. "Killin continues to lure here. Come back together to reconnect our past love." Suddenly, the old man widened his eyes, let out a grunt, and firmly placed a foot on the floor. Seeing Siegfried with a stern face holding a sword pointed at him, the old man froze and asked what his child was doing. "Damn it. Our hometown is our hometown. We have so many memories. The lure has failed." "Damn it," the strong blonde swordsman declared. "I am a holy knight. I cannot stand on the same battlefield with someone occupied by evil." Understand. Killin's bald head was filled with blue veins. The old man shouted to darken, flexing his arms, saying, Even you would say that. You should be the one who trusts me the most. How dare you?" "Damn it. It is really raising a sleeve." The old man finally shouted, "Haha, the gods are with me." Siegfried anxiously called the archbishop. Micah suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "If you do not want to get involved, then do not act on your own." Killin raised both hands to the sky, saying, "I have always desired this enlightenment throughout my life. And finally, I have obtained it before I go down the hole." Micah mocked, "That is not enlightenment, but more like the call of the death sentence. You shadow of the dragon." The archbishop stubbornly said, "You are the ones who are wrong. I am." The old man's head suddenly tilted to one side, and he jumped suddenly and became silent this afternoon. Micah looked at the old man standing unusually still. He warned someone that playing like that was enough already. Behind Killin, dark shadow gradually spread. Micah continued, Has not it been time to reveal yourselves? With a terrifying face, the male lead said, your father is talking to you. Do not be so silent. He called Miro with each word. Kilinaka Sun Zing appeared. 2 pairs of horns were again on his head. His eyes red like blood. His ears also became animal ears. And upon his appearance, it was essential to wear a confident smile to make an impression. Archbishop Kilinaka Miro asked Micah, when did you know? The male lead replied, since the beginning. Surprised, has not the old lady told you? I have been eating rice for 2 lifetimes already. The curious demon said. So you are the wizard specialized in punishing the wicked. He praised. Oh, so you know, you are the next reincarnated one. But to hear a joke, Miro said he. Really interesting. He warned me that you have immense power, but I have existed for a long time. Micah closed his eyes and remained silent. He thought to himself, damn it. Just good at going in circles. To put it bluntly, he means that the other person is still very inexperienced and cannot defeat me. Right? The male lead with a threatening expression uttered 4 words. Arrogant bastard. Miro thought the evil king, the string of muscles had fallen helplessly. Even though he was something superfluous that could be eliminated at any time, the news of his defeat would cause panic among the followers. The long, sharp nails that had not worked for a long time slightly moved. He smiled slyly. I also have my own plans. Gently stroking his beard with the sharp claw, he kindly announced that this old man is not the only one I control. Micah replied succinctly, you have known for a long time. He said something that stunned him, because Ludos is not here, so he must be there. Miro Damon unexpectedly stammered. What are you? He lost all warnings. Micah questioned. Why? It is too obvious. What the hell do I not know? I only know one thing, which is no. He raised the power tree. The gem on top of the tree emitted a green light, and the main character's response was just like those demons. It was natural for him to be careless. In that moment, inside the church, Leon was walking back and forth while sighing. He anxiously looked around, speculating that the person was somewhere nearby. He recalled Micah's determined image of finding the person possessed by that demon. Leon pondered about the demon's possession, but he had never been wrong. He was scared and kept his eyes wide open, pressured by the thought that if he made a mistake. Looking at the priests moving about in the church, Leon knew that if he was wrong, everyone here would follow their ancestors. His hands clenched so tightly that they trembled. He realized that reaching the correct conclusion was a heavy responsibility. Leon shouted in his head, why did you assign me this task? As those around looked at him as if he were a patient who just escaped from the hospital, his face drained of blood, the swordsman continued to sense magical power and physical strength. He could not detect either on a person. Was he not the great heavenly being? Remembering Mika snapping his fingers, joking with him and saying that direction was very important, Leon just wanted to punch the main character. He mumbled in frustration, but the guy kept saying things he could not understand. The swordsman muttered, at least you have to tell me how to deal with this. Just then a shadow passed by him. A flash of light appeared, catching his attention. Leon let out a surprised sound. He observed a bolt of lightning radiating brilliantly from the sword, and shouted that his sword emitted this light. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Leon's mind that it seemed every time someone passed by, Leon grasped it. He confirmed, is this it? The swordsman chased after the priest who had just passed him, politely saying to him, please stop for a moment. The man turned back and replied, hut, damn it. If you do not look, then just look again and freeze. He muttered that. Leon saw a dark shadow on the shoulder of that man. The black magical threads radiating from him spread down the priest's body. Looking at the dull red eyes, the curved horns and the messy fur, he concluded that it was a black mountain goat. On Leon's sword, the lightning seemed to sense the magical power. It shone even brighter. The priest saw him draw his sword and stammered, what are you doing? I do not want to get boxed in. He swung the sword precisely at the priest, who shut his eyes tightly, preparing himself to meet his ancestors. When he opened his eyes, he was scared to death when he saw the strange object that had just appeared. Exclaiming, what is this? A black mountain goat was lying there, illuminated by the magical power, lifeless and gasping. He said, this thing is stuck to my body. Leon watched the priest sitting before him, cursing, damn it. He had a bad feeling about this. It seemed he sensed something. He said, this dark energy is... He turned back to look at a hazy shadow in the distance. A priest with silver hair slowly appeared. He smiled a typical grin and said, you have come late. Human. That was Heron. He had completely turned into a demon. Or perhaps this was his original form. With bright red eyes and sharp teeth, he arrogantly declared, all of you are our sheep. No one can escape from us. A familiar pair of horns slowly emerged from his shoulders. It revealed itself completely as a black mountain goat, a cousin of the one that Leon just sold. The magical power from its body spread out and attacked all the priests standing in the room. They cried out in pain. Help! Help me! I can't breathe. Leon swung his sword up, confused, saying, damn it. What should I do now? Seeing Heron laughing maniacally, he worried that the dark power was beginning to consume everyone. A hand was raised in a desperate plea for help. Gradually it was enveloped by the magical power, turning black, a symbol of evil. Leon was extremely frightened. He knew they were gradually being darkened. He reassured himself. Calm down. Leon. A bright spot gradually became clear, emitting a shimmering halo in the dark space. Leon told himself he could not let the demons shake him. Don't be afraid, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Suddenly, around where Leon was standing, each orb of divine light appeared, purifying the entire space. The dark night that had just been there immediately vanished without a trace. All fell silent, making way for the pure ritual of the divine. Leon opened his eyes wide, seeing the space filled with dazzling golden light. He asked, "What is this light?" The priests who had been darkened were also purified by the divine light, returning to their original forms. They were no longer in a state of painful suffering. One priest exclaimed. He suddenly melt amidst the sparkling light, and they all knelt down to bathe in the light, chanting praises to the divine. The dark-eyed goats regained their clarity, standing silently before the divine's authority. In a dazzling orb of light at the center, a divine voice rose, saying, "Listen here. My children." A pair of hands reached out. The voice continued, "Your eyes and hands have been in darkness for too long. But I have given you something to pierce through the night and bring you to the light." The divine said to rise. Leon felt his body being lifted by a force. He sensed it was moving by itself. Leon was horrified, thinking, "What the hell is going on? I do not know what is happening anymore." Suddenly recalling the conch shell and Mika's advice that direction is very important, he realized that yes, he knew this would happen and had sent him. Leon wondered if he had met the divine personally. If it was him, then perhaps... Alright, he decided to trust that everything would be resolved. Leon respectfully asked, "What should I do?" The voice from the orb of light replied, "Free them." The swordsman laughed and said, "Haha, I understand now." He held the sword that emitted green magical power, his eyes filled with confidence, saying, "I can do that. It is as easy as eating porridge." A vast universe outside Earth appeared. The golden orb of light and the black orb of darkness were separated by a stream of light. This stream spread from the source of light, ready to expand across the surface of the earth like twinkling lights decorating for Christmas. Since the beginning, darkness and light have existed. Darkness merely exists, but light spreads and develops into a small world. This expansion created laws, and the laws created heaven and earth. And from the earth, the first seed sprouted, forming the fields that bear the essence of heaven and earth. The image of hands reaching out to embrace the shining light emerges. The law states that light is always present. In the future, humans will call light a blessing from the Lord, and refer to it as divine power. Leon's sword emits a golden light while the divine sword is enveloped in green divine energy. The shadow of the glowing sword raises the blade in the pristine atmosphere as if performing a purification ritual. Leon's gaze reflects determination. He says to proceed. The mountain goats suddenly begin to awaken after a moment of silence. They charge forward at a frenzied speed. Wherever the beasts run, smoke billows thickly. Its gigantic form looms over the swordsman Liam, who stands still, channeling his magical energy throughout his body. A massive beam of blue light shoots straight up into the sky, and Leon leaps to thrust the sword directly into the body of the frenzied mountain goat. Through the brilliant light, his eyes reflect intent to kill. The mountain goat gradually dissipates under the blinding light. A giant green orb appears. The shimmering light emanating from it spreads in all directions. Killanekamiro is immediately stunned by the scene before him. He wonders how the power of the lower deity could arrive so swiftly. Micah drops down from somewhere, kindly explaining that it is because he works very hard at it. He asks the old man if he thought he had a chance. Right? Bullhead. He raises his hand in mockery. Oh my. Thank you. Micah pours oil on the fire, saying that thanks to someone, the holy nation is becoming increasingly dedicated to fighting against the demon race. Is not that surprising? Old lady. A vein pops on Killen's forehead. He angrily curses at this bastard and unleashes his magical power to attack the male protagonist. Green light like a whirlwind gradually disperses. It forms a protective barrier around Micah against Killen's attack. Lightning controls the green magical energy, saying, "What does a low-level demon mean? Daring to dance in front of her?" Old lady. Micah raises his staff and asks, "So what you mean is it poses no threat to us? Right?" He continues, "That is what a villain would say to the demons." Truly hurtful. Micah's red eyes shine brightly. He thinks a villain. He imagines himself turning into a giant demon in front of Kellen, thinking that if he were a villain in the eyes of those demons, he should act as much like a villain as possible. Lightning calls out to Micah, asking what he is thinking with such a villainous face. The male protagonist honestly reveals he is thinking about smashing those demons. Lightning is surprised by his response, and suddenly she smiles. Lightning proudly flies beside him, responding that is good. The demon Killen grits his teeth and utters threatening words. He flies into the air while summoning magic, like a cold-hearted witch preparing to deal with these damn bastards. Micah counters with a shield of divine power. The holy light continues to block the old man's attack. He asks, is not running away a better option? Struggling to fight back, the crafty demon tilts his head asking to run. Then the old man raises his hand and says, "Shut up, you lowly bastard. Run away, you damn brat. A gentleman would rather suffer selling lunch boxes than endure humiliation." Killen goes into a rage, unleashing all his magical power, screaming to send all of you to hell on the old man's hand. The sharp fingers glowed. Micah thought seriously that he was enhancing his power without considering the host body. He knew that at times like this, only the power of holy light could change the situation. And then he reached out his hand while the main character was confused, wondering where we were. A beautiful figure touched the main character's arm and gave Micah the answer. This is the Holy Kingdom, a sacred place where the authority of the god is strongest, and this hall is filled with sincere faith. Higao, the god of wisdom, laughed and said, truly, it is tiring indeed. Micah's face showed a light expression. He smiled. The main character slammed the staff down on the floor. Asking seriously, the great wizard laughed triumphantly, saying he should have run when he had the chance. As powerful magic energy slowly radiated around him, the blue magic energy shone straight up to the sky, dispersing into a giant beam of light in the space. The main character quietly listened to Miro scream "Aw aw." Miro's figure gradually faded away, angrily threatening that she would remember his face. You bastard. I will make you go pick up the lunchbox. Micah found it quite humorous and laughed ha. The main character kindly reminded, go for it. My father is waiting. A large beam of light appeared in the Holy Kingdom, piercing straight from the sanctuary to the sky, where a circle of white clouds appeared swirling around the beam of light, a sacred scene, filled with worship. The Pope opened his eyes wide, observing the divine spectacle before him. The priests and clerics in the Holy Kingdom all revered and clasped their hands in prayer. Everyone could feel it. Deity, who had always been absent from the Holy Kingdom, had returned. The sign of him was the sacred beam of light piercing through the mountains and the sky, shining brilliantly through the swirling white clouds, in a purple palace illuminated by white orbs, arranged here relatively luxuriously, showing the owner's taste. Suddenly, a small noise broke the silence. The source of the noise burst forth. A girl, the Lord of the Horns, with a fiery figure, angrily said again, my soul has just been obtained. Oh, I am so furious. Stammering the name, that face gradually became clear, with red eyes and horns. Indeed, the Lord of the Horns. Oh, grinding her teeth at the name Micah Wampurgis. Truly, what is he? It is the sixth commander Miro, the one who just caused chaos in the Holy Kingdom. Thinking back to the pieces he had put so much effort into embedding, he had not enjoyed them enough before being neutralized. Bitterly thinking that he suddenly appeared and ruined all of his plans. He even chopped off part of that guy's body. Miro imagined a familiar figure alongside the holy light shining down, standing behind Mika, controlling everything, speculating that even if he is a talented wizard, destroying part of a demon's body is nearly impossible. Hika must be involved in this. Bravo, guessed correctly. 10 points. Pondering that he would investigate this matter in detail, a mountain goat suddenly rushed over, vomiting out a small red demon with a tail like a lizard. He screamed, then he lay flat on the floor. Miro called out Ludos. The commander's call startled the demon, causing him to raise his head, kneeling and stammering. Wait, I'm sorry. Immediately cutting him off. Shut your mouth, you little demon. The woman's voice echoed. If it were true, you should have died in the holy war. He fearfully said, thanks to the day I was spared. Miro coldly asked if I spared you. Are you dreaming? Ludos trembled when hearing her say that your memories are very useful, so killing you would be a waste. But a large horn pierced straight through him. Ciro was thrown into the air, the demon's eyes wide, unable to understand why he logged out right after going online. Miro kindly explained that your lowly life is not important. Ludos pleaded with his demon commander, asking him to be merciful. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind a red spirit stone. Miro said that those pleas are meaningless. Take the spirit stone and bring it to your mouth. Miro slowly dissolved it. After that, she wiped her mouth and declared, Micah Wampurgis, next time I will definitely have you enjoy a bento box. A week after the incident, the powerful Pope was standing in the position of honor. Below him were a large number of priests. He spoke, thanking everyone for coming to the hero gathering ceremony. Lordy Dan was also present. He wore a provocative expression, standing with Steward Morden, and listened to the announcement that many things had happened. And finally, the cursed ones began to murmur and attack again. The group of Leon also listened intently as he stated that from now on, the world will no longer be the same. Many issues will arise, and chaos may ensue. But the gods will not turn their backs on the tragedies that have befallen us. A white robe fluttered in the wind. Micah stood there, holding a scepter, the robe billowing in the breeze. The Pope continued to speak and has granted us his power. Micah Wampurgis. The judgment book was prepared quickly. The professional event organization department had to be ignored. The main character replied that it was because, looking at the face of the swordsman, Micah asked what was wrong. Why was it like this today? He sent a dry laugh and replied that I had no other choice. The main character was surprised to hear him lament that he hardly knew what he was supposed to do. Siegfried thought of images of himself raising his hand to create something. That thing was all erased, sadly saying, but to become a hero. I have rejected the past, the one that brought me to this position. Micah asked, then what about your brothers? Siegfried jumped in. I do not see them. No, it is that I can see. The main character sat on the bed, propping his hands on his thighs and intertwining his fingers, seriously questioning, what are you doing here? Coming to plead for these useless things. Is it too much to be idle? The other party's face darkened, asking plead for what? He stated something that everyone knew was true. You do not have any goodwill towards me. I understand. This original guy has spoken ill of your faith, so of course, you do not like me. Micah looked serious and listened intently. He thought about the confusion in this guy's mind, clicking his tongue. Compared to his pride, That was too much to handle in a short amount of time. Remembering the image before he regressed, he humbly knelt before this worthless guy. Micah thought he might be swayed by memories from before he regressed. Everyone in this world, except for him, was very different from the past. Siegfried with a bored expression, Cassandra with a confident smile. He knew everyone was changing. Micah muttered it was not pleasant at all. Siegfried continued to say that Archbishop Killen would have to spend his life in prison for colluding with the demons. I should have received that sentence. But he stopped it. Micah, emotionless, asked what he was talking about. He should not be so arrogant to say that he hates me. Right. The main character smiled and casually remarked that saving people is the essence of being a hero. Back at the ceremony, under the blue sky and white clouds, the Pope asked Micah if he could fulfill his responsibilities as a hero. The main character solemnly replied, I swear. A glittering crown was placed on his head. The crown gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. He recalled that before he regressed, Siegfried was the one standing here, kneeling and being crowned by the Pope in front of a large crowd. At that time, he was also in the crowd, excitedly clapping to celebrate the hero of the Holy Kingdom. Micah closed his eyes, ending his recollection. Suddenly, a beam of brilliant light shone down and enveloped him. The Pope said it was the blessing of the gods. My lord. The girl sitting next to him, who had been eating vinegar, jumped up high. She really did her best, did not she? Micah smiled gratefully and said this moment was worth it. His whole body seemed to be immersed in the shimmering white light. The main character held the scepter. His whole being seemed to glow. He smiled knowing this was just the beginning. Finally, I have taken a step closer to my goal. Leon crossed his arms leaning against the door and said well done. He raised his hand, proudly like a speaker, saying you have become a hero. And we have killed the demon residing in the Holy Kingdom. We are truly remarkable. Right? Micah shrugged indifferently and replied, yeah. Leon felt that this guy's reaction seemed off. He scratched his head in confusion. He questioned this. You are a hero now. A hero. Should not you feel happy? The main character continued to respond in a nonchalant tone. I am happy. In Micah's mind, he thought he was happy because we successfully completed the first phase. He recalled the image of himself wearing the crown representing the title of hero at the ceremony, reminding himself that he still could not say he truly deserved the title of hero. Micah was certain that the great demons still existed out there and the world was still in peril. He imagined himself standing on an empty field. The main character imagined a starting line appearing before him, contemplating like what they said. This is just the beginning and I am only standing at the starting line. Micah pondered. The fact that I was nominated as a hero also meant that a disaster would soon break out, so now I need to prepare many things. He explained that only when everything was resolved could I comfortably be happy. Leon heard this and asked, so what is your plan? Do you have any ideas? The main character replied, yes, because there is no longer any reason to hold back. I plan to set off tomorrow. His companion expressed concern, saying I understand. Do you need to prepare anything? He firmly replied, no need. I can take care of myself. Being self-sufficient is happiness. Hearing this, Leon said goodbye and stated, that is good. Then I will go to sleep now. And then he went outside and closed the door. A loud thud echoed. Ida exclaimed what a quick decision maker he is. Micah said that is just how he is. He turned back to look at her and asked, what about you? The male lead curiously asks what she plans to do from now on. Ida closes her eyes and smiles, replying that if he is asking whether she wants to follow him or stay in the Holy Kingdom, she would choose to go back later. She straightforwardly says she has to keep an eye on her damn little brother. And Micah nods in agreement. He kindly advises her to contact him if he does anything suspicious, and she happily agrees, saying if she has him, she will call him right away. A hesitant voice suddenly asks what should I do then? And Micah looks up. He calls out Cassandra's name. She is standing at the stairs, her hands clasped together in a standard pose of a young lady. The male lead smiles and says she should stay here. She understands that already. Right? Cassandra, feeling a bit down, asks if it is because she is a prophet. She shyly mentions that her prophecies are very negative, so they want to be of any help to anyone. The male lead feels something is off and denies that as the reason. Cassandra's eyes widen when she hears him declare that he does not want a prophet to be looked down upon. Oh my, a heart-piercing team. The essence gathers. Women love very much. The image of Cassandra praying is bound by bright red chains, along with a high halo covered by divine light descending from above, trying to touch the prophet appearing, because for a long time, prophets have been regarded as those who can converse with the divine, yet they are always looked down upon. Micah sincerely says this situation should not continue any longer. He wants to change that. Cassandra, confused, clutches her dress and says that the prophecies reflect destiny. In her mind is the image of being ostracized. Honestly, that is the reason others unconsciously avoid prophecies. She grips her dress tightly to the point that if it could speak, it would scream, oh my, if you continue holding me like this, I will definitely meet my end. Stuttering the words the prophecy is, Michael looks at the little girl in confusion with gentle eyes. He comforts her, saying it is not entirely like that. The male lead asks what if the prophecy is just a clue. Cassandra immediately looks up, her eyes filled with tears. She does not believe her ears and asks what he means. He says what I mean is, You do not have to tell others the clear affirmations. Eda smiles when she hears Mika explaining that she only needs to state the clues, while interpreting and preparing for that prophecy is the listener's job. A gentle hand touches her hair. He says that her responsibility is just that. Cassandra's eyes shimmer with tears again. She raises her hand to wipe her eyes and says okay. A confident smile blooms on her face as the prophet affirms that she will try. That evening, Mika and Seth stand on the city wall, and she sighs that is truly a decent reason. He asks what decent reason. She replies that she knows from the very first meeting. He had the chance to make her dependent on him, but he did not do that. The male lead asserts that for her, that was unnecessary. Seth happily thanks him for trusting her. She admires him, saying he did not even do anything excessive. Yet he made her decide for herself. Now she will be able to choose her own path. Seth silently smiles, and she expresses from the bottom of her heart that she is very glad to have met him. Seemingly realizing something is amiss, she suddenly blushes. Seth pinches Mika's cheek and exclaims, "I do not mean anything by it. Oh my, still alive at home." Then suddenly, the girl transformed into a seal on the neck of the male lead. Mika let out a sigh and muttered that she said everything she needed to say and just went back. He smiled and looked up at the sky. The male lead saw a round full moon high above and thought to himself that he and the moon shared a profound bond. Mika suddenly reminisced about the sunsets in the distant forest, thinking it was because it symbolized the connection between him and his mentor. Twilight. He remembered that before returning. Every twilight like this was when he began learning magic from his mentor. Suddenly a voice asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing Morden smile, meeting the standard of appearance, he said, "It is you. Are you enjoying your rest?" Morden replied, "Yes, it is quite interesting." Morden clenched his fist and said, "I have seen many things and done many things. This time is just enough for me to make a decision." Mika smiled and asked, "Is that so?" He closed his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha." Of course, Morden's figure seemed to blend with the sunset sky above. He called out to the young man and then told an old story about a time when there was a magical cult that took the moon as their symbol. In a human-shaped pattern, a beam of light appeared. They believed that humans were vessels and the source of mana. However, after centuries, extraordinary beings appeared like Superman, Spider-Man, and their names were etched in history, each page flying out from a book to commemorate those mutants. The manager continued reminiscing about the geniuses who possessed the innate ability to manipulate mana, as if they were born to use magic. Mika was focused, listening attentively as he spoke about how that cult wanted to become geniuses through artificial means. When hearing Morden recount how they self-destructed their own bodies in the quest for revenge, and how this repeated itself, the male lead could not help but exclaim, "That is really bloodthirsty. Truly insane." The manager's face suddenly darkened. He spoke painfully. "Indeed, that is why their bloodline has gradually declined," as if he were the main character of the story just told. Suddenly, his attitude changed like a chameleon. He said, "However, young man," a grim expression appeared on Morden's face. He questioned the male lead. What if the last madman of that cult saw a genius standing right in front of him? Mika thought, damn, now, looking at his haunted face, he resembled the madman he was talking about. Time shifted back to the day the Walpurgis clan was annihilated. Mika trembled, kneeling in a room. He knew that day was when his entire family collapsed. Many lives were lost. The male lead's hand trembled as he held a sharp knife against his neck. He cried out in pain, sobbing silently, only able to kneel there weakly as he watched his servant fall without being able to do anything. A man approached, deepening Mika's pain by asking if he was satisfied, and he could only cry miserably when that person asked how it felt to personally push his own family into the abyss. That person asserted, "Mika, it is all your fault. You are not fit to sit in the position of head of the family." The voice continued, "Do you think that now eating a lunchbox here would be considered brave? What kind of bravery is that?" The main character immediately turned around with a confused expression. The space around was dark, his hand was trembling as it held a knife. The other person said, "If that is the case," Morden's face appeared, wary after the battle, "he concluded that your worth is only at this level." Young master. The main character's face hardened as if he had just been preached to. Returning to the present time, the face that had just been preached to had transformed into a calm teenager gazing at the sky. Butler Morden stood opposite him and posed the question, "What do you think if what you had to struggle tirelessly to obtain could be easily achieved by someone else due to luck and innate abilities? Isn't that unfair?" He noted that this refers to those who are born with talent. Mika, with an expressionless face, responded, "Then let me ask you this." The main character's voice sounded steady like rocks hitting the old man's face. "If I say I already have a suitable method in mind to achieve that, what would you say?" The butler bitterly replied, "So you already knew everything from the beginning." He extended his hand, saying, "I do not know the details, but just as you said, this is indeed my talent." Surprised, "Old lady, even after practicing for several lifetimes, you would not achieve it." The main character's red eyes gleamed with cunning. In his mind, he thought, what a lie. How cool. He raised his finger to point into the air, his white hand standing out against the deep purple sunset. declaring, "Not only was I gifted with a beautiful figure," pointing to his shiny blonde hair, Mika proudly continued, "I also have this genius brain of mine." Summarizing in 8 words, a collection of talents that women greatly adore, he explained why his body was ready to absorb mana while Morden remained silent. His voice resonated evenly like a model teacher lecturing that just like the reason we can wield a huge amount of mana, it is something that can be said to be extremely difficult for the vast majority of other mages. The butler interrupted Mika to stop for about 2 seconds. "Wait, do not tell me you have already analyzed it. You are kidding, right?" He replied, "Not only that, but I have already translated it." Morden, with an expressionless face, opened his mouth to say the young master is only just turning 20 this year. He pointed out that since the day he started learning magic, it has not even been more than 3 years. "Just stop bragging." Mike instantly calculated in his head, crossed his arms, and quickly responded that it is just that I naturally have a talent for magic. He begrudgingly acknowledged that it is true. Some people are born with innate talent, easily reaching levels that others have to toil hard to achieve. Morden's face, which was usually composed, now looked completely shattered as he sighed. It is really illogical that such a thing exists in the world. Micah looked up at the sky in silence, trying to find a way to say something that would satisfy them both. He closed his eyes and explained that indeed this world is illogical, but it is not meaningless. The butler wondered and asked, "Quad hell, what do you mean?" The male lead looked at the silver-haired man in the suit and remarked that he looks so worn out now. "Butler, he looks like someone who has overdosed on drugs." Micah furrowed his brow and said that my gaze is very discerning. "Just like the way you feel something about me, I have also sensed something about you." Morden's green eyes reflected the image of the male lead standing before him, every word hitting his heart that if I am not mistaken, you might be on par with those who fell in the last battle of that sect. The butler froze in place, his eyes became lifeless, drifting off to a faraway place. Micah concluded that it seems he has achieved some results. But what those results are, only heaven knows. With his hands clasped behind his back, Morden bitterly laughed. "Results? How right? What results are those?" In the mystical purple night sky, the moon was covered by a veil of clouds but still could not obscure its beauty. Morden's voice continued steadily that we are considered twilight mages. After discovering our potential, I have been able to confront those who once looked down on me. Calculating, I also qualify to be regarded as an 8th level mage now, but as you know, that title is not sustainable. It is to Sukarna. In his mind appeared a roll of red yarn with tangled threads worse than a bowl of chives. Micah curiously asked if there are any side effects. Is it baldness or being mocked? Morden honestly replied yes, and it is hard to avoid. Now my internal organs are all destroyed. Wanting to donate organs is also rejected. An image of a person in a green robe covering their face, both hands manipulating a roll of red yarn suspended in a white glow appeared. The butler sorrowfully sighed that to maximize our talents, we have pushed our bodies to the limit, while he pretended to sigh. "Generally, there are lucky ones," Micah coldly remarked, "but it turns out you are still living quite well." Morden bowed his head and said that he had given up midway, raising his hand in a thin confession that he had abandoned his ambition to become an 8th level mage and limited his magic usage time to a minimum, only using it when absolutely necessary. The steward closed his eyes, appearing helpless, saying that as you can see, my body has become tough, but not strong. Looking at the great mage, full of youthful vigor against the purple sky, he concluded that I was weak and no longer capable of doing anything. Micah suddenly blurted out a sentence that made him seem confused as to why he had not been able to walk yet. Morden raised his hand to explain. "Dear master, what I meant is that my body has completely rotted from the inside." Micah immediately asked, "What about you now? Do you think I am someone else? Are you saying that I suddenly got to sit in the position of the chosen hero?" The steward answered in confusion with a head full of question marks. "But my body, I know it best. I feel very hopeless and cannot heal." The male lead immediately reassured him that there were deities here. Morden's eyes widened in destiny. Whispering about it, he raised his hand, his face full of confidence shining under the sunset, affirming that nothing was impossible. That hand was about to touch the steward's hair. The male lead continued to quietly chant, "Close your eyes and rest a bit." Morden widened his eyes, confused about what he was doing, questioning what he meant. Mika's face was full of cunning as he replied, "Just sleep already." When the male lead's magical hand touched his head, it seemed that Morden understood what was about to happen. His eyes widened in shock before he fainted. Still trying to curse the little bastard, the moment the curse flew out was also when he fainted. Unaware of the sky and wind, Mika caught the steward and gently smiled, saying his spirit was still the same as always. The male lead's red eyes became focused, looking at the experimental subject. The steward, who was in a daze, he smiled wickedly and said, "Now let us start. Shall we?" In a room resembling a mage's bedroom, Morden was lying straight on the bed while Micah stood ready to conduct the experiment. He used his left hand to grasp the right wrist, lifting it high and marveled. "It has been a long time since I have felt this heavy cold sensation." Perhaps the steward was still asleep and felt even colder. The male lead was very excited and said, "Now let us reshape this body to be as young and strong as a 20-year-old. Set." Floating nearby, saw the male lead being self-satisfied and could not bear to look she exclaimed. Here we go again with the nonsense. Each button of Morden's shirt was unbuttoned, revealing an 8-pack full of scars, truly showing that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Mika's eyes suddenly became nostalgic, drifting into a distant realm. The male lead recalled a silhouette standing alone against the vast, gloomy sky when he felt that from the beginning. Being born with the ability to absorb mana was a privilege. That person immediately denied. No, I was not born with it. Returning to reality, with sad eyes, the male lead was frustrated to the end, as he still could not overcome his own limitations and slumped down. The simple reason was that there was no other way. Life as push led him to eat boxed meals. Looking at the scars on the back and stomach of the butler Morden, Mika thought that no matter how good he was at analysis or how broad his vision was, the key issue was still not having enough time. However, things were different now. The main character extended his magically charged hand to heal the butler, at this moment also healing the wounds of his relationship with him before the regression. Silently feeling fortunate for having reversed time while also possessing the main character's aura, Mika placed his hand on Morden's back and thought that this time, he would definitely not let him be buried by that illness. He closed his eyes to focus and prepare to begin chanting the spell, a faint blue light surrounding him. The main character looked at the familiar butler and said this was indeed his final twilight song. The entire room was enveloped in a blue-white light radiating from the great wizard Mika's magic. A new day had begun. With rays of sunlight gently shining through the window, Morden opened his eyes wide, feeling as if he had slept for a very long time. Thankful that his pure body was still intact, the butler sat up, lightly rubbing his sturdy back while sighing. Oh, my back! Suddenly, he felt that something was different about his body. Morden held his hands out in front of him and said, "The pain is gone. Can you believe it?" Then he raised his hand to check if the mouse on his hand was still there. The butler was even doing a handstand on the bed, maintaining that strange position. He muttered, "How strange. Why does my body feel so light all of a sudden?" Suddenly, he widened his eyes and thought to himself, "Wait. That means..." The butler returned to a normal sitting position and looked down at his 8-pack abs. Feeling shocked that they were still intact, he sensed something unusual. Looking at his hand and wondering what his mana flow was like now, just as he was about to touch his back to check, a powerful voice rang out. Stopping him, looking at the young man with blonde hair sitting with his back to him, Morden called out, "Young master." He was surprised and asked, "Don't you tell me all of this was done by you?" Mika confidently replied, "Who else would plant potatoes in this land?" The main character, well aware of the butler's secretive nature, carefully reminded him, "But you still have to be cautious. Do not overexert yourself since your body has not fully recovered." Morden was buttoning his shirt neatly while asking, "What do you mean?" A glass vial inside contained green pills. Exuding a gentle light, he pressed it into Morden's hand and instructed, "Take one of these every day, and remember to apply the training method correctly. A slight mistake could lead to disastrous consequences." He advised that this was the most important thing. The butler pretended to be a curious child, asking, "What is this?" Mika turned back with a sly smile, knowing something ominous was about to happen. He gently replied, "It is a fruit extracted from the world tree." Surprised, are not you? The butler's face turned pale, devoid of any color. Terrified, he threw the vial up high and shouted, "Wait, what? The world tree?" Mika nonchalantly replied, "Yes, it is the fruit of the world tree." The butler hurriedly tried to catch the falling vial, jumping like a housewife, saying, "Why are you being so generous? Why give me this? Selling it would make a huge profit, would not it?" The main character, using a wealthy tone, says he is not afraid of the rain if this fruit can help an 8th level wizard restore his power. Looking at Morden's blank expression, he adds a final blow, saying it is still worth more than converting it into money. With eyes full of sadness, the butler jumps in but admits his lack of talent. He imagines a trembling hand trying to reach the top of the tower, thinking it resembles a tower climbing game. When he arrives, the young man is exhausted, almost collapsing on his hands, gasping for breath. Morden continues, saying that since he has no talent, he cannot succeed. That young man is himself as a youth, with a face full of confusion. Around him, the others are still striving to climb the tower, likely preparing for the Ninja Warriors competition. Another young man climbs the peak effortlessly, truly impressive to Morden. He suddenly realizes that no matter how clever the method, it won't help. Looking at the towering structure shrouded in mist in front of him, Morden sits amid the dust and comes to understand that he still cannot reach the 8th level. The butler continues to sing that someone like him, Mika, can take it anymore and interrupts, saying it is nonsense. He firmly asserts that he has said he would return the defective technique to him once it was developed. The main character, feeling insulted, asks if he can trust him even once. Morden, about to jump again, suddenly goes silent, feeling embarrassed and mumbling. Images of miraculous fragments created by Mika for Lindell, Leon, Jiha, Etsir, and Mei Mei flash in his mind. His negative beliefs start to wane. Nothing lasts forever, and it is normal for a lover today to become an ex tomorrow. Morden sits in silence, contemplating as if time has passed for thousands of years. He breaks the silence with a question, "Is it really possible?" The main character smiles and replies, "Of course." Once Morden has recovered, he and Mika enter a tranquil forest filled with lush ancient trees. Perhaps this area has not yet seen logging. He decides there is no reason to delay further. intending to immediately teach him the self-regulating cycle technique. Morden, pretending to be old, becomes a diligent disciple listening to the main character impart magical spells. He calculates that it certainly cannot be exactly like what he uses and will need to change a bit to better suit his abilities. Looking at his mana-filled hands, Morden cannot believe his eyes and gasps in surprise. Around him, the flow of mana is continuously circulating, and the butler radiates a faint blue light. He asked Quad Hell, "What is this, Master?" Mika seemed to know, saying, "I told you it would develop it." He wondered how, and the reply was, "Well, we have the protagonist's Hallow. Right? No." The protagonist seriously explained that he had in his hands the nearly final result of the research of someone very close to him. That person had spent generations refining it, and Morden's face was filled with astonishment. He mysteriously shared that while the method was still crude and quite heavy, it was not too bad. The butler looked up, not knowing what he was thinking. He could also be pretending to seem dangerous. His mouth let out a sound of surprise. He relaxed, closed his eyes, breathed in a lungful of fresh, oxygen-rich, and exhaled, saying that is fine, and there is no need to worry about the rest. In front of the Grand Cathedral, a man in priestly robes was sending off 2 young men on horseback. The 4-winged star on the armor of the youth shone brightly. The cross emblem on the arm was no less impressive, and a cheerful laugh echoed. "Ha!" Michael looked at his mentally challenged companion beside him and asked in disbelief, "Are you really that happy?" Leon enthusiastically replied, "Of course, for people like me, the armor is life itself. Looking at me like this, the sisters will be worried." The protagonist suddenly became serious and sighed. "Well, that is good. Anyway, you will soon have to use it," and Leon felt confused about what Micah was saying. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "I still have not been informed where I am departing to." The protagonist inquired, "Oh, about the destination," in response to Leon's blank expression. He replied, "It is Dracula's territory." Leon doubted himself, cautiously asking, "Do not tell me it is the land of those who never sleep, like the reviewers." He answered succinctly, "That is right." After hearing this, he let out a sigh, wearing the face of someone who felt the most unjust in the world. Leon looked up at the sky and yelled, "Oh my god!" In the dense, dark forest, he transformed into a graveyard, lamenting that the hero chosen by him is digging his own grave. "Oh, please save him." Micah praised what he said, "It is so vibrant here." Even the brown horse Leon rode looked at him with helpless eyes. The protagonist thought that it was understandable for him to react like that. A majestic castle emerged in the mist of his memories. Micah thought that Dracula's territory used to be a very dark place. The image of people suffering from having their souls drained appeared, screaming in a dark space, replacing the scene of a bustling city. He clearly remembered his sister, for in that place, Lady Dracula had ambitions to achieve eternal youth. As a result, he ultimately swallowed more than half of the population in his territory, and due to that inhuman reputation, was this land sealed by the Holy Kingdom. Micah guided the horse to wander through the forest. Thinking that our next destination was where the monsters in that sealed territory lived, Leon shouted in frustration, complaining about why we had to go to that terrifying place. To which Micah humorously replied to the overly sensitive question. The main character looked at his clueless companion and patiently explained that the first reason was because this place had things like the graves where he lived. Danger often came with opportunity. Leon thought hard and then said, "Oh, so this is a dungeon raid. Right, okay. Got it. It is as simple as a joke." Then he suddenly asked what the other reason was. Micah replied that it was because it would not be long until an image of a coffin sealed with a cross engraved on the lid appeared. The iron shell of the coffin was covered in sharp spikes. Aside from the blood scene, the coffin was surrounded by wild roses blooming fiercely red. That was the seal binding the infamous Dracula, and it would be removed after Micah took a short nap on his shoulder, yawning and saying, "Ah, it is so good to sleep." She curiously asked him how much longer we had to go. The main character replied, "Just a little longer. We are almost there." Set responded with, "What the hell is that?" Behind them, the butler Morden looked dazed, a white mist flowing from his mouth as if possessed. In front of Set appeared a bizarre scene. While the master walked leisurely, the butler was bowing his head with an unclear expression on his face, using mana to lift a large horse. What kind of strange technique is that? Morden's face showed extreme tension, and on top of that, Leon was snoring loudly, tied tightly on the horse's back, which added to the game's difficulty. Set's face showed disbelief. She did not understand what had happened during her nap, why they all suddenly became so strange. Unable to hold back, she kept asking what was going on. The scene shifted back to 2 days earlier, where a trio riding horses slowly entered a dense forest. After hearing Micah state the purpose of the trip, the butler Morden immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "Are we about to unseal the dragon Maka?" He could not believe his ears, then remembered something and asked him again. However, the coffin sealing that monster cannot be opened from the inside. The main character casually asked if he had said that, to which Morden awkwardly replied, Hup. Leon, riding next to Jen, said that he knew how to send him back to his grandparents, adding that the title of his immortal monster was not meaningless. Mika, hearing her clueless friend ask a senseless question just like him, replied irritably, "I know, it is tough, no need to remind me. I have thought this through very carefully. Okay. Leon closed his eyes, showing that such an attitude was natural, saying of course it had to be like that. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory. He looked at Mika and said that he was not the kind of person who would do things detrimental to himself. If he felt he could not defeat him, he would not have come here. The two teammates exchanged knowing looks at the main character, and Morden chimed in that the young master's calculations were indeed very accurate. Micah looked at them whispering to each other and suddenly realized that something seemed off. They had misunderstood something. Leon urged, "Hey, tell us your plan," and a smile suddenly appeared on the main character's face. He wore a marketing employee's smile at them. And suddenly, fire appeared out of nowhere, swirling around the male protagonist. Looking at that smile, Leon suddenly felt the temperature around him drop significantly, a chilling sensation spreading across his back. "Done," the son-in-law said in shock. "What the hell? What is that disgusting smile?" Mika continued to laugh, throwing flowers around, saying he had a plan, but to execute it, a justifiable reason was needed. The guy immediately asked. "Justifiable reason," Leon seriously said. "Wait, even if it is about 2 seconds. I do not know what the plan is, but perhaps we do not need to prepare right now." Slapping his face, Mika's expression turned as sinister as that of the bizarre clown Joker. He replied, "What are you talking about? We need to prepare as soon as possible." Looking at Mika aka Joker in front of him, Leon felt like he had one foot in hell already. Stuttering, he shouted, "What the hell are you planning to do?" The male protagonist immediately cast a sleep spell, and his companion let out a muffled sound before losing all consciousness and falling backward. Mika quietly observed Leon, who had fallen face first, lying still on the horse, with a balloon still puffed up on his nose. Next to him, Morden asked, "What are you doing, sir?" The male protagonist replied, "If we bind him and let him sink into a dream, he will become stronger." The butler seemed to have sensed something. He gently analyzed, "So this is an illusion magic, huh?" But it did not seem so simple. The sir had also planted a quite complex perception into his illusion. Leon next to them ignored the world, even adding a few snoring sounds as accompaniment. Micah got off the horse, wearing a smile that said, "You know too much already," he said. Only a butler like you would find it hard to realize that, in his mind, he had cursed 18 generations of Micah's ancestors. While outside, he had to maintain his conscience and said, "Haha, you underestimate me." He vowed that no matter how complex the magic was, he could still analyze it one way or another. Even level 8 magic, the male protagonist thought, just boosting is easy. He did not even look at him. "Challenging. So do you want to try?" Micah provocatively said. "If there is no risk, it is quite boring. Let us bet." Morden opened his eyes wide, asking, "Bet on what, with only a pair of shorts on him?" He replied, "It does not have to be anything grand." Looking at the obedient horse standing still in front of them, he decided that until they reached their destination, instead of riding the horse, he would let the horse ride him. The male protagonist cunningly smiled, saying, "Of course, if I lose, I will let the horse ride me too, with a time limit of 2 days." In front of the surprised eyes of the butler, Morden asked, "What do you think?" He replied, "I think the time is more than sufficient." From there he officially dug his own grave, explaining the return time. The butler had to use both hands to channel mana to lift the horse up, looking like he was about to pass out. Morden, unwilling, immediately asked, "Is your magic so complex that I can't analyze it?" Micah closed his eyes in exasperation, thinking the old man was stubborn. Of course, he could not analyze it. He thought of a series of purple magic circles forming chains surrounding Leon, who was sound asleep, tightly bound to that horse. Pleased with himself for mixing in level 9 magic theories, he thought, how could someone not at that level understand? The male protagonist nonchalantly said, "More importantly, let us talk about that next hum." She turned back to him and said, "First, I am standing in a neutral position in this trial, so I can't give you too much information. Mika, could you give us a small clue?" Considering a small clue, pretending to be a knave old lady indulging us. She recalled that the shapes of the remaining tomes looked very different from the tomes or dilapidated chambers he had encountered. In one basement, where the trial was sealed, the dark room was illuminated by torches. Speaking of which, there are many unusual things inside SSS tome. Do not look at it like those other damp, ancient rooms that are easily set ablaze. She remembered the first tome Micah entered at Leon's house, exclaiming that she just remembered. He was quite lucky. Indeed, the wise man was dull-witted, because the first tome he encountered was the simplest. Otherwise, at this time, he would have been selling his shoddy business for half an hour. Further speaking, there are tomes that punish the failures in a very cruel manner. He looked at her, indicating that we have known this for a long time. After all, we are just regular folks. She continued to explain that the difficulty of the tome depends on the arrangement of the protective mechanisms in charge of that place. Micah recalled the punishment, and in his mind appeared the place where Draculian's coffin was laid, covered with vibrant red roses like blood, the sealing cross on the coffin lid shining brightly. Nam remembered that before he regressed, the reason Draculian became corrupted was due to the fear of aging and dying slowly. That was what he knew. He held the reins tightly, anxiously thinking, but what if those things were not true? What about Vietnam? His eyes showed a sense of indulgence. Micah thought he needed to confirm it again. The old man called out to the young master, interrupting his train of thought. The old man walked in 2 lines, his legs trembling. The butler felt that this body no longer belonged to him, and he tried to force a smile and said, "The horse I am carrying is not better off fulfilling its responsibility as a horse. I am not acting in some human horse play." Nam calmly replied, "Let it down, because we are about to arrive." The poor old butler, as if enlightened, immediately tossed the horse aside and sat down on the ground. Regardless of the cold, aloof image he had built, Morden lay on the grass, enjoying the bright sunlight, exhaling a sigh, feeling wonderfully lazy. Micah was at a loss for words. Sighed, reminding the butler, "Are you planning to fall asleep right here?" The butler, pretending to be dead, was straining to hear him say that if it were me, I would not think about letting the horse down, but rather think about how to keep it for as long as possible. Morden sensed something unusual. He sat up like a zombie, calling out to the young master, to which Nam replied, "What the hell are you calling?" Micah chuckled when he heard the butler asking why he felt older than him, asking back if that was a compliment. It must be a compliment, right? Morden scratches his head, pretending to be confused, saying, "Of course not. I mean, it makes me feel like a damn old man." He thought Mika would blow up and beat him up, but his reaction truly surprises him. The young master only smiles at him, and a chill runs down his spine. In the deep green forest, the butler stutters, "Young master, do not smile like that. Do not make me carry the horse again. That is a very humiliating act. You are annoying me." Mika's voice rings out, "I was not going to say that." He immediately responds clearly, "You are the second scoundrel in this world. No one dares to claim the first." The main character snaps his fingers, showing he is an adult, advising Morden that lying is very bad. Butler, he commands now to try circulating mana in the 6th circle. Morden mischievously asks Zico, "What the hell?" Manga Joker immediately appears, giving a thumbs up, reminding him that he once said he was about to reach the 8th circle. Another noisy brawl erupts throughout the forest. The butler screams to wait. Why is it that every day they want to fight until someone wins? The main character nonchalantly responds, "Did I say anything wrong?" Morden reluctantly says that sometimes people have to accept defeat. "Damn it." Mika repeats to just do it already. The book silently witnesses 2 grown men fighting like children. She is so bored she does not even want to speak. Truly hopeless. Hearing the main character's command to do it now, the petite figure lets out a long sigh, unable to hold back a quiet curse. Is this a hero? Just a brat? Damn it. Mika's group arrives at a magnificent castle shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, separated from the outside world by a towering wall. He exclaims, "What the hell? Why is it so huge?" Focusing his observation, he realizes this is the wall separating the area with illnesses from the outside. The main character mutters that it proves the Holy Kingdom and the Empire have determined that Dracula is a serious threat, which is why they built a quarantine wall even stronger than Covid. Leon Vosi looks around and says half-jokingly that there is no one here to oversee it all. Morden speculates that there are many incidents elsewhere, so they can't continuously monitor here. Mika interacts with the wall by touching it. He discovers that it is still alive, looking at the dark color of death present on every branch and wall crevice. The main character irritably thinks about how long a person could withstand being here. The inability to confirm the situation is even more frustrating. After inspecting the wall, Mika realizes they believe the wall can withstand for 100 years. The main character envisions a hazy human figure surrounded by a strange holy light, with a star-shaped formation above it. Behind it are radiant rings of light. He speculates that if the strongest knight of the Holy Kingdom created this seal, they would spare no effort to protect it. Mika observes and gives himself a not-so-convincing answer that they believe this seal will never be broken, for now at least. Suddenly, a nearby lightning bolt irritably exclaims about an awful smell. She covers her mouth looking around, disdainfully saying it is not just here, but everywhere has something strange. Lightning concludes that it smells like a filthy barn. Extremely unpleasant. Mika chuckles and replies, "Is that so?" Leon behind asks if he plans to go in right away. The main character raises his hand mysteriously and responds, "Not yet. It is not the time. For now." Leon, bewildered, looks in the direction of his finger, curiously asking what is that. The direction the main character points to is a village at the end of the forest not far away. He continues, "Let us clean up that area first." The sound of hooves pounding on the road echoes steadily, particularly amplified since the road they are on is devoid of any people. They have arrived at the village and see the silhouette of a woman leaning against a wall. There are also villagers moving about on the road, looking entirely different from the desolation of the castle earlier. Leon exclaims, "Damn it, there are indeed people living here." Mika, with a mysterious expression, says not all of them are scoundrels. He recalls the time before the regression. This place was a cemetery filled with tombs, where a horrific tragedy occurred when half the population was slaughtered. Meaning, the male lead remembers the hand of a girl placing white roses on the grave. That hand belonged to a girl with short hair and tearful eyes, and the people standing behind her closed their eyes in deep sorrow. Mika speculates that the other half has survived. He wisely explains that without a leader, they must fend for themselves. Surely they have faced many difficulties, and the swordsmen question whether they are living here. The male lead imagines the scene of red eyes flickering behind the trees, uttering that living here is not so bad. He recalls the castle filled with ominous energy earlier, and the sky above is tinged with a dark blood color. Mika wonders why the monsters do not dare to come here, and Dracula senses a full point due to the smell of something akin to dried fish wafting around. As they stroll down the road, he explains to his teammates that there are no taxes here and that no empire's commander comes by. Other regions also do not wish to encroach upon this area, so this is an opportunity for them, a self-governing and tax-exempt world. Though he says that, the male lead's expression suddenly darkens, and two words come to his mind. However, reflecting on the coffin sealed with a cross in the red room like Syro, Mika asserts that Dracula is not easy to deal with, and it would be hard to defeat him. The coffin lying still does not mean that the person inside has ascended. The male lead confirms that he had already calculated what to do after being sealed. Morden, hiding his mouth behind a mysterious fade, activates mode 38 and whispers to Mika, asking if it was divine guidance that suggested breaking Dracula's seal. He succinctly replies that they have a bargaining chip, and the old man immediately asks what it is. The group of horse riders walks under a gloomy sky, resembling their uncertain future. Mika confidently states that it must be a demon, and he does not know how high its rank is. Suddenly, a voice welcomes them, and he turns his gaze towards the source of that voice. An old man with a peculiar wind-blown appearance, who cannot be called handsome, appears. He laughs heartily and says it is truly a surprise, as it has been a long time since someone came. He is very happy to meet them. Mika asks him, and the polite man replies that he is Davlos, the village chief of Bayakallam. Davlos, with a proud smile showing his uneven teeth, boasts that there is no place developing like Bayakallam. Mika's group immediately thinks that it makes sense, as this area is surrounded by dense forests. The male lead dismounts his horse and exclaims that the decision was indeed wise. His red eyes, like true jewels, stare intently at the opponent, exuding an oppressive aura, while the male lead remains silent and smiles. Then a flowery atmosphere emerges, and the two friendly strangers greet each other. He shakes hands with the old man, laughing heartily and saying, "Yes, what a relief. I am also looking for a place to stay for a while." Dambos responds with squinting eyes, saying it is fortunate, as they resemble old friends meeting after many years. The village chief excitedly announces that it has been a long time since any distinguished guest has come. He cannot let the lord be inconvenienced, so he will lead him. Morden, accustomed to being tormented, is rendered speechless upon seeing this, while Leon feels a chill run down his spine and wonders what that strange smile means. Mika, the old man joyfully says, "Please follow me." Suddenly, the old man inquires casually why they did not come here to relax. Mika's eyes spark with caution as Dambos asks why they have come to this stony, desolate place. He closes his eyes and replies that there is only one reason. The male lead utters a name, Draculian, causing the village chief to abruptly stop. The old man turned back to question whether the day came from the Holy Nation. Mika, with a calm face, replied, "Haha, of course not. What is the Holy Nation anyway? I am just curious. I am very interested in history." Dambo scoffed loudly, expressing doubt. "You must be kidding. Do you think I would sell my house for you?" Still, the old man replied, "Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here." And they were led to a spacious house to rest for the night. In the room, Micah stood facing his two teammates, exchanging glances and asking the butler what was going on. Muddy closed his eyes to sense, responding, "Unfortunately, it is the kind of ghost that often appears." The old man made a remark that shattered the image, leaving Leon stunned, saying that a beast tied by a rope is quite interesting. Leon felt a bit uncomfortable and immediately refuted the old man, though he did call them beasts. Mika, arms crossed with eyes closed, interrupted him, saying directly that there was nothing wrong with that. Leon, the knight, looking puzzled, asked what he meant, and Mika replied, "Even if I do not think about it, those with schemes will certainly think so." Leon was terrified, wondering if there were demons causing trouble for this village. Micah raised his 6 fingers to explain that it was not just this village. He seriously explained that there were 6 villages around here, and the number 6 was considered a symbol of sacrifice. Leon sensed something was off. He thought about the number 6, but was not this place the 7th village? Damn it. He was really scared. The protagonist thought of the pink spirit stone on the stone steps in the middle of the village, the entire sky turning a bright red. He theorized that the largest place would become the center, with the 6 other villages surrounding it. One could say this was, imagining the scene where 7 spirit stones all lit up, the surroundings cloaked in a superheroic color despite the bright sunlight. Micah continued about a large magic circle, and Leon angrily slammed his hand down on the table. His whole body, filled with anger, emitted a green-purple aura that enveloped the air, and he gritted his teeth in fury, wondering who had caused this. Unlike Leon's boiling anger, Micah remained calm, gently saying, "Calm down, being angry won't change anything." Leon found his words reasonable, feeling powerless, and could only curse. "Damn it." The butler spoke up, questioning, "What do you intend to do now?" Leon raised his head to look, his face still showing discomfort, and Micah replied, "I have already baited the hook." First, he spoke while considering carefully, "We need to meet someone first." And their conversation ended just as the 3 of them set off side by side. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Their footsteps halted. Micah stared ahead, his gaze exuding confidence. Showing no fear, they stood before a tall castle. But the atmosphere was rather gloomy and bleak with bare branches. In front of the castle was a knight on guard. The knight wore a sturdy set of armor, sitting with one leg propped up, his hand resting on his knee, with his weapon leaning against him, suiting an unusual calm demeanor. Through the metal mask, the knight's eyes glowed red as he monitored the group in front of him. Butler Morden seemed worried, hesitantly saying, "Young master, he seems like a demon." Micah immediately noticed, "No, there is something different." The knight stood up slowly and said, "Have you arrived?" Loon immediately recognized the weapon in the opponent's hand. Thinking to himself, "Is that a spear?" The knight firmly held his weapon in hand. Suddenly, his entire body leaped up, his hand gripping the spear pointed directly at the crowd, the spear emanating a powerful aura. Then he charged forward. The butler Morden did not hesitate for a second. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a magic circle appeared to completely block the source of power that was attacking. He looked at the knight in front of him. "Oh my, attacking me on the first encounter already." Then he lowered his hand. The knight sat down abruptly. His eyes shone with intensity. Trantrung said, "If that last blow was ineffective." Then, the knight began to cast black magic. His entire body emanated a black aura that oppressed others. It seemed he was truly very aggressive. At that moment, Mika spoke up. "Stop." The knight was surprised, somewhat confused but also ceased his magical development. Mika continued to remind him, "Butler, you stop too." He stood in front of the knight, who asked, "Who are you people?" He calmly replied, "We are here to talk." Then, he reached into his robe to introduce himself. "I am Mika Wampergus." The knight quietly listened to him speak. "I am someone who has received recognition from the gods." He took out his certification medal. "As a hero of this generation," Mika asked, "can you tell me what exactly is happening around here?" Upon hearing this, the knight suddenly burst into laughter. He replied with a mocking tone, "A hero? Huh. Things have come to this, and only now does the god send a hero." He said distrustfully, "There are some things I cannot explain clearly, but I am certain I do not intend to abandon this place." He explained gently. Mika asked him, "Can you tell me the reason you have always protected this city wall?" The knight sat with his hand on his knee, his head bowed, sadly repeating, "The reason, huh. The reason, in the end." He concluded, "It is because I am a hybrid." Mika asked back, "Why?" The knight removed the armor from his chest. "This is the reason." He took the spear and without hesitation thrust it into himself, blood gushing from the wound. Loon could not believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" The spear pierced through the knight. Blood poured out even more. Leon shouted, "Stop. If you do that then, you will." The knight pulled the spear out. The wound was a large gaping hole bleeding profusely. But what was even more surprising was that the wound gradually began to close up, slowly returning to its original flesh, as if it had never been pierced by a spear. Leon seemed to understand. "You are immortal." The knight did not hide it. "Yes. Exactly. As you have seen." Upon hearing this, Loon immediately waved his hands to create a green magic circle around himself. Micah silently witnessed everything from earlier, then reminded him, "Lower your sword, Leon. You are not listening," and countered, "He is immortal, which means he is no different from a dragon demon." Micah did not think that way. He straightforwardly dismissed Leon's thoughts. "No." He stood in front of the knight, thinking to himself, "I know this knight. No, to be more precise, I know about the future of this knight." The knight spoke up, "Go ahead and stab if you want. After all, I won't die." Micah refused. "I can't do it, as a hero. Since I saw someone wanting to be a part of humanity, I can't treat that person like a monster." This statement made the knight hesitate a bit. Micah reached for the knight's iron mask while saying, "I know who you are." He removed the knight's mask, revealing his face gradually. Teps Draculine. He spoke the name of this knight. He recalled, how could he not know him? The spear stained with blood. Teps, who was once called the Blood Spear, and in the future that he knew, he would also be called the Immortal King. Micah continued to let his thoughts flow. During the time of the vampire disaster, he was the one who tried to stop his father's cruel actions in vain, while the butler and Leon still did not understand anything. He said, "You are just someone who shares the same bloodline with the 3-meter vampire." Teps slightly bowed his head. "So how do you intend to deal with me?" Micah replied, "I have no ulterior motives. However, although it may sound a bit ruthless to you, I want to collaborate with you." Teps was surprised and looked up at him. He did not believe it and asked again, "Collaborate?" Micah confirmed, "Yes. Collaborate to help your father, Dracula, find peace." Teps was stunned. "Peace?" Then he laughed bitterly. "I really have no choice." He reluctantly asked again. Teps took his spear. "Fine. Then in return, I will remember one thing about you." He stood up, looking at the crowd. "There is a place we need to go together, in the dark night. Just the two of us." The sound of the echo asked me if I did not know there was such a hole in the city. It was previously used by smugglers as a refuge. The two men conversed with each other, echoing in the night. Suddenly, Min asked his father, "Is this area polluted?" His father looked at Min suspiciously. Min continued to walk and exclaimed to his father that after all, "I am the son of the lord of this area. You do not doubt me at all." Min asked his father. Both fell silent, the suspicion enveloping this scene. "The guilty one is your father, not you." The answer was dark. His father replied to Min clearly that anyway, the two of them came here to handle the polluted area. After all, they are a team. Before they could regain their composure, the whistling wind, along with the penetrating cold, made the two awaken from their doubts. Even though they had heard about this area, witnessing it with their own eyes was still terrifying. His father continued to exclaim to Min that this scene is hard to believe. "My father used to be a kind lord, so the people were always devoted to him." Suddenly, Min asked his father loudly, "That lord, what about him?" His father's face changed color as he replied, "Yes, in the past, he was not a bad father." His father recalled his youth. As he was the only child, he was raised in love and pampering by his father. Especially after his father's mother died, he was even more cherished by his father. His eyes reminiscing about the past seemed to make his father tense up. But that was just something that used to be. He turned away and signaled the group to move forward. "This way, follow me." In the middle of the night, surrounded by trees and dim light, my father told me that his father changed when a dungeon was discovered, and that he tried to conquer that dungeon and failed. The question from Min made my father stop, as if something was causing him pain, difficult to express. Perhaps maternal love made him feel heartbroken. My father expressed regret over the failure, but something else arose. This was what created another bloodthirsty lord. Something else? Min unexpectedly asked my father. The story seemed to be recounted more fully by my father. After his father entered to conquer the dungeon, he seemed to have gone insane. Mentally unstable, everyone seemed to be on edge. As if that dungeon was the source of the story. My father had never opened the dungeon door for anyone, my father said. Especially not for me, his son. The sound of footsteps seemed to awaken the entire area. Just one sound made everyone stop and wake up. Arriving at the place, my father informed everyone. "What is this place? What the hell is this?" Everyone was frightened by this place. "Is this the dungeon?" Everyone exclaimed. Min told himself that he understood the problem. Meanwhile, the group was still surprised and thought that no one had ever been here before. Is this the reason the Lord went insane? Is it really that terrifying? The call of the gods reminded Min that he should be cautious. "I told you, I can't go into details. Is this place really that scary? As for this dungeon, how could it be decorated so harmoniously? No matter what kind of person the Lord is, it proves that he has a good eye for aesthetics." Suddenly, the goddess panicked, as if there was a misunderstanding. "We have lost our way. Right? Has something affected her?" There is a strange noise, as if something is about to happen. "What are you planning to do?" Min suddenly shouted loudly. Of course, the sound responded with a quick strike. Of course, the sounds of action, limbs, and contact with the space echoed. They are fighting, not understanding what is happening. Light. Then sounds seemed to crash into each other. A loud explosion. Then a sound echoed out. "Michael. Thank you." Hara lay sprawled on the ground. "When did I fall asleep again?" He was astonished by what he saw. "This place is..." Hannah opened her eyes wide looking at this place. The dark sky suddenly turned blue again, as if being in a paradise. Far from his expectations, all the filth on the ground disappeared. Everything has vanished. The group looked at each other, in doubt. "Did we do it?" My father looked around. "Have we succeeded?" He saw a beautiful scene with the faces of the subjects appearing. "Finally, everything has ended," the goddess said to Min. He sat in contemplation. With some doubt, the goddess continued. "Without Mizzen, I could not save my sister or defeat any enemy." "Thank you, Mizzen," he said gratefully. "That is right, the sky scene is truly beautiful." Mizzen stood up and said widely. Sweetly enough, the goddess suddenly looked at Mizzen. The girl asked coldly, as if trying to pull him back. "Where are you going?" The boy turned away without looking back. "I think I will be back soon." The scene zooms in on Men's face, the goddess's face, all smiling contentedly. So the words are really cheerful. "Tough for you now, Mizzen." The space is silent. Suddenly Men shouted loudly. The car shattered the peaceful scene. "That is enough. If you are satisfied then you should stop." The girl responded to Men, who could relax a little more, but in a haunting voice. "It is hard for me to relax," Men coldly replied. The mysterious and doubtful face of Men. "It truly is her." The enchanting voice rang out. "I am the guardian goddess protecting the sacred treasure within this tome." The goddess appeared and introduced herself as the guardian goddess Nephthi. What will happen next? The truth or an enchanting illusion? The girl with her eyes tightly shut slowly said, "I am Nephthi, the guardian goddess of this tome." Micah Wampergus was a bit surprised and exclaimed, then fell silent. The girl continued softly, "I do not want that child to see your dreams. It is a shame that you can rest for as long as you want." Nephthi stepped down to the ground and approached him. Micah Wampergus quickly regained his composure and asked, "Surely you know the reason I am here, right?" The girl gently replied, "It is because of the artifact, right?" He agreed, "Yes, but first I need to confirm something. Do you know Dracula Ring?" Upon hearing this name, Nephthi raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "He is the last challenger to come to this place." Micah Wampergus continued to ask, He must have seen a dream similar to mine. Someone who sacrificed everything for the people in the territory, now has completely turned into a monster. You know that, right? The girl sighed sadly. I know. Unfortunately, Micah just fell silent for a moment and then said, I have thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind. This scene only shows others the visions they long for. Your kindness is not bad, but only if you do not overstep your bounds. Let me speak plainly. This tome has already been conquered, has not it, Nephthys? He spoke while observing her expression. And not only that, you yourself are doing things not suitable for a guardian goddess. This means the artifact guarded by Nephthys has found its owner. So it is clear that Dracula Ring has failed. He no longer has the right to punish this tome. On the contrary, if he continues to attack the tome, then everything is clear. Nephthys was silent for a while and then replied, You are a smart child. I did not expect you to be so quick-witted. Micah just continued to speak endlessly. You should know the price for your actions, even if nothing happens here. Do you know what your compassion has caused out there? He has swallowed tens of thousands of innocent people, and the reason that can cause this crime is only one. Nephthys bowed her head and said softly, I am very sorry. Micah thought to himself. Dracula Ring must have challenged this dungeon countless times. The first time it was just a normal challenge, but over time it gradually became an obsession. The obsession with a vision where everything he has lost is restored. If you think of it this way, the meaning of his immortality would also change somewhat. Immortality is not his ultimate goal, and his true goal must be to realize what appears in the vision. Nephthys heard him say that and asked, Are you planning to punish me? Micah replied, I have no such intention, but I have successfully conquered the dreamscape. He gestured towards Nephthys and suggested, So I should have something to take back as well. She whispered, What you want to take must be. Without waiting for Nephthys to finish her sentence, he quickly interrupted, You are right, I want this tome. The space suddenly changed. Micah felt someone shaking him hard. He slowly opened his eyes. The young man in armor was crouching beside him and anxiously asked, Hey, are you okay? Micah replied lightly, I've stop shaking me. T. Pestriculian said, I thought it would be a harsh challenge, but Micah sat up and murmured, Harsh indeed it was. Sissit looked closer and asked, Did you get anything else? As for the artifact, it seems like. He replied, There was no artifact there. But instead, I took something else. To sum it up, seeing him dazed, the butler Modern curiously asked, Young master, what is it? He replied, From now on this dungeon will belong to me. Modern looked up at the shimmering space in front and enthusiastically replied, It must be very useful. In other words, you have claimed the territory of Draculalian. Micah stood up and nodded in agreement. That is right. T. Pestriculian stood behind him and asked clearly, Michael, what is the dungeon actually? Can you tell us? Micah straightforwardly replied, It is your father Draculalian's past. He must have sealed himself in the past all this time. Hearing him say that, T. Pest murmured softly, The past. Is that so? Micah continued. Of course, no matter the reason. A crime is still a crime. T. Pestriculian replied almost sternly, I know. As a son, I will punish my father. That is the best I can do for him. Suddenly, Micah turned back with an excited expression. Good. Then I have something to ask of you. He was taken aback. What is it? Micah replied briefly. At some point, you must become a true dragon Maka. Upon hearing this, T. Pestriculian stood frozen in place. Bewildered. What kind of nonsense is that? In a tightly sealed room, the red light from the flickering flames cast a mystical glow. A wise man dressed in white, his eyes covered by a strange piece of cloth with a painted eye in the center. He was sitting in a high chair, and below him was a person kneeling on the ground. The wise man gently asked, A suspicious individual, huh? The person below raised his head and replied, Yes. Indeed, the traveler visiting the village is quite suspicious. He seems to have come from the holy sanctuary. The wise man asked again. He inquired about Dracularian. Right. Yes. That is right. The wise man lightly tapped his fingers. Pondering, the person below was hesitant. If he truly came from the holy sanctuary, then something must have happened outside of it. The wise man stood up and gently stroked his long beard. Laughing heartily. Ha, do not worry. It is nothing serious. If the people are worried, just try to explain. Reassure them. Tell them we are not bad people. The other person replied. Understood. I got it, he said, and immediately vanished behind the door in an instant. The wise man murmured, What a nuisance. Has the holy sanctuary caught wind of something? It seems that the twins have not encountered any trouble yet. But if they really are sensing something, then I have no choice but to kill them. He chuckled softly, his hands suddenly transforming into sharp claws like iron talons. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, calling out loudly, Old man. The wise man turned to remind him, I told you to knock before entering. The mayor did not bother to pay much attention to that. He excitedly exclaimed, It is a big deal. Draculayan has appeared. The wise man was taken aback. Draculayan. Recently, a Draculayan has been rampaging through the neighborhood. The townspeople, in fear, ran away in chaos, saying that the demon named Draculayan has truly resurrected. Where are the guardians? Where are they? But the guardians could not do anything to him. Just one flick of his hand stopped an entire team of soldiers. Before leaving, he even threatened. Stay still. I will come back soon. The guardians, terrified, sat hugging their heads, crying out, "Oh my god!" Too scared to resist, Draculaean ran like an arrow into the forest, where Mika Walpurgis was waiting, smiling softly and saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Teps Draculaean plopped down on the ground and asked, "Is that enough?" He took off his helmet and said, "Indeed, the people have been very frightened, but it seems it won't last long." Mika Walpurgis reassured him, "Do not worry. Tell me, where does human courage come from?" Teps Draculaean replied, "Willpower. No, it comes from deceptive propaganda. So the most important thing is to convince the people, even if it requires the use of force," he asserted firmly. Teps Draculaean looked puzzled. Propaganda about Draculaean's resurrection, he analyzed. At least we need to make them realize that this area is no longer safe. They still think so. And moreover, if things continue like this, the one pulling the strings will naturally have to reveal themselves. The next day, the villagers began to leave in droves. The mayor rushed over to stop them. "Wait. Hold on. What are you all trying to say?" Planning to leave, the villagers, in fear, said, "I heard that the demon Draculaean has appeared again." Some even claimed they saw him directly in the neighboring village. The group of Mika Walpurgis hid behind the wall watching the chaos. It was truly disorderly. Of course, for them, Draculaean was a nightmare. So this is good, he thought to himself. The mayor no longer has the strength to calm everyone down. This is the perfect time for me to act. Suddenly, the wise man approached the terrified villagers. Speaking gently, "Do not worry, everyone," someone exclaimed. "The wise man has come." Mika Walpurgis raised an eyebrow slightly. "It is the wise man." He smiled warmly to reassure them. "Do not worry. The attacker from yesterday was not the real Draculaean," the villagers questioned. "But that demon looked just like Draculaean," the wise man challenged. "Is there any evidence for that?" The villagers were taken aback. Huh. He sat down and touched the ground. If that monster Draculaean had really appeared, then this entire area would be engulfed in dark energy. The monster from yesterday did not look like that. Right, the villagers indeed realized. That is true. The wise man continued. Because our village has always been peaceful, but things cannot remain smooth forever. What happened yesterday was likely caused by demons from outside. They may have started to take interest in this land. Mika Walpurgis laughed. "Haha. So this could really happen." The sage raised his hand high and shouted loudly. "Now is not the time for us to cause chaos, but to unite and punish evil." The eye in the center of the sage's blindfold slightly moved. The villagers were suddenly captivated, their eyes vacant. Morden exclaimed that it must be him. Mika Walpurgis replied, "An alien entity. That person is using mind control abilities." Mika speculated that if he had to choose the most troublesome demonic power, he imagined a wicked hand controlling a wooden puppet through thin strings, believing it could only be the ability to manipulate minds, stealing the victim's will and turning them into true puppets. He grimaced and rated it 1 star because this was indeed the most despicable ability of all. Morden asked if he wanted to act immediately. He replied, "Of course, to avoid a long night full of dreams." Mika clapped, making a loud sound. The old sage was still rambling when he interrupted him. The main character praised back. "What an interesting story." He sarcastically said that he had learned a lot from him. Sage. Mika jokingly told the old man that at such an old age, he could still come up with stories that even dogs would nod along to. "This is proof of the importance of learning." The old man, hearing this, did not get angry but asked. He heard that a stranger had recently come by. He asked if it was a person, and he replied, "It must be me." The sage often said, "An outsider has no right to interfere in this matter." Mika, while putting his hand in his pocket, confidently said, "I have that right." The chief was astonished to hear him declare that he had come here regarding Dracula. The villagers who heard this gasped in shock. With wide eyes, a staff he held struck the ground. Around Mika appeared shimmering blue energy waves. He held the staff with the gem shining brilliantly, boldly declaring himself as a hero. Behind him appeared a blue symbol consisting of 4 concentric circles with intertwined moon patterns. The impressive display left the women in awe. The main character could only think of the image of those being manipulated, their faces haggard and in immense pain. He concluded that manipulation of the mind is not an easy problem to solve. Just a moment of hesitation could cause countless people to lose their lives. It is not easy to deal with, even for himself before regression, but luckily he had lived 2 lives. Mika clenched his fists, knowing that there was no more time. He had to quickly resolve this issue, and the solution he could think of was, without saying a word, he lunged forward and punched the old sage with a blow infused with golden energy like a lightning strike. The old man immediately tried to learn Syro. The main character's expression at that moment was like a genuine thug. Slap, slap, slap. In front of the villagers' witnesses, he showered the old man with dozens more punches like lightning. The villagers could no longer hold back and shouted, "He is a hero. What are you doing? He must be a fake hero. He is just a champion boxer." A defeated smile appeared on Mika's face. He had anticipated this situation. He continued to punch the old man, adding more sounds of evil. "Why did not he just come out of this body yet? If you do not act, We will make the saint perish together, sacrificing for the greater good. Mika thought of the image of the large old man reaching out to control a tiny humanity. He speculated that to manipulate psychologically, one must have the subject present. His eyes stared intently at one point. The male protagonist imagined a round black ball with a smiling face hidden within the old man. He thought that someone had taken over the body of this saint. The saint was now being beaten by him. Lying panting on the ground, Mika clenched his fist. A threatening smile appeared as he warned the demon to get out of this body. At this moment he looked even more like a demon's parent. The villagers were buzzing with chatter. Demon, what is this? This old man is not what he seems. Mika immediately punched the old man in the face, telling him to shut up. If not, then he has to pay for it. A villager saw the old man getting beaten and was about to collapse, quickly intervening, heroically stating that even if he is a demon, if he gets hit like that, he will die. While the male protagonist continued to kick the man's face, he smiled brightly at the villagers, saying, "Ha, it is okay, I am being very gentle, he won't die." The villager responded with, "Ha." The old man, unable to contain his anger, shouted loudly, "Are you all blind, you stupid peasants?" Immediately, the old man received a shoe to the face with a warning to shut his mouth. Mika then took on a serious demeanor, saying, "I am here to share some bad news. Unfortunately, the resurrection of Dracula is near." The villagers were extremely frightened upon hearing him reveal that the demon had taken control of this saint. Who was the one pulling the strings behind it all? They anxiously asked. "What about you?" The male protagonist nonchalantly replied that perhaps if he dies, Dracula will be completely resurrected. "We need to leave this land." The saint still lay silently on the ground after Mika's violent actions. He pointed his finger and said, "So, thinking about the altar consisting of 6 villages." He advised the villagers to first move to the neighboring village. After a slightly long while, the old saint finally woke up, uttering a sound as he found himself tied to an old tree in a strange room. Confused about where he was, a familiar foot that had previously kicked him several times appeared. Mika cheerfully asked, "Oh, you are awake?" The saint questioned. "I have not heard that the hero has been chosen, and Daft Merrill is still struggling. Too weak to inform you." He asked why the protagonist spared him, and the male protagonist smiled. He looked at the face of the disgusting person before him and said, "Previously, it was you who tempted Dracula." The image of the saint using the red-haired count flashed in his mind. Mika said, "I regret that you must have appeared when he was still in pain, just after losing his wife, to show him a way to redeem himself." The saint's face was filled with panic as he said that the demon could not conquer the tome, so Merrill must have borrowed Dracula's hand to do that. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How do you know?" Then he burst out laughing, announcing, "Haha, knowing does not matter. Whatever you do to me will have no effect. Dracula has absorbed too many sacrifices already." Mika only closed his eyes in silence. The old man smugly said, "You can't change anything," while Ben raised his hand in response. "Yes, I can't do anything." With a terrifying smile, the male protagonist delightedly said, "But someone like you can." "Right." The old man could not believe it. Ben asked again, "Quad hell. What?" He explained that the way to perfect Dracula comes from you. If you can tie the rope, you can also untee it. The old man smiled to himself, thinking that being knave is indeed a great sin. It is not as simple as people think. A hand slowly reached closer to him, and due to the blindfold, it was unclear what his expression was like at that moment. The Saint Aka demon contemplated that the theory of mind manipulation is more complex than people think, to the point that using it is nearly impossible. A cold hand had firmly gripped his face, similar to a white spiritual force being thrust into his head, causing him to cry out in pain. The old man was being shocked by a monstrous head. "Damn it. You are the monster." Mika grinned wickedly, showing his shiny teeth, with spiritual energy around him radiating a shimmering blue. The male lead, with eyes as red as a demon, had his tattered clothes fluttering under the influence of the mind-manipulating spiritual energy. Amid the mysterious scene unfolding, he spoke in a terrifying voice, as if from the depths of hell, saying that we are just getting started. Right. The house where Mika stayed echoed with strange cries, as if someone was being absorbed. The saint could no longer endure the torment of the spiritual energy. "Head monster, stay away from me." Mika's face grew harder, recalling the time before the regression. His eyes displayed pain, remembering when demons descended to the world, their power far surpassing that of humans. The image of tiny humans surrounded by a horde of monsters that could not resist was the result of arrogance built up over hundreds of years. In his mind, the memories of old teammates were vividly etched. The Ague expeditionary force had to pay a heavy price to shorten the distance. He thought of his former shadow, tirelessly studying books to narrow the gap, surpassing his own limits, and if necessary, even sacrificing sleep. The male lead's eyes were dark-circled like a reviewer. He knew he had created many solutions. His thoughts returned to the present, where Mika was casting spells against the saint using the solutions he had created. The male lead thought that this was the way to manipulate the demon's mind to make them reveal the spell. The spiritual energy in his hand slowly entered his head, connecting Mika's mind with the saint. As the spell concluded, the male lead murmured the spell he had used on Draculian, so it is called the reverse spell. He praised Miro for creating such a troublesome spell, questioning whether it was that complicated. Mika replied that it was not much more than the process of creating a divine tool. He added that if one did not know the original spell, dealing with it would be very difficult. Reflecting a somewhat proud expression, Micah recalled the image of a girl with long hair, eyes closed as she cast a spell, a blinding light appearing before her. He thought to himself that during the previous regression, even Agiyu had to face the sacrifice, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. The male lead thought the cost of breaking the spell was too high. Ariana had to pay with half of her remaining life. Asking now that you know about this spell is no longer important. Right. Micah's hand remained on the saint's face, as if the old man had run out of oil like a lamp. He replied, "Yes, that is right." The male lead released his hand, saying obviously, "I can no longer use it, so this old man is no longer useful." The old man let out a few groans, as if protesting that he was just playing with him, and then left. In the palm of his hand, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy in the shape of a fan appeared. He coldly declared goodbye. The Giek was leaving. A hollow of light appeared to send the old man off with a ticket to pick up a lunchbox. The group of Lean outside was on guard. Hearing the noise, they turned their heads back. Leon spoke up, looking at his face. Then Senza had already taken care of it. Micah, with a calm expression, said there was still one crucial Geok left. Now it was just a matter of time. He continued that we can be sure of one thing. Hearing the protagonist affirm that with Dracula's current condition, he could break the seal himself, an uneasy feeling rose in Teppa's heart. He asked what he meant. Teps did not believe it, loudly rebutting that his father could break the seal by himself. That cannot possibly happen. The master of the Holy Knight sealed my father himself. What kind of nonsense is that? Micah calmly explained that he knew he was sealed. He continued, but what if that was his plan from the start? Not everyone is as foolish as others. Tep stuttered. What plan? The protagonist affirmed, yes, he is not sealed. He is just waiting for the right moment and gathering strength. The red-haired boy, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned. Micah, seeing the bewildered and dazed expression, turned away, clapping his hands reassuringly that it was okay. With the four of us here, we can easily defeat him. He suddenly stopped, uttering 4 words, but before that, the protagonist's eyes seemed to be pondering something. Micah turned back to look at Teps, honestly advising him that if it is too difficult for him, he does not have to join us. Seeing the red-haired boy bowing his head, not clearly showing his expression, the protagonist continued, I understand your situation. If you tell me now, we can go by ourselves. Micah half closed his eyes, listening to Teps say it is okay. Actually, I should be the one to put an end to this. His expression showed that he had already made up his mind. The red-haired boy affirmed this was a family matter. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked, is that so? Respecting Teppa's decision, he concluded, that is fine. Let us go together. They moved along the stone-paved path in the dark night, the space silent except for the sound of footsteps echoing. The magnificent mansion of Draculian lay in darkness like a grand tomb. Teps looked at his house and said it has indeed been a long time since the day his parents went to pick up lunch boxes while he went to sell salt. He bitterly said, this is where I was made into an immortal monster. The red-haired boy recalled when he was little, his father gave him some strange potion. He remembered that while he was writhing in pain, his father had said to him. In the red eyes of Teps reflected an image of a demon laughing, asking if he was satisfied yet. Returning to reality, Teps recounted that what was funny was, at that time, his father had no ill intentions towards him. Micah, upon hearing this, concluded the strange love of parents, like saying my child behaves well at home. How would you know? Seeing Tep's mood gradually deteriorating, the protagonist asked if he could do it. Could he really face his father? The red-haired boy's hands gripping the sword suddenly tightened. His silhouette resolutely appeared, saying that if I did not act, the future would bring even greater regret. Teps moved forward, pushing the gate into the castle, self-assessing that being a shameful boy would be better. He stared at the gate, believing that compared to indulging the corruption of his parents, the heavy door moved after decades of neglect. The Micah group was still gossiping inside, even more intact than I thought, responding that it was because the master of this place wanted it that way. They entered the room filled with roses. At the end of the room was a coffin lying silently. The flowers here had no caretaker, yet they remained as red as blood. Above the coffin were chains tightly locked as if to prevent the person inside from rising again. It was too much. Mordini leaned closer to Micah and whispered. The master said he could overcome all of this alone. He closed his eyes and replied, yes. Right now, the male lead observed around and concluded that Senza Dracula had no intention of leaving the coffin. But there was no other way. Micah channeled his energy into the staff, causing it to glow. The male lead called him Teps. He politely declared that I think we need to smash this mansion a bit. Teps was taken aback. The red-haired boy seemed to have made up his mind, lowering his face and replied, go ahead. Micah approached the coffin and said, I understand. He raised the staff high. Micah aimed the staff directly at the coffin. The gem atop the staff shone brightly. He sensed an earthquake. The chains were immediately broken. The emblem before the coffin suddenly glowed, and a powerful voice rose. Damn it. How dare you? The coffin burst open. Dust flew everywhere, and a pair of pale hands with sharp claws reached out. His red eyes lit up in the darkness. The figure asked, how dare you defile my home? Micah, perverse yet unfazed, smiled, and extreme excitement appeared on the male lead's face, along with a hint of wickedness. He said, finally you have come out. Draculian. Micah voiced. Finally you have come out. A slender pale hand appeared, as if covered in sunscreen for a long time. The man slowly crawled up from the ground, elegantly rising from the grave, with long red hair and sharp hands. The male lead called him Draculian. His face came into view, maintaining a statue-like appearance with tiny red eyes. Draculian glided through the crowd. Spotting a familiar silhouette from afar, he called out for Teps, which made the red-haired boy look up. Feeling as if he returned to the days of his childhood running naked in the rain, he extended his ghostly hand, beckoning him to come here. My son, come back together to rekindle the old bond. You should not stand with them. Draculian irritably claimed that this mansion held the memories of mother and son. The ungrateful son immediately replied bluntly that was a story from long ago. Draculian patiently persuaded Teps that no. My son, I can bring her back. I have found a way. It is a method I heard from that person. If only I had it. Micah interjected. That demon should switch to selling lunchboxes instead. Draculian stood frozen, asking what the fuck. What? The main character slowly approached, confirming with certainty that he had been eliminated by me. Micah activated his mana while saying that no matter what his plan was, it would never become a reality. Mana transformed into a staff in his hand, the crystal shining brightly signaling that everything was ready. Micah warned him to shut his mouth and accept being purified. He was absolutely furious, his eyes bloodshot, long hair standing on end. Draculian appeared in a super meltdown, dark magic swirling around him. He screamed in madness, which was not funny at all. Everything I did was to build an ideal reality. How could it be? Teps clenched his teeth upon seeing this, rushing towards his father, his face equally deranged, just like father. Like son, the swordsman raised his sword, intending to give his furious father a blow, but in the end, the tip of the sword did not reach its destination. Trembling in the air, looking at his father transformed before him, he painfully thought, how could this be? The swordsman recalled the last days of his mother's life. She cried out his name. Teps, her frail hands held onto her child's hand, urgently saying, Mother begs you. Returning to reality, his sword hand continued to tremble. His face contorted in pain was also frozen in place. Mika gently touched his shoulder and called out to him. Teps, as if just coming to his senses, the swordsman stammered. Mika. The main character reassured him that it was okay now. He had done very well. The main character's feet walked lightly on the floor. His divine silhouette made Teps feel sheltered. He kept his gaze fixed without blinking, as if he had just been liberated. Teps shamefully turned his face away, mumbling that he was hesitating before his father. Mika heard Teps lamenting about a demonic outsider who should not be forgiven, and the main character said that was correct. He smiled a rare, understanding smile. Mika asked Teps if he was family. Right. The main character explained to the swordsman that he was only aiming his spirit family, while knowing full well that he would have to bear the burden of a traitor. Teps' face showed a look of focus. Mika concluded that it would be fine. The main character looked at him seriously, saying there was no reason for him to carry that burden for life. He would be the one to purify. Teps, confused, asked why, while the main character replied that it was only natural. The crystal at the top of the staff emitted a brilliant light. Mika concluded that this was the reason heroes exist. Green mana rings corresponding to their rank appeared around him, and the entire space was enveloped in a mystical black. On the other side, Dragolian merely cursed Mika as a bastard. No, he still used his magical power to create an illusion of a skull army attacking the main character, asserting that the child was his son. Mika dodged a stream of magical energy, while not having the leisure to cast a multitasking spell. Holy pillar. A series of blue light beams from the sky smashed the skeletal army. Suddenly the main character was surprised, his face turning pale. In Dragolian's hand, the blood light gradually gathered. It took the form of a deep red spear. He used all his strength to throw it like an Olympic javelin thrower, with the target being Mika. Leon appeared like a guardian deity, wielding his sword to block Dragolian's blood spear, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell is this?" The force of the spear throw was so strong that Leon had to use all his strength to throw it away. He was utterly exhausted, looking at his trembling hand, marveling at how much power there was, and if he fully absorbed it, he wondered how strong he would become. Mika commented that he would surely be as strong as a master, to which Leon gritted his teeth and said it was indeed crazy. Morden wondered what he intended to do with this superhuman. The protagonist replied that he had to send him to get lunch boxes. He added that it would take some time. Looking at the pile of skulls in front of him, the butler doubted and asked if he had found a solution, to which he confidently affirmed that this method would definitely work. Mika raised his hand to chant a firewall. Multitasking. Flames suddenly erupted violently from the ground. Leon raised his sword and said, in summary, Morden stood in front of Mika, ready for battle, and Leon declared that all we had to do was buy some time. Teps behind him immediately spoke up, saying he would help too, his red eyes filled with anguish, and pleaded, "Please, I beg you. Be afraid." Looking at his father, now a demon, standing in a sea of flames, he screamed in his mind to help his father rest in peace. A scene of a cross-shaped grave in a field of white flowers appeared. Dracula thought his heart was filled with rage. The lady was still young and vibrant back then. He bowed his head, unable to see his emotions, questioning himself that reality was indeed cold. Wasn't it true that I planned to give up everything until I heard those words? A silent footstep approached him. The old sage, who had been sold by Mika, stood before Dracula, claiming that he could return everything to how it was, like having a lifeline. He lifted his head to look at the person, seeing the shadow of his teeth appear faintly like a saint. Dracula stammered, asking if it was true. The old man heard the disgusting teeth reply, "Of course." Then the saint extended his hand, saying, "We need a sacrifice." Hearing the three words sacrificial object, Dracula suddenly trembled. The old man reassured him not to worry. If we succeeded, those sacrifices would also come back to life. The count suddenly remembered the image of his son Teps crying for his father. He asked him if he would never see his mother again. Finally, he made up his mind. "Yes, this is my choice." In the green dreamlike space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky, knowing that he was no longer human. A circle with a brilliant holy mark appeared there, and his deceased wife also descended from there. Truly, dying for love is an excruciating death. Remembering the red gemstone, a gift from the dungeon, he believed that even those who had become sacrifices would be resurrected if our plan came to fruition. At that moment, Dracula had self-hypnotized himself like that. Yes, just like that is enough. His face returned to the present moment, believing that his son would also be pleased. Reality had dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Dracula cried out, "Why do you oppose me? Soon we will live in the reality we have always dreamed of." He looked at his son, who was bowing his head, and asked, "Did not you say you wanted to bring your mother back?" Dracula continued, saying that it was entirely possible. "We already had half of the lives, so we just needed to get the other half." While he was speaking, Teps had tightly grasped the spear. He was angry at Mir Bo's madness, shouting, Why has not father understood yet? His body is in disarray and still ignorant." He cried out in pain that his father had been manipulated. That person wanted to create a monster to obey his commands. Dracula seemed to be pierced through the heart by a bolt of lightning. He suddenly fell silent. Teps lamented that from the very beginning he never intended to fulfill his father's wishes, being sold while helping others count their voices. Right, Mir Bo. Dracula was at a loss for words, trying to deny that it could not possibly be true. He reached out towards the group of Micah, thinking that all the effort and suffering he had endured were in vain. Recalling the image of the old man Akka the demon who had warned him that false illusions would cling to him, Dracula looked at the kids who were nervously laughing loudly, trying to deceive him. He then unleashed two streams of fiery red flames attacking them, mumbling, "That is right. You are not my son. You are just an illusion." The count returned to a playful state, exclaiming that "You are the challenge I must face." A pair of feet stepped forward. Green spiritual energy enveloped him. Mika, surrounded by the green energy, flew before him and said, "Enough." The two faced each other for a moment, Micah intently gazing at Dracula. He also observed the main character with soulless eyes, silently thinking that the wizard wore a pure white color. He remembered an old acquaintance, lamenting that he looked so much like that person but was also completely different. Micah recited a spell of purification, pure white light enveloping the entire space. Dracula suddenly felt himself cracking. He immediately tried to harness his magic. Dracula endured the sharp stabbing pain and declared, "This is my territory." A horrific scene emerged. The space around him turned into a crimson red of zero. Black magic spread under Dracula's feet, his hands raised to control the red arrows. Micah nervously calculated that there were 3 minutes left. The immortality spell he found after sifting through the mind of that evil demon. He thought that in 3 more minutes, he would activate the reversal spell. The blue talismans would forever bind Dracula. The main character called Seth. She immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked what Mika wanted to do. He ordered not to return to any wormholes. The arrows controlled by Dracula also began to attack. A swirling green vortex appeared behind him. It slowly spread throughout the room, intimidating the evil count. He stammered, "How could this power be?" Micah calmly replied that he was not the only one who possessed the sacred artifact. Dracula. He stubbornly tried to escape the encirclement of the green spiritual energy, raising his blood-stained hand to argue that time was on his side. A blood dart appeared. Dracula declared that he would exist forever. "While your life is fleeting, how long do you think you can last?" The main character's voice echoed 1 minute. He was surprised to ask Soccer. A finger was raised. Micah Aka the demon appeared. He repeated, "There is 1 minute left." Dracula waved his hand. The red arrows swept away, aiming towards Mika. Morden, Leon, and Teps immediately struck away Dracula's attack. Morden's aged face began to show signs of fatigue. Teps widened his eyes in awe of his father's power. Leon shouted, "Damn it, is it still not done?" Micah replied, "There are 30 seconds left." On the other side, Dracula had knelt down on the floor. He heard the sound of the male lead steadily counting down 20 seconds. The count's hand, full of sharp claws, once again revealed a blood arrow. He continued to count down 10 seconds. Teps rushed forward at a speed like a storm. Micah raised his hand, and strands of white spiritual energy flew up, wrapping around him. The mana rings representing ranks appeared. He recited the reverse life spell. The blood arrows gradually turned to dust. Micah threw the strands of talisman towards Dracula. The talisman strands immediately surrounded him and did their work. The count stuttered. How could my immortal body?" He was terrified, thinking, "No, This can't be happening. Looking at the young mage before him, Dracula whispered. Damn it. He has erased my immortality. Dracula was surrounded by the talisman strips. How could my immortal body? Micah looked at the scene before him with a slight shock. The Count's body was gradually turning to ash under the effect of the spell. Dracula could not believe what was happening and said, How is it possible? To destroy my immortal body, one needs infinite energy. Micah watched him collapse on the floor and kindly explained, That is right, achieving this is not easy at all. He thought of the holy relic that radiated 7-colored light. Continued, Just like how you found the holy relic, I have gained control of the tome. Dracula disagreed and retorted, I have become the master of the holy relic. He firmly stated that it was from the hands of the master of the dungeon. Micah immediately used the holy relic again, but it had no effect on him, because he had it thanks to luck. He reminded that Asa had not told him that. Dracula's face turned pale. His body had almost completely vanished. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man, letting out a bitter laugh. Ha ha. Lady Tef tried to lie on her back on the ground to catch enough air to laugh for a long time. Ha ha ha. Looking at the bright blue sky through the shattered square of the roof above, he mumbled, It is meaningless, is not it? His artificial eyes were left only with fatigue. Dracula lamented that he had been continuously fleeing. However, a hand gently lifted his head. Teps knelt down, raising the head of his poor old father, while parts of his body were turning to ash. He softly called out, Teps. Lady Teak whispered, Please do not go. Teps asked, What have you done? He said, I just want her to come back. The red-haired boy, filled with decades of suffering, shouted at the one who, because of his selfishness, was stuck in this situation. What did he do wrong? Raindrops suddenly began to fall. The sky poured down rain like a revelation of the pain Teps had to endure. The rain soaked his pained face as if crying for him. The boy sobbed, If my father really thought about family. He bitterly laughed. Father must have told you about that at least once. Set looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, How sad. Micah looked at Teps' back in contrast to the image of a boy curled up. He thought Teps had been abandoned for a long time. Imagining the family picture of the three of them happily together, the male lead assessed that Dracula had once been a good father. He concluded at least before the death of his wife. That picture suddenly shattered into many pieces. Teps extended his hand to catch the raindrops, painfully expressing his hatred for immortality. He raised his hand to cover his face and said that from now on, he would bear the blessings that his father had bestowed upon him. Dracula's eyes reflected fatigue and resignation. He wondered if the only thing left for him was regret. Dracula slowly closed his eyes, preparing himself to depart without forgiveness. Suddenly, Teps continued, However, I will still continue to live. Dracula's eyes, which were gradually closing, suddenly opened wide. For the first time after so many years, he looked directly at his father and said that for him, immortality was a curse. But unlike you, I will find a way to fix everything. He was surprised and his face went blank, calling his son Teps. His gaze was drawn to an object, a painting from long ago facing him. At that time, they were still a happy family. He tried to open his mouth to say his last words. Dracula smiled with deep satisfaction and said, Unlike me, I understand now. Father, Lady Tika called Mika a wizard. Oh no. I should call you a warrior. Right. He pierced his own back with his hand to retrieve a piece. Dracula handed a bright pink object to Mika and said to take it. The fragments floated gently on his face, and Dracula whispered that he no longer needed it. The main character asked if he would die in peace. Lady Teak looked at her fingers turning into dust and agreed, saying that yes, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again. It will be soon. Looking at the sky outside, he sadly whispered that first, I must go to hell and endure the punishment. Right. Dracula stretched out his hands, no longer whole, trying to touch his child's face one last time. He hurriedly grasped his father's hand. Lady Take smiled with satisfaction and said, I'm sorry. My son. The last two words he gave his son were farewell. Teps sat in the void watching Lady Tachi completely turn to dust. He softly called out, Father. His hand fell limp, and Mika approached him. His owl-like eyes observed Teps. He saw the red-haired boy's hands clenching tightly in the radiant multicolored secret realm within the tome. Mika's voice rose, saying that it was all over. Nefti lamented that finally. Unfortunately, Mika reproached that if you had done what you were supposed to do from the beginning, perhaps things would not have turned out like this. To be honest, I had to hold back a lot. She asked him if the reason he returned here was because of this. Right. A red gem appeared, and Mika said this is the holy relic that Dracula gave me. The main character straightforwardly asked how can I awaken this? Nefti replied that we will do it because you deserve to pass the challenge. As she said this, from the gem Alem, a branch of flowers appeared. The golden glittering branch stretched out to envelop Mika's hand. The branch gradually faded, leaving a mark on the main character's hand. He raised his hand to observe, thinking that this time it was his right hand. Having received it, the main character turned his back to leave, and Nefti asked if he planned to leave right away. He replied that it was time for me to go, and there was nothing left for me here. Suddenly thinking of something, Mika stopped. He asked Nefti, what do you think about what has happened? She sadly replied that it was all her fault. That child said he would use that artifact for good things. Mika replied that he was not sure either. He thought the Lord gave it to him without much thought. He said the Lord would have plenty of time to think about this, and that he would not close the tome. The protagonist guessed that there would be others coming, and he would come back here as well. Micah glanced at Nefty, warning him that he would wait and see what the Lord would do next. The next day, Mika was performing a purification ceremony in front of a large crowd of villagers. He told Danvat that it was done. The protagonist declared that with him, the people would no longer be bewitched. The village chief stutteringly replied, "Thank you, my lord," he gratefully said. "How can I repay this? Even a hero like you." Mika firmly replied that it was not necessary. "Chief," he immediately bowed his head and loudly said that he was not the village chief. Danvat insisted that he was just a puppet created by the demon. He was 100% a fake. The protagonist was speechless. How could a real name be thrown around like this? He closed his eyes and endured, replying with a sound. Mika fulfilled his motherly duty, comforting him that connecting and managing the villagers was his ability. Danvat looked up in astonishment. This was the first time he was recognized. The protagonist sat down in front of him, smiling gently, saying that he never underestimated that. The village chief was moved to the point of blushing at the kind words. He continued, "But we cannot just stay like this. I need someone capable of leading everyone forward." Danvat was surprised and asked for a talented person. "You mean the Lord?" The protagonist replied. "You can think of it that way." He looked around, shyly saying, "But we were all people who were exploited by the Lord." He worried whether the people would accept it. Mika agreed that he was not wrong. He announced a shocking news that the monsters would return to this land. Danvat's eyes immediately widened. The protagonist stated that at this moment the poison was still preventing the monsters from approaching, meaning when it weakened, they would invade here. The village chief was so scared that he stuttered, asking if there was any way. Mika looked at him seriously and replied that it was not exactly a solution. "This was just something I intended to take responsibility for." He continued, "I can't tell you right away, but trust me." Danvat wondered why. He struggled to say a complete sentence, asking why you were doing these things for us. Looking at the simple villagers waiting for an answer from him, he softly sighed. Mika asked him if he needed a better reason. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest near the village, Mika was focusing on channeling the spiritual rays into the ground. He loudly chanted the purification spell. The ground where the protagonist stood suddenly shone brightly. Mika raised his face, took a deep breath, temporarily satisfied, said, "All right, this way the land will soon be blessed with coconuts." Lightning analyzed further that this area would be free of pollution within a year. The protagonist replied accurately. She worriedly asked, "But the problem is that you can't be here forever. This is not something you can take on." Mika added that I am just the heir of some family. "Right?" The protagonist looked at her, asking, "I am the legitimate heir of the One Purges family." "So what? The family only gives me money and manpower." "That relationship and money," Lightning replied indifferently. Hup. Hearing him say that the rest would be resolved when variables occurred, she asked what variables. Suddenly, this call from Mika interrupted their conversation. He looked at Leon, who was panting like a dog, and asked what was wrong. Kim, the artist home, hurriedly announced that a high-ranking figure was coming, a person of immense power. Mika eagerly looked at him and asked who the big figure was, while Leon just asked if there was something on his face. Why he kept looking and smiling at it. The male lead joked, "Ha, no, turn around and see." Leon felt a chill down his spine, and damn it, could it be that just mentioning Cao and he shows up? Zook, dark as a shadow, stood behind Leon with a smile. The father-in-law exclaimed, "Leon, you have grown up, just feel free to go." Leon slowly turned his head, his eyes showed panic, and he stammered, "Well, when did you?" Zook reminisced about the time he quietly followed the scared child home as he ran away, cheerfully announcing, "I have been following you from the very beginning. So why are you still here?" In the study, Zook was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. The father-in-law and son-in-law were still enveloped in silence. Micah broke the atmosphere, asking what brought him to this faraway place. He said, "Surely you have guessed it is from the lower ranks. The king sent me here, and it was supposed to be a count taking on the role." Zook laughed heartily, saying, "But it seems quite interesting." Ha! Micah was speechless, realizing he came because he was bored, and was still stammering. Zook lamented how times have changed. Now he is a hero recognized by the gods. The male lead replied, "What does that recognition mean anyway?" He had to admit it. Placing the teacup down, Zook's voice suddenly became serious. "Enough chit-chat. We should get to the main issue." He candidly said if he had any requests, he should speak up. Micah asked again, "Is this the will of the lower ranks?" Zook explained that since he had resolved a threat to the kingdom, receiving a deserving reward was quite normal. Micah shared, "I do not want to disappoint the lower ranks," but Zook immediately warned, "Yes, because you are a hero, but if you refuse, the king will be disappointed." He thought to himself, if you refuse, you would still be a useful pawn. Micah thought about the image of a hero crowned. Contemplating the first achievement as a hero, he asked Zook what he thought. Zook evaluated, "In my opinion, you seem to be a promising talent. As for what the lower ranks think, it is hard to say. If I could guess, I would be in the lower ranks already." Micah thought to himself that it was true. In his memory, the king always sought talents. A royal crown symbolizing authority appeared in his mind. He recalled the scene of the court before his return. In fact, before Martin appeared, the entire kingdom was still at peace. Micah replied succinctly, "Sure." Zook was surprised and said,
Oh,
"You have made your decision already. That was quick." Manga clenched his fists, thinking, "Of course," he said. "I do not need to put on an act in front of you." He set a condition as a hero. "I need a holy land." Zook was taken aback and asked, "A holy land?" So suddenly. Manga affirmed,
yes.
"This land?" he asked. "Could it be you?" Manga confidently replied, "I want to rule it." Manga insisted, "I want autonomy." A hand slammed down on the table, making a painful noise, and Zook covered his face in helplessness. He looked at him as if he were a monster, asking, "Manga, do you realize what you just said?" While speaking, he exerted pressure to intimidate the other party. The male lead on the other side was not to be trifled with. He immediately resisted, and Manga smiled, replying, "Of course." Zook thought to himself, "Is he not moved by my aura? That is surprising." He warned him that, and he still insisted on that, knowing the consequences. Manga confidently said if it were normal territory, "I would not have asked for that." The main character questioned, "Whom should I ask, sir? How many troops do you think are needed to defend this territory?" Zook confidently raised one finger and replied, "About the equivalent of one male's army is enough." Manga immediately denied not caring for anyone, if not prepared beforehand. His eyes showed a threatening look. "We will need a number of soldiers equivalent to a duke's army or even a lord's." Sir Zook is psychologically shaken. "You should not shout like that. It can't be, no matter how dangerous the demons are." Manga then corrected him. "It is not that it can't be. Because they are demons." The main character had a terrifying expression. Because they are demons. He thought of the image of another bloodthirsty demon, internally reflecting not only about the level of Kai or mana. Demons are fundamentally different from humans. Manga recalled the image before regression. He had once failed against the demon lord. The main character knew that their tenacity and cunning far exceeded imagination. Everyone overlooked that. He affirmed one thing is we must deal with them differently than with humans. Sir Zook, after a while of being enlightened, nodded and said, "All right. I understand, but I still do not know how it relates to autonomy." Manga pointed to the table and said, "I intend to create an army here, to fight against the demons. Those who are no longer human, those harmed by dark magic and demons." He confidently spoke of the demon hunters. The main character continued to present, "I do not think that is a bad idea. If so, the Empire could fight against the demons by allowing autonomy." Sir Dukin remained silent, only making a sound of He half closed his eyes and said, "I do not think that is a bad idea either. But as you know, it all depends on the Emperor." Manga smiled and said, I know everything. Right." He stood up while thinking, "But I am confident. If it is the Emperor I know, he will accept my request." The main character's eyes showed determination. He said, "Just wait and see." At the cemetery, Teps was kneeling at the grave of his parents. He clasped his hands in prayer for something that only God knows. Suddenly Teps heard familiar footsteps. He asked Manga standing behind him, "You came?" The main character asked if he felt better. Teps replied, "A little, but there is still much to resolve." Manga consoled him not to worry about his body. "Anyway, it will disintegrate. The immortal curse is complicated, but not without a solution." Teps whispered, "I will pay attention to it a bit." The main character bluntly asked, "Do you want to be freed from the immortal curse?" The red-haired boy sadly shared, "I want to be freed. But," he looked up to the sky and told Hugo that if I do that, I will become a normal human. Manga thought in Leon's stomach that he wanted to become a hunter, did not he? Hesitantly, Leon nodded and honestly confessed if that could allow him to take revenge on demons. "Then I want to." The main character thought about hatred. He did not see anything wrong with this hatred. He looked at the boy beside him, believing that if this hatred does not consume a person, it could become a reason to live for someone. The red eyes of an exuded determination. "Just remember to never cross the principle of oneself." Manga cheerfully said that if so, he would tell Teps that the balance would be tilted, and he would help him take revenge. Teps, unable to believe it, asked if he really wanted to help him. The male lead nodded in agreement, saying he would take care of the world. Manga had shared his plan. In front of Teps' parents' grave, he spoke about turning this place into a hunting ground, to prepare for the encroachment of demons. The two confided in each other like longtime friends. And Manga also mentioned that he was in the process of persuading the Emperor to agree. The red-haired boy could not believe his ears, asking if he trusted him to lead the hunters. The male lead replied without hesitation that if possible, he wanted to hand it over to him. Teps lowered his head hesitantly, looking towards his parents who were resting in peace. Even though he was a Draculine, Teps added, "The son of that man." His eyes looked towards his father's grave, saying he was the one who caused this disaster. Manga stepped closer to the grave. He took a white chrysanthemum from the vase, stating that it was not a problem for him. The male lead respectfully knelt down, revealing that he decided based on what he saw. That was the image of Teps holding his father in his arms at the moment of death. Manga affirmed that Teps' bravery and determination at that time proved his worth. After finishing the visit, he slowly stood up. Manga declared, "I trust you," and at that moment, Teps' face showed a look of astonished disbelief. The male lead turned back, smiling and straightening his back. He was kinder than anyone. Teps seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt on one knee in front of Mika. He promised that he would take on this responsibility. Mika recalled the image of this young man before returning, accepting the responsibility of leading the frontline hunters. The male lead held the scepter. His heart ached slightly as he realized that Tep's last moment was recounted in a horrifying manner. The blessing from the scepter spread all over the swordsman like a blessing. Mika thought he would. Looking at Teps, he blessed him that this person would survive until the end and prove his purpose of existence. Mika promised himself that surely, at the place of the magnificent and luxurious palace, a man was sitting deep in thought on a chair. He let out a grunt. This man was King Xerxer Refer Alexandro, sitting on the throne, lamenting how troublesome it was while picking up a chess piece. He said that originally he could separate those two to resolve it, holding the chess piece in his hand. The king expressed frustration that now they had merged into one. Even he could not foresee this. He looked at the chess piece in front of him, lamenting that predicting the movement of this knight was not easy at all. If he could predict it, he would be a damn prophet. In fact, he was not too pleased. With an expressionless face, the king questioned what he thought about it. He emphasized the Walpurgis formula. The person currently kneeling below the formula, closing his eyes, reported that it was just a minor issue. The king then asked another question about whether he was the son of that person. The formula. Adon honestly replied that he was just a brat who never knew how to listen. He spoke up about the youthful concerns of parents, that all kids nowadays were like that. Right, then Yaiden shifted to another topic, saying that the important issue now was not who would become the hero. Your Majesty, the formula asserts that once the selection of the new hero is completed, this bland peace will soon come to an end. The king reiterates the bland peace. Damn it, Dan. Did not you say that a great demon is gradually growing strong right in the imperial capital? Lord Xerxer raised his brow, saying it was truly frustrating. Extremely annoying. The formula continued to report predictions about the hero's upcoming activities but could not extract anything useful. The king tapped his fingers, asking if the hero could not be controlled by anyone. He smiled, affirming that he was not foolish. Formula. Lord Xerxer warned that he understood too well that no one could control the hero, but if he could not control him, then neither could anyone else, with Ida below nodding vigorously. The king stood up and said that he had marked it so that no fool would meddle in the hero's affairs. Ida frowned, asking if His Majesty was talking about the autonomous region. The king, with all his authority, stood before him and confirmed that was indeed correct. Now you understand. The Walpurgis formula. Now, your role as a father is very important. The formula also owes me a few things. So how about you take a step back? The expression on the formula's face was not very pleasant as he replied. Your Majesty, please just say what you want me to do. That authoritative figure was silent, as if lost in thought. Lord Xerxer turned his head. The crown on his head glittered, and only God knows what he would say next. Tep stood dazed in front of the sunlit mansion. He was observing the place where his roots were buried before leaving. Mika called out, I knew you would be here. The male protagonist raised a scroll, saying, I think what I am holding is exactly what you have been waiting for. Mika said, Your Majesty has issued a decree. From now on this territory will belong to me. Mika Walpurgis, the male protagonist stated that this is an autonomous sanctuary. Teps listened as he explained that therefore, as I said before, I intend to turn this place into one for hunters. Mika placed an object in Teps's hand while confessing. So I want to invite you to take on the role of the hunter leader. The object was a necklace inlaid with green stones. The male protagonist continued, and also to become the lord. Mika proudly introduced that this is a weapon I created to conceal your true identity. Wearing it, you no longer have to fear that people will discover you are a dragon. Is not that surprising? Old lady. Teps looked at the necklace intently, gripping it tightly, gently asking if he made this himself. Mika remained silent. Then the male protagonist nodded and said that the king had entrusted this land to me. He honestly revealed that he did not wish to claim ownership of this place or interfere in others' affairs at all. Mika confirmed that he wanted this place to become a home, a base for hunters. Teps asked him if he really wanted to do that. Was he sure? The main character did not respond. Placing his hand on the ground, he expressed regret and said that in order to turn this place into a home, a suitable base for the hunters, he planned to stay here for some time to take care of everything. Mika made a request. So I want you to search for the whereabouts of the hunters who have been living in the shadows during this time. Teps widened his eyes and asked about the search. Do you mean searching for a needle in a haystack? Mika replied with a smile. In the bedroom of Mika's group, Leon shouted in disbelief, staying here for 3 to 4 months. What a hassle. He complained that is not that too long, to which Mika explained that I need to establish a few bases in this territory. Actually staying for a few months is not long at all, he further emphasized. Looking at Morden and Leon, the main character said this is a serious training opportunity for both of them. Mika made a serious face threateningly, saying that the things we have obtained while wandering around this area, both of you also need time to contemplate them. Leon looked at his hands in contemplation, and Mika called out to Leon. He leaned on the table and asked, compared to the first time we met, your strength has increased significantly. Now you are much stronger. You can be the big brother of the neighborhood. The main character made a guess but still felt it was not enough. Leon, being hit on the head, immediately nodded. Mika continued to explain that I will not tell you to be patient. In fact, you can and should become even stronger. Loon replied that so he wants to tell me to use this opportunity to train myself to the death. The main character admitted that those who can take care of themselves. I have nothing to worry about, so I do not care anymore. He philosophized that you should rise strong like the grass out there. Leon smiled slightly, gripping his sword tightly. The swordsman asked if he was ready. Manga replied that there are monsters everywhere around here. Just treat them as training targets. Leon shouldered his sword and confidently replied, okay, then I will become stronger. Do not worry about me. Mika heard the sound of the door closing, showing his joy. The adopted child had finally grown up after all these years, looking at the other one. He continued, now it is Morden's turn. The butler closed his eyes and respectfully listened, saying, please go ahead. I ask many people to listen as a learner. The main character was surprised and asked, what is going on? Morden, why did you agree so quickly? He honestly replied, well, if we rank by magical ability, I am higher than you, but Morden regretted that you have already reached the 8th level. Young master, it seems you do not intend to hide this. Mika stood up and replied, well, that makes it easier to talk. The main character walked towards the door and opened it, smiling brightly like the sun and said, let us start running. Morden, the butler, was at a loss for words, asking, why? Mika replied, people always say that in order to have a clear mind, the body must be strong first. He advised the butler to just run, to diligently run on his own legs. The main character reminded him of the time he carried the horse while telling Morden, I see potential in you. Last time you used magic, but Mika placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, you have been running seriously while still carrying a horse on your back. Right? The butler's face immediately turned pale. Morden shouted in despair, no, you told me to run like that, so I ran. Young master. Mika then pulled him along, saying, I know, I did say so. And that is why you did it. I appreciate that. He thought about it. Then the main character cunningly asked, if I told you to run again, you would do it. Right? Along a code as the sky was just getting dark, and Teps's figure looked even more solitary standing in the withered forest, saying, then I will see you in a few months, hero. After saying that, he put on his hat and left immediately. Mika was then smiling and waving goodbye to the red-haired boy, while the main character recalled that, just in case, he had asked him if he needed more support, but he declined, so he did not insist. Looking at the hat on Teps's head and the hands holding the spear firmly, Mika realized one thing. Before returning, as the commander of the demon hunter team, Teps had beheaded every demon he encountered and made a name for himself. Looking at the silhouette of the valiant knight covered by the brilliant sunlight, the main character sighed about the hatred and talent needed to be a hunter. He had both. Mika calculated the time. Then the remaining task was to look down at the desolate land beneath his feet. The main character exclaimed, farming. You have to work to eat. If you do not work, you will just be scraping the ground. Set, resting on his shoulder, incredulously asked, is this really possible? Mika still looked worried as usual, smiling while dismissing the meaningless questions. She was also used to the main character's attitude that wanted to get hit, saying, oh, so you have a plan then? He, with a foolish face, said, of course not. If I did, I would have changed my last name already. Set was also speechless. She flew down in front of the main character, asking, so what are you planning to do? Mika honestly said, first, I have to ensure a living space for the people. We can't thrive without food. Looking towards the deserted village, he continued, and then after reducing the number of monsters nearby, evaluating the dilapidated fence built to uphold the village's integrity, the main character decided to prepare a defensive barrier around the protected area. Set, like the CEO reviewing the project, said it was a reasonable plan. Suddenly, she questioned him, but did not you want to leave this place? Why are you suddenly reversing that? She asserted that if he intended to do that, she would restore this place to its original state. Mika asked again, who said I would leave this place? He extended his hand, a greenish glow appearing around it. Set's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, what is that? The glow vanished, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds on Mika's hand. She shouted, seeds of the world tree. She anxiously asked Quadfuck, is the world tree still okay? How do you have this? The world tree is the only special tree in this world. The main character reassured her that this was not the real thing, just a replica, a downgraded product made from mass production, a poor quality fake. He said it was not very effective while dropping the fake seeds to the ground. Each seed touched the earth, ready to begin its sacred mission. His eyes showed determination as he asserted they would grow quickly and spread. To illustrate Mika's words, the seeds immediately developed into a large tree, and in an instant around where the main character stood, a forest had grown. Set exclaimed in awe, whoa, how fast it grows, even faster than using growth spray. Mika explained, I have conducted some research on the world tree. While he thought to himself, I am just bluffing. Actually, this was created by me before regression. He continued, but that is all there is, the quantity produced is limited. The main character looked at the mature tree in front of him, confirming that any more it would only survive for a year. He could not plant more. Mika thought to herself, but it is enough to cover the territory. It will still be effective because it will drive away demons for a year. Set curiously asked how he planned to arrange it, to which he answered, Nephthys will help me. She crossed her arms, looking like a wise old lady, and said, if it is Nephthys, I am sure he will do just fine. Suddenly remembering something, she asked if he had named the trees yet. Mika's face fell. He thought about names and replied, I am not sure. He unconsciously blurted out, how about the dream tree, imagining a decorative screen with colorful stars appearing behind him. Set felt regret for asking the main character, disgustedly saying, that sounds gross. A few days later, in the bedroom, Mika sat at a table, staring intently at a crystal ball emitting blue light. He said, Father, it is time. On the other side of the ball was a terrifying silence. After a few minutes of waiting, Suraiden blocked the view and said, you are asking arrogantly. Young hero, studying is very important. Edan is sitting in his study, still holding a familiar weapon to easily intimidate his son. He looks at the warning orb and thinks if he were not his son, he would have broken his legs by now. On the other side, Mika smiles brightly and says not to say that, as father promised to support him wholeheartedly. The orb responds with a natural tone. Eden's face suddenly turns stern. He warns that if he intends to create an independent territory, he must discuss it with him first. This brat should not think that being better than his father means he can decide on his own. Mika cheekily replies that father should be used to this by now. Right, father. Eden sighs in helplessness. He closes his eyes and admits, I can't punish you because you are too far away. I received a message from the king. He asks what he said. From the orb. Eden's voice comes out saying the empire will not pressure him, as the monarch has recognized the importance of heroes. The face of the noble suddenly changes. He says, but his statement about wanting you to visit the capital surprises Mika greatly. He understands that this means he wants to talk face to face with him. The male lead thinks seriously. Face to face, this is troublesome. Finally, he makes up his mind. Thinking fine, I can go without any problem. In another corner, someone is diligently training. The steady breathing corresponds to the sweat pouring down his muscular body. Morden is lifting a large stone, doing push-ups to build muscle. Mika approaches and calls out to him. And Morden, surprised, asks, young master, what brings you here? Wanting to avoid being tormented further, the steward is doing push-ups while listening to the male lead announce that he intends to stop by the capital for a bit, not for long, so he wants to ask him to do some things in his stead. Morden, out of breath, asks why you are going to the capital. Damn it. I am so tired I could collapse. Mika casually replies it is nothing. The king wants to talk to me. He closes his eyes and says, I understand. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Morden realizes something feels off. He gasps and asks further, what about His Majesty? A carriage bearing the Duke's crest leisurely travels down the road. Set curiously questions, are we going to take a carriage to the capital? This time it will be a comfortable trip. She thinks back to when he never traveled anywhere by himself. Mika responds that it is unnecessary to do so. She feels he is not happy and lets out a sigh. Suddenly remembering some hot news, she claps her hands and says, oh right. Set asks Mika if recently his holy power has increased, so she has also changed a bit. The male lead asks back, changed. She replies with a hum. Set humorously asks if he wants to see, her inner self screaming that if he dares to say no, she will make him sell salt. Set excitedly tells Mika that she will show him. A gentle blue glow surrounds her body, seemingly making her figure larger. When she transformed into the size of a normal person, Set smiled at him and asked how he felt. The ceiling of the drama was high, while the main character's face remained calm as if to say, I have known this for 3 lifetimes. She cheerfully asked, now I look human. Right, Mika replied emotionlessly. Haha, that is indeed a bit surprising. Set raised her hand and said, when you infused your divine power into your body, I think I restored a part of myself. The main character asked her how long she could maintain this appearance. Set raised her hand to calculate. 1 + 1 = 2. Then answered, Tiger, now it is about 30 minutes a day. I am not that weak in thought. Mika curiously asked if making her body larger had any other effects. She did not answer but raised her hand. Set immediately thrust her hand out, and Mika was frightened out of her wits. He felt that the monsters in this area had lost half their strength. Watching the scene of birds flying chaotically in the forest, the main character curiously asked, what did you just do? Set replied that she just tried using a violent wind force to attack the monsters around here. With her left hand holding her right wrist, she said sadly, but it only achieved half the effect, much less than my power in my glorious days. Alas, where has that glorious time gone? Mika said, remembering, I have not heard you talk about your glorious period. Set's eyes filled with regret as she mumbled, my glorious period. Yes, she angrily replied. I just mentioned it. That was when I had no problems at all. That was when I was in my glorious period. Like in legends, the age of the gods or similar times. She spoke with a tone full of continuity. I do not say I am a goddess, but compared to humanity of this era, I was definitely much stronger before. Mika suddenly thought of the concept of a person resembling a deity. The concept of gods. Masters. Level 9 reminded him of himself and Siegfried before regression. They were nothing in front of the gods. The gods here are Heka, Nephthys, Gygrazol, and Seth, while they only fought to obtain sacred artifacts. The imaginary space in Mika's mind suddenly shifted from a dark black to a bright white. if the power of the sacred artifacts could help them reach the level of the gods. The main character remembered the image of the boss before the regression, the demon with a skull face, wearing armor under the fiery red sunset, covered by ashes blowing in the wind. He thought they also believed that power could destroy the demon. Mika propped her chin and said, I do not understand. How could an entire civilization of a lineage collapse? He looked over, tears in his eyes, as a thought flashed in his mind. For example, the solitary back of Seth sitting there. The main character guessed it might be due to a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in Seth's head, a hissing sound rang out, and the air from her body began to escape. Mika, calm as water, was also startled to see Seth next to her hissing like a deflated balloon. His expression seems to say quad hell. Something painful. The mini version of Seth reappears because of the awkward expression we all have. So awkward that the main character just told her it would be 30 minutes ago. Seth smiled confidently and replied, I am a bit excited, so I use this ability in many things too much, which caused the time to decrease. He closed his eyes and nodded. Thinking, I know, the weak lady is still causing a breeze. Mika looked out the window and thought to himself, I often do that too. While the car was rolling, the main character calculated that there was still a little time before arriving at the capital, so he decided to check everything he had achieved so far. He looked at the mark of the high deity on his hand and thought regrettably, everything I have received recently is divine power. Mika, emotionless, looked at that mark and thought that everyone knew divine power could not be integrated into mages at all. The image of the mark of the high deity, shining and shimmering, wrapped in mana appeared. The main character confidently thought that in my case, mana and divine power do not conflict with each other. Wait. He had a great idea that it was not that those two powers had combined, but that there was a third form of power created. Mika closed his eyes and frowned, knowing that many small changes were gradually occurring. The main character raised his hand in confusion, wondering if he should try something to test it. In his mind, a purple universe appeared, an image of humans blending with the blessings of deities and mana emerged. The boundary between divine power and mana, the divine power of the world tree, the violent storm power surged, the divine mark of the high deity. I think it will be hard to feel this power if I do not concentrate. This mana is blending with 3 other types of divine power. He thought about the world tree and the violent storm soon merging into one. After checking, Mika clearly knew they had mixed together. The main character affirmed, why could not it? That is its nature. As the image of a grassy field with shimmering light like fireflies and dense vines wrapped around a stone pillar appeared. Mika opened his eyes, feeling as if a sense of euphoria was enveloping his body. Seth beside him immediately asked, what is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The scene before her made her feel like her worldview was overturned. Cursing that it was insane, she felt like the surroundings had turned into a forest with tiny shimmering light beams. Mika next to her was merging into a tree trunk, and Seth said he had become a hermit now. In that forest, tiny fairies were playing among the blooming flowers. And Mika, stunned, said, oh, a hermit. He imagined the scene of a hermit standing in the forest with a staff in hand. And the difference between a hermit and a mage was very significant. A hermit did not use mana but still drew power from nature. To put it bluntly, they borrowed without repayment. They could receive support from trees and animals, which was an innate skill. In the horse-drawn carriage filled with flowers and vines, with a shimmering light, Mika silently thought that he definitely had no connection with nature at all. Suddenly, the male lead smiled and realized that now he did. Right, it was not like before when he would continue to be forever alone. How interesting. Seth incredulously asked how the hell this could happen. How the power of the world tree and the storm could blend together. Damn it. This is just ridiculous. How could humanity even accomplish this? He smugly replied that it was still possible. Right, that is what makes it ridiculous. Seth did not deny it. It was indeed possible, but it was utterly nonsensical. She explained that divine power is not a type of ability that humans can easily control. But the male lead disagreed, asking again about how the divine power of Hika was widely used by the priests. Seth, irritated, responded that her divine power was just normal. It was a modified ability for humans to use. In the forest filled with light, her voice continued to resonate steadily. Even among the saintesses who trained in divine power truly cannot control real divine power. But he combined the two types together, which is indeed the peak of absurdity. The male lead said it was difficult to achieve but not impossible. Seth immediately yelled that is why it is unreasonable. She retorted that this is why it does not fit with the norms. Mika immediately caught the unusual point. He thought it did not fit with the norms. He had a feeling. The male lead recalled his encounter with Haikao in the tomb of the first hero. She had once called him a demigod. He concluded that perhaps these matters related to that. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, drawing the attention of both of them. A tiny round spirit, with short legs and 2 tiny antlers on its head, its hair made of tiny leaves, and a pink flower adorning its peak. Its emerald eyes looked at the two with a naive expression, truly a gathering of essence. Very lovable. Mika asked it who it was. Mika inquired, who are you? The spirit blinked and pointed at itself. I do not know, then pointed its tiny hand toward Mika. But it was very friendly and wanted to be friends with him. I watched, puzzled, as the spirit did something in front of him. It seemed to be struggling a lot, carrying something awkwardly. Looking confused. wondering what it was doing. Then, the spirit flew up to face Mika. He widened his eyes. Wait, could it be? The spirit was holding in its tiny hand the divine herb of Tessus, the magical ingredient that all alchemists in the world sought to concoct divine medicine. This miraculous herb was needed. Mika held the shimmering golden sacred herb in his hand, gazing at it, slightly surprised that Sin Lin handed it to him. Why did you? Sin Lin said modestly. Do not be shy. It is just a gift for our meeting. Exactly. It is not a gift, it is a bribe, Mika straightforwardly said to Sin Lin. What if I refuse? The small Sin Lin felt like thunder struck her ears after hearing that. A storm was approaching. Mika would be in trouble. Do not joke around. Do you know it was created during my awakening? He had to accept this child's bribe. Mika closed his eyes. All right, I do not intend to refuse. Watching Sin Lin, who was provoked by his joking words, sitting dejectedly, looked really pitiful. I need money to support myself if I want to become a monk. Mika spoke up. All right, I will accept it. Sin Lin's face brightened like a flower, beaming with joy. Mika asked her, what is your name? The little Sin Lin replied she did not know. If you do not have a name, then I will name you, Daya. Go ahead. Name me. Mika stroked his chin, thinking for a while, wondering if there was any pretty name. Recalling when Sin Lin tried to find the sacred herb to give him, Mika came up with a name, Mun. Examining puzzled. Huh. She looked out asking. Wait, Munanoli, is that it? Mika replied clearly. It should be a heartfelt name. While examining was in this reaction, Sin Lin was confused when hearing the new name, Mun. Really, Mun. Then it is Mun. Her face was incredibly radiant. Mika pointed. See, she likes it. Let us say it that way. A little later, the two of them got on the carriage to return to the capital. As the carriage stopped, Set happily jumped out. It is still as peaceful as ever. She turned to ask Mika, are you going to meet the king right away? No, I do not plan to do that. Mika smiled. I can't go to see him empty-handed. Returning to the magnificent Singha Ngaga before him, a cheerful priest welcomed Mika back. Welcoming the warrior, Mika asked, the new status of His Majesty is good, is not it? The priest scratched his head. Because he has resolved the issues. Right. But why have you come here? I am here to meet His Majesty. Oh. The king, the priest's tone became serious. I can only wish him good luck, Mika said. Actually, there is something you can help me with. Archbishop, I have heard that you have very valuable information. The bishop was taken aback. You mean? Mika smiled. The dark past of the king. The archbishop widened his eyes upon hearing that. Stammering. What? Why is that suddenly the case? Mika replied, I am a warrior. Archbishop, rather than being plotted against by others, I prefer to take the initiative. In CD, someone is kneeling down to report news that Brat Purgis has entered the city. Damn it. I did not expect that fool to become a warrior. The noble Kelly boss looked up at the sunset. Quite ridiculous. He asked the deity next to him. What do you think? I think we can't ignore this matter. I think so too. That fool was rejected by Lun Zio. Yet in a year, he made such a big impact. That can't be right. Thun Quts is not trustworthy. The deity asked Kelly boss. What should I do with him? He turned and said, what do you mean? Just go to the capital first. There is only one reason he suddenly returned to the capital. Due to the king's order. Exactly. If the king's favor is directed towards the Purgis family, the balance of power will collapse. No. Maybe that is not the reason. I do not like the Purgis family. I have hated both the mage and the head of that damned family for a very long time. A silhouette of a girl flashed in his memory. Her face unclear, but she had rejected him. The cursed Purgis family. I cannot let you succeed. People live while facing many unknowns. Mika stopped, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the breeze. Indeed, that is life. If this happens again, it will not be pleasant at all. It is extremely difficult. The light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest light. Right, Mika opened his eyes. But it does not need to happen right now. Yet, Mika was being lifted straight off the ground by Yaiden. What just happened? A few minutes earlier, Mika was walking in the palace. He sighed. The first floor is done. The boss flying around asked. What are you thinking about? Should I take a stroll around the capital? While hesitating with his choice, a voice called out to Mika, son. He froze. This voice was Mika looking to the left. It was Yaiden Purgis. His father, with a massive spike club on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with fire, and back to the present. Mika helplessly pleaded. Father, let go of the spear and we can talk. Right, this is how we talk. Why should we let it down? Yaiden laughed. And no grand mage in the world would hit their child with a spear. This father is very proud of having taken his child's territory. Mika forced a smile. Father, do you think of me as your child to say that? Thinking back, I have not talked to you in a while. Yaiden slowly lowered Mika to the ground. You are right. The two of them suddenly fell into an awkward situation, standing in front of each other in silence. Mika looked at his father and thought to himself, I did not know before the regression. I had always been his exception, and I had never tried to understand him. I had run away from my father, the Grand Mage of the Eight Circles. Perhaps because I felt I could not reach him, and maybe because he was too great. I thought he could not understand me. Perhaps I felt inferior compared to him. Micah had run away from his father for a very long time, and now standing opposite him, he began to understand something. But now I think I know. Father is just clumsy in being a father. Micah gathered all his courage. Junjin raised his fist in front of Edon and said, I have a lot to say to you, Father. Later the two of them sat facing each other in the same hall. Yaden asked, You have met the Emperor, yet you remain so calm. Micah shrugged. If I do not stay calm, it won't change anything. He laughed out loud. Haha, it feels like you were just clinging to Lady Lindell yesterday. But now you are this grown up. Now is not the time to be naive anymore. Yaden asked, Are you talking about kneeling? Micah lifted his cup. Yes, we have a common enemy, but humanity does not want to unite. Honestly, I am not worried about meeting the Emperor. His father then asked, So what are you worried about? The four great families. The noble families where each family is considered a kingdom. The four great families include the Mitch Chappell family, the Lindell family, the Kelly Boss family, and the Walpurgis family. Micah continued, Among them, the Lindell family is the most trustworthy, but look at the current situation. So I am saying the other two families are the problem here. The most problematic family is the Kelly Boss family. Aiden pondered. Kelly Boss, they are hard to deal with, but what do you plan to do? Micah replied, I have a plan. But first, please help me with this. What? I have thought of an effective way to stop the Kelly Boss. After the conversation with his father, Micah wandered around with Seth. She circled around his arm, wondering, what a strange father-son relationship. Do you both have some strange jealousy towards each other? It is normal, he corrected himself, but it is true that my father is a bit strange. Just get used to it. No, that is not what I meant. Anyway, it has been a while. The capital was not like this before I regressed. Seth asked, So where are you planning to go? Micah lowered his head. I should meet the Emperor. Of course, but is there anything else you plan to do? That is. Micah had not finished speaking when he sensed something was wrong. Seth worriedly said, Micah, I know. We are being followed. Micah continued to stroll through the capital. I have noticed a few guys tailing us, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. Are they from the Dark Guild? I had already guessed someone would follow me, but there are fewer of them than I thought. It seems they have underestimated me. Micah felt a shiver. And there was one person moving more stealthily than the other 3. Understood. It seems that person is the key player. Seth asked, What are you planning to do? Micah hesitated. I do not know either. I chose to shake them off, but I still feel uneasy. The incident with the rat that I purged in the sewer is something I do not remember too well. But it happened later, and now the rat is gone, so the Dark Guild will come after this. I guess someone of equal rank to the rat has taken over, and maybe a powerful demon like Beelzebub will appear again. I need to check that out. In a distant corner behind, one of the tailing guys was watching Micah. If I am this far from him, I should not be detected. She wondered, is he a hero? There is a lot of information about Micah Walpurgis, but nothing about heroes. But with such a rare amount of shared information, it sounds ridiculous, so it is not trustworthy at all. The tailing guy looked out again, telling himself, so he has purified a demon in the Empire and also Micah the Noble. Perhaps he was born with extraordinary talent, but he is just someone recognized by others as having the qualities of a true hero. Should I? Lost in thought, Micah had already disappeared from her sight. Therefore, she was bewildered. It was just for a moment. It was just a blink. How could I lose track of him? She looked around confused among the crowd. Frustrated. Cursing. Damn. How could I make such a mistake? She hurried into the crowd. I need to find him immediately. Amid the chaos of the crowd, a hand grabbed her shoulder. A cold voice rang out. What are you looking for? The tailing girl froze. Micah, who had just been smiling, quickly changed her expression and asked, Who are you with? She trembled, unable to speak, seizing the opportunity. Quickly transformed, and ran away at high speed. She was in a panic, running away while her mind was in chaos. What should I do now? All right, I found what I was looking for. He is very talented. He detected my invisibility technique instantly, which is something masters might struggle to do. I need to report this to the guild immediately. She returned to her guild, taking another route to get here. Learning. That should be enough. Just as she wiped the sweat off, Micah stood close beside her, asking, Oh, so you are here? The tailing girl was completely shocked. Oh no. She was so shocked that she stuttered. What are you? Micah smiled calmly. The dark invisibility technique. You are a dark fairy. After the rat died, Talia took over the leadership position. How did you know we were on Talia's side? You are a dark fairy in the Dark Guild. That is really ridiculous. Just do not let me go. The girl was stunned. Micah threatens. That Dark Guild. Now I have discovered your guild too. Do you think you can still hide it from me? That girl agreed. Well, my hero. Then unexpectedly, she poked 2 fingers in a teasing manner. Can we go separately? Turns out she has many things she feels shy about. I am the manager in the guild's base. It would be bad if everyone saw you catch me. Micah silently thought for a long time. Then he sighed. No. I refuse. Micah raised his hand to signal. Sleep. The girl did not have time to react. Wait, this dog has already fallen straight into a dream. Micah then dragged her along. Whoa. She looks pretty. He should have been more considerate. Micah did not care much. I do not need to be considerate to a member of the Dark Guild. And if I bring her there, they won't treat her coldly. They will wonder, how do you know? She is the adopted daughter of Guild Master Talia. The Dark Guild is having a lively and cheerful drinking party. Micah and the girl from earlier entered through the door. He asked, Talia. Right, a man spoke up. Which brat is that? So that is correct. Look, he usually does not throw girls to the ground saying, here. Please sign. Everyone saw it was Talia's adopted daughter and immediately stirred. It is Miss Muir. The men were furious. No way. Micah gently raised his hand. Now you recognize me. Right. Dozens of men were about to teach him a lesson. But Micah stood still there. He smirked. Whoa. Calm down. Micah snapped his fingers. Motionless, several magic circles appeared, instantly immobilizing everyone. Micah asked, is anyone unreasonably pulled into this? Good. No one. Lightning disdainfully looked at Micah. If you are silenced, how can you talk? Micah still spoke in a nonchalant tone. I know. Being struck by lightning should keep a distance. Micah sat down, resting his chin. You should show up. Sitting here waiting makes me a bit annoyed. If you do not want to, waiting too long. Micah began to cause trouble. He reached out, shaking the tavern until someone appeared beside him and said, stop it. Micah turned. Oh, you finally showed up, Micah asked. Are you the guild master here? He removed his face scarf. I am Hitos. It seems my daughter has caused you trouble. I apologize. He looked at the girl lying on the ground. I know she is awake. Why are not you getting up, Mife? Feeling exposed, had to force herself to get up. So embarrassed. Continue listen to me for a bit. You are really rude. Micah retorted. You are the rude one for following others like you. Me squirmed and refused. If you are a true hero, you should share personal information. Hitos reminded, Naya. Stop it. She reluctantly sounded defeated. Hitos said, it is my order. We need to gather information about the hero. So I sent her. Hitos bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. Me hurriedly ran over. Oh. I will do whatever you want. Just do not touch my father. He is really easy to deal with. Hitos. He is the guild master of Talia, and also a master assassin. In the original timeline, he should have been killed by those bastards. But the future I know has changed. What should I do now? The turning point for Talia. Considering my purpose, these changes cannot be too obvious. Everything must be under my watchful eye. Mia spoke up. To be honest, I did not come here to accuse you. Hitos wondered. Really? But, the sewer rat. He is the monster outsider who sold his soul to the demon. You took over his territory. Right, Mia angrily said. Are you implying that we are like those outsiders? Mika stood up. I have mentioned this issue before. My responsibility is to clean up the sewer rats. Mia fearfully said. But people often occupy unclaimed lands. He reached down, showcasing a man who was passed out on the ground and pulled back his shirt, revealing a mark of the outsider. That is if you do not accept his people. Hitos lowered his head. So do you want to eliminate our outsiders? A wave of pressure pressed against Miha's neck. The pressure was truly terrifying. A seasoned veteran indeed. He asked Hitos. Are you done speaking? Wait, I did not expect to encounter a master assassin here. You are very observant. Miha replied. I know, I can see many small details. For example, you pointed your heart. Miha narrowed his eyes. Something seems very strange. It seems you are cursed, and yet you are still alive. Hitos was shocked. How did you know? He smiled. I am a hero. The higher-ups told me so, Mia anxiously asked. Then, if you know about the curse, you will know how to break it. Right? Mia crossed his arms. Replied. Of course, Miha was astonished. She rushed to shake Miha. What? What way is that? Tell me. If you need anything I will do everything to get it. Miha thought. This is so desperate, he told me, but I never accept losses, so... He smiled. How much do you know about me? After a while, an agreement between Miha and Hitos was established. He handed a copy of the agreement to Hitos. Alright, now stamp here. And here. Hup. Got it. The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, signing this agreement was completely obvious. The thoughts of both parties have been unified, so there is no need to prolong it any further. First, break the curse of Hitos. Thanks to that, Hitos will not suffer any losses at all. The fact that a professional assassin will soon fully recover cannot be underestimated, guiding Talia to a brighter destination. Miha said, Talia's limits are very clear. Even if you exceed those limits, you still cannot escape becoming a member of the Dark Guild. Hitos replied, there are things we cannot deny. So, for this hero. Mihai interrupted. Yes. I said I would help you. The Talia Guild will also wholeheartedly assist me in gathering information. If anyone does not comply. Hitos continued, then that person will pay with their life. This is the clause in the agreement. Right, and Talia needs to be innocent. Do you understand the meaning behind this? Hitos bowed his head and replied. I understand. Get rid of the minions of the sewer rat. Even though this is not easy at all, Mihai intended to leave. Alright. That is enough for now. Hitos expressed his feelings from behind. Having signed this agreement, I still find it hard for my guild to step out of the shadows. Mia coldly asked, did you forget which family I come from? The Purges household. My father is still in the imperial capital, so you should listen to him. Hitos was silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, but is his character as good as it seems? Mia thought of her old man as a devil. It is hard to say. He shrugged, but my father is on a different level. Don't worry, if his personality is not good, he won't do anything. Hitos looked up and mumbled to himself, everything must go smoothly. Oh dear. Mia trudged out of Hitos's bar. Miha tightly grasped her father's arm. Dad, what is wrong? Daughter, can we trust him? Father has a good feeling about it. Daughter, that is how I have lived until now. The day I met you, all my choices have been based on that instinct of mine. I think if I could escape this curse, that would be good. But the more important thing is that Hiro made a promise to pull us out of darkness. In his eyes, there is no prejudice at all, which means he is very sincere, thoughtful, and enough to consider us for an agreement. It is not easy to receive help from heroes, because if we had met while everything was still unresolved, we would not have to lose anything. Miha sighed. I understand now. Miha used her skill again. She had just seen him over there, and in the blink of an eye he was gone. She remarked, for someone bestowed with the title of hero, he seems a bit indifferent. Father thinks so too. At the White Tier Royal Palace, Miha looked around and thought, observing the palace like this feels so unreal. So this is the place I need to protect. Talking to His Majesty with someone listening makes me feel quite uncomfortable, but that way I won't be in danger. Yet I still feel anxious. Miha gazed and thought, by this time, a royal knight like him might already be in the palace. The presence of that person, two swords blocking in front of Miha. Please stop. Beyond this point is where the Emperor resides. Hero. Have not you heard of me? I am a hero. The two guards stared at Miha's shining badge with their mouths agape. What? They hastily said. I will check again. We have received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Alright, you two can verify. I have already checked. The knight escorting you will arrive soon. Got it. I understand. Of course, I know exactly who will come. If the escorting hero is a rookie, there can only be one person. Greetings, hero. I am... Miha smiled. You must be Myron. Right. The escort looked surprised. Right. Do you know me? Aren't we both of noble lineage? I come from the Walpurgis household, and you come from the Kelly Boss household. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miha extended her hand, and they shook hands. Yes, it is Myron Kelly Boss, the second son of Marquis Kelly Boss, and before I revert, I could not get anything out of it, or he is a criminal who killed his own father, Marquis Kelly Boss, or a hero who stopped a depraved family in anger. Later, Myron will be associated with two contrasting terms like that, the doomed hero. Miha turned around and smiled, shaking hands with Myron, which surprised him quite a bit. After being stunned for a moment, Myron finally reacted. A bright smile appeared and he said, I did not expect such a famous hero to know my name. Then Myron laughed while leading Miha to the hall. Miha looked at the pure smile on Myron's face and thought to herself, he is just like that, a fallen sinner, a hero who has lost everything. That is how people refer to him, but right now he actually looks quite carefree and kind. Suddenly, Miha asked, Myron, you were recently appointed as a royal knight. Right, Myron quickly replied, yes, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud. Then Myron scratched his face, smiling as he added, of course, compared to you, it is nothing at all. Hearing this, Miha immediately retorted, no, achieving that at your age is already very admirable. Myron, being praised, smiled even brighter in response. Hearing you say that makes me happier too. Looking at Myron like this, Miha secretly rejoiced. That is right. This smile, still pure, is because until now Myron still does not know the truth about his father, which is the reason for his self-destruction. When Miha discussed with his father, he had mentioned that there was only one way to take down the Marquis in one blow, and Miha needed Myron for that plan. Suddenly Miha looked at Myron and asked, what do you think about Marquis Kelly Boss? Hearing this, Myron was surprised and asked back, you mean my father? Then Myron seriously replied, I respect him. We are one of the 4 great families of the kingdom. And is not he the head? Of course, I know my father does not have a good feeling towards Walpurgis, but that is just a bit of his impulsiveness when he was young. My father is a mature person and would not hold on to a matter forever. Upon hearing this, Miha almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself, mature? Ridiculous. Before I returned, even as my family gradually collapsed, it was the Marquis who persistently trampled and destroyed it. The Marquis went too far, and then Myron discovered it. That was when the conflict was sparked, and everything turned into a disaster. There were many things to think about, but now is the right time to let him know this. Miha continued walking while casually asking, speaking of which, Myron, recently there has been a rumor in the capital. Do you know about it? Hearing this, Myron stepped closer and said, "If it is about," Maya suddenly uttered 4 words, "the dark family," which made Myron frown. Clearly he did not like talking about this issue. Myron quickly replied, "That is a rather sensitive issue, but it can't be resolved overnight," and before Myron could finish his sentence, Maya interrupted, "Do not the royal knights have anything to do with it?" Myron nodded and then, with a sad smile, replied, "That is right, I understand what you mean, but my duty is to protect the king. Someone else has already been dispatched to handle that matter." Maya looked at Myron, who seemed troubled, and suggested, "That may be true, but if the king allows it, then it is different." This made Myron react, startled all over. Maya clearly knew what Myron yearned for. Right now he is a royal knight, but in reality, he does not like being tied down to one place. The reason he accepted a position that does not suit him at all, it is because the Marquis wants it this way, meaning that as long as Maya makes a small move, Myron will easily be pushed toward the truth that has been hidden, which is also the plan that Miha has devised. Seeing Myron reacting to his proposal, Maya continued, "If you want, I can say a few words during the audience with the king." Then Maya looked directly into Myron's eyes and said, "I do not just simply look at others. The Lord is always beside me and sometimes whispers to me, he says." Maya smiled at Myron and said gently, "You have your own mission." Myron's gaze trembled. Then he could not hide the emotions kept deep in his heart. Myron knew this was the opportunity for him to escape from this bondage. After a moment of thought, Myron asked boldly, "Can you speak on my behalf?" Maya felt satisfied because he had already taken the bait, quickly nodded in agreement. "Sure, it is easy." Then Myron led Maya to the hall and said, "This is the hall. It is my honor to escort you." Then Maya opened the door and entered alone. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice rang out, "You have worked hard, traveler." Maya smiled politely and replied, "It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty." King Gersu stepped down to where Maya was, looked around him and then spoke with an evaluative tone. "It is not very honorable." King Gersu's gaze scrutinized him while his voice was mocking. "Those who bow respectfully are because I am the emperor, but the tone carries no respect at all." Quite interesting. After hearing this, Mia calmly closed his eyes and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment." King Gersu walked past Miha and continued, "I did not expect there to be a hero from Walpurgis, because I have the authority to decide who becomes a hero, so I have also done some research." King Gersu held Miha's background paper, spoke judgmentally while glancing at Miha behind him. "Miha from Walpurgis, who was once a madman." After not seeing Miha react, the king asked, "I used the past to praise you. Am I being too rude to a hero?" Miha still kept his eyes closed in tranquility, gently replied, "No, I do not intend to deny the truth, Your Majesty." In Miha's heart, he also understood. King Gersu was not only assessing him from the perspective of a hero, but was also trying to see what kind of person Miha Walpurgis was. Was Miha rebellious, or was he foolish? Had Miha been blinded by fame, or did he still have some ambition? The king would shape Miha based on how he behaved. And therefore, Miha smiled and provocatively looked at the king and said, "However, I am of the type that transcends sanity." Miha had made up his mind. He had no intention of giving King Gersu the answer he desired. The most powerful man on this continent. Gersu referred to Alexandro, the king who ruled this great empire. "Your Majesty, he is someone who completely understands the truth. Calamity will erupt if the benefits obtained do not come with obligations. A limit. He uses limits to begin evaluating what kind of person others are." But King Gersu was in a stalemate. He looked at Miha evaluating but then was played by him. The king thought to himself, "What is wrong with this guy?" King Gersu realized that he could not figure out who Miha was. This had never happened before. Quite interesting. Mia's gaze changed. He bowed his head in a seemingly yielding manner and said, "I apologize if my tone is a bit unpleasant." King Gersu heard this and taught, with an attitude like that, "If I were your father, I would be very angry." Hearing this, Miha laughed and looked straight at the king, saying, "But you are not. Your Majesty, could you show a bit more leniency?" King Gersu replied, "Sure, hero." "Then tell me, is a disaster about to strike this world?" Miha quickly responded, "If we prepare in advance, nothing will happen at all. I am sure it is a great disaster, but the specific scale depends on how we prepare." King Gersu clearly grasped the main point of Miha's words, which implied that this disaster could not be stopped. The king looked at Miha and said, "A disaster that my empire can hardly endure. History has mentioned a great demon that is extraordinarily difficult to deal with." Miha interrupted, "It is not just one great demon hiding in the darkness out there. The lord of those demons will also come." Upon hearing this, the king pondered. "The lord? That is indeed not good." Waves were stirring in King Gersu's heart. Miha mentioned something that seemed impossible. Just a moment ago, did not Miha say there was a great demon hiding right at the empire? The king looked at Miha standing down there and asked, "So what do you want from me? I am sure you did not come here just to see me. You definitely came here because you have something to say." Facing the doubt and the rapid-fire questions, Miha appeared contemplative, stroking his chin in thought, then looked at the king and slowly spoke, "What I want to say." Suddenly, Miha burst out laughing, looking at the king with a wild gaze. Then replied, I want nothing at all. Upon hearing that, the king's face darkened, his brows furrowed as he asked, Really? Maiha smiled, biting the bait. He reacted. Maiha recalled the previous conversation with the evil bishop. He had said, One weakness. I am not sure if this can help your majesty, but the current king is very indifferent. Although every time the topic of abdication comes up, he still gets as agitated as before, Maiha thought. Simply put, the king's indifferent situation only becomes irritable whenever the topic of abdication is mentioned. There was a time when the previous king sincerely asked the current king if he wanted anything. At that time, the king also smiled. His youthful face full of interest said, No, I want nothing at all. After answering like that, the king was scolded by the queen for 2 days straight. The current king is just that kind of person. King Jersu felt a headache coming on, quickly rubbing his forehead and saying, Want nothing? Haha. You say you want nothing. I am sure you want something. Want to be the center of this realm or want me to promise to help you? Maiha coldly looked at the king and said, Seeking help? Those things I can do myself, and this empire, ruled by you. King Alexandro, I do not want to become the center here. Then Maiha smiled with narrowed eyes, mischievously saying, Why do not you give me something more fitting for me? The king furrowed his brows. An annoying voice asked, in other words, a person who would not directly demand anything, but wanted me to think of something to give them. The king walked hurriedly towards me with an impatient look. Maiha waved his hand and replied, It is not as hard to hear as your words. But if you have understood it that way, then even so. Your Majesty, please think about it the way I think. Your Majesty, I wish I could be a perfect hero. But unfortunately, I still have shortcomings. The king raised his coin to assess. He really did not resemble a hero at all. Then he turned away and said, Well, fine. Then I will do as I please. To be honest, I have no intention of changing my mind. Maiha immediately replied, Yes. Secretly pleased. You just need to be a bit more shameless. The king raised his coin and made a decision. I will form a knight order to fight against the demons. I will send an official decree to each lord, and the king raised his coin and threw the seal into Maiha's palm. Then instructed, Whenever you need help, just let me know. Do not say that you received a lot of help from the Holy Kingdom anymore. I have enough capability to help you more than the Holy Kingdom. This is my seal. Whenever you are in the Empire's territory, everyone will assist you wholeheartedly. Maiha bowed respectfully and smiled. Haha, you are too generous in giving me so much. The king raised his coin and asked, Is there anything else? Maiha looked at the king with a smirk and said, I do not want anything else. But after a while of discussion, the king exclaimed in surprise, If it is Myron, then is it the Kelly boss? Maiha replied, Oh, I just expressed my thoughts. But nothing will be affected. If a knight in the palace is absent for a while. The king thought for a moment and said, Recently, the knights in the palace have no idea what is happening out there. At least one of them should go out to experience it. So tell that Kelly boss kid to go out and experience it and bring back results that satisfy me. You can go now. I am sure you will be satisfied with this result. Maiha nodded and replied, Yes, that is right. Then Maiha turned to leave but had only taken 5 steps when he stopped and called out, Oh, and one more thing. Your Majesty. Maiha's sly smile reappeared as he said with a faint laugh, I also want to talk to the person hiding behind that pillar. King Jersu exclaimed in slight astonishment. Oh. The sunlight outside shines on the jewel set in the crown making it sparkle. Then King Jersu spoke. All right. You can. The palace doors closed. King Jersu gazed into the void for a long time before he tilted his head back. Tired, he said. He has discovered it. It seems that the hero has been paying attention since earlier. At this moment, the commander of the palace knights, Hector Liam, stepped out from behind the pillar and replied in surprise. No way he could have discovered me just because he is a wizard. The king thought for a moment and said, Things are no longer going as I wish. This is interesting. If living is boring, then what is the point of living at all? In his heart, King Jersu calculated. If it is a disaster that can be avoided no matter what, then we need to be prepared. Returning to Mika, who had just stepped out of the palace, Myron's voice reached him. Hero. Myron looked worriedly at the expression on Micah's face and nervously asked, Is something wrong? Micah replied, The king has permitted it. Seeing Myron listening to the news and smiling brightly, Micah spoke up, observing his reaction. It seemed that the position of royal guard Hector was too much for him. Hearing that, Myron smiled even wider and responded, Ha ha ha, am I that obvious? Suddenly, Myron stopped laughing and said thoughtfully, I like the idea of becoming a knight, but I have to say this is not at all what I expected. Carrying out the mission to protect the king is an honor for me. But then, Micah interrupted, Is not your desire to save more people? Micah said, Of course, I am not doing this for free. I also have something I want you to do for me. Myron asked in surprise, What is it? Micah replied with a smile, The sewer rat. Looking at the appearance of the great demon, I need to cleanse that one immediately, so I can't capture the sewer rat and anything related to him. Myron asked back, So you want me to hunt them down? Micah nodded and replied, that is right, to be honest. Micah already knew everything. This is a necessary step to bring Myron closer to the truth. Myron still responded with that innocent and pure smile. Yes, I will do this. Suddenly, Micah raised a finger and said, and one more thing. After you find them, you need to come back and see me immediately. No other actions are allowed. Myron then asked, so you want me to report back to you right away? Then he broke into a silly grin and said, I will follow your instructions. After talking with Myron, Micah stepped outside. At this moment, the small attendant emerged and asked, why did you let that knight investigate this? Is there a reason? Micah replied, of course, you will know soon. When Micah returned home, seeing the scene in front of him left him speechless and frozen in place. Micah shouted loudly, Father, what are you doing? Aiden angrily looked at his troublesome son and shouted, that filthy brat. You were the one who told them to come see me. And now you say what the hell? Aiden sat firmly, holding the mission order and said, just by looking at them, I can tell they have gotten into some trouble. So why did you bring them to me? Suddenly, Hitos quietly raised his hand and spoke softly. I am a professional assassin. But a second later, Aiden shouted, shut up. Seeing his father holding his ground, then looking at the two sitting obediently like puppies, Micah helplessly said, Talia, the Dark Guild. I was going to arrange for them to join our family's territory. I believe my father can handle anything, so I will trust you to look after them. Father, hearing his precious son say that, Aiden growled, so you are telling me you will push them onto me because you are busy being a hero, doing this and that. Right, Micah sighed and said, if I succeed in becoming a hero, it will also benefit our family. Hearing his son say that made Mir Aiden ponder. That is right, Dark Fairy is a master assassin. I feel like they know something. At that moment, Hitos was kneeling on the ground, and his daughter, blocking the view of her father, asked, Dad, are you okay? Hitos sighed and replied, it is nothing. Suddenly, Micah's voice rang out, I have no other choice. I will turn Talia into an intelligence agency for our family. Aiden immediately said, I had not heard this news. If so, accepting them would not be bad. Hearing this, both Hitos and his father were overjoyed. The two of them smiled brightly. Micah immediately messaged Mir, Aiden, I will send you the details of everything later. The two Hitos laughed happily and said thank you, then went outside. At this moment, only the two of them remained. Aiden looked at Micah and said, I have a lot to say, but I will only ask you one thing. What is the king's opinion on that matter? Micah promptly replied, nothing happened at all. That day he asked me a few tricky questions, but I had anticipated those questions. What I did not foresee was, Micah said this and pulled out the seal that King Yersu had given. I received this surprise gift. Aiden was a bit surprised, the king's seal. This is not a simple pin. Micah agreed with this statement and said, I believe this item will help me a lot whenever I perform my knightly duties. Aiden calmly reminded, no one in this empire can go against the king. You have to leave now. Micah quickly put the seal into her bag and smiled in response. I still have a lot to take care of. Aiden asked, so, what do you mean by the Salibos family? Micah replied, yes, that is right. Aiden pondered for a moment, then asked, my son, do you know that the Salibos family hates our family very much? Micah indifferently said, I heard that it is because he fought with my father over my mother. Aiden lowered his head and counted on his fingers. Yes, that is right, to be honest. After Sisson and I got married, he never gave up, constantly flirting with your mother. Micah could not help but curse. That bastard. Aiden replied, yes, although our good relationship did not last long. Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Micah comforted, that does not mean you have lost or anything. Aiden hesitated for a moment before replying, you are right, but, because of the complicated relationship between our two families, I have also hesitated. Micah looked at his father and thought, this seems similar to Nostra's situation. Aiden sighed and reminded his beloved son, it would be great if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. You need to know this. That is why I am telling you, the Salibos family will target us for a lifetime. Micah replied emotionlessly, I know. Then Mickey asked Aiden, what about the matter I suggested to you? Aiden replied, I have done that. I am not sure what the Salibos family expects from the second son Myron. Micah said contentedly, that is fine then. Aiden found his son being vague with him annoying and frowned. What do you intend to do? Micah smiled, both delightfully and cunningly, because our family is a powerful and influential family. Not many people from the outside will bother us if we want to expose this matter. We need to expose it from the inside out. At this moment Myron was following Micah's instructions to seek the truth about the temple, the one polluting everything in this empire. A man was thrown straight into a pile of overturned furniture. He struggled to look at Myron and said in confusion, how is there a knight here? Myron's gaze became filled with rage and madness. He coldly asked, Jackie's, the president of the Haina Dark Guild, that is you? Right. Jax did not answer that question but instead fearfully retorted, I have never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me challenge the king's authority? Myron was too angry. The person fell silent. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock and joy. Myron saw a prison door. Inside were dozens, hundreds of dirty-faced children, their hollow eyes mixed with fearful gazes. Clung tightly to the bars and cried out for freedom. Myron could no longer stand it. He grabbed Jax by the collar and lifted him up, shouting loudly, you are the bastard managing the filthy business of that sewer rat. Right. Then Myron slammed the bastard down to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Who cares about that? At this moment, Myron was consumed by a raging fire. He screamed into Jax's face, shut your mouth. Do you think trafficking those innocent children is a business career? Who is backing you up? Jax was so scared he almost fainted. Stuttering, he asked back, but what does that mean? This is like refusing to drink the offered wine, but wanting to drink the punishment wine. Myron twisted Jax's arm mercilessly, making him scream in heart-wrenching pain. Myron looked at Jax with a deadly gaze, threatening him. Speak, Jackies. Feeling threatened, fearfully said in a stream, I do not know. How could I know when that bastard hides their identities from me? Hearing this, Myron released his grip, calculating in his mind, so there really is someone behind this. I need to verify what is true and what is false. Suddenly Myron looked up at the table. He was shocked, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, this is… Myron discovered a round neck scarf with the emblem of his family. He bewilderedly wondered, why is this scarf here? Myron tightly grasped the scarf in his hand. He thought this was just a trivial matter. His family would never be involved with these bastards. Myron shook his head, continuously denying, no way. Then he removed the scarf. In his subconscious, he always reminded himself that his family would never be involved in this matter. But Myron returned to his room and immediately called his father. His voice was urgent. Father, what are you saying? On the other end of the line, Myron's father's voice, the old Marquis, was full of reproach. I told you not to do those useless things anymore. Son, I just want you to bring glory back to our family. Just fulfill your duties as a holy knight, as I instructed. Upon hearing this, Myron was extremely indignant and countered. But father, this is the mission that the king entrusted to me, and what I am doing will bring even more glory to our family. The Marquis could not let Myron speak any further. He interrupted. No. Stop it. I will be there soon. Then the Marquis began to remind him, from now until then, do not do those things anymore. Just try to fulfill your duties as a holy knight. This is your father's order. His father's words left him in disbelief. Stuttering. What? After hanging up the phone, Myron's mind overflowed with thousands of thoughts. I do not understand. Is not father the one who taught me to always live a glorious life? So why? Myron panicked, unable to suppress the memory of the handkerchief with his family's emblem. Do not tell me. Hitos was outside watching. Seeing Myron bewildered and contemplative by the window, he said, the seeds of suspicion have been sown. At this moment, Micah was leisurely sitting and chatting with the butler, Modin, who kindly smiled at Micah and reported that everything here was still fine. Young master. Micah blinked emotionlessly and said that the tree had grown much larger, to which Butler Modin replied with a smile. Yes, the vitality of that tree is very strong. Micah calmly explained that it would continue to grow. If we just leave it alone, it will filter out those toxins by itself. We do not need it in the field. But do you often do the muscle training exercises I told you to reach a higher level? You must take care of yourself. Hearing this, Butler Modin frowned and said, Young master, I realized this while training. Muscles cannot become stronger in just one day, especially for an old man like me. Seeing Micah's emotionless face, Butler Modin seemed to explode, letting out all his feelings. An aging wizard like me should not have to go through a tough time like this. Whether aging or not, a wizard is still a human being. After listening to the boring talk, Micah turned away and replied indifferently, whatever, causing Butler Modin to feel pain and scream inside. Are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Micah seriously looked at Modin and asked, how is Lean? Butler Modin immediately replied, young Master Lean is growing at an incredibly rapid pace. Given the current situation, I think he will soon become a master within a year. Hearing this, Micah fell into deep thought. It may be true. Before I regressed, Lean was already a genius who reached the master level. Alongside Siegfried, Micah then instructed the butler to fully support him if he needed anything. He is worth investing in, and Butler Modin respectfully bowed and said, yes. I understand. After ending the conversation with Butler Modin, Micah stood up to stretch his tired body, looked up at the vast sky, and said, I need to be prepared. He will surely arrive soon. While Micah was walking outside, suddenly, Hitos' voice rang out, Hero, the Marquis has just arrived in the capital. In response to this call, he said, Hero, I welcome the return of the Marquis. He spoke after Micah got off the car. The Marquis has just arrived in the capital. What should we do now? Hitos asked, to which Micah simply smiled and questioned back, what do you mean? The young man calmly replied, do not do anything at all. Upon hearing this, Hitos looked up in surprise. We do not need to interrupt the harmonious conversation between the father and son. Hitos suddenly interjected, Hiro. Do you think the second son of the Kelly boss family would dare to go against his clan? The male lead solemnly said. If he is sure about everything, we should observe closely, blonde man with a gloomy expression said. At this moment, some interesting things are about to happen. In the grand hall, Myron suddenly exclaimed, Father, the boy asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly come here? The person on the other side replied, I came here to check whether you truly listen to what I say. Of course, that is not the only reason I came here. Hearing these words, Myron frowned in fear, secretly guessing the reason his father visited the capital. I can only think of one reason. Hiro. Father silently traveled to the capital. But there is no way he has not heard about that. Suddenly at this moment, the man's voice echoed. Are you sad that your father stopped you from continuing the investigation? The clock ticked and stopped at 7:10. Right now, Myron gathered all his courage to express his opinion. That would bring much glory to our family. Before he could finish his sentence, his father interrupted him. But that is not what we want. The young man expressed his disappointment. If that is the case, then father, do not advise me to become a knight. The other party simply sat back in his chair, casually responding, and I do not need to be involved in this to seek a higher position for you. Myron still maintained his stance. That is not the only thing that can bring glory. Hearing this, his father hurriedly rejected it, saying some cryptic words. Do you think the glory from this title belongs to you alone? Your glory also symbolizes our family. Myron stayed silent for a few seconds. Finally, he could not hold back anymore and affirmed loudly, our family has been disgraced. After hearing this, the man's gaze gradually became vacant. He wondered to himself, what should I do now? The boy had sacrificed himself, living as a compliant puppet of the family to become a knight. Myron spoke again. To maintain the power of a noble family, the assistance of the royal palace is needed. However, the king has assigned you this task. He only assigned you the task. Looking at the young man's determined attitude, his father silently assessed in his heart. This knave, foolish child thinks our family reached its current position only because of glory. If that is the case, he won't listen to me, just as he predicted. Myron voiced out, Father, I also believe that this is the honor of a knight to protect everyone and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen. Of course, these words truly angered the man, causing him to slam his hand down on the table in extreme anger. Next, he excitedly shouted, Myron, I have told you, do not investigate those matters anymore. That is an order from the head of the family. Myron stubbornly questioned, why? Looking at his expression, the man was worried to the point of sweating, could only utter one word, you. At this moment, fear surged within him. Previously, the boy often trembled in fear whenever he was angry. I could not say a word. The boy had received the king's order and he also maintained the title of knight. Back to reality, Myron quickly explained. Due to the order from someone, I did not continue to investigate the Dark Guild anymore. Instead, I reflected on why father stopped me from investigating the Dark Guild. The young man recalled the scarf from before. Then he looked at his empty hands. He gently continued, during the investigation of that guild, I discovered a collar scarf with our family's emblem printed on it. This made the man widen his eyes in surprise. What? He mumbled to himself. Perhaps you have been set up. They surely think you will fall for their trap. Myron replied in disappointment. Even if you have done so, you must do one thing. If you do that, then it is fine. You know what my weakness is. That is why I need to cooperate with someone I can trust. Myron confidently admitted without any fear that he had asked a hero for help. The opponent, upon hearing this, could only feel confused. He had to request the Walpurgis clan to withdraw, did not he? Myron quickly affirmed that he had not asked anyone from the Walpurgis clan. Under the golden sunlight streaming in through the window, he clearly expressed his determination, stating that he had asked a hero for help. Hearing these words, his father sensed that things were gradually heading in a certain direction. He silently lamented, disgustingly, that the scoundrel Micah Walpurgis was up to something. After all, he found this matter quite troublesome. Finally, he casually observed his son. Then he unexpectedly gazed into Myron's eyes for a long time, causing the young man to exclaim in surprise. Father really has. The man, who did not care much, continued to look in his eyes. Frowning slightly, with some bizarre magical force, Myron suddenly disappeared in an inexplicable manner. At the same time, on the other side, the male protagonist cheerfully exclaimed, I understand now. He smiled faintly, secretly pleased in his heart, perhaps because everything was going according to plan. He was so delighted that his face became contorted in the dark, eerie night. The sound of slashing echoed everywhere, as people lay sprawled across the road. Among them was Bot, the president of the Distance Association, who asked in a bloodied manner, "Oh, why?" Therefore, he quickly grabbed the opponent's neck and warned loudly, "Don't worry, no one will know if those people disappear." A few minutes later, Bot's body suddenly relaxed. Just like that, he collapsed in despair, accepting his fate. Seeing this, the masked man quickly took out a strange vial, acting as if he had done this many times before. Suddenly, A voice came from behind him. This is a corrosive solution, commonly used in the past. Thinking about seeing it here made me feel nostalgic. Hearing this, the masked man felt cornered, his heart racing with fear, as he could not recognize who he was. Hidos continued to ask, "Do you know who I am? If I introduce myself, I am the president of Talia." He made an attractive offer. "I have many questions to ask you, so it would be great if you come with me." The masked man then negotiated. "If I go with you, will you spare me?" Hidos used his reputation to assure him, "Yes, I promise." In the masked man's mind, he silently speculated through intuition. He could feel the pressure from him. Surely he was stronger and better than him. He also recognized the gap between their abilities, which was why he relaxed like that. He was not at all cautious of him. Now was the time. Without any hesitation, the masked man immediately drew his sword. He intended to deal with the opponent swiftly, while he was delighted thinking he had stabbed the man. Unexpectedly, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped. As he saw his body trembling and not daring to strike, Hidos casually mocked him. "Oh no, at this level of power, you still dare to fight? How embarrassing." Looking at the black aura emanating around him, the masked man could not believe his eyes. "Do not tell me this dark attribute." Hidos lightly caressed his sword, casually saying, "Sir, since you have rejected my offer." He pulled the mask down and continued speaking, so he has no right to say anything else. Finishing his words, he quickly withdrew his hand, eliminating the opponent decisively. Before being consumed in the darkness, the masked man could only groan in pain. Hidos silently looked at the battlefield he had created. Suddenly a clear voice rang out, "Dad." The man turned to encourage. "You have fought hard. My dear, you are carrying someone on your back." Hurriedly saying, "Two of them have already taken poison on the spot, so I can't bring them here." After hearing that, Hidos immediately retorted, "3 people is enough information for us to exploit already. In fact, bringing these people into the current situation also means that the Kelly boss family is in a state of desperation." After piecing everything together, Hidos had to admit one thing. Just as he said, this business is too cruel and too shallow for any of the noble families to participate in. If this matter gets out, the Kelly boss family will suffer a heavy blow. Saying that, Hidos turned to leave, while not forgetting to exclaim, "Interesting. So interesting. I wonder what Aang intends to do with these guys." In the room, only 2 boys were negotiating with each other. Myron made a request. "I need your help, sir." He began to express his thoughts. "I am not sure, but I cannot overlook any possibility. So, what have you decided?" Micah asked curiously. The boy hesitated to reply. "Yes, there are dark areas in my family that I am completely unaware of. They might even..." Not waiting for him to say more, the protagonist quickly interjected, "receiving support from the secret guilds in the Empire." "Right." Seeing the other party touch his dark heart, Myron's expression suddenly turned ugly. He asked tentatively, "You already know." Micah immediately reassured him, "If a hero like me does not know about this, then how can I save the world? If it is a matter of the future, I still need to know everything and be prepared." Hearing these words, the spirit beside him also had to sigh. "You truly are a master of deception." At this moment, Myron inquired with suspicion, "Then may I ask your permission to participate in understanding the events outside the palace a few days ago?" The protagonist replied, "I do not deny that matter." The young man, upon hearing this, helplessly lowered his head. He blamed himself for being the second son in the family. "But I can do nothing." Michael looked at the person in front of him with sympathetic eyes. Myron still had not completely lost hope. "I feel so sorry for him, but I need to crush the last bit of hope left, until he has no hope at all." Right after that the boy spoke, "I do not know anymore." Long thought to himself, "Well, nothing is absolute. If everything continues to come in a rush, Myron could also become the turning point that changes the Kelly boss family." Thinking of this, the protagonist raised his hand to signal. Then he excitedly said, "I have something to show you." In his heart, he knew well to do that. Thinking of Hidos, "I intend to show him a solid piece of evidence." Soon after, Hidos and Mir appeared before Myron, making him exclaim in astonishment, Hero. Who are these people?" Micah quickly stood up to explain, "They just captured these assassins. Now, somehow, they are ambushing the territory of the secret guilds and trying to assassinate someone. Strange, is not it?" Looking at the surprised expression of the opponent, Micah was even more excited. Sir Myron, pulling the boy over to the masked man from earlier, immediately removed his mask. Myron suddenly became silent, unable to hide his astonishment. It was Myron Kellyboss who was stunned to hear that voice. Strange, is not it? Sir Myron, he was stunned when he recognized that figure. That is, his hand was holding the mask, revealing a face with many scars and stitches. Myron Kellyboss had accurately stated the identity of this man. The bastard. He was confused about what was happening and asked why this criminal was here. Micah Wonkus calmly replied, "Let us see who else is left." The threads of souls gradually escaped from the mask, beginning to form complete bodies. All these masked individuals were notorious criminals, and Myron Kellyboss nervously swallowed because he knew who they were. They were the criminals executed by the Kellyboss family. Micah Wampurgis, with a gloomy face, said, Perhaps their abilities have been wasted. How he treated them poorly is of no importance. As their crimes are very serious, they must face the death penalty. Myron Kelibos trembled in fear, unable to say a word. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Elsewhere, Kelibos turned his back to his subordinate and questioned because he felt something was wrong when hearing such absurd things. What did the person just say? The subordinate replied, I received reports that those we sent to assassinate the Dark Guild have been killed. Kelibos still struggled with his thoughts. I am sure there is no one that strong in the Dark Guild, so why are you saying such ridiculous things? The subordinate was also sweating profusely. They have been vaporized. Kelibos thought to himself, have I failed? Don't tell me. He recalled the determined gaze of his son along with the words, I have asked the hero for help. He angrily cursed, it is that bastard. In his mind, Kelibos envisioned the shadow of Micah Walpurgis with his fierce red eyes. He asked the subordinate, where is Micah Walpurgis now? The subordinate replied, he is in the central temple. Kelibos calmly replied, yes. Then he walked away. I will go there to meet him. A moment later, in a room with classical architecture, Micah Walpurgis was smiling. Ha. Oh my. Then he recognized the person who suddenly came to visit him. Is not this the Lord? Kelibos replied, long time no see. Micah Walpurgis teased, what wind brings the head of a noble family here like this? He continued to jest, since you are a noble lord, you must have a very great and noble reason for being here. Kelibos showed little emotion and calmly replied, let us go somewhere else and talk. The two went to a room resembling a shrine and sat facing each other. Kelibos did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. We are not close enough to talk comfortably, so I will speak plainly. He asked a question that was nonsensical, but both understood. Is it you? Micah Walpurgis pretended to laugh and replied, I do not know what you are referring to. Sir, Kelibos is being direct to save time for both sides. I have been informed that my son acts impulsively like this because of you. He calmly replied, I do not think exposing the one behind the crimes of the Dark Council is an impulsive act at all. He threatened, I am warning you once more, do not get involved with my son anymore. He replied with a smile, you need to explain your reasons for me to accept your warning. He looked intently at Kelibos. Why should not I? He also stared directly into his eyes after a moment of silence. He began to speak. Have you ever heard the phrase, necessary evil? Evil is simply a means of assessment. A place that is easy to corrupt will surely crumble and become depraved, which is why someone needs to control the evil. He continued, my family is a prime example. Mika Wangas asked emotionlessly. So what are you trying to say? Kelibos silently stated, I am the one controlling the evil in the empire. Do you really think the king is unaware of that? He listened with boredom. He began to jump again. A world cannot only have light. The way you view this world is still very naive. He reached out, mockingly asking, does the king also allow you to sell your son into slavery like this? A statement that left Kelibos stunned. Mika Walpurgis stood up, banging his hands on the table. I do not think so. Even if it were true, that feeling is something he could easily abandon. He confidently smiled and said, you will have to listen to a few words from Jack, but nothing serious will happen. Kelibos replied, you understand very well, do not you? He placed a hand on his shoulder, wearing a provocative smile. But do you know? In fact, I do not care much. He continued, do you think I stand here as a member of the Walpurgis family? Once again, he was visibly shocked. Tonight has brought a lot of shock. Mika Walpurgis introduced, this is the central temple. He was extremely sober, saying each word with focus. And as for me being a hero, I hold a position that does not care about necessary evil or anything else. Kelibos' eyes widened in anger, but he could not say anything, only able to hear him insult. Stop spouting that ridiculous justification. He added another remark, capturing criminals is not a bad deed. Why are you complaining so much? Mika Walpurgis raised two fingers and said, now you just need to choose one of two options. Either stop participating in the activities of the Dark Council, or maintain the wonderful necessary evil you just mentioned. You must choose right now. Right here. His gaze was sharp, exuding a chilling aura as if ready to wipe out and eliminate the prey, making Kelibos uneasy. The bell in the temple rang out. He stood there pondering. Even he can't control his anger and is getting frustrated and leaving. Mika Walpurgis crossed his arms and turned around. He spoke to the air. Have you heard everything? Suddenly, a corner of the space was torn apart, and dark lightning gradually expanded. A figure appeared. Myron Kelibos, his face now extremely bored and disappointed. Mika Walpurgis smiled confidently in response to Myron Kelibos' words. I have made my decision. Your face now shows determination. I will complain about my family. A man slowly disintegrating into ashes. His eyes widened in astonishment, and Mika Walpurgis knew it. He had witnessed everything. And then explained further, the inner workings that no one knew about. He remembered a blonde man speaking cheerfully, along with a green-haired man whose bangs covered his eyes. He concluded that the darkness hidden in his family, the Kelibos family, had been there all along. Then the darkness took Myron Kellybos back to his childhood appearance while he concluded that they intentionally obstructed him with the illegal actions of the family. His face was filled with disbelief as he witnessed the conversations and family disputes, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Then, before Myron Kellybos was a large dark space. Beneath the debris of the ashes swirling, he widened his eyes in astonishment as he made a deep conclusion about the moment he was born. A footstep from the light was approaching him. The darkness shattered and spread out. Finally, he concluded that he was destined to become the face that would bring honor to the family. A holy night. A hand grasped his wrist when he was a child and pulled him away. Myron Kellybos was dragged away while being filled with dread, his eyes still wide open watching the conversation in front of him. Myron Kellybos realized in his thoughts, the last remnants of the conscience of the Kellybos family. He was slowly being swallowed up, while the darkness continued to swirl around. His eyes were filled with an incredible shatter. Wide open, then Myron Kellybos returned to reality. The darkness gradually faded away from him, leaving his face deep in thought, his lips staring blankly while he concluded about him that conscience had found the truth. Then suddenly, Myron Kellybos spoke clearly in the silence. I have made my decision. He looked at him and smiled as if he knew it beforehand. His hand was clenched tightly, trembling. Then his face turned resolute and hard to read as he made his decision known to him. I will accuse my family. After saying this, he placed his hand on his own back with a slightly unclear expression, adding to his determination with Micah Wampurgis. I need to change my family, that necessary evil phrase. He hesitated and then added his thoughts, just an excuse to justify the wrongs he had done. After expressing his determination, Myron Kellybos turned to conclude about him. You told me the truth. I believe you have your reasons. Seeing this, he also rolled his eyes, looking away, concluding in his heart. Indeed, he discovered very quickly. He could not help but admire him. Then without hesitation, he slowly walked toward him. He also looked at him. Micah Wampurgis took action. So let us make a plan now, he quietly reassessed in his thoughts. Although this plan would take more than a year or two to complete. But all right, he smiled with anticipation looking at her. And she also looked at him, her face full of determination. Asking back, what do I need to do? He stood facing her, deep in thought. Myron is the one who will rebuild his family. Not me. Hearing her ask, he replied softly. You just need to continue doing what you are doing. Hearing that she looked at him with a puzzled expression, then he saw her quickly confirming, this might be a difficult task, but I just need to do the right things. Hearing that, her face darkened, narrowing her eyes, mumbling to him, I do not know, she stuttered awkwardly. Then he quickly raised his hand to touch her cheeks, giving her a reminder, but remember one thing. He interrupted her while Myron Kellybos looked at him in surprise. Next, he looked directly into her eyes, smiling and emphasizing, do not waver. Then he withdrew his hand from her face, reminding her further, do not forget your emotions right now. He interrupted again and continued, do not let yourself be swept away by hatred or become an outsider. After advising, Micah Wampurgis looked at her proudly, smiling and thinking to himself, Myron is developing very well, he said with great pride. Myron Kellybos's face silently listened as he made his assessment of the boy, a restraint towards the Kellybo family. Then his hand touched the boy's shoulder before he walked away. He stepped back, maintaining distance, smiling as the boy gently confirmed to him, I will report to you the events that occurred after the investigation of the Dark Guild concludes. The other side also lightly responded to him. If you need assistance, you can come to the shrine or our family. Micah Wampurgis spoke up to confirm. He lifted his head to follow the boy's smile, pondering, is it honor? He paused. Then he remembered that green-haired old man who added to his thoughts. Or is it essential evil? He is currently in the study. Then the boy asked himself with great interest, who will win? Thinking of this, he excitedly propped his hands up and smiled, confirming, then let us get started. While the others quietly looked at him in confusion. In another room, the sound of objects crashing down was loud. The Kellybos formula propped his hands on the table that had fallen over and shouted the word turtle in anger. That damn kid. He lowered his head, lost in thought and discomfort, trying to calm himself. It is fine. He can't do anything. Then he remembered his previous comments in front of the guilds. There is no way he can investigate all the dark guilds throughout this empire by himself. Confirming that it was just a ridiculous threat, the formula's expression turned unpleasant as he sank into his own decision. But now he still needed to concede a little. The Kellybos formula imagined a knight reporting to the king and concluded, if the king knew about this, there would be nothing good. He sighed. Then he awkwardly took action. First Myron. He remembered the boy. His face turned serious as he held his head and gritted his teeth in discomfort. I have to call the kid here. Next. He remembered the chains that were definitely secure and shouted in his heart. Instead of letting him destroy the Dark Guilds with that ridiculous sense of justice of his, he pondered. Next. He decided, perhaps it would be best to lock the boy in the family shrine. The formula pictured locking him in a gilded cage while he struggled. Then he continued to consider, the great demon has been cleansed. The Kellybos formula recalled the scene of the blacks gradually shattering in the town earlier, and concluded that the Holy Kingdom could no longer accuse him and the great demon. Before his thoughts, the formula smugly covered his mouth, secretly laughing, and now basically the Holy Kingdom is a monster that has lost its claws. Before his own assessment, he scoffed, that damn kid still does not understand how this world operates. Suddenly a call caused the wires in his head to twitch. A pity. He regained his composure, turned around, his hand still on the table, looking at the servant who had just entered. Asking again. Why suddenly? He was kneeling on the ground, paying respect to him. Hearing his question, the servant stammered in reply, "The Archbishop Ali has made an official announcement in the shrine." Upon hearing this, the wire in the heart of the Kelly boss formula snapped. The name of the worker added, "The council claims they will overthrow the Dark Society." The other name flinched upon hearing this. The official formula fell silent. Eyes wide, face stunned at what was next. The name of the worker added again, "and will lead the execution of this." That name interrupted the sentence. He found it hard to believe and asked again. What? In his imagination, the small cage fell down and the chains had disappeared along with the magical light. At the shrine, the Archbishop smiled joyfully, his body glowing. In response to the gentle skin opened up on both sides, giving confirmation, how truly a hero. Next, he was pointing at the two people across from him, giving his remarks, "You have never disappointed me." On the other side, he and Myron Kelly boss were silently watching him. After that, the Archbishop repeated with a proud expression, smiling brightly, "Thinking about how quickly you decided this in such a short time." Hearing this, he asked for his opinion. "Is this feasible?" Archbishop, hearing his question, he quickly took out the hammer he had in his collar, raised it to the light, and it shone like the light of truth answering Micah Wampurgis. Although the Holy Kingdom no longer holds as much power as before, the Holy Kingdom is still the Holy Kingdom, he reminded. Then he smiled with squinting eyes, waving the hammer in the air, stating, "Do not we just need to smash the heads of those demons?" Hearing this, he also responded to him, "If there really are demons lurking there, then that is true." Micah Wampurgis confirmed. He looked at the smiling face of the Archbishop waving the hammer, quietly making a judgment in his heart. Although he currently appears to be a gentleman, in his youth, his reputation was not small at all. He looked at the kind-looking man smiling with squinting eyes, waving in front of him, confirming again, the demon smasher. In his eyes, in the past, he was a bloodthirsty demon slayer with his own nail hammer. Smiling strangely, making a judgment, he could smash the heads of countless monsters and was also an investigator of heresy who helped turn the tide in the past. Next, Micah Wampurgis extended his hand pointing towards Myron Kellyboss who was bowing beside him and introduced, with the help of him, "Myron here. We will finish soon." He lifted his tired eyes to look up as he continued to introduce him, the second son of the Kellyboss family, then explained further, "Just because he is a member of the Kellyboss family does not mean he is like the others in that family. You can trust him," he affirmed. Finally, he smiled at the Archbishop, making a plea, "Please break the Dark Society in this imperial city." Beside Myron Kellyboss remained silent. Next, Micah Wampurgis spoke to him. "This opportunity is rarely given to those bearing the title of knight." On the other side hearing him, the Archbishop still holding the hammer confirmed, "Fine." Hearing that, Micah Wampurgis quickly turned to him and instructed, "Myron, I will entrust the remaining task to you. Do not forget what I said." Beside him, he firmly looked at him, nodded, and confirmed, "I will be careful." Suddenly a loud voice called him, interrupting their conversation. Micah Wampurgis, he also calmly replied. On the other side, the Kellyboss formula had erupted in anger towards them, with expressions full of anger. "What do you think you are doing?" he questioned. Next, he spoke out against you, an outsider, as if he had no right to stop us. His voice gradually faded and stuttered when he saw you and the boy looking at him. Micah Wampurgis looked at him mockingly and asked, "Ha! What are you talking about?" While the Archbishop next to him smiled happily as if watching a show. Then you stretched your hand towards Myron Kellyboss and introduced, "This is the Holy Knight who has been authorized by the king to investigate the Dark Guild." While the boy looked towards his father. Seeing that, the Kellyboss family became even angrier. "What the hell is Myron doing to defend our family's honor? He should be more cautious," he said with a tense expression. You quickly interrupted your father to express your opinion. "I do not know, father." Hearing that the man asked you back with wide eyes full of suspicion, then Myron Kellyboss did not hesitate to straightforwardly take out the authorization paper to affirm, "His Majesty has allowed me to investigate." He added, "I have also officially received the authority to investigate this matter." As the foreign lord looked at his son, then you walked past him and confirmed, "I must carry out what I believe is right." The Duke was too stunned to react to Myron's actions. Then he stated, "If you truly are my son whom I have always trusted to understand what honor is, you would not hinder me." Hearing these words of affirmation, the Duke of the Kellyboss family became even angrier. Grinding his teeth with wide eyes, he shouted a threat at you. "Do you want to be disowned?" Hearing this, Myron Kellyboss took a step back and then calmly affirmed, "Then go ahead." You continued to assert, "Father, no matter what you do, I will not give up on what I am doing. Then you advised, so please give up. Hearing that, the Duke became even more furious, glaring at his son with anger as Micah Walpurgis behind stood with her hands clasped behind her back, defiantly confronting him. That is what he said, his eyes glancing over at you filled with rage. Then he regained his composure and asked you, are you the one behind all this? Hearing that, you just smiled slightly. Then you turned to him with your hands clasped behind your back and confirmed, I am just doing what a hero should do. Mika Walpurgis raised her hands up to her heels and exclaimed, you stood outside, gazing happily as the leaves floated, and you remarked, the time spent is truly worth it. She looked at you with suspicion and asked, were not you too reckless earlier? They are one of the great families. Not allowing her to finish, you softly confirmed, it is okay. Next, with full confidence, he stated that Myron would take care of this. The night in the capital sparkled with brilliant lights. Now it had been 4 days since Grand Inquisitor Ali issued the official announcement. Myron held the knight's sword drawn from its sheath, his eyes serious and focused. Then, the Grand Inquisitor's spiked hammer was raised high to signal the command. At the same time a shout rang out. Cleans. Thanks to the leadership of the Grand Inquisitor and Myron, the members of the Central Hall surrounded the Dark Guild. The slashes from the swords and the Dark Guild members caused blood to splatter everywhere. He shouted internally about the spoils of this hunt and found numerous pieces of criminal evidence. Finally, the Dark Guild that was in chaos was swiftly dealt with, the bloody sword gradually dripping down, and in just those 4 days, the face of Myron Kelibos was smeared with blood, his human features filled with horror and sorrow as he struggled to maintain his composure in front of the corpses before him, and their outcome, the Dark Guild, which the Kelibos family had painstakingly built, was wiped out, leaving him standing in a sea of corpses, holding a sword with an expressionless look as he surveyed the surroundings. Later, when this was recounted, a servant whispered the report to the king, and when the king heard this news, he could not stop laughing. His eyes darkened while his mouth continued to smile joyfully. Returning to reality, Micah Walpurgis tilted his head, glancing at the smiling mouth, making an observation. I do not even have to try anymore, he added. Even though he was in pain, Myron still did everything he could. He noted. Then he quickly turned around, opened the door, stepped onto the carriage, and made another observation. Whenever he faced difficulties, I just need to take a little look behind her. She looked at him with a confused gaze. Next, the public also boarded the unfamiliar carriage, making his personal comment. His personality is quite strange. One side, Micah Walpurgis leaned against the window, fiddling with his hair, smiling as he looked outside. Then he left wherever he went, and on the way to Draculian, a year and a half passed. The wind blew with the floating petals in a beautiful valley forest. A foot stepped out from the edge of the forest, treading on the grass while looking at the scenery below. It was Micah Walpurgis. He leaned on his hand and walked, smiling as he made an observation. This place is now full of vitality. Tep stood beside him, making an assumption. If it were not for you, this place would surely have been neglected. Hearing this, he looked over at him, smiling as he listened to him continue, and would have fallen into ruins. Saying this, he placed his hand on his chest, bowing to him softly confirming, it is all thanks to you. Micah Walpurgis humbly responded with his thoughts. I only do what needs to be done. He looked at him, silently acknowledging in his heart that a week ago, Teps had returned to Dragolian with about 30 other monster hunters. He heard him say that and raised his head, smiling in the wind. Then there were the sounds and clashes of wooden swords hitting each other. He watched the hunters training before him and observed that some of them he had met before, while others he had not. A hairy man with sharp claws and fangs was rushing in to fight. He noted, if not cursed by the demon. Micah Walpurgis interrupted. Then he looked at the girl with 2 different colored eyes who was also trying to train diligently, realizing that they also bore the eyes of a demon. Next, Teps also glanced at them, his face slightly sullen as he asked with suspicion. Besides, there are a few people who are not welcome here. Right? Micah Walpurgis. Hearing this, followed his gaze to answer, that is right, but I was the one who told him to gather them. Seeing the crowd of hunters happily chatting, one of them, a wizard, spoke up towards the two, if it were not for the captain and the lord. He interrupted. Micah Walpurgis looked at the wizard approaching him and made an observation. The hunter Ansbeck, who was cursed by the demon wolf. He thought again in his mind. While he looked joyfully at the two, he crossed his arms in front of him and asked Han, have you been having nightmares lately? Hearing this, the wolf's eyes filled with sorrow as he asked him back, is there any way to stop having nightmares? He looked at his trembling hands and cursed. Because of those damn bastards, Ansbeck interrupted. Then trembling continued. I was the one who killed them. My family. Before he could interrupt, someone with demonic eyes poked their head out and questioned him. Brother Hung, if we stay here, can we really kill those demons? Hearing this, he also answered the girl with the demonic eyes. Everyone needs to train. The most important thing is to cultivate a stronger willpower. Do not let hatred cloud your reason. Upon hearing this, the other two looked at him somewhat stunned. Micah Walpurgis interrupted and raised his head, smiling with a killer's heart. I will not say hatred is wrong. Then he looked at the firm gaze within him. Their hatred towards the demons is justified. Then he made a decision. It is fine if they hate the demons. Next, Micah Wampurgis acted upon his thoughts, but I must prevent the demons from unleashing their fury and slaughtering innocent people. The hunters in his eyes gleamed with red lights of slaughter and hatred. He observed them. Because among the hunters, there would be those who could let hatred cloud their judgment and slaughter innocent civilians. He thought and then lamented to himself, I hope I have a plan ready. Next, Micah Wampurgis turned to ask, Teps, how about the matters I mentioned before? Upon hearing this, he looked over and confirmed, oh, everything has been prepared. Then he turned away and spoke with a worried tone. But honestly, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Teps, fearing he misunderstood, kept his head down and affirmed, I fully trust your decision. He listened as Teps expressed his feelings. Then he asked Micah Wampurgis with suspicion, but do we really have to do this? He smiled at Teps' question. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and looked at him, confirming. Of course, at that moment, the fight between the two men was ongoing. One of them was knocked away painfully. That person struck hard against the wall, causing a large tremor, and debris fell. The person on the other side made a mocking comment. Considering this person still weak like that person sat slumped on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, pitifully gasping with his mouth wide open. As soon as he caught his breath, he looked up and started cursing the one who had just attacked him. That bastard. He then stood up clumsily as the other person approached and commented, always standing at the top like that. Then added, when I was young, I was just as stubborn. Next, Leon Paxlob stood straight up, spat, and commented on that guy. He really is delusional and ridiculous. He then looked up with caution, thinking, I still can't find any gaps, but now it is better than before, he shouted in his mind. At first I did not even know there were no gaps there. Right after that, Leon Paxlob drew his sword, his gaze resolutely looking ahead, his whole body radiating a strong aura. The urging voice echoed in his head. Blind spot. He looked at the person radiating a dark aura in front of him, his face and expression unclear. He then made a mental note, I do not believe I see any gaps, but finding an escape route will take time. He calmed himself, his hand wielding the sword creating an aura of vigilance. Immediately, his mind prompted action. First I need to attack, think and act. Leon Paxlob quickly swung his sword back, gaining momentum to strike forward. He then unleashed a Milio technique, his eyes wide with astonishment looking ahead as the sword swung. He noted, the true characteristic of this restoration technique is that it does not limit the use of aura. Leon Paxlob looked at his sword continuously radiating aura and noted in his thoughts, there is a limit based on rank. He interrupted himself and added, but besides aura, it can still absorb and utilize various types of energy. He quickly closed in on that guy, looking at him with wide eyes, swinging his sword to attack while his whole body emitted a dense black aura, making it hard to avoid. Seeing the strike was unusual, he narrowed his eyes at him, thinking, this is holy power, but he was unaware that he was using holy power. The other person commented about him while Leon Paxlob's gaze remained fixed above, with aura radiating throughout his body. Up there, he received his strike and thought to himself, could it be that he was just acting on instinct because he was fighting with me? Leon Paxlob's eyes remained wide, making his own assessment, to the point where he thought he had used aura and his own speed too much. Then his body gradually dissipated the aura, and he internally shouted in frustration, to the extent that he thought that holy power was used by him to self-heal his damaged muscles. The dark figure looked at him in astonishment while Leon Paxlob silently made a decision in his heart. I will demonstrate strength beyond my limits by 1 rank. He swung his sword back, his expression tense as he looked at the other person, asserting, this time things will be different. Hearing this, the man smiled and commented on him. Now you have grown up a lot. Leon Paxlob swung his sword to the side, his whole body still emanating an aura as he looked at the person standing opposite him with a dark figure. His eyes narrowed in determination as he affirmed, this time things will be different. Next, he slashed forward, and the person on the other side smiled at his action and cheerfully commented, now he has matured a lot. He then stated, I am sure I have knocked him down, but Leon Paxlob was speechless, and then the ground space shattered into many pieces. The Dark One questioned his attack. Was that all the speed he had? Immediately after, he attacked the side of his body, causing him to drop his sword in pain and grimace. Realizing that Leon Paxlob had made a serious mistake, right after the blow, he fell to the ground, then lay there gritting his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, when did I get hit? He was panicked and confused. The other person approached, standing in front of him while he was still struggling to get up, confirming, you are thinking about when I attacked you, right? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and looked at him. Next, the figure in the shadows brushed his hair and explained, it is not that you did not see it. He stammered. Then he looked down at him and asserted, it is because you could not see it. He looked at him in disbelief. He still could not take his eyes off him, nervously confirming his own hair, saying that was because you were distracted. Then he added more about the things you could apply and the things you could receive. Hearing these words, Leon Paxlob looked at that person and asked, what? The person was still touching his hair, standing in front of him and asked, who is Millie? He honestly knelt down and answered him, a famous swordsmanship master. Upon hearing that answer, the other person quickly waved his hand to confirm again. No, that is just a story people pass around the streets. Next, that person explained himself, the king of the Mueller martial arts. A red-haired man holding a brilliant sword plunged into the ground, dressed in a robe with both hands injured and wrapped in bandages. Leon Pashlov looked at that person in confusion and asked, "What?" The other person smiled and explained, "So..." He interrupted. Then he stated to you, Mueller is just a title used by the king of martial arts. A brilliant sword in the hands of that man indeed radiated a glow. He added, the sword mask is one of the most frequently used awards. He presented an imaginary image of an extravagant half-face mask adorned with feathers. Then he continued to explain this is a term derived from mask actors who always perform excellently. A group of red-masked people dressed in noble attire appeared in Leon Pashlov's mind. Hearing this, he still looked up at that person with a confused expression and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that he was still clueless, the other person felt a bit frustrated and exclaimed helplessly, "Oh, you fool! You should know this." Then, the other person touched a finger to the center of his forehead. That person bent down, half sitting, looking at him, and he looked back at him, clearly stating, "Right now you are stuck at the point of becoming a sword. You are completely ignoring the origins of the training method." "You fool," that person scolded him. Then he realized in his thoughts, in other words, it is not that it can't be done. Hearing this, Leon Pashlov seemed to understand as his eyes widened while the other person's hand was still on his forehead, reminding him, "You did it before." Next, they looked at the broken sword and made their observations. As the person was just standing there doing nothing, on the other side, Teps confusedly asked him, "Do we really have to do this?" He closed his eyes and smiled, crossing his arms to confirm. Of course, Micah Wampurgis opened his eyes and thought, this is something that must be done. He asserted, "What I want to do is rebuild the tome." Then he thought about Nephthys holding the fallen Sang orbs and reconsidered. It might be really cruel to take advantage of Nephthys, the protector of this land. He then reassured himself, but this is not a strange matter, it depends on how we use the tome. Hearing this, Teps, who was beside him and still bowing his head feeling guilty, remarked, "I know her power can help us." But soon after, he clenched his fists, unable to contain himself, murmuring, "But I can't view this situation positively." He understood that his companion was feeling dejected and sensed the unease in his heart. "To be honest, I know I am being very cruel by asking Teps to do this." The atmosphere between the two was silent and awkward. Then Micah Wampurgis yelled in his heart, because one could say that place is the origin of the tragic history of the vampire clan. The image in his mind was of Nephthys covering the eyes of an old man with her reluctant magic. He then reached out to hold her hand, thinking, but he had already overcome so much. Micah Wampurgis tilted his head towards him and softly declared, "But if it were you, I believe you could overcome this." Hearing this, Teps also shifted her gaze to him. Her face looked like she wanted to cry. Then she lowered her head sadly and replied to him, "Thank you for believing in me." Immediately after, he released his hand from her shoulder and looked up at the group practicing in front of them, who also looked on in affirmation, saying, "To eliminate their hatred, I intend to start this method." The people turned to him and asked, "A method?" Micah Wampurgis also spoke up to explain, "A simple illusion." Then he smiled and added, "This illusion is also very sweet." As he said this, he narrowed his eyes and spoke more softly. "Oh no, it might be the cruelest method." Previously, at a place where only Nephthys and he stood facing each other, she placed her hands on her chest, clasped together, and confirmed, "Now I can begin." He looked at her calmly. She still earnestly looked at him and said softly, "Please leave it to me," she asserted again. "This time I will not fail." He saw her closing her eyes and climbing the steps again, affirming, "Nephthys told me this in an earnest tone." Then he made a remark, "I do not think poorly of her." He silently thought to himself, expressing that she could change her kind-hearted nature. Micah Wampurgis interrupted and then made an observation, "I am sure she can use her power to do good." Returning to reality, he looked in a certain direction and walked with a smile, deciding he should go check it out. Seeing this, Teps bowed to him, while he waved back with a smile, affirming that he would leave the remaining tasks to Nettys and Teps. He sank into thought, and then suddenly, a voice called out, catching his attention. Micah Wampurgis turned around and spoke, "Oh!" But before he could finish his sentence, he paused, his face filled with confusion, his eyes narrowing. He looked at Leon Paxlop, who was bandaged up and joyfully walking towards him like a fool. Seeing this, he became even more confused and asked, "What the hell are you doing to end up like this?" Hearing this, Leon smiled proudly and laughed, "Ha ha ha." Then, Leon stepped forward and exclaimed, "Look at this. I am like a fool excitedly claiming this is the first wonderful step towards the next level I am about to achieve." He continued with enthusiasm, "I am about to become a god." His foot touched the ground, and the sound of cracking bones echoed loudly in the night. The pain quickly surged through him, and he looked at him with a straight face, as if looking at a fool. Leon Paxlop quickly rolled on the ground, clutching his injured leg, shouting, "My leg! My leg!" After that, he made a remark. "Indeed, you are about to reach divinity." He could not help but look at him, commenting, "You are such a fool," while tears and snot streamed down his face in pain. "Ha ha ha," his voice echoed in the clear sky. "My leg." After hearing everything clearly, he crossed his arms and stood watching him in awe, asking, "So, you realized you can use holy power now?" Then he let go and looked at him, who was crawling on the ground, questioning, at that moment. "You wanted to prove this kind of reasoning could lead to death." The foolish Leon Paxlop was still excitedly crawling towards him, confirming with a smile, "That is right." He squinted at him, thinking, "No way, this is absurd." He then offered an explanation in his thoughts. It seems he finally understands the purpose of the Millie's breathing technique." The foolish one was still struggling to articulate his thoughts. I got the power wrong." He crossed his arms, glaring at him as he crawled on the ground, praising, "So now you understand. Right, that is good." He lifted his head to look at him. Then he questioned Micah Wampurgis again. "Do you know who he is?" Hearing this, he turned his face and casually replied, "I know who Millie is and how he disappeared. That is all." Leon Paxlov sat up with crossed legs, looking at him with a pout, mumbling, "No one has told me before." Hearing his complaint, he placed his hands on his hips and narrowed his eyes at him, affirming, "Find out for yourself, I want to tell you." Then he complimented him, "But you actually approached it yourself." Hearing this, he looked at him in surprise and called out, "You," before trailing off. He then looked at him with a fierce expression and asked, "Don't you think I am very pitiful?" Micah Wampurgis closed his eyes to listen to him. Next, he slightly opened his mouth to look at him, answering mechanically, "No, I think so too. You are even worse than that. You are pitiful, wanting to die." Hearing this, he realized that he was being sarcastic and made a face. He thought about what he said, instead, then raised his hand to touch his chin in recollection. "Before I could return, Leon still could not reach that level." The two stood on a mountain peak under the evening glow of the sunset. Shortly after, he recalled the scene of his friend covered in blood, with a vacant gaze as if about to die. But not because he lacked ability, he added, but because he did not have time. Back in reality, he was still lost in thought. Touching his chin, the Millier's dead energy could help him extend time quickly. Below, Leon Parklop was still gnashing his teeth, using force to step on his foot. Suddenly, Micah Warmburges lifted his head, freeing his hands from the discomfort and asserted, "But this time, things would be different." Next, he offered advice to him. He should listen to the potential strength within himself. Leon Parklop leaned back on his hands, looking at him with disdain. Then he sat up seriously, confirming with him, "My hidden strength tells me that the more I get hurt, the more I will understand." Hearing this, he proudly placed his hands on his hips, pointed at himself, and closed his eyes to confirm, "That is not wrong." Next, he opened his eyes slightly to look at him for confirmation. But normally, people would not use such a foolish method. The explanations ran through Micah Warmburges' head. The reason was actually very simple. He asserted, everyone was afraid. He looked at the bandage on his chin. Then he added while looking at his bandaged hand, and that method was also very painful. He thought, it was not intentional to walk on a path full of thorns. He imagined a path filled with thorns, soaked in red blood. Then he reassessed, but he looked at his goofy friend, who was smiling with delight. Leon Pavlov took the bandage off his hand. Next, he grabbed his wrist, smiling while revealing his teeth, confirming, "Then let me bear the pain." He looked at him, affirming that this boy was not afraid of pain at all. Then he pulled out a sack and waved it above his head, saying foolishly, "I also have medicine for the wounds. Everything should be fine." Seeing him act so crazily, he could not help but smirk and then reminisced. Suddenly he remembered an old story. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, joking and laughing together under the sunset, a brotherly bond born from hardship. Back in reality, he suddenly spoke up, "All right, then I will help you." Hearing this, he was startled and pulled back, filled with doubt and an ominous feeling while looking at him. Leon Paxlop forced a smile, his face twisted in confirmation. No need, Ivan." He stammered. He smiled a crescent moon smile. Then he used his magic, smiling brightly while confirming, "I am really excited. In my hand are some strange purple energy orbs." Seeing his smile, he was terrified and panicked. Stepping back, immediately after, he turned to run. Gripping the handle tightly, he ran away in panic, sweating profusely, while he still looked at him with deep affection, the smile on his face still glowing a shade of purple. Of magic, in Leon Paxlop's mind, a crucial thought emerged. He moved quickly, his face still filled with panic as he silently concluded that he needed to run away immediately. Micah Wampurgis's calm voice rang out, piercing, followed by a sound of falling to the ground. Behind him, like a grinning demon, 2 energy stones were held in both hands, affirming, "If you are not willing to risk it for practice, how can anything be effective?" He turned to look at him, his face darkening like a burnt pot. Panicking again, then he stammered, "Hey, I am injured. I need to rest." Hearing that, he merely smiled, blooming with reassurance. That is why I'm here to help you, he said plainly. Then Mika Wamper just pointed at him, who was crawling on the ground. Confirming. But what you are facing at the brink of death, won't be able to do anything. His face turned pale as he looked up. Then he stood frozen for several seconds in shock. His voice rang out, urging with anticipation. You can become even stronger. Above their heads, a swarm of magical arrows formed. Understanding his intention, he quickly shouted in negotiation. I just want to become stronger in a normal way. His face was pale as he screamed hoarsely, but that inhuman guy still smiled harmlessly, reminding him, run, while his finger pointed down, indicating the arrows would shoot down. Immediately, the arrows of lightning rained down incessantly. He shouted his name with excitement and fear. Mika. Following that were explosive sounds ringing in his ears like fireworks. Mika Wamper just sighed inwardly. What a sound. Then he spread his arms to feel the large explosion beside him with delight and satisfaction, expressing, this sound is so pleasant. Then a month passed. Teps came to find him respectfully, placing a hand on his back to report, hero. I think this method is very effective. He also smiled at him, then maintaining his smug posture. He concluded inwardly that the emotional wounds of the monster hunters sent to Nephthys had been somewhat eased. The girl wielded her power skillfully, floating and bestowing healing upon the people below. He praised her. Nephthys did not repeat her previous mistakes. He stepped on the grass, confirming, this is another opportunity I have given her. Mika Wampergis thought inwardly. It seems she did not waste this chance, as he stood under a large vine, supporting himself while looking up at the sky. Next, he entered the indefinite space where colors of deep wine appeared like water, easily stepping through, and then he walked dryly on the steps. Finally, in the center was Nephthys sitting and enjoying tea, her hands resting on the table, formally greeting him. You have arrived. He looked at her silently. Then he asked the girl, I heard you have healed all the injuries of the guests who came here. Hearing this, she smiled gently, confirming, I can't make the same mistake twice. Then she called out, right, Seth? Hearing this, she softly appeared. While he glanced over at her, Seth, he responded quietly. She noticed her transformation and asked, so finally, have you regained your original power? Lightly, Seth smiled brightly, resting his hands on his hips and replied, unfortunately, not yet. Hearing this, she softly asked, saying that not yet means she can still retrieve them. Then she closed her eyes and sighed softly. It is wonderful, at least now she has escaped from the past. Hearing this, Seth's expression darkened. And next, she spoke dismissively. No, leaving Nephthys shocked and confused. Mika Wampergis beside her also looked at her, waiting for her next words. She stood still, her clothes flowing in the wind, affirming to them that she had never intended to do that. She clenched her fists as if trying to restrain something. Mika looked at her with a stunned expression. Nephthys anxiously hesitated. But Seth, she cut in softly. Enough already, continuing to speak. She knew this was the reason I did not want to meet her, and upon hearing this, she fell silent. Seth hinted that he was standing beside her, and there were others listening as well. Mika nonchalantly shifted her gaze elsewhere, feeling disinterested. Slowly, was that all she had to say before stopping? He changed the topic and curiously asked, but how did you fix them? Nephthys answered without hesitation. I showed them the future. Bubbles containing images of what would happen in the future appeared. As they realized they could not change the past, it seemed that their perspective on this life also changed. The future that their loved ones dreamed of would become a reality thanks to them. Each bubble reflected a different life of each person. A beautiful future living beside a wife. A warm future where they could keep their promise to their younger sibling. And a pair of hands cradling them. I let them look back at the dreams they once forgot. She changed her tone again. Of course, these decisions can't heal immediately. Nephthys explained the reason is that they are still fighting against nightmares every day. Ini spoke up to intervene. All right, he smiled cheerfully. They will gradually recover. She also quietly smiled in agreement. Then she praised, you have a keen eye. Your pupils are amber, clear without impurities, eyes that can choose the right decision. Unlike me, he raised both hands to address. All right, now let us get to the main topic. Then he slowly stepped closer. I am sure you know, Maikai announced concerning news. The Lord is about to awaken. Nephthys listened intently as he spoke. I do not know what happened in the mythological era. His attitude seemed interested, so at least, he stood in front of her eagerly requesting, I need to grasp the necessary information to understand what kind of opponent I am about to face. Maikai confirmed. For you, illusions and dreams are not the same, so surely you can show me your memories. Nephthys furrowed her brows in confirmation. Do not tell me this is the main thing you just mentioned. He raised his hand. That is right, I want to see it with my own eyes. Uttering the name that frightens everyone, but his mood was extremely eager. The Lord. Maikai recalled the pitch-black eyes with orange-red pupils. Before I regressed, I had seen the Lord. At that time, he was very scared. Cold sweat kept pouring down like a stream. His expression was one of horror. Not breathless. No, to be precise, I had not seen him yet. He stood frozen in place looking up. Based on the shape of what I saw, I truly had seen the Lord, but I had never seen his true form. Mikai's pupils contracted in astonishment. Then what does regression and achieving the realm of omnipotence mean? After the hazy dust, a shadow of a gigantic monster flickered on the battlefield. Behind it were massive wings yet to be unfurled. The sharp-horned pair thrust straight up into the sky, with red eyes glowing ominously, giving off a dangerous feeling. A group of people in front of it looks like tiny ants. Mikai regrets not having any clues about this. He still has not seen the Demon Lord. Returning to the present, Nefti remains silent. Her serious expression warns that my illusion is not normal. It could harm your mind for a long time. Suddenly, she raises her voice to catch their attention. A few words won't change anything. She understands his personality well. Once Mikai decides to do something, he will do it no matter what. Looking at him, she asks again. Really? Mikai smiles at her, his throat only producing a single syllable. Nefti clenches her fists on the table. Her face darkens as she thinks carefully. Finally, she decides, close your eyes, and he immediately complies, a golden light appearing around him. She extends her hand forward to use her power. I will show you the scene from that day, Nefti reminds him, even though they are just fragments of memories. Mikai does not care much about this. It is fine. Suddenly, he widens his eyes in surprise. His whole body trembles as if he has just endured some terrible pressure. He painfully kneels down, wailing. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. Feels so sad. It is as if my head is being split in two. Mikai uses both hands to hold his head, his mouth gaping but no sound comes out. His expression shows horror, death, and despair. Those negative words begin to dominate his mind. His pupils dilate, and hallucinations start to appear. The scene of a blazing volcano, where nothing exists. Lava covering the ground. Countless creatures have lost their lives. The dragons and demons lie dead in droves. Mikai is in awe. This is the very essence of mythology. Suddenly, a loud sound echoes, and thick blood begins to rain from the sky. He stops, spreads his hand to feel it. Rain. Then he looks into his palm and realizes, no. Mikai's hands are stained bright red with blood. He anxiously turns around to guess. Then the thing behind him right now is, a fierce whirlwind sweeps up dust, obscuring his view. The shape of a gigantic monster is blurry. The Demon Lord. He gasps in astonishment. Unable to speak, the Demon Lord roars thunderously, eyes glowing with a red light. Mikai stands frozen in place, unable to move. The immense pressure weighs down on him, causing him to crouch. He tries to resist, his instincts telling him to stop. His hands press down with all their strength on the ground. Do not turn back to look at it. He clenches his fists, determined to stay alert. Do not acknowledge it. But then Mikai scoffs. Nonsense. He slowly stands up despite the pressure from the Demon Lord. Then he smiles with excitement. What is this instinct? In his mind, he understood more clearly than ever that facing an entity capable of destroying the world, his instincts showed fear. Mikai's face held no other emotions. He would just give it up. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils glowing purple. He was about to see it. The figure of the demon was still hazy behind the thick veil of dust. He needed to engrave its appearance deep into his mind and eyes. Suddenly, its eyes became clear, staring intently at him. Mikai forgot the most important thing. He raised his head, looking directly into its eyes. The atmosphere was eerily silent. He thought, no way, this is just an illusion created by Nephthys. But Ingik stopped, unsure. He felt it was aware of him. Such furrowed his brows anxiously, tugging at her elbow, calling. Nephthys. Her hands kept trembling as if she were overexerting herself. Mikai lost consciousness, engulfed by a dark energy. Sach questioned, what the hell are you doing? Nephthys was also extremely horrified, cold sweat continuously running down her cheek, stammering in denial. No, it was not me, she asserted firmly. This illusion has been invaded by him, and he still had his eyes closed. Motionless, inside the illusion, Mikai was bewildered. Looking up, could he feel him? The demon grinned, showing its teeth, emitting a strange language, instantly affecting the space. Rocks and earth began to shatter and rise. The commotion spread throughout the area. He thought, this incomprehensible language was causing the entire space to tremble. Mikai's eyes widened. This was truly different. This was no longer an illusion. Someone had invaded this illusion, and his entire body was under immense pressure. He tried to remember, someone with powers similar to hers. A person who could invade this illusion and exert such pressure on him. There was only one person. His face darkened as he spoke. This is the first time I have encountered that person. He summoned all his courage to speak in a provocative tone. Do not you agree with a few of its identities? Demon Lord. Outside, Nefti was extremely doubtful. Demon Lord, why? How could he invade this illusion? The trap has not been destroyed. How could he invade the illusion? Suddenly, Sight spoke up. Great demon. She frowned, speculating, maybe those damn bastards are hiding somewhere and have made small holes. An uneasy feeling settled in her chest. If this was indeed the work of the Demon Lord, then even Mikey. Nefti suddenly announced, I need to stop this illusion right now. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, she continued speaking. If you want to stop, it won't stop. She hesitated for a moment. If I use myself as a hostage, it might work. Therefore, she decided to summon a sphere of energy radiating dazzling golden light. The the master of this illusion, were to disappear, we could prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. She gritted her teeth with determination. Instead of losing herself as a pawn, this method would be better, quickly calling out to stop. Nephthys, wait a moment, she pointed forward with astonishment. Look over there. Nephthys turned to observe in confusion. She wondered, what is that? Micah's entire body, which was previously covered in dark energy, now appeared with layers of shimmering golden hues. The two watched intently, and she said, just wait a little longer. She speculated, I think something is changing. His face remains calm as before. Inside the illusion, Micah wore a smile that was inappropriate for the current situation. He stood straight against the intense pressure. I have never underestimated the Demon Lord. Thinking to himself, that is why I always believed that something like this could happen at any time, he confidently asserted. But I was not prepared at all, continuing to declare, do you know why you are here? The shadow of the Demon Lord gradually became clearer. Micah spoke alone despite it not responding. But I am here to achieve my goal. He tried to confront the pressure, slowly rising to his feet. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, while the Demon Lord mocked him. It must be quite amusing to see an ordinary person like me dare to oppose their power. His eyes suddenly display a strange blue energy. But you are mistaken. Demon Lord, Micah remained stubborn with his original intention. My goal is to see your true form, even if it is just a glimpse. That would be enough. His pupils also change, reflecting the mystical dimension. The moment I can see the Demon Lord, I concentrated all my divine power into my eyes. The figure of the Demon Lord begins to waver. I do not intend to subdue the Demon Lord, but if the Demon Lord retreats, he reaches out his hand, delicate threads of light floating. Then he stops, concentrating his pressure on me for a moment. He observes intently. With determination, I am putting everything into this moment. The fingertips of Micah unexpectedly touch something like a barrier. His pupils contract in realization. I have reached it. The films intertwine. Wait, Asa. Micah watches in amazement what he has been longing for. I hope to understand one day. That is, he is suspended among them with doubt. The memories of the Demon Lord. The image seen from behind a person is vague. Nothing is over yet. That person slowly turns their head. Micah awakens. His expression still dazed. The Demon Lord screams in anger. His body sways trying to maintain balance. He happily looks up and says, I just touched it. Yet you are stopping me like this. That is not good. It immediately attacks him. Micah asks innocently, what good does that do? He places his hand in front of his chest. A layer of light appears around his body. Countless magic formations connected by chains. Extinction. Destruction in horror. This power is created from the combination of other destructive abilities. He announces, I have seen your memories, then calmly senses. The barrier. The 7th level. This 7th level is not normal. The formation includes complex patterns and ancient characters. It has recognized the presence of the Demon Lord and burned this barrier down. Micah clenches his fist. Gathering strength. This is just an illusion. Even if this illusion is invaded by the Demon Lord, it cannot change the fact that this is just an illusion. The pupils of the Demon Lord shine with cruelty. He asserts, this is not the Demon Lord's territory. He cannot have enough power to turn the illusion into reality outside of his domain. He decisively punches the ground hard. Energy spreads throughout the space. So then, that means, I just disrupted this illusion. In the desolate scene, a crack suddenly appears, then gradually spreads everywhere. The moonlight on the central stage. Micah's calm voice echoes, it is a pity, but I have completed my goal. He says goodbye. So I will go now, not to leave behind broken pieces of the remnants. The Demon Lord's eyes widen. He thinks to himself, at that moment, I want to provoke him even more. The still point stepped towards the light. Even though I did not understand the fragments I found in his memory, in the end, I could not help but smile at it friendly. Meeting again. But the middle finger had betrayed his words. Its eyes showed anger but could do nothing. Micah self-satisfiedly declared that he had made the enemy read the name of the Demon Lord, confirming that this meeting was indeed his victory. The intermittent call rang out continuously. Micah. Micah. His vision opened hazily. After a moment, it became clearer. He saw Seth calling his name. Micah. Micah gradually opened his eyes, his expression still not fully awake. He questioned hesitantly, Seth? Seeing that, she bit her lip, holding back tears. He had just uttered a word. Thing. When she grabbed him by the collar and shook him furiously. I am really worried. Even though I know whatever happens, you will definitely get out of the illusion. Micah's expression changed when he heard her say. Fortunately, you are okay now. Nephthys also approached to announce. He had been unconscious for about 4 days now. He incredulously repeated. 4 days. Extremely shocked. So it has been that long since I got out of the illusion, he exclaimed, recalling the scene when he met the Demon Lord. It was impossible for things to go smoothly when the Demon Lord had intervened. Seth was still not over the fear. Just thinking of the fact that the Demon Lord had really intervened in the illusion. Nephthys could not help but wonder. So what did he show you? Surely you received something as well. Micah looked at his palm, contemplating the endless void and hatred at the same time. He felt enlightened. I understand why people say he looks like a god. Something within him had changed. What I gained from this was a formation with golden patterns and a chain appearing. Countless specks of light fell into his hand. Everyone stopped and looked up, caught in a layer of sparkling like stars. Nefty hesitated. This? Seth also stopped, unable to believe it. The 7th magical circle. Right, she stuttered in surprise. Wait, you are only 20 years old, and you have already achieved the 7th magical circle, Maikai replied calmly. It is a bit fast. She exclaimed. What do you mean by a bit? He calmly picked up a piece of stone. The 7th magical circle. If it continues like this, I am really looking forward to it. Revealing information that was even more shocking. I not only achieved the 7th magical circle, he closed his eyes to speculate. I am sure it is due to that destruction and demise. This is both complicated and ineffective, as if I were to acquire mana above the fixed level. Remembering the demon lord's gaze, I will slowly search. In Maikai's imagination, his hand resonated with him through the stone. The demon lord's characteristics that he had seen. Now, I could restore something similar. Using it as the center, mysterious energy surrounded me, the electronic circuits interweaving. If I could determine the shape and structure of the stone I was holding, he focused on feeling, and by reversing it, I could analyze the aforementioned structure. Finally, slightly parting his lips, a glimpse appeared, and as he finished speaking, the stone gradually faded into ashes. Maikai explained. First I tried to restore what I received in the illusion. He paused for a moment, filled with thoughts. But it was ineffective. Keeping my hand extended, I had lost a part of the mana from the 7th spell circle. Then, I clenched my fist, losing another part of the mana from the 7th spell circle while trying to shatter a star stone. I could not use it in a real battle. Suddenly, he turned to notice something. Nephthys and Seth embraced each other with expressions of fear and caution. Maikai wondered, what is wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that? She hesitated and pointed. You are confusing. What is wrong? You are too loud. Making his hair fly back. Those are not the words he should be saying. At this moment, Nephthys anxiously spoke up. The power of destruction. She reminded him, that is one of the core powers that demon lords often use. The power of existence will basically make the target vanish from this world. Maikai's expression stiffened. Wait, as you just said, Seth nervously said, Right now, a terrible news was announced. He had used magic to restore a demon lord's ability. On the other side, purple orb placed on the podium suddenly shook. Miro was furious, cursing that damn hero. The image of Cassandra in a cheerful mood and Dragolian appeared. That damn hero. Grinding his teeth in anger. Both plans that I needed to complete have failed miserably. The atmosphere around was gloomy. A constantly blaming. Hero. It is all that damn hero's fault. Miro frowned, thinking to himself, if he does not die, I want to be able to accomplish anything. Nervously bit his nails. If only I had a chance. However, he immediately denied it. No, I have tried many times, but each time I have failed. Recalling the scene where Maikai recited the spell. Purification. The next time was the same with an indifferent expression. Purification. A beam shot from his fingertip incinerating the creature on the altar. Even when it had carefully concealed itself, he still detected it. Purification. Miro racked his brain. Damn it. If I could find his weakness, or if only my plan could succeed. Suddenly a voice reached him, making us stop. Seems like you are having a dilemma. Miro. Expression turned anxious. When did you come here? A person with horns and a petite figure appeared. Smiling cheerfully, she called out, Belphegor. Miro irritably inquired, did not we agree that the king would not interfere in our business? She nonchalantly confirmed, yes, that was the case, but Bilgebab is dead now. Then her tone lowered. Reminding, and another important plan of yours has also failed. Belphegor calmly warned. I understand, but this is not the king's bold words. She slightly revealed her sharp fangs, licking her lips. Even when someone disappears, it would not be strange at all. Finally asking back, you understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, Miro flinched. Body began to tremble as if encountering something terrifying. I am going to die. Stammered in response. I can do it. I have another plan already. Belphegor silently watched to see what I could do. First, Asa's grave. Miro explained that his goal is to gain enough power from Asa. We cannot let him acquire any more holy artifacts. The candle flickered. Her voice echoed in the room. Because he has sabotaged my plan, I will retaliate. Belphegor interrupted with doubt. None of us have found out where that tomb is. But you have found it. She gritted her teeth and affirmed confidently. Yes, I have found it. Her attitude changed. Complimenting. Good. Now we still cannot reveal this matter. I think giving you this last chance is fine. Then she smiled wickedly, putting her finger to her lips as a friendly reminder. But this is indeed your last chance. Her right eye was wide and blurred. The bright red pupil stood out against her black eye. Gently threatening. You know what will happen if you fail again. Right. Miro nervously swallowed, cold sweat running down her cheek. Knowing she had no choice left, she vowed, I will not fail. In some area, the architecture stood majestically on the cliff, warm sunlight shining down creating a divine feeling. Kuming credulously asked loudly, Elder. What are you talking about? He looked at the person sitting on the high podium talking about bringing her there, continuing to explain. Just thinking about bringing her to the holy nation. The man with a gaunt figure interjected. This is necessary. The elder's eyes were white as if devoid of life. He observed and confirmed in a very calm tone. Yes. That day he was brainwashed. Kyung gritted his teeth in frustration. There is no doubt about it. Someone has brainwashed the elder. He recalled the woman wearing a skull that was unclear what creature it belonged to. It was her, the woman who suddenly appeared here a few months ago. She smiled ominously. Kyung tried to persuade. An outsider who has never sworn an oath in the holy nation. This is unprecedented in history. He frowned, containing his anger, imagining a figure with wings like an angel, divine light shining from behind. I have continuously strived, constantly trying to build a gate, path to progress. The elder's voice was calm, but in the end, we have never crossed the threshold of the small kingdoms. A respectful person knelt before the elder with silver hair. Everyone always considered me a talented individual, but I am still far inferior to our enemies. Yet that woman has given us hope, Kong stubbornly corrected, but that hope is not the future everyone desires. The chieftain shouted angrily. You are too disrespectful, Kong. How can someone who worships Ludos be so frightened? He tried to explain, but Ludos had never wanted to stand above anyone. The elder angrily slammed his hand on the armrest and shouted. Be quiet. He felt a chill when he heard the elder's warning. If you keep saying those cheap, vulgar words, you will lose your position as the veteran guide. Kong lowered his head in silence, unable to retort. A moment later, he appeared in a lush mountainous area. He raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding sunlight. His voice was helpless as he whispered, I do not understand anything at all. Kong sadly looked in one direction. In the distance was the enormous palace. He remembered that since childhood he had been taught about the importance and sanctity of the Holy Kingdom. Young Kong sat on a cut log, attentively listening. I had also been trained to become a skilled guide to lead travelers well, he thought to himself. However, the current situation was, holding his head in hesitation. What the hell should I do? The image of the boy appeared wearing the crown symbolizing status. If only I could collaborate with a hero chosen by the shrine. Suddenly, Kong noticed something. His body tensed in astonishment. Ahead, 3 people were approaching. He could not believe it. It can't be him. The hero. Maikai led the way, followed by Leon and Morden. A week ago, in a room, a voice announced, our next destination is Gutton. Morden and Leon wore confused expressions. He repeated, Gutton. Leon quickly looked at Maikai in warning. Wait, Gutton is a small kingdom beyond our jurisdiction. This place is notorious because everything there is vastly different from the norm. Even the shrine considers them a heresy because they worship a very different god. His attitude remained unchanged. I know things will be better than what I just said. Morden reminded, but you will not be welcome when you get there. He wondered. Moreover, what do you intend to do there? And he smiled cheerfully. Maikai calmly declared, I will go there to carry out my missionary mission. The atmosphere dropped and fell silent. He was somewhat at a loss before his illusion. Morden, Leon, and a tiny person floating beside them simultaneously placed their hands on their foreheads and groaned. Oh God. You interrupt. Stop it. He spread his arms confidently to reassure. It is okay. Everything will be all right. Leon frowned with worry. There will definitely be danger there. Morden nodded in agreement. What you mean is that things will not go smoothly. Right. Maikai turned his back and ignored them. Thinking, do those two think I am a plague that everywhere I go, trouble follows? They immediately affirmed, each speaking over the other. Isn't that right? Oh. Of course, I think so too. He felt helpless. What is wrong with the 3 of you? Then he realized, they are not entirely wrong, remembering the scene at Gittin. But there was a special reason there. And the woman who was hiding the skull. If I guess correctly, Miro has definitely revealed herself. The chief looked as if he was brainwashed. That was the only known grave, the burial place of Asa. Leon questioned. Why Gittin? Isn't it full of people with abnormal minds? Michael confirmed. That is why we need to go there. Hearing this, he became even more confused. He calmly continued. We can't just leave them, declaring something that no one thought of, breathing in a god that cannot exist like that. Leon was taken aback. Morden stroked his chin and thought, but the priests in Guten have also received power. Have not they? So does not that mean they are truly worshipping a real god? He looked up with a surprised expression when he heard him say, that would make sense if they really chose that path. The image of a boy with wings resembling a fallen angel appeared. Perhaps that path is... He wondered. So the next goal of the day is to uncover the true nature of that path. Michael did not look at him but asked back, what if you told them that the god they have been worshipping for hundreds of years is merely an imitation of another god? Do you think they would accept it? Morden hesitantly replied, I do not think they would accept it. He added, that is why we say we need to go there to evangelize. If the desires of those who worship the path are correct, then there is no reason to criticize them for doing it wrong. He widened his eyes in surprise at this answer. Continuing the questioning, what if they are wrong? He replied obviously, Well, that is clear. Miro appeared next to the chief, who was slumped over as if soul lost. She placed her hand on the old man's back as if intending something. Returning to the present, the soldier stared in astonishment in one direction. Michael walked leisurely forward, his arrogant voice still echoing. We just need to overthrow all of them, leaving no one behind. The townspeople competed to invite. Just 5 gold coins for a guide on the island for 3 days. Just 5 gold coins. Here, we only need 4 gold coins. We do not guide a night, but we only need 3 gold coins. 3 people calmly passed by. The houses are located on the cliffside. In the center is an enormous, striking architecture. The introduction voice echoed. In recent years, Wooten has become a famous tourist destination. So now, tourism has become the main economic sector in this city. Leon looked on with suspicion. A maze that attracts tourists. Between the cliffs are bridges made of rope and wood. The mist condenses. The person continued to say Wooten is a city with wind-filtered streets. Tourists explore the magnificent highlands. Furthermore, not only the roads and the enchanting nature of rivers and lakes, but around each bend are different things to discover. There is also a vast forest area with rich vegetation. Leon seemed interested when he heard that. That is what attracts tourists here. A local resident waved to catch attention. He reminded Michael, first we need to find a guide. Michael calmly replied, well, normally we do need to find one. He closed his eyes and explained leisurely. These routes change instantly. There is no way we can remember the way. That is why we need a guide who knows the routes through this blessed path. Leon furrowed his brow as if pondering. Well, I guess now we have to find someone to hire, even if hiring is not cheap. However, he asked, why do we have to hire a guide? This confused the boy. You said we need to find someone. He smiled. I meant a normal person. Michael turned his head to remind him. But I am not a normal person. Seeing Leon's incorrect attitude. What is that jerk thinking again? He scratched his head and walked away helplessly. Well, let us just go there first. Leon urged. If you already know the way, then why waste time here? Just as he finished speaking, his collar was grabbed by a hand. Mikai calmly denied. No, I did not mean that, you retorted angrily. Then what do you mean? He said. We just need to wait for a guide. And you frowned in anger. No, then what exactly are we supposed to do? Mikai squeezed himself down onto a stone by the roadside, confidently declaring. Just wait, they will arrive shortly. Leon fiddled for a moment before sighing, and both you and Morden followed suit. Sitting next to him, after a while, while Mikai was resting with his eyes closed, someone initiated a conversation. Hello, he calmly opened his eyes. This was part of his data. Kun stood in front of him and suggested, does anyone need a guide? I am a veteran guide in Wooten. Leon was taken aback. He did not expect someone to actually come. He continued, it is an honor to meet you, hero. It is quite astonishing as well. She hovered by Mikai's side and whispered, Mikai. This person. Kun respectfully bowed to greet. He is one of the reasons I came to Wooden. He thought to himself, even among the most skilled guides, he is still a very special person, then spoke up, nice to meet you, Kun. His expression was serious as if burdened with many thoughts. He would be our guide to the tomb, he politely said. I must apologize for making everyone wait. Mikai reassured him, do not worry. Actually, you are quite fast. We are good at hiding too. Kun's face was expressionless, but his words were very confident. My intuition is usually very accurate. He carefully observed and assessed him, the intuition of a veteran guide. But then he immediately corrected himself. No, the intuition regarding the tome is very accurate. He still frowned in deep thought, finally deciding to speak. If possible, may I ask a question? Why did you come to Wooten? Mikai stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Why, this is a very sensitive question. He suddenly smiled slyly. I know how to answer that. Kun was startled and amazed when his thoughts were caught. Recently, has there been any trouble in Wooten? I heard people say you have been worried for a long time about an uninvited guest. He stood facing them recounting. A few months ago, a woman came here. Her alluring figure appeared. At first, there was nothing wrong. She raised the man's face with both hands. She began talking to the chief, who was still hesitating at that time. Kun clenched his fist to suppress the shivering, and then everything gradually became like this. But this was just the beginning. Mikai listened in silence. The problem here is that in the center of the palace, there were 2 shadows. She began to covet our holy land. The chief hesitated. Alluring, she signaled. Go ahead. The old man wanted to seek sympathy. Surely he had tried harder than anyone else. Right, she responded to his inner feelings. Yes. He continued recounting what he had done. I have brought many people to Houghton and helped them become rich. I have helped guides find work, in a hesitant tone. But, Alluring placed her finger on the chief's mouth to stop him. Shush. You did not do anything wrong. She tried to brainwash him. It is the fault of those in the shrine. Gently touching his cheek. Rather, those people have unjustly pressured you. It is a sin against the gods. Finally whispering in his ear. If that is not heresy, then what else could it be? The chief seemed to believe her. Yes, the intention of this path is indeed a heretical faction. Keelan's face is blurry. It really is not fair, the clan leader firmly asserts. They are indeed heretics. The strands of hair from Emra fall down. In the sacred land of Houghton, her face looks directly into the elder's eyes. Promising. I will never forget your kindness in allowing me to enter there. The elder's head shakes. His expression darkens. In the sacred land, she cuts off the clan leader's thoughts. He silently thinks, surely the ancestors once decreed that no one should set foot in there. But why has the original will been corrupted? Why must it be like this? Tears of compassion well up at the corners of his eyes. No matter how much I try, it won't change anything. Mary smirks cunningly in a place he cannot see. He has concluded that maybe this idea is not so bad, because she is a very kind woman. The skull's death is being thrown down into the ground. Her true face reveals a smug expression. Indeed, it is really easy. A figure stands on the walls of the palace, laughing maniacally. Ha! The dark energy swirls above like a giant vortex. The group of Seagate below looks up, their mocking voices call down. Foolish humanity. Each person has a different expression but all share the commonality of horror, their bodies covered in bloodstains that have changed color. She arrogantly, mixed with smugness, declares, in the end, you cannot stop me. Mike High grits his teeth, continuously cursing. Damn it. That damn bitch. At this moment, someone kneels down, their knee hitting the ground with a loud thud. He stares in astonishment at the scene. In the end, a feeling of desperate remorse. I am sorry, I should have told everyone from the beginning. He speaks softly with regret. I should not have brought everyone here. My Kai kneels beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder in comfort. Ku. He silently looks up. The bloodstains on his clothes indicate a fierce battle has taken place. His face is blank as he mumbles, the garden needs visitors. Then tears uncontrollably flowed, recalling the sorrow of the ancestors. My Kai's pupils constrict as he focuses intently on him. Back then, I did not even know what the garden meant. Returning to the not-too-distant past, his face is filled with speculation. As if a seasoned guide like Kun would say this, it seems Miro has successfully brainwashed the clan leader. He is more urgent than I thought. The image of Miro in disguise with a sinister smile as he achieved his goal appears. Leon furrows his brows, scratching his head tiredly. It seems he has never shown signs of fatigue even after I have knocked him down so many times. He still comes to stir up trouble. My Kai does not turn but speaks. This might be the last time. You curiously glance at him. So, what is your plan? He closes his eyes, pondering, then calmly states, now we will do nothing. Leon looks confused. A big question mark appears above his head. Hey, Morden also raises his hand showing concern. We just wait and see, not knowing what my Kai is calculating. He instructs, we just need to watch what he intends to do. It is as simple as that. At your feet is a small object. Miro has devised a plan that could kill him. He imagines the scene of a spiked iron trap lying there and the bait leading to it. Perhaps he even guessed that he would come here and set a trap waiting for him to fall into it. He stood nearby observing. His mind was extremely clear. He would not go along with his plan. My Kai's eyes were gloomy. He silently vowed. No. Never, he stated firmly. Although he did not know yet. But surely his plan would have to be postponed. Morden asked in doubt. What do you mean? Sir, he gently placed his hand on the back of the man. I am certain Miro cannot interpret those very complex symbols in such a short time. If he could do it, it would take him several days. While pushing him and Leon forward, he cheerfully declared, so we can just go sightseeing here and there. We are in a very beautiful place, are not we? The two of them looked at each other helplessly. Suddenly hesitating. Sightseeing, he frowned with worry. I can't do that right now. Did not you just say a great demon has come to Heftiing? My Kai straightforwardly said, but I do not know anything about Hetatig. The surrounding area was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it hard to see the scenery, especially this Mekong city, which holds great potential for fire activities. Despite that, he remained very relaxed, because I do not know anything about Hefty Tiang, so I cannot effectively fight the demon lurking here. I think it would be more like an investigation than sightseeing. He could not change his mind and reluctantly agreed. If that is how you intend it, my Kai smiled and observed. FT is a famous tourist destination with many beautiful landscapes, but there are a few places that stand out even more. The area where the entire forest is enveloped in silence hides something mysterious. Sadly, a few tourists have never had the chance to admire it. The reason is simple. Only certain routes can lead to that place. He continued to call. Come on. Then looked at the order. Lead us to the highest point of Hetatang. Barefoot stepping forward, facing the constant gusts of wind blowing towards them. Micah followed closely behind. Where we are heading is not an ordinary scenic spot. Hidden behind the mist is a large glass pavilion located in the garden of this path. Both remained silent. It is the heart of Hefti Tiang. Suddenly the wind became stronger. Micah raised his hand to shield his face, his eyes still focused on that direction. At this moment, a call rang out that caught his attention. Hey, Quan is still walking, curiously asking him. Do you know anything about where we are going? He silently looked at the back of him, then lowered his hand and replied. That is the hardest place to find in all the mazes of Hefti Tiang. Well, if thinking that way, then I could answer like that. The Holy Land. Kwon was surprised to hear this name and stopped in his tracks. He still did not turn around to continue. You know, Micah arrogantly emphasized, I am the hero. He repeated, a hero, then reminded. You know, this is not a holy land as the world has known. You understand this clearly. That is right. Kwon slowly introduced the history of this place. This is a real holy land. To be precise, it is a place that witches always strive to set foot in. Micah seems to have just awakened. I understand now. Cheerful boy raises his hand. Above him is a gentle green energy spirit, which is easy to understand. The holy land that I am trying to enter is also the place I have always pursued before regression. In other words, it is merely a reduced item. The soldier unexpectedly announces. I no longer believe you are the representative of the temple. His footsteps stop affirmatively. If you really are the representative of the temple, then surely you will be surprised because here we have another saint, a high saint. He turns to look at him with suspicion. Is the mission of yours all from the divine? Thunder whispers in Mikai's ear. This is quite a straightforward question. The boy in armor stands tall and proud, with bright light in front. This question takes quite a bit of thought. He himself carries the title of a hero like him desires. He silently thinks in the palm of his hand. Recalling that he had never thought carefully about this matter, it makes him reminisce about the past. The reason he chose to become a hero in this life is actually very simple. It is also that hand in another time. Clutching the collar of someone, Michael glares at Sigurd with a determined expression before regression, specifically to overthrow Siegfried. He raises an eyebrow, the anger reflected in his eyes, to prevent him from becoming a hero. The boy does not back down and staring back at him, forcing himself to become a hero. The will to become a hero, a high saint appears behind, wrapping his arms around his neck. Originally heroes are always chosen by the divine. The high saint chooses them and they will fulfill his wishes. His hand moves slightly, but at least until now, Michael confidently declares, I am the representative of all humanity in this world. He smiles with assurance, not limited to just the high god. I can be a hero of the temple and also help Houghton. The soldier still silently listens. The image of the temple appears, with two people, one male and one female, standing in front of it. His voice echoes, I will protect humanity. Cassandra smiles brightly with happiness. Gigi Fresco also looks forward with an eager expression. Dragolian happily looks up at the sky. Fundamentally, my relationship with the temple is merely a tool, helping me protect all of humanity. The soldier does not change his emotions as he speaks. If the high god harms humanity, then I will also stand up against him. In the end, I do not know what convinced him. He suddenly smiles slightly. Michael straightforwardly asks further, well, if this answer is still not enough for you. The angel's wings spread wide. He shines upon the path of the Lord. Russ turns back to remind him, that is quite a lot already. The sky is clear. The sunlight filters through the clouds. Here it is crowded with people passing by. The atmosphere is noisy and lively. Everyone has a small red flag attached to their back. Not far away, Modin is sitting upright on a rock while Leon beside him rests his chin on his hand. He has nothing to do and starts observing and evaluating. The people are unaware of when this place will be destroyed, and the atmosphere here is truly strange. He closed his eyes and calmly said, we cannot do anything. If the guide does not understand the seriousness of the current situation, what can we do? Indeed, the current situation is very dangerous. Not knowing what to think, Leon suddenly changed his expression, holding the sword in his hand. He agreed, that is right. I know, if Mikai was not here, Miro's plan would definitely succeed. The image of the cunning smirk of the illusionist and the dangers Miro brings appeared in his mind. He frowned and thought, it is not because she is weak. His gaze became serious, affirming, but because Mikai is a rare person who is insightful and perceptive. A hand was placed on his shoulder, asking for his help. Leon, I need you to do something for me. Mikai seriously speculated. Miro must have set a trap at the hill. Leon sat there in contemplation, the last orders from him still echoing in his ears. He and the butler needed to find them. After a moment, he affirmed, that is right. There must be something harmful hidden out there. The group of people with horrified faces was surrounded by a wave of dark energy. Like in the Republic, Miro's minion might be hiding among the crowd, but then he clasped his hands and denied, no, the chief has fallen. The consciousness sitting in the chair is controlled by golden threads like a puppet. Unlike the Republic, at the hill, her influence is incredibly strong. Loon's eyes darkened as he speculated. To achieve such a high position, she must have used many more extreme measures. Then he slowly closed his eyes to calm his mind. He voiced his opinion to Mika. I understand. Now I am thinking just like that bastard. Morton was drawn to his question. Butler. To completely grasp the hill. What would a monster like her do? He stroked his chin and thought, what could a monster like her do? His face remained calm as he looked ahead, where the crowd was happily chatting with each other. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and realized, Leon listened to him in confusion. Prince Leon, this is a serious issue. He immediately turned his head to observe. Everyone had a strange mark in common, only differing in position. Some on their foreheads, some on the back of their hands, even on their cheeks. Their eyes were a bright red, looking like demons. Smiling eerily, surrounded by a purple energy connecting them. Their minds were all restrained. A praising voice rang out. You are really interesting. Maikai did not change his expression as he listened. Curiously inquired. When did you notice it? He replied without hiding. I noticed it for a while now, recalling the moment the wind suddenly became fierce. Did not we change when the fog rolled in? He raised his hand to cover his face in caution. Maikai wondered, where did Ikao really go? He explained, he went back to the entrance. That is all that kid can do. The warm sunlight shone on Rut's face. So how much longer will she remain silent? Seth was crouching, hiding behind him. Startled, he politely greeted. Long time no see, Seth. She irritably raised her head and scolded. Damn Rut. He expressed a bit of admiration and said, after all, welcome. The one who challenged you has uncovered the secrets of this tome. Maikai announced, I have found some useful records. He pondered. Records, he confidently asserted. Yes, but deep down he thought otherwise. That was a lie. Rut laughed loudly. But it seems this is also a mistake on his part, different from his usual steadiness. He closed his eyes and reminded calmly, even if you have seen the records, it does not mean you can conquer that tome. No doubt, you have officially received 2 holy artifacts. He slightly raised his head to look at him. Moreover, paying attention to the mark on Maikai's wrist, not only the world tree and the high god, he did not just receive 1 holy artifact. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Surely you have additional conditions. However, expressing his speculation, those conditions in the trial are not related at all. He quietly observed him. Unsurprisingly. Indeed. Now things have turned out this way. He still looked at him with a curious gaze. He thought to himself, Ruti's just someone who steadfastly executes the spell. Even when the holy artifact is about to be destroyed, he will not break his principle. Finally, Maikai pretended to compromise. Well then, has the content of that trial been decided yet? He replied. Decided from where? He was confused. From where? He extended his hand forward and explained slowly. Initially, that trial was to clarify Mikung and reach the location of the holy artifact. But the problem is that the demon before had disrupted the trial system. A Rubik's Cube was floating in the air, rotating its pieces, with different patterns engraved on each square. Therefore, this trial method had to be changed out of necessity. Maikai repeated. Holy artifact. Rutwenti confirmed. Yes, this is my holy artifact. Mikung. He looked at it and said, the method is to create a trial, so a trial must definitely exist, the emotionless declaration stated. But because that demon intervened, let us change this content to make it more appropriate. The Rubik's Cube moved under Rut's control, flying in front of Mikai. He caught it with both hands. He introduced, this is the power of the holy artifact itself. Mikung, and that demon, Miro, is trying to decipher my Mikung and is struggling to surpass it. Feeling annoyed, he said, I do not like that at all. He let out a mocking sound. He coldly expressed his determination. At that moment, I gradually imagined the things he was about to say. If anyone dared to challenge Mikung, in his words, there was an implication. Then of course, someone else would need to stop that challenger. Rati cheerfully exclaimed, Whoa. We are on the same wavelength. He pointed at him and set a condition. I will let you hold this Mikung for a while. If you can stop that demon, promising something very enticing, then this holy artifact will belong to you. Assessing with a frown. So, in summary, the theme of this trial is to block the spear with the shield. Right? He confirmed. Exactly. Rit asked as if provoking. Challenger, are you confident you can become an unbreakable shield? Maikai placed his hand on his chest feeling. Unbreakable. The atmosphere between them suddenly became silent. Is this not enough to satisfy you? No. That is still not enough. I confidently declare, I will personally destroy that spear. In the room, fragrant smoke wafted. A voice broke the silence. Miro leaned back in a soft chair, gently supporting the neck of the chieftain lying on her lap. Yes. Elder, please go ahead. The elder was still hesitating with his decision. What we are doing is not wrong. Right, as you said, if we break the seal of the Holy Land and the origin. Before he could finish his sentence, Miro placed her finger in front of the elder's mouth to stop him. Everything we have done until now, she spoke reassuringly. You have not done anything wrong. Her hand covered the entire face of the chieftain. Think about it. The disgusting image of Kylan appeared in her mind through the voice. Our humanity has suffered so much pain because of that wretched old man in the breath hall. The chieftain revered him contemptibly, and to this day he still harbors hatred. Indeed, I will never forget. The elder's gaze became determined. Where is the true divine being? I will prove what is right. Miro smiled with satisfaction. It is too easy, she sneered mockingly. Humanity is indeed foolish. This moment, a dark figure approached from behind. Your Majesty, this one had sharp horns. Han announced, there is trouble. The smoky mist was still emanating from the incense. Miro wondered, what is it, after hearing the report? She accused, how could Mikung be deciphered and then changed? Han replied, Perhaps they guessed that we deciphered Mikung. That is why they could control Mikung from the inside like this. She thought for a moment and immediately denied without hesitation. Unreasonable. The brush is someone who strictly adheres to the rules. She stood up, waving her hand affirmatively. He would not disturb Mikung himself, unless he was lending his power to someone. Suddenly, Miro hesitated, not knowing what she was thinking. Her expression turned fierce. It was that guy, the first name that appeared in her mind. The hero. At the same time, Maikai was controlling the holy artifact, golden letters swirling around the hero. He gently touched the letters. Character unexpectedly changed. Maikai widened his eyes in astonishment. Someone sitting on the grass side. Amazing. Seth and Rut sat together watching the performance from the other side. He could not believe and asked again, you said he is only 22 years old. He seemed a bit impressed. I've never underestimated humanity. They have countless potentials that we do not expect. Observing closely and seriously evaluating. But if he managed to decipher the holy artifact like this after just one attempt, then he is indeed extraordinary. Rudd affirmed confidently, he has surpassed the level of human souls. He has completely surpassed everyone. Maikai was still dealing with the letters, clearly reflected in his pupils. Seth spoke up casually. After all, heroes are not ordinary people. Rati chuckled with interest. Well, I have met quite a few heroes. If this is the level of a hero, then what more can I say? He said indifferently. If he is at the level of an ordinary human. Then glancing at her implying, how could you be here? That is your punishment. Seth felt uneasy upon hearing that, her hands clasped together. Constantly moving, she was silent in response to his words, wanting to redeem her mistakes by herself. Was she really thinking about such fanciful things? Seth turned to Ding Zheng, a bit different. Lacking trust. I guess so. Anyway, they said that day was indeed the day of repentance. But in the end, she got caught up in it. She panicked and hurried to justify herself. No, he suddenly stood up and interrupted. At that moment, I was quite angry, in terms of being composed and responsible. But as time passed, I had calmed down somewhat. The sun's rays bound the curtains down. It was not that she did not understand the consequences of those actions. The space became quiet. Perhaps. Slowly rising. On the other side, Michael was still channeling his feelings of power from the holy artifact. That accident was also part of his plan. His fingers reached out to touch it. Feeling excitement and intrigue, the holy artifact emitted a shimmering light, a labyrinth incredibly complex. Its structure changed with every strand. Many things also changed compared to before. The lush green strands flowed endlessly. In the vast area, there were no living creatures at all. Thus, decoding the labyrinth was not about finding an exit. The wind blew through, lifting the grasses, gradually forming a path, in a structure that changed with every strand. Decoding meant creating a route towards the destination. Where his fingers touched trembled like ripples in water. Michael seemed to have anticipated this. He believed it. A slender purple light twisted in the dark background. Was this the path that Miro wanted to surpass? Suddenly he bumped into something, causing him to stop. Halfway there, tense, he smiled hesitantly. But what should he do about this, since he intervened? Everything must have been in vain. He reached out towards the interrupted part. He would not destroy everything at once. If he revealed too many differences, the other side would easily give up. That was not what he wanted. Miro gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. In contrast to him, Michael was cheerful. Miro had to focus more on this side. His figure sank into darkness. His eyes gleamed with a reddish light like a demon looking down at her. She would soon realize that he only wanted to play with her. His hand glowed. The source of energy contacted the guidance. Then, everything would end. He thought of Leon and Modern. Therefore, he had to leave clues for those two to know he had arrived here. He looked up. Calculating everything, let them discover it themselves. On another side, Leon spoke up, managing to say, recently I have been feeling strange. He firmly asserted with discomfort that Michael Guy is definitely a madman. He thought he understood his intentions, so he raved wildly. There is no way he did not know about this incident. This was definitely something he threw at us to handle ourselves. He truly is a lone wolf. He remained calm and said, Prince Leon, what are you talking about? How can you call the young master a madman? Leon heard this and felt a bit regretful, wondering if he had spoken too much. No matter what, offending the young master whom he was serving. Modern widened his eyes fiercely and ordered, apologize to those people. He turned to look in a direction. Was it that way? Anyway, this matter was not normal at all. He was not worried at all, saying that indeed, this suggestion had spread all over this place. And if his suggestion was this strong, then the protection in this case, they could even take the local people as hostages. Everyone was ready to choke themselves to death if ordered. The tiny stones scattered on the ground represented what he was saying. To that demon, human lives were worth less than gravel. Afterwards, Modern began to analyze it based on evidence. However, the demon would not pay attention to us, so it seemed he did not even notice us. Leon realized it was because of that guy. He nodded in agreement. Surely he had intentionally boasted about himself that day. His gaze was resolute. This was an opportunity that the young master had given us. It was not as hopeless as the initial impression. Leon scratched his head irritably, frowning in annoyance. Can't we just go around beheading those monsters? Modern gently reminded him that we only needed to behead them, and he suddenly noticed something, Mun, lying on his shoulder. Smiled innocently, crossing its arms and looking at him attentively. Loon's expression changed, and he wondered, what is this? Leon frowned in annoyance at Mon clinging to his shoulder. Damn. What kind of demon is this? A discovery arose before it, and a familiar voice came from within it. He thought that this was the spirit he was controlling remotely. On the other end, Michael calmly reminded him, I told you about this before we separated. Loon and Modern both jumped, cold sweat pouring down like a stream as they heard him say, well, I have also heard all your nonsense. Fortunately, he did not pursue the matter further but asked, in any case, is not a very suitable for an ambush. He hesitated. Glancing back, yes, that is indeed the case. Michael threw them a question. Okay, then that is the issue. Even if he is a demon, do you think he can hypnotize the local people with only half his power? He was wide-eyed in realization. Half-hearted hypnosis means it is a totem. He smirked because he had not disappointed himself. It was an object shaped like a native, carved quite bizarrely. A totem, object used in ritual ceremonies. Michael confidently instructed that as a guardian, he would easily detect the location of those totems. Morden still looked uneasy, but young master, it seems like Gotten has Miro's minions everywhere. Mun's relaxed expression mirrored his at that moment. Guardian, where are we? He instinctively replied, we are in Mekong City, with his words suddenly appearing. Morden remembered the thick fog covering the entire area, only able to observe a short distance ahead. A Mekong where we cannot find a way out if we do not have a guide. Meaning, if we know the way, he smiled confidently. Sneaking in or out would not be too difficult anymore. Michael affirmed, that is right, and there is also the spirit there. The spirit will guide you too for me, hoping to respond to his words with an innocent smile. They looked in the direction it flew up, his voice continuing, from now on, your mission is to destroy the hidden totems in Gothen and help the people stop being hypnotized. Leon drew his sword. Ready, and Morden also moved his feet. They rose up simultaneously with determination. Let us get started. At the same time, Miro was extremely worried, sweat trickling down her side. Observing the large map on the table, unable to believe it. What is happening here? The subordinate reported the situation in a panic. Our relics that we had planted in Gothen are being destroyed one by one. The relics gradually turned to dust. She shouted loudly in frustration. Miro's hands trembled as she tried to think. Where did it go wrong? Our family should have had an absolute advantage. Suddenly she covered her left eye and hesitated. Wait, an absolute advantage. How many times have I been at a disadvantage when facing that damn hero? It seems that she always fails and remains in the shadow of Mikai. No matter how thorough the plan is, the silhouettes of the two leaned against each other. Inside were countless electronic microstructures. Due to the information gap. Until now, Miro finally discovered a truth laid out before her. That bastard has more information than I do, and he also utilizes that information very well. She slammed her hand down on the table in anger. I must have reached the tome by another route that I do not know about. Damn it. Alex looked up and wondered. What do we do now? The relic has vanished, leaving only its base. Miro was unwilling to accept it. Would everything end like this? The fierce, angry face of Belphegor appeared in her mind. She reached out as if wanting to catch her, failing time and again without being able to assist the gods, and then being devoured by another demon king. Cornered, she silently resolved, no, I cannot let that happen. There is only one method left. He was always waiting behind for instructions. Respectfully kneeling. Responding, I hear your command. My lord. She ordered, awaken all those in Gotten still under my hypnosis. His face shrouded in mist, asking with concern, what about the people? My lord, Miro declared emotionlessly, I will kill that hero. Then she stepped forward. She told the chief, Elder, you must let me go. The elder hesitated upon hearing this. Miro's hand with her sharp claws pointed upwards. She decisively pierced through the elder's abdomen. He could not react in time and immediately coughed up blood. The elder still did not trust this, asking, Huff, Miro, what is this? She slightly hinted. Even though it is a bit confusing, a reasonable manifestation needs to be executed. He gathered all his remaining strength to reach out to her. No, did not you promise me that you would surpass this? His hand trembled continuously. Miro laughed mockingly. What about that? She said with a sneer. How would I know? I do not care about that. These words completely extinguished the elder's last hope. Suddenly, a horn sprouted from his head. I had forgotten my true identity. His foot slowly touched the ground. That is the price to pay when forcing oneself to transition from one life to another. Miro brushed past, only seeing the shape of the elder transform. But if I force myself a little more, I will find my lost true identity and reclaim part of my form from ancient times. Of course, everything has its price. The blood-soaked hand still fresh raised towards the sky. This will be my final life. She laughed with excitement. Reincarnating, with original sin, the left side of her transforms into another creature, filled with desire and deceit, all accompanied by a violent shockwave. The birds in the forest, frightened, immediately fly away from danger. Right at this moment, the ground gradually cracks. Dark energy bursts forth. Miro transforms into a four-legged monster resembling a mountain goat, with fiery red eyes. She stands high, observing the entire scene. Descending to this place, the red gem on her forehead glows. She lunges forward, forcefully drawing into the realm where the collision with Miro's horns begins to crack. On the other side, suddenly senses something unusual. He turns to look into the distance and reports. Mekong has shattered. The dreary artifact lies beneath the ground by his feet. That damn demon has used force to tear apart this Mekong. A hand gently picks it up, showing a semblance of sympathy. She must be desperate. V calmly confirms, "Yes, Miro. That demon must have discovered her true identity, at the cost of this life becoming her last." Micah turns her back to him, narrating, as if she knows. Right, at the moment she attempted to destroy Mekong, she was no longer a challenger. She had become an intruder trying to break into the tome. His gaze shifts, unsure of what he is thinking. He smiles, turns back, and says, "I believe those who refuse the challenge deserve to be punished." V wonders if that is her goal. Micah answers with hesitation, "I am not so sure." He falls silent upon hearing this, then bursts into a curious laugh. The two look at each other, analyzing. As he said, "If she were a challenger, I would have no reason to intervene. But if she has acted this way, then this is a different matter." He lightly punches his chest and makes a decision to assist. "All right, I will help. It seems there is still something to worry about. After all, she is a demon who has discovered her true identity." She anxiously asks, "Are you sure you will win?" Micah takes a moment before responding to this. She furrows her brow in concern. He asks in return, "Look, do you still not understand me?" Vid appears to have great confidence in him. Micah proudly declares, "If I were not sure, I would not have organized this game." Miro transforms into a monstrous form. Her blood-red eyes proudly announce, "Right now, Amodius has arrived." The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as Morden and Leon join forces to eliminate the monsters. Their sharp strikes slice through, tearing them into pieces. Its still bloodied head falls to the ground. He raises his hand to wipe the sweat, unable to contain his curse. "Damn, there are too many. I thought I had wiped this area clean, but I did not expect there were still more." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream resonates, drawing their attention. Leon stares wide-eyed in shock. What is that dreadful wailing? Morden seriously speculates. It seems they have also begun to intensify their attack on that side. He sees that V is still worried and reassures him. "Do not worry. That person is just like that, but their abilities are beyond reproach. Surely they have planned carefully." His gaze is calm. "We just need to wait for a round red object spinning at high speed to fly down from the sky." Morden immediately activated the barrier surrounding the two of them. Leon was still confused and unable to react. He hit the barrier hard. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The atmosphere became still. He spoke, continuing to do what we have been doing so far. In the distance, a giant monster was controlling the citizens to advance. They were chaotically moving like puppets with their souls pulled out. The hairy foot stepped forward, a hand extended towards it. Miro soon approached the barrier, the red gem on her forehead glowing. She exerted all her strength to pull him strongly. A wet mark appeared at the point of contact. Urgot was maintaining the barrier while probing Micah. "So what is your plan?" His hand held the staff asking, "Do we need something truly magnificent?" His pupils contracted. "Here ruthlessly. We just need to use our strength to crush them." A loud, furious call came. "Hero." Miro's face twisted in rage. "I will kill the proud man standing before him once again, no matter who you are." When facing a demon king who has recalled his true identity, Micah did not care about her attitude. "Hey, you are really annoying. You talk too much." The formations connected by chains appeared. He recited the incantation, egg-shaped magic. Holy heaven. The formation moved above Miro, examining the formation with wide eyes. Spirit beast. Level 8 holy technique. She gritted her teeth trying to resist. Control. Dark energy wrapped around her body. She disdainfully said, "Do you think you can stop me with this trivial trick?" They transformed into entities rushing forward. Micah calmly activate. Holy fury. His expression focused, raising his alertness. Dark energy intertwined. Extending, he recalled the scenes from the battlefield in his previous life, remembering the thunder of Amodius, strong enough to turn hundreds of knights into dust in an instant. At the same time, Miro was continuously attacking the formation in an attempt to destroy it. But now, her strength pierced straight up into the sky, always intense energy concealing latent danger. Micah stepped onto the formation. He leisurely exposed her shortcomings. "You only have half the strength left." Miro refused to give up, stubbornly confronting the barrier. Rod reminded, "There is still half the danger." She had lost her reason. Enraged declared, "Hero, you cannot oppose me." Micah lowered his head to reply, "No human can oppose us when we have recalled our true identities. I do not know about that, but for me, it is not difficult." Hearing this, Miro was delighted. She was so angry that veins bulged on her cheeks. Then she gathered all her strength. The energy sphere grew larger. He lightly stood on his toes, holding the magical barrier in front of him. "You would not understand." Miro's attack rushed forward with terrifying power. Micah easily slipped through the gaps. "But for me, it is not difficult." Still continuing the attack, his gaze became sharp. The barrier plan directly confronted it. How many failures have I endured already? He seemed to sink into a separate state. Countless crosses stuck in the ground symbolized each grave, unable to count how many had fallen here. Maikai pressed down, suppressing his anger and sorrow. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Something fell onto the water's surface, creating ripples in the still lake. I have bottled up so many emotions for you. Maikai's pupils reflected an image. Now I will return everything to you. The power of that woman coalesced into a sphere. His face darkened slightly, mouth opening, encompassing memories from the previous life. Using magic, teleporting, in the blink of an eye he appeared somewhere else. Enraged, you tiny humans dare to challenge the Demon King. Maikai raised his staff. How foolish. Have I ever told you? He coldly criticized. You talk too much. Without hesitation, he struck hard on Miro's head, causing him immense pain. He then helplessly collapsed, dust and debris swirling around. Maikai gently landed, unable to resist Genji. He thrust the staff forward, aimed straight at Miro's head, who, unaware of his current situation, provoked him. Your magic only attacks me this much, confidently asserted. I am indeed a demon king, one of the closest to my own magic. The source of power you call magic is truly just a copy of our magic. The magic itself does not exist. Maikai looked at him expressionlessly, as if he were a dead object. I never said I would use magic to fight you. A light emanated from the tip of the staff. Sacred magic, Miro disdainfully said. Even if it is sacred magic, it still falls within the realm of magic. It is merely a half-baked version of magic that cannot kill me. He smiled mockingly at Miro's ignorance. The source of holy energy began to envelop his body. Then let us wait and see. It gradually spread through the air. Maikai laughed casually. This time will be different. Right. Bright golden rays illuminated the dark forest. The sound echoed continuously, a foot slightly exerting force. Leon jumped up, using his sword to strike forcefully at the monster's arm. After that, he stepped back to defend, paying attention to its wrist. Knowing the opportunity had come, he decisively raised his sword high. Suddenly, its hands widened, and chains rushed forward. Loon's pupils contracted in astonishment. There were countless civilians. He hurriedly stepped back to avoid harming them. They reached out wanting to grab him, and Morden suddenly appeared behind the monster. He calmly pointed, always emitting energy that was directed straight at the monster's head. However, at this moment, the citizens formed a barrier to shield it. Morden immediately stopped. Feeling annoyed, clicking his tongue, the power had approached them and changed direction, causing one person to slide across the ground. He lowered himself next to Leon, who was frustrated, wondering how arrogant these demons were to suddenly appear like this. He frowned, speculating that this meant they were very reckless. His hand moved slightly. The current situation was not very promising. No matter what, this was quite troublesome. Morden observed the monster, analyzing that the demons were using hypnotic magic to turn the citizens into shields to protect themselves. They were sure we would not harm our own kind. In the worst-case scenario, we would have to sacrifice the lives of the citizens. His mood sank as he silently gripped the hilt of his sword. He continued, we definitely have to get past them to catch the demons. Leon spoke up. Is there a way? He expressed his intuition. I feel like I can crush those demons. He turned to ask, Prince Leon, what are you saying? Marden's eyes widened in shock. Loon's demeanor was now extremely serious, with anger hidden deep inside. He watched him, this incredible focus, finally deciding to trust him. Do you have a plan? Leon silently drew his sword from his side. He then replied, no. Loon's foot lightly pressed against the ground. He entered a combat stance. The atmosphere around them shifted. This was just a feeling. A shadow was clearly reflected in his pupils. He was fully concentrated, raising his sword. Countless experiences from previous duels with him came to mind. The figure of a person shrouded in overwhelming power appeared, staring coldly at him. A mysterious energy always emanated from Leon's eyes. He saw the path he could take to avoid and reach the citizens, leading to the monster. He confidently asserted, we can do this. With those words, he followed the guidance and passed through like a gust of wind. It immediately reacted, raising its hand to attack. Leon ruthlessly declared, too late now, as he gripped the sword tightly, then decisively swung hard. The monster's head severed from its neck, fresh blood gushing out like a stream. The gem embedded in its forehead glimmered. Morden, who had been watching all this time, was also astonished, exclaiming, oh! The blade form from Leon's power gradually dissolved, leaving only the hilt. His broad back stood proudly. Now we have completed the tasks we needed to do, he nonchalantly said. I will let you handle the rest. Quirky hero. The figure of Mike Hal appeared in his mind. At that moment, he was silently recalling the eulogy. Pure, the robe symbolized a status suspended between the formations, given to him by the first hero of the holy nation. The holy technique created by the first hero of the holy nation. The light gathered before the tip of the staff. Before returning, he had not been able to use it, but now it was different. Michael coldly said his last words to her. Farewell. Miro was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Evil spirit. The holy light was blindingly bright. Oh! He could not react in time, seemingly frozen before this scene. The sound of lament echoed throughout the forest. Oh! Miro tightly closed her eyes to avoid it, her body trembling with fear. But after a while, seeing no movement, she confusedly opened her eyes. The holy spell shot straight forward from the staff. Miro was delighted. At this moment a hole formed in her forehead from the holy spell. Feeling her condition, she laughed joyfully. Then she laughed loudly in disdain. Ha! Your light is too weak, hero. You staged such a grand scene. And this is all you can do. Michael still calmly looked at her like a fool. Miro raised her hand to block the holy spell, her red pupils scornful. I do not feel any power from your weak light at all. She spoke. You say it is weak, but the light remains unchanged. Suddenly it transformed, changing from yellow to orange. The holy spell ignited and burned Miro's hand. She widened her eyes in surprise. In pain, she held her hand and cried out. Ah! Michael calmly asked, is it time yet? Focused on controlling the holy spell, Asmodeus is different from Bilgebab. Though she has not fully remembered, she has recalled Azoy's true identity. She cannot be easily bound by a pure eulogy. With an indifferent expression, he thought, thus I have transformed it into a eulogy for her myself. Miro was still struggling with her burning arm but could not extinguish the flames. That weak light she ignored was not an ordinary light. The light suddenly moved, twisted and split into two parallel sides. Then it began to climb onto her. Gigantic formation was formed, centered around the head of the monster transformed by Miro, which was the key to activating the previously enchanted magic. Michael slowly raised the staff high. Three lights gradually converged together. He thrust down hard into the formation and connected it with the eulogy. To turn this place into one where Asmodeus could only come but never leave. The patterns on it emitted a holy light. The light shot straight up to the center of another formation in the sky. From the small fire on her arm, Miro was now completely engulfed, the heat burning intensely. A shouted loudly. A stubbornly believed that this magic could not last long. A reached out forward to remind, if you can't completely kill me, then the only victor will be me. Michael slid down a hair coldly. Am I just going to watch? He recited the incantation, the holy spear. At the end of the incantation the spear pierced through Miro's chest. I was stunned, unable to resist, then burned black like charcoal. I helplessly lay on her back, despairingly saying, my future. Michael stepped on Miro's face. Because you deserve it, he smiled arrogantly, declaring, the victory belongs to me now, you filthy creature. It seems I still could not accept this truth. The sky returned to the peaceful blue as it was before. The monster gradually turned to dust, walking forward to say, you really have destroyed it. Surely you have kept your promise. You have passed my trial. The figure of the clan leader appeared. He lost consciousness lying flat on the ground. He exclaimed joyfully, easily defeating a demon king. Thanks to you. This heavy burden has someone to share it. I am very grateful. Micah calmly said a polite remark. Do not worry. Besides, I still can't say that everything has ended. Lute listened and looked at him with confusion. Enjoying, he turned his head, his expression serious. Now there is only this one thing left. I still have to gather a lot more. This peaceful time is what I have always hoped for. The sunlight lightly shone down on the forest with lush vegetation. In the vast empty area, two figures were moving. Lute walked ahead without looking back and asked, did not you just receive the two sacred artifacts of storm and wind? He glanced back with suspicion. Both defending and recovering, he had achieved a remarkably safe pair of powers. As if he had understood them before he obtained them, he expressed his thoughts. To be honest, I am still amazed by your existence. Your mind and way of thinking have surpassed what humanity can achieve. Micah was at a loss for words with this comparison. Do you want to say that I am extraordinary? Lute was a bit curious. Did Hikaw give you something special? He calmly denied this. No. The image of Hikaw appeared in his mind. His regression clearly had nothing to do with Hikaw. She did not even know he had regressed. The answer left him confused. Sending. Could it be that everything just follows its own nature? Suddenly, the silence that had been there broke. Do not misunderstand. I am not saying it is bad that you are like this. She looked at him to clarify. It is just that when one cannot predict the future, people tend to worry. Micah closed his eyes in agreement. I understand, he silently thought. If it was an unforeseen event, then he would act that way too. While imagining a person sitting on the ground trying to reach out like Kyo. Hick, please listen to me. His steps suddenly stopped. We have arrived. This is Mikung. Before them was a giant bud of blue mixed with a hint of mystical purple, surrounded by glimmering spots of light. Its trunk was covered in sharp thorns. Vite introduced. This is the true form of Mikung that everyone has seen. Micah looked up to observe it. Really, his gaze was focused. This object was different from any relic he had seen before. The purple bud carried a mysterious aura. It was a visible entity and quite large. Of course, he could feel the abundant holy power within it. Micah expressed his curiosity. How do you use it? Vit felt puzzled. Just now you used it very skillfully, so why are you asking how to use it now? He replied, wasn't it due to the urgent situation that you only mentioned it briefly? I need more specific instruction. He responded accurately, but did not I say everything already? Micah paused for a moment. Oh. The expression on his face was innocent. Everything he had done was all he could do with it. He seemed to listen carefully. If not, then why would I call you extraordinary? You just said that what I had done was all of it. Maikai recalled the past scene and denied it. No, it could not be like that, at that time. I should have been able to use it much better. But in Lute's eyes, that was the best already. His emotions did not waver. He fell into deep thought, thinking about it. Currently, in this state of his, even he found it hard to distinguish. Then he looked up in one direction. If that is the case, Maikai gently touched the trunk to feel. His idea was confirmed. Just as he thought, it seemed like a new path opened up. Standing before the true form of Mekong, he finally understood. Maikai recalled the forms of the two types of relics. The one he had used when facing Amodius was just a simulation of the storm he had used before regressing. He was lost in his own world, a flower that had yet to bloom. The giant bud remained motionless. According to the withdrawal, that flower had never bloomed at all. Maikai carefully considered this issue. A flower that does not bloom. No, a flower will not bloom. He gently closed his eyes. However, this bud would eventually bloom and reveal its innermost nature. He could feel the energy flowing through the vine. I could see it. The bright veins connected the parts of the bud, the divine power swirling within this Mekong. There were some interruptions that made Maikai doubtful, and there were places where the flow of divine power was blocked. Is this how it is? The true nature of Mekong, a sacred object that even the guardian angels do not fully understand. He focused his consciousness on his palm. The veins became increasingly distinct. It would be a lie to say that he had no interest at all. Suddenly, the bud maintained a state of transformation that had appeared for years. A brilliant halo flickered at its center. He raised his hand to shield himself. My eyes, full of astonishment, he stuttered in disbelief. The bud, empowered by Maikai, had bloomed. This unbelievable sight made him stammer. What? Everything was anticipated by him. Look. This is. The calmness vanished and was replaced by surprise. A voice. What? Surrounding scene was enveloped in a dark hue. Amidst that gloomy space, a beam of light shone brightly above. Maikai pondered. Could this voice have been swallowed by the divine light in the maze? He could see nothing ahead. All he could see was a pitch-black void, and a whisper appeared in Maikai's ear. Should I do this? He startled and turned around to search for the source. Then his pupils dilated in astonishment when he turned his head back. There was a pair of red eyes staring intently at Maikai. While the figure was shrouded in dark energy, those eyes reflected a mix of emotions. Resentment, pain, regret, malice. Nothing good at all. Black mist swirling around it. Micah's expression was slightly apprehensive. He thought the figure was looking at him, but then he realized this image was not in the present. He quickly shifted his attention. The person with those red eyes was not looking at him at all. On the other side, there was only a pitch-black void, and he could not hear what the figure was saying. Suddenly, the dark figure opened its mouth and spoke. There is no need to exist for anything. Who else can do this besides us? There is no one but us. How much longer do you intend to be stubborn? The mournful voice stunned Maikai. I do not understand. What is this? A series of questions arose in his mind. Was the maze showing him these images? Why was it showing him? He began to walk, but immediately afterward, he stumbled and fell. Micah's body seemed to lose gravity. Floating in the night, that voice denied. No, you are wrong. Nothing can replace us. His gaze became hazy. He was losing consciousness. His hand tried to reach forward but could not grasp anything. What could he gain from these events? The dark figure suddenly excitedly shouted. You are wrong, Dasa. This sound awakened Maikai. He suddenly uncovered a corner of the iceberg. Is that how it is? Outside. Rut was very puzzled. What is going on? I thought the maze was created based on an incomplete hypothesis. Sitting leisurely on his shoulder. I think they intentionally did not let you know everything about the maze. He was even more confused. What do you mean? She smiled mysteriously. Is not it true that there are things that only the possessor of the sacred artifact can see? Rut suddenly understood a bit. He has received 3 sacred artifacts already. It would not be surprising if the sacred artifacts had some significant changes that a disciple like me did not know. The beams of light from the flower buds continued to flow into Maikai's body. They gently wrapped around him. At this moment, Maikai suddenly smiled. 2 days later, although Asmodeus looked like a disaster, fortunately, no one in Gyuton was injured. The scene here became peaceful once again. The people were merely hypnotized, and the demons hiding in the crowd had been dealt with by the butler and Leon. Memories of their battle with the monster army surfaced. It must be thanks to Rot who blocked all the lightning strikes during the battle with Asmodeus. It was a fiercely intense fight. However, this still greatly affected the image of the tourist city of Gyuton. The road across the bridge into the city was very deserted. However, the elder was not disappointed at all. Returning to the present, he laughed heartily with a satisfied mood. It is okay. We gained more than we lost. There is no reason for me to be sad. He continued to express. He did not expect Gyuton to grow too much at all. After Asmodeus was defeated, he regained his senses. But because he felt the weight of the sins he had committed, he wanted to end his own life. At that moment, the elder had no attachment to life. Maikai advised Zuth to go meet him, and he brought new light to the elder. Zuth came and encouraged him. This moment was forever etched in the elder's memory. Even when Zuth played the role of a god, His expression was somewhat uncomfortable, and Meikai had to persuade him for quite a while. He smiled contentedly at the current outcome, but thanks to this, the elder regained some vitality. Is not that a good thing? The elder clasped his hands in sincerity, for since you are the one whom Lord Zuth trusts, the hero, I will also place my trust in you. Everyone was solemnly grateful. The guides had spread out all over the world. From now on, they would wholeheartedly support you, and Maikai's mood became cheerful. The sound of footsteps scraping against the ground echoed. Papers were scattered beside him. The situation in Gutton had been handled well, and he had successfully obtained the holy relic. This is the best outcome, is not it? He nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is right. The seal in the shape of a flower symbolizing Mekong was imprinted on Maikai's wrist. He focused on observing it. It seemed Mekong had also merged with his body. Maikai extended his hand forward, contemplating whether he should try using it a little. Just then, Leon suddenly appeared with a grim expression. He was completely naked except for a towel wrapped around him, and he was even washing his hair. The atmosphere was awkward and strange. He wondered what was going on. Maikai tried to stay calm and praised. The holy relic is truly reliable. Continue this? Loon was stunned by the bizarre situation. What the hell? Before he could finish speaking, he was sent back to the original location. Maikai was very pleased. The Mekong holy relic had the ability to summon anyone without any effort, although it was limited to those he had marked. By the time Leon returned to the bathroom, he was still in a daze. He clenched his fists and began to plan for optimization. If he could control it, it would be very useful. His thoughts shifted to a more important issue. However, what he truly received from Mekong was something else. Maikai's expression turned serious. Memories from the past. At first, he could not grasp what those memories were about, only seeing a pitch-black color. But eventually, he recognized those memories. They were indeed the memories of the demon god and Asa. The two colored eyes, one red and one blue, stood out against the darkness. Maikai discovered the memories of those two deities. He spoke up and asked, Zed, you once said that if we collect more sacred artifacts, we could learn more about ancient times. Right? She, lost in thought, was suddenly drawn to this. Zed affirmed naturally, that is true. Sacred artifacts contain information that those capable should know. How can one confront the demon god without such information? Maikai's tone shifted. So if that is the case then, he wondered, can I also catch a glimpse of Asa's memories? Upon hearing this, she looked at him with wide eyes in shock. Zed immediately turned to probe. In that brief moment, did you see any of Asa's memories? Her expression was serious as she explained. Because you absorbed part of the sacred artifact belonging to him. In theory, this is not impossible. But generally, humans unconsciously reject such memories, she confidently asserted. Humanity's vessels cannot bear the memories of him. Maikai remained calm. But I am still fine. Zed frowned, falling into contemplation. She recalled a question. Has your clan ever mentioned that your ancestors were not human? He reminisced. There was once, but that lineage had faded long ago. Surely there are still remnants left. Her demeanor turned serious as she pondered. Particularly special ancestor. Zed analyzed further. If you are someone who can withstand his memories. Her silence puzzled Maikai. What was she doing? Why was not she continuing? Suddenly, his eyes widened, his expression reflecting a brilliant flame. Conjecture arose that made Zed feel incredulous. No way. It can't be like that. Right. Looking at the tribe joyfully celebrating before him, a familiar thought briefly appeared. The issue with Gotten had been resolved. The supreme leader had regained consciousness, and Gotten had regained strength to develop once again. And more importantly, Asmodeus had been completely destroyed. The second demon lord was defeated after Biljubab, whose specialty was scheming. If his plan had succeeded, it could have led to a terrible disaster. Preventing it was indeed a huge success. At this moment, a hand gently placed itself on the globe model on the table. Micah silently gazed at the globe, exclaiming inwardly, indeed the good news is that we have killed those two demon lords. But his complexion was not as good as it appeared, and the bad news is that this is just the beginning. Biljubab is considered one of the weakest among the demon lords. Asmodeus is known for his schemes but is quite weak in other aspects. From this information, he silently confirmed that, compared to the other demon lords, they are completely at a disadvantage. Out there, 5 demon lords are waiting with the Supreme Queen. After thinking, he gently waved his hand to spin the globe. The other 5 cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, he recalled a familiar image full of caution. Among them Belphegor, who had discovered his real name. Micah's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed a bit, telling himself that the reason he has not acted yet could be Heket. Because the queen cannot delay, attracting Heket's attention is not advisable at all. They will not remain silent forever. Now that Asmodeus is dead, they will definitely act. Thinking about it, his feet, which had been restless until now, moved slightly. He slowly turned his feet toward one direction to move. Micah stepped forward with anticipation, wondering what their first target would be. His gaze was deep and full of meaning as he remembered familiar people. It was very clear, the master or the supreme sorcerer. With each thought, Eden appeared in his mind, the precious treasure of humanity capable of standing up against the demon lords. They will target the most outstanding among them. A pair of cold shoes that are close to the ground according to his words. The first person everyone thinks of is a figure full of majesty and strength stood out. Mayam Ariran. Back to the present. He reached for the coat on the hanger, thinking that in that case, the next destination is. Micah draped the coat over himself with a casual air, the land of no sudden changes. Transitioning, after hearing his decision, Roland without emotion confirmed and asked back. Su Daya. He looked back at him and softly replied, yes, I came to say goodbye. Realizing his determination, he could only close his eyes and accept it. Immediately after, he opened his mouth to say, I believe you know that completely stopping the descent of the female demon is impossible. Micah did not let him speak much and quickly continued. I know, if it were possible to completely stop it, we would not have prepared the tome or divided his remains. All I know is that if we gather all the holy-like beings, there will be a way to confront the female demon that may appear. Lightly continuing, he revealed, that is also why the female demon is in such a hurry to descend. Currently, there are many people called heroes like you, and no one knows about the appearance of the tome. You must understand what that means. When hearing what he said, Micah looked up at the sky and momentarily fell into contemplation. Before returning, he had information about the tome but had never truly seen it. He recalled a magical orb emitting brilliant light hovering in the air. Underneath it were the arms of those ambitious trying to reach it. Micah, terrified, looked at the object in his hand and exclaimed, what we or even Siegfried received is all fake. This means that even if there is information, it is all redundant if you are not a recognized person. At this moment, V turned his head to look at him and exclaimed, at the moment I received the Saint Relic, it was no longer possible to turn back. He gave a meaningful glance, which meant that he was the true hero. The car appeared near his pocket. He expressed a hint of worry. Everything depended on him. This meant that Micah, remaining calm, imagined the terrifying hands enveloping him. Indeed, the Demon Queen would watch over me. That was obvious, but he quickly smiled nonchalantly and continued. Even those great demon lords who were plotting behind the scenes were not a problem. I also had something I believed in. He raised his hand, pointing towards the throne declaration. That was the liberation of the clans. Accordingly, an image of the trio of judgment, Enf, and extraction appeared to illustrate his words. What I received was not just the Saint Relic. He recalled the gigantic magic circle he once executed in that forest. It revived a sanctuary that suppressed the influence of the demons. The more sacred marks I received, the more it would expand. His face became contemplative, and then the round table would be revived. A book materialized. It was simply the knowledge of the scroll, but that was why I gathered the sacred marks. All the sacred marks of the apostles had been collected, and on the day they were liberated, the most sacred round table would manifest, and he sang would illuminate the whole world. While Michael silently sank into his thoughts, Jit's eyes subtly glanced at him, but he quickly turned his face away and said, even if you know what, you are still chosen by Asa. You will be on the right path. He gradually approached her, seeking her trust. Please take good care of the formulus. She carefully avoided letting him sit next to her, assuring him, do not worry. I will definitely manage it. She lazily looked up at the sky, cheering him on. The more sacred marks you find, the stronger and more influential we become. So overcome the difficulties and protect the sacred marks. We will be your steadfast allies. Receiving her words, Michael felt interestingly confident and promised, I will rearrange everything back in order. The three of them quietly gazed ahead, full of anticipation for something called a future that does not exist, for the dream that we may someday embrace. The scene changed once again to another place, where three figures cautiously passed through the deep forest in conversation. A land that did not peel away. Ryan, full of excitement, shouted all the way. It was definitely the perfect place to gather more battle experience. Michael looked at the foolish guy with a dumb expression. At this moment, he was silently cursing him in his heart. Proud useless Ryan was very excited. He slightly furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering what had happened to him that he was not like this at first. Just then, someone called out to him, Master. The man suddenly reached out to grab something. That man was Morden. He clenched his fist, showcasing his muscular strength beneath his clothing. Do you see the difference in strength? Michael silently stared at him. The two fell into a silence. Immediately, he chuckled a few times and spoke first. You think it is still the same, right? He pretended to be surprised to respond to him. Oh. The butler notices quickly. Morden confidently slapped his muscles, recalling that about 2 years ago he talked about the importance of physical development. He then struck another pose like a bodybuilder and said, so I developed it. With his low growl, the fabric of his butler outfit gradually tore apart. Shortly after, Morton shouted loudly. The butler outfit completely ripped open, revealing his muscular body. Observing his actions, Michael slightly frowned, displaying an indescribable expression, but he felt something surge from him. Wait, what was that? He had never seen anything like it. Even before the regression, it was truly terrifying. Then, Morton bowed respectfully and presented to him. I have realized a few things, Master. Hearing this, he immediately inquired. Realized what? He clenched his fist and revealed. I did not become a magician through ordinary means. Therefore I should not just be a mediocre magician. Looking at his posture, Michael instinctively stepped back to maintain a distance and questioned, is he planning to change professions to a shaman? Morden changed his stance again, opening his fist towards him and replied, The circulatory system seems to have different arrangements with each body, and as he briefly hesitated before speaking the next words, a flame suddenly erupted. In that case, it was divine power, but for me, it is. He looked at the gigantic fireball he conjured in amazement and muttered, "What the hell is that?" Mikhail, following Morden's movement, retracted the flame out of curiosity, fireball 3 times larger than normal. Noticing his curiosity, he explained, "My magic is proportional to my physical strength. After synthesizing all my knowledge over the past year, I see physical strength as a layer of armor beneath my magic." He winked playfully while introducing and decided to call it beneath the armor. Michael helplessly stood between 2 rather unusual individuals, one a functionary and the other a star, inwardly lamenting, another useless person in the team. At the same time in the Western Empire, in the territory of Beitigizan, a man was looking at the person in front of him, but thought this questioning was the 6th knight of the empire, the protector of the West, Beitigizan. "I will ask again who is coming." The guard immediately repeated his previous answer to him. "It is the judge. Lady Medium." He helplessly sighed and muttered, "So she has returned." But Tigizan recalled the figure of that person and softly exclaimed, "The judge of the lawless land." Shortly after, he turned his head to look out the window and mumbled to himself, "She has been gone for nearly 2 years while searching for her own path. I do not like that very much." He looked at the barren land outside and wondered, could it be that she returned to enforce the law, judging criminals? But immediately, Beitigizan frowned and countered himself, "No, Medium has never asked me to be a judge. To put it plainly, this lawless land is not my territory." Saying so, he looked towards Medium outside and asked, "Why has she returned?" Beneath that sharp mask, her gaze contained an icy and deadly aura. Finally, but Tigizan made a decision. "I must personally speak with her. The judge is not the type of person who cannot be reasoned with." The guard looked at him wanting to leave and then said, "I just hope it is not too serious." He took his sword and sheathed it. Beitigizan strode past the guard, commanding him sternly, hoping for the best. The shiny iron shoes slowly traded on the barren ground as he stood majestically before Medium in a tense atmosphere. Immediately after, she respectfully bowed to him. "It has been a long time since we last met. Beitig, I apologize for this sudden visit." He calmly interrupted her. "Let us set that aside for now." Without much preamble, but Tigizan struck right at the heart of what she wanted to ask. Coming to the reason for her presence here, Medium quickly straightened up and spoke some confusing words. "I understand that you are also a parent to exceptional children." Hearing her say that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Not quite. Although they are children who never listen to their father." Medium lightly nodded in agreement with him. "Children are all the same." Her words only made him more curious. "What do you mean?" Her sharp eyes changed, filled with intensity as they looked straight at the person in front of her. Noticing this gaze, Beitigizan was momentarily taken aback. Medium immediately expressed her request. "I have a plea." Beitig. He became more serious in the heavy atmosphere between them. The tone from beneath the mask slowly articulated each word. "My child has run away." Hearing her complete a sentence, Beitig's heart seemed to relax. "I understand. The child. The children." At this moment, he paused, finally grasping what she meant. "Huh." He blankly asked again, "What did you just say?" Medium hesitated to repeat her response to him once more. "The children have run away," and he seemed unable to believe it. Run away. At the same time, at another location, Mikai's group had entered the town, and Butler Modern was conversing with him. "One thing is certain, if the great demon king intends to, destroying this fortress is not impossible." He calmly rebutted his words. "If a great demon king truly aimed for it, it would collapse. Of course, approaching us right now is no different from a suicide attack." Ryan quickly added, "It could be broken, but their lives would not be safe." As soon as he finished, Mikai recalled a demon king that had been defeated. If Asmodeus, the leader, succeeded, they would be much more aggressive. Without thinking much longer, he spoke up to plan. "First, I need to meet Batisi to prepare for any threats." Suddenly, something flashed past him, interrupting his speech. Mikai remained in that state while a loud sound occurred beside him. Where the wall had just made the noise, a large hole appeared, and opposite the hole sat a young man on the ground. The angry teenager shouted, "Damn it." From the hole in the wall, a pair of shoes immediately appeared. They should have been cleaned out. Hearing this voice, Mikai smiled with amusement. Why would you do that without any information? Not just him, even Ryan and Modin recognized that person. Wait. That is, the teenager who had just fallen to the ground now stood up and loudly retorted, "I do not know who you are, but surely you have heard the name Hiran. Right? It would be very unreasonable not to know that name around here." The person who appeared from the broken wall firmly grasped the sword, repeating, "Hiran. Right." Aelin stepped on the pile of debris with disdain, saying, "That filthy scum." Hearing her mocking words made him even angrier. "You think you can just abandon our mercenary group like that and walk away?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful slash was directed straight ahead. The slash left a small wound on the face of that Hydra mercenary, causing him to be terrified. Immediately, he turned his head and fled unwillingly. shouting loudly. Just wait there. Aelin from afar also shouted back at him. Fine. Remember to come back. I will show you your head on the ground. After driving off that mercenary, she contentedly rested the sword on her shoulder and exhaled, feeling a good deed had just been accomplished. It was only then that she realized that she was not alone. Right, 4 people, 8 eyes looking at each other, immersed in the quiet space. The one who spoke first with a shy stutter was Aelin. Michael. He looked at her, smiling excitedly. It has been 2 years, has not it? After a moment, the surrounding space transformed into the inside of an inn. He and Martin sat across from her. Michael was the one who started the conversation first by complimenting the person in front of him. You look quite nice. Aelin blushed and turned her face away to respond. Are you smiling at me? He lightly rested his chin on his hand, smirking. The meaning behind the words is that you have always had enough to eat and live well, but you are not satisfied. Right. She regained her composure and lowered her head to respond. You are right. I feel happy yet full of vitality. Without further ado, Michael immediately got to the main issue. You being here means Miss Milliam is here too. Right. Being guessed by him. She bowed her head and listened intently to every word he said. Sis, Milliam came here looking for her child, so I think she will be with the Vulture mercenary group. Just as he finished speaking, Aelin slowly revealed. The thing is she met her child in the Vulture state. You know, a distant relationship between parents and children cannot be resolved easily. Hearing that, Michael immediately asked, so their relationship has not improved. Her face showed a heavy expression. It is awkward. If it were just that, it would not be a big deal. My master's child also ran away. Hearing her speak, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Saying that, he fell into a thoughtful state full of questions. How strange. No matter how inexperienced Milliam was as a mother, her child ran away again. Which means, thinking for a moment, Michael suggested, I have a basic idea about this situation. Sis, Milliam traveled a long way to find her child. And you accompanied her, his lips curled with hidden meaning. But Aelin, you forgot one important thing. The reason Carria ran away. Michael immediately raised a question that dug deep into the secret they were trying to keep hidden. What happened in the Vulture state? Hearing him ask, she hesitated slightly. Her lips pressed tightly. She began to open her mouth hesitantly, uttering one word. That. The reason Carrie escaped. Then Michael Wampurgis asked, exactly what happened in the Vulture mercenary group. Aelin immediately replied, okay, I will tell you. Then she recalled the time spent with Milliam. Aelin recounted that after leaving the capital, her master reunited with her son right at the Vulture Canal. She said, in her memory. At that time the look in Milliam's eyes was filled with panic when she saw her son. Then Milliam went to her lost son Carria and took his hands. Just thinking about this made Aelin very emotional. She continued to recount. And then, tears streamed down her face. It seemed that Maikai felt Aelin was starting to tell irrelevant things. He interrupted. Enough. Go on. Hearing this, Aelin continued her story. From then on, her master silently observed her son adapting to the mercenary group. When Carria reunited with his mother, he had adapted well to the mercenary group. From what she knew, Carria was someone who strictly adhered to principles. Then Aelin also revealed the reason Carria joined the group. She continued. That was the reason he joined the Vulture mercenary group from the very beginning. Maikai interrupted. I understand, but then Aelin sighed and said, but the problem is, the mercenary group is too strict with their principles. Hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. Maikai recalled what she had said. Aelin had said this. He recalled the time of enlistment and remembered what Aelin had narrated. While the Vultures were on a routine mission, they discovered a demon appearing in a remote village. But then an unfortunate event occurred. However, the demon spread toxins throughout the village. In the end, their fate was, and the villagers were poisoned. They screamed in agony as they gradually transformed into monsters. It was truly sad for those villagers. The story did not end there. Aelin continued. The villagers were completely unaware that they had turned into monsters, and among the many poisoned individuals, there appeared a girl with vacant eyes. Even though a sword was at her throat, those eyes showed no signs of fear. Then the mercenary named Vung Kiem. We can probably easily guess the fate of that poor girl, Aelin hesitated to say, and the Vulture mercenary group. Blood was splattered all over the floor, even staining Carria's face. At that time he was utterly horrified and shocked to the core. Aelin continued. They massacred all of. Then she told Maikai that they surely thought there was no way to save them, but it turned out not all villagers turned into monsters. She continued with her story. We discovered later, in the case of children, their inherent goodness slowed down the decay. Then he added, that is a truth not many people know. Hearing this, Aelin asked, what do you think? The teacher asked. Maikai Wampurgis did not rush to answer but thought to himself, did the Vulture mercenary group make the wrong choice? He wondered and also found the answer for himself. No, they had to make the best choice in a limited situation. In the worst case scenario, they could have lost the demon, or it could have led to a greater disaster. But, after thinking it over, Maikai told Aelin that they were a bit hasty, unlike the way vultures worked. She agreed. I think so too. Then he continued, There is no absolutely correct answer in this world. If I had to say, it seems like neither side is entirely wrong. Then Maikai leaned on the table and stood up. He asked, "However, to really know, we need to hear from the people involved. Right?" Hearing that, Aileen replied, "That is true. Even though I want to ask, I can't find them right now to ask." But then Maikai answered with a sentence that surprised her greatly. He said, "There is a way to find them." Aileen's face showed confusion. She asked again, "What? What did he say?" Aileen said in an extremely loud voice. Despite her changed attitude, Maikai still calmly said, "The medicine I gave to Miss Minium. Was it given to Korea?" Aileen immediately replied, "Yes. That is what I heard. I heard it has improved one of his chronic conditions. Did you do anything with it?" After hearing this, Maikai smiled. He asked Aileen again, "Do what with it? Do you think I am?" Maikai turned to look at her with a sinister expression. He said, "Of course, I did." Then Maikai thought to himself, Carrier was almost a non-existent person before his rebirth. He is the most important person to Minium. I simply added a feature to the medicine as a precaution, he thought. Then Maikai created a ball of energy with a blue light and said, "There is no reason to delay. Let us check his location right now." He was just refining the magic into magic circles. But then suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Aileen immediately asked, "Why? Why is there a problem?" As for Ryuan, he sat beside them, still not understanding what was happening around him. Then Maikai did not answer her question but said, "Aileen, talk here with Ryuan and the steward. If there is nothing to say, make something up." "What?" Hearing that, both Ryuan and Aileen said in unison, "Wait." She interrupted, "What is it? At least tell me what is happening first." Maikai said that Aileen would disappear if he told her. He also said, "I will tell you after I come back." In the end, Ryuan could not stop him. "Hey, Maikai." When Maikai had left, the three of them silently looked at each other. No one spoke, and then Ryuan and Aileen sat back in their seats. Now Ryuan hesitated to speak. "So shall we start with Mimti?" As for Ryuan, he landed and looked around. This place was a neighborhood but somewhat old-fashioned. There was no one around. Maikai wondered, is this an abandoned area in the border territory? Then he also moved, talking as he walked. In a place like this, it would be quite difficult to find. When he reached an alley, Maikai stopped to observe. He said, "So this is not just a simple escape." Looking at what was in front of him, Maikai continued, "The shadow of a person not moving by itself. There was only one reason. It turned out what was in the alley was Karya." He sat in the darkness as if hugging himself. His hands had also been mutated to the point of turning a deep black. Sensing someone near him, Karya turned to look at Maikai. The strange transformation. Maikai said. Karya cast a dark gaze towards the approaching people. He hesitated to speak in confusion. "You," with a tense brow, Ryuan asked Maikai, "What are you going to do?" Maikai cautiously assessed Karya's situation. His hands were covered in black with some streaks of blood appearing, making him sigh. If this continues, he will definitely turn into a monster. Lightning also carefully follows his gaze. It seems he has been abandoned and not treated. Maikai nonchalantly replied to her, "The transformation is not important. We can cleanse it." Lightning, curious, asked, "Then why are you just standing there?" Maikai remained silent and solemnly exclaimed, "A master manipulator." He silently contemplated Karya's situation. He was blessed with talent. From what he heard, he is a high-level master. Just by looking at Karya reaching that level, he could tell he is of Millium bloodline. Thinking of this, Maikai was momentarily stunned by Karya's condition, but for someone like him to be rotting away, he silently affirmed, "That is not an ordinary demon." Karya's whole body trembled continuously. Dark, ominous energies surrounded him. The dark energies continued to increase around him. Karya hugged himself, his eyes growing darker. The dark energy erupted, engulfing a vast space. Maikai watched this scene and thought, is he holding back the demon? In this critical situation, without further hesitation, he swung his staff. A blinding golden light erupted. "Are you trying to pressure me?" Maikai struck that astonishing light towards Karya, causing him to scream in pain. The dark energy also began to dissipate. Maikai could not help but feel satisfied with the effect of the blow. Just as expected, a staff delivers a good hit. Lightning stretched helplessly at his actions, using a precious staff like a club. Is that a family tradition? Maikai did not understand her implication and reassured her, "Do not worry, the damage only affects the demon." Lightning sighed in rebuttal. "That is not what I meant." At this moment Karya was clutching his head in agony. He growled in pain, attracting Maikai's attention. Going out, he seemed to realize something and laughed out loud. "Now I understand." Karya clenched his teeth in anger, blood vessels becoming increasingly visible all over his face. He rolled his eyes watching his whole body transform. Maikai could not help but wonder, who is the mastermind behind this monster's original form? Meanwhile, on the other side, at the old Nath castle earlier, a trio was silent and zealot over a difficult issue to resolve. Ryan was filled with confusion as he had run out of topics to discuss. Aylin hastily took a sip of tea. She broke the silence, mentioning that person. Aylin forced a strained smile. She secretly lamented, thinking about the past. Aylin had no right to blame his rudeness. Why did it bother her so much? Elan still could not help but ponder that she had initiated it, but somehow something felt off. Morden smiled, interrupting her thoughts. Haha, Miss Elan. You woke up to respond to him. Oh, butler, did you call me? Morden exhaled and continued. Just accept it. There is no point in trying to understand the lackey. One cannot stop a genius. His words stunned Elan. Genius, she secretly lamented, unable to comprehend how he knew what she was thinking. Elan looked at Morden. Thinking, by the way. She vaguely sensed the difference and spoke up. You have grown a bit, have not you? This statement excited Morden greatly. He stood up and asked, Can you see it? Morden approached Elan, showing off his muscular build. She could feel it if she touched it. Elan hurriedly raised her hand to block in front of her, rejecting his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Morden, why are you here? Milliam stepped in, looking around the room before asking. Even the Holy Sword teenager is here. What is going on? Elan quickly responded to her. Haha, miss. Milliam, long time no see. I am just following the young master. Milliam was surprised and asked, You mean my benefactor has come all the way here? Elan hurriedly approached her apologetically. I'm sorry. Dear master, I still have not found Corius' whereabouts. I contacted an informant, but it seems that guy is a fake. Milliam did not blame her but replied, No, that is not your fault. However, we need to find him quickly. Morden suddenly exclaimed, catching their attention. It will be fine. She was not satisfied with his response. How can you say that when we do not know what state he is in? Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred behind her, causing Milliam to open her eyes wide in horror. From the village, thick smoke arose and a nonchalant voice exclaimed, I used the wrong teleportation. Mikey appeared in the room with Caria. He looked at the newcomer with a hint of surprise. Oh, SS. Milliam, you are here too, in Milliam and Alan's astonishment. He continued, that will make everything faster. Milliam finally regained her composure and exclaimed, Benefactor. She also just realized the person next to him. How surprising. Caria. Milliam could not believe it and hesitated. How did you find my son exactly where? Micah did not respond to her question but seriously stated, I understand your feelings. But first, there is something I need to hear. He spoke slowly. Precisely. Micah paused for a moment, looking at Caria's miserable condition. Milliam could not help but frown in shock at his situation. Micah frowned and questioned her. Exactly what happened in the Cunner mercenary team. Milliam hesitated slightly and raised her hand. This is. Micah glanced to the side, empathizing with her hesitation. Of course, I understand that is not easy to discuss. He saw a crowd gathered around them, curious about what was happening and suggested, this is not a suitable place to discuss, so let us move to another location. He affirmed, there is someone else who needs to hear this story. At a noble mansion in Russia, a room glowing with mysterious light, a person approached the window, staring silently at the distant scenery. Izan hesitantly uttered, Damn it. He could not help but reflect on the past. Just a year or two ago, the idea of protecting below from demons was just an illusion. Izan frowned seriously and suggested, I think we should prepare, but I have not faced many low-level demons before. He thought of a talented and powerful person and sighed that if he could get some advice from that rumored hero, it might make everything a little easier. Thinking so, Izan turned and left, his face betraying undeniable tension. Suddenly, he was shocked and turned around when he noticed something unusual, the dry sound of it. He immediately tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, ready to fight. Izan moved closer to where the strange sound was coming from. There should have been guards protecting the villa here. He could not help but feel tense. Thinking, could it be a demon? Suddenly, someone appeared behind Izan, smiling and greeting him. Hello. He was startled and quickly turned around to check. Izan widened his eyes, thinking that he instinctively drew his sword. He did not sense any ominous aura from the opponent. But he could not retract the sword that had been drawn. The sound of clashing echoed loudly, surrounded by a solid magical barrier that blocked Izan's sword, leaving him stunned. Magic. He became more suspicious and questioned the person in front of him. Who are you? Please reveal your identity. The person continued to smile brightly despite Izan's somewhat violent actions. First of all, I apologize for visiting you like this. Noble Izan of the Bing Seeing territory. This person Mickey Hai, cheerfully introducing himself. I am Maikai Wampurgis, the hero of this generation. Upon hearing this, Izan understood the implication and repeated his words. I understand. Hero Maikai. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes confused as he reflected on what he just said. Izan was shocked and turned his gaze towards Maikai. Wait, hero, Maikai replied calmly. Yes, that is right. The more Izan thought about it, the more confused he became. Why would a hero invade? When had the guards at the door been taken down? They lay scattered. Unconscious. Izan frowned, carefully contemplating what he was seeing. Maikai raised his hand, bringing Caria in front of him. I have come here because I believe you need to hear about the current situation. Izan hesitated slightly, considering Caria's condition. The situation is, but before he could finish, Maikai interrupted him and continued seriously. The creatures are fierce. He glanced at Karya while he was still painfully fighting off the changes, and continued to clarify Izen's doubts. Fortunately, the decay is not at a serious level, can be purified immediately. Hearing this, Milliam became more anxious and exclaimed loudly, "Then please do that immediately. Benefactor, if you save this child, I will repay your kindness." Micah remained calm in response to her plea and suggested, "Then tell me about the vulture mercenaries that Lady Milliam encountered." Milliam questioned him with doubt. "Do you think the vulture mercenaries are related to my son's decay?" Micah casually replied to her, "I consider it one of the possibilities." Hearing this, Milliam felt a bit tense, and she frowned quietly for a moment, but not long after, she quickly made a decision to begin narrating details. There are certainly suspicious aspects. She reflected on what had been reported, and Milliam could not help but be shocked when she recalled, "The vultures were on high alert with me." Micah carefully assessed the truth in her words. That is not unusual. Milliam and Ilan are probably just guests of the mercenaries. However, he continued, "Milliam, that vigilance is not in the usual sense. Is it?" Izen was tense when considering a possibility. Could the vulture mercenaries be connected to the evil spirits? He thought of Milos and continued to analyze the situation. Milos is a knight who values honor, and if it was a group of mercenaries formed by him. Of course, Milliam remembered and slightly hesitantly responded to him. "Dear Izen, I have been in the mercenary group for over a year, but I assure you I have never seen Milos even once." Milliam's words left everyone in the room in shock. She approached her poor son and added, "I simply think that he is a busy man." She gently stroked Karya's sorrowful face. Feeling heartbroken, Milliam expressed a hint of indignation. "Until my son ended up like this." She tried to regain her composure and turned to ask Micah, "Do you know that the vultures give their members new names? It is said that this is to establish their identity as mercenaries." Micah nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I know." He began to ponder what he had heard. The mercenary leader Milos was once a knight. Thus the Kondor mercenaries are also referred to as a lineage of noble knights. Their demands are clearly justified. What Milliam is saying is not the traditional kind of justification. Milliam furrowed her brows. "The new names seem off. Has it always been like this or did it start with my son?" "I am not sure." Micah still had doubts and continued to ask her, "Dear Milliam, do you know the name your son received in the mercenary group?" Milliam thought for a moment and then replied, "Mel Ozen." This name made Micah freeze for a moment. His eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Micah laughed self-deprecatingly. He burst out laughing, leaving everyone confused. "Ha, it is really absurd." He covered his face with his hand, thinking to himself, "What a coincidence." Micah spoke seriously. The demonic names given to their subordinates often include the term little brother. His words made Milliam gradually panic. "What do you mean?" Micah calmly explained to her, "This term can still function even when one changes the order from little brother." He looked towards Korea. For example, a red phrase Mel briefly appeared in his mind. Micah continued about this name. "Changing it to Mel does not make much difference." He extended his hand and used magic to pull the dark, gloomy aura from Korea. It was certainly a deception worthy of a demon. A shapeless, furious demon let out a roar as he was pulled from the boy's body. Micah quickly cast magic. A golden vortex appeared around his fingers. Perhaps the moment he received the name, it started to sign him. However, due to the name being distorted, that would slow down his decay process. A strong, bright golden light shot through the dark demon. It was quickly subdued by him and fell from the void. Everyone in the room was stunned as they witnessed this scene. Izen hesitantly exclaimed, "This is a large fox lying scattered on the floor, surrounded by a strange dark aura." Izen was still astonished to see the true form of that demon. A fox. Micah approached, bending down to examine the large fox, which had many symbols representing demons, and those symbols also had levels. He added that a fox in this case is a lower symbol of the demon Anuc. I looked up, trying to remember the name Anuc. I recall it being mentioned several times in the history books of the continent. A creature that rots among warriors and amplifies their insecurities. Micah also fell silent at times before the ferocious demon, secretly thinking that the demon Anuc rarely caused such chaos before his reincarnation. He stood up abruptly and continued explaining to everyone. For reference, the demon can track this symbol. In other words, Izen understood his point and asked, "Are you saying that the demon will target our territory?" Micah nodded seriously. Acknowledging his meaning, Ryan also suggested, "We need to move to where the Kondor mercenaries are right now. My lord, you also need to prepare for a possible attack." Suddenly, a hurried voice from outside interrupted their conversation. "My lord, it is Jackson. May I come in?" Izen agreed, saying to him, "Come in." A guard entered, kneeling respectfully and stammering, "I have a report." Jackson urgently reported that the soldiers guarding the western wall had reported seeing something suspicious. According to the report, they saw something black and twisted. His words made Izen tense up. Something black. He could not help but feel anxious and quickly directed his gaze towards Micah. "If there is nothing else, I will go check the wall." Micah understood his intention and replied, "Understood. It seems your assistance is needed." Soon after, everyone left one by one, with Micah and Milliam slowly walking down the hallway of the Grand Hall. Maikai walked in silence, appearing to be deep in thought about something. William quickly caught up to him and spoke. Benefactor. She still felt something was suspicious. Do not you think the timing of this report is suspicious? Maikai pondered her suspicions, not rushing to respond. Suddenly, he smiled with a hint of meaning. You think so too? He secretly thought that Miriam's hypothesis was reasonable. In fact, her hypothesis was probably correct. At the end of the hallway, a dark, ominous mist appeared before them. Maikai calmly readied his staff to confront them. They were quite persistent. He could not help but lament having to encounter these demons so often. Why do demons cling to their prey like this? Maikai turned his gaze towards the unusual dark mist, where a bony hand reached out. Maikai cautiously instructed Miriam, who was standing next to him, to get ready. The demons appeared one by one, their dim eyes staring at them. They smiled menacingly, revealing sharp teeth. The demons stepped out from the dark mist, causing Maikai to feel slightly tense. They were here. The demons casually approached Maikai without any fear. They suddenly greeted everyone in a friendly manner. Hello everyone. Their greeting startled Alan, who screamed. A demon. Miriam directed a sharp gaze at the demons. She drew her sharp sword, questioning them. Reveal your identity. A demon showed no signs of fear before her presence and continued to grin. What will happen if we reveal our identities to the great master of the world? Suddenly he became serious, raising a finger to indicate that our purpose is singular. He continued, clarifying his intention, to reclaim his loved ones. Right. He was slightly astonished when he noticed something unusual. The demon was stunned to see Carria still unharmed, not ensnared by the dark energy as before. He exclaimed in amazement, wait a minute, I do not sense any divine energy at all. Maikai naturally replied, of course not, I have eliminated it. At this moment, the demons could no longer laugh and joke. Instead, they expressed their immense anger. You are boasting about the blessings bestowed by him, which can never be revoked by a mortal. Maikai reached out, teasing them. Seems I absolutely do not exist. The demons were driven mad by his contemptuous attitude, grinding their teeth in frustration. One demon shouted, do not be arrogant. He reached out wanting to summon something. His hand emitted a mysterious aura that resonated throughout the room. It seemed he wanted to summon the demon within Korea, but Korea remained silent, unaffected. Maikai looked at his smile with a mocking grin. Be honest with me, he added, teasing the demon who tried to make an impressive entrance. And now it is not going as planned. How embarrassing. The demon could not retort to his words. His face was covered in sweat, unable to believe it. He was furious. The dark aura radiated from him. Wretched, the aura enveloped the demon. He still thought about the current situation. A traitor. Cases like Korea are very rare, but this is a different case. Maikai, witnessing this scene, continued to smirk. He has truly rotted completely, just to test someone who does not intend to surrender quietly. Right. His words angered the demon. How arrogant for a mortal. Maikai continued with a perplexing tone. Are you not human? The demon could no longer hold back. He reached out, unleashing a powerful dark aura to attack him. Shut up. The dark aura quickly enveloped the corridor, making the space significantly gloomy. It gradually swallowed the light surrounding them in an instant. Moments later, they were surrounded by a silent black curtain with no light. Maikai remained extremely calm before this scene. Thinking to himself, darkness is everywhere, he suddenly countered his earlier thoughts. No, this is not darkness. Maikai sensed countless malicious eyes watching him. Shadows. A truly horrible stench. The demon enjoyed the darkness he created. Sneering, you are scared, are not you? Maikai did not argue. He simply bowed his head in silence. That vague feeling made the demon more deluded and laugh. Just as expected from a mortal, Maikai's hands itched at the relentless mocking words, and he angrily warned, you can be quiet now. For in an instant, the endless darkness created by the demon was shattered by him. In a serious tone, the demon could not believe it and fell back in a pitiful manner. Blinding golden light surrounded Maikai. Do not tell me you still do not know who I am. The demon at this moment finally recognized him. He broke out in a cold sweat, horrified as he stammered. Could it be? He turned his gaze towards Maikai and declared loudly, a hero. Maikai extended his hand mockingly. It took you a long time to realize that, but the demon suddenly broke into a grotesque smile. He summoned a sharp sword, and then lunged forward to attack Maikai. The storm of Seth. This action from the demon took Maikai by surprise for a moment, but just a moment later, he regained his composure. Before him a figure appeared to protect him. Seth appeared before him. A faint green aura surrounded her with great strength. The aura was released, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept the demon away. He was knocked back towards a nearby wall in a miserable state. The remaining demon saw the situation of his teammate and shouted at Seth, useless. You can't even handle that. Maikai found his words unpleasant and struck the demon hard on the head. Shut up. The demon, knocked back into the wall, angrily rebutted his actions. Even though one is a hero, I will not waver. I stand firm with what I believe. Without letting him finish his words, Maikai angrily struck him with a powerful blow to the head. You shut up too. Maikai was incredibly furious. He lost control and pummeled the two miserable demons. You shut up. You shut up. Everyone shut up. Those around were left speechless by his actions. In just a moment, the demons were beaten to a pulp, bloodied all over their faces. One of them hurriedly intervened. Wait a moment. He quickly pleaded with him to stop. I think I can remember some information to provide to you, so please stop hitting me like a dog. But Maikai did not comply. He raised his hand to create a magical circle to silence him. Shut. Maikai smiled sinisterly as he whispered. Interrogation should be quiet. The demon looked at him in horror. He could not make a sound but could only stare wide-eyed. All that followed in the hallway was the violent sound of Maikai's beatings. After a few minutes of beating, the demons were left unconscious, all of them battered. Maikai finally stopped with satisfaction. For now, we have kept them alive. He leisurely wiped the dirty bloodstains off his staff. These guys will not talk easily and their resolve is very strong. Medium hurriedly responded to him. Ah yes, thank you, benefactor. Maikai seriously analyzed the situation. The arrival of the traders here seems to confirm our earlier assumptions to some extent. It seems there is much we need to hear from her son. Do not you think? Medium also nodded in agreement with his suggestion. Maikai pondered the possibility that the vulture had fallen into the hands of a powerful demon. No, it was not just a possibility. He silently affirmed his thoughts. It was almost certain. But Maikai still could not help but be troubled by the issues surrounding the mysterious man named Milos. However, regarding the leader of the mercenaries, Milos, the only question is whether he has subdued Anak or not. Maikai temporarily set aside his wandering thoughts and turned his gaze towards Korea. Well then, Korea was slowly waking up after a period of unconsciousness. Maikai continued his proposal when he saw that he was completely sober. Should we listen to what he says? Korea began to reminisce about the bloody scene from before. He still remembered that horrifying smell of blood, his father drowning in a sea of blood. He recalled the scene where the medium hurriedly pulled him away, which caused his mother to collapse. She placed the blame on him. Perhaps he could have chosen differently. Korea thought about the difficult childhood days spent by his wounded mother's side, or actively trying to help her cope with his father's death. He silently affirmed. One thing was certain. Fleeing from there was not the best choice. Korea felt trapped in a cage, losing his freedom. He was still too young and could not bear to see his wounded mother. His spirit was panicked and painful like the thorns constantly hurting him. But as time passed, there were moments when it throbbed like a thorn in his heart. And after a while, when Korea had grown up, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. My son. Medium suddenly appeared beside him. She had come to find him. The medium smiled gently, welcoming Korea. It is said that time heals all wounds. She was no longer bound by the death of his father. The sharp thorn no longer hurt the medium. It felt as though the thorn in her heart had been pulled out. The horrifying smell of blood seemed to have faded. Korea watched his mother's back with emotion. Just as she had done, he too might have been freed from the death of his father, but the sturdy silhouette of the medium in his mind gradually faded away under a dark, gloomy aura. The dark aura slowly engulfed everything in an endless black veil. He thought of a wicked demon that had enchanted him, with a gloomy voice and a mysterious smile. Mel Oren, now is the time to join us as a member. Remembering it still left him stunned. That event had occurred. As the memories faded, Korea slowly awakened from his daze. He caught a glimpse of his beloved mother's back. He hesitantly weakly called out to her. Mother, why are you here? The medium heard her son's voice and quickly turned to look at him. She rushed over to embrace Korea. My son, she sadly exclaimed, I came all this way to find you, thinking you had been corrupted by the monster. Korea's eyes welled with tears, moved by her heart. Mother, but his rationality urged him to keep his distance from his mother. He hurriedly advised her, Mother, stay away from me, there is still a monster inside me. Maike, seeing him so worried, reassured him. We have dealt with the monster inside you, so do not worry. Korea looked at him in surprise. Who are you? Micah reverently placed his hand on his own chest to ask him. He leaned forward politely introducing himself. This is the first time I have seen you sober. I am Micah Wampurgis. He smiled faintly and continued. The hero of the present. I guess. Korea suddenly clenched his fists tightly upon hearing him say that. Meeting someone like this, he was extremely excited, his eyes shining with admiration. The hero who smashed the heads of the great demons. Micah happily responded to this enthusiasm. After all, I have some expertise. He looked back at Korea's bright face and thought to himself, I heard you value principles. He felt they would have a good conversation. Micah gestured towards a direction to remind Korea. Lord Iron, could you check this area? Korea followed his words and approached the two demons, quickly removing the cloak that concealed their identities. He was astonished to see their identities. These people. The two wicked demons were actually acquaintances of Korea, causing him to gasp their names, Malone and Baskerville. Micah seemed to have guessed this and exclaimed. As expected, you know them. Korea bowed his head sadly in response to him. They are both seniors in my mercenary team. They probably voluntarily accepted the corruption. I just realized that and hurriedly left. Micah, confused, inquired about him. Did not you think of asking your mother for help? Korea did not immediately reply to him. He looked at his hand. It was as if he saw the blackened hand from before with some strange blood. Mel Oren. Currently, that ugly hand had returned to normal. He slightly closed his eyes in distress as he contemplated. Korea spoke the words from his heart. I do not want her to see my corrupted self. Micah also faintly understood his sentiment and silently lamented. So that is how it is. He recalled the sad memories from before and thought, which child would want to worry their parents? Thinking this, Micah smiled gently to reassure Korea. I understand that feeling. He continued to inquire about an important issue. What is the current situation of the mercenary team that you remember? Korea recalled the chaotic scene back then and replied heavily. More than half of them have been lost. He continued to detail everything, especially the commander who is currently being held captive. Among all, that deputy whom the commander trusted the most has betrayed us. Micah, upon hearing this, could not help but lament the unpredictable events. Everything is certainly unfolding differently than before the rebirth. Then he replied to Korea, very well. From what you said, it is clear that we must go to where the mercenary team is located. He could not help but point suspiciously towards the two ugly demons. So what do you intend to do with them? You said they have been corrupted to the core. Micah did not elaborate, only briefly replied to him. I have a use for them. Morden also curiously inquired. My lord, may I ask what kind of magic you intend to use? Micah, upon hearing this question, suddenly stopped, exclaiming to the astonishment of everyone. Soul binding. Micah pointed the tip of his staff towards one of the demons. Thinking that he needed information from those who sided with Anuk, he contemplated the effect of the magic he was about to use. So they would have no choice but to answer Micah's questions and disclose their secrets. Morden furrowed his brow, feeling tense. That is not a light spell. Micah also agreed with his words. That is indeed what the butler meant. The spell is not just advanced. A brilliant light radiated around the tip of the staff in his hand, implying that it was truly very ruthless. However, Micah, like a god deciding everything, turned his cold gaze towards the demons. I tend to keep a limit with humans, but for those traitors who sold their souls, there are no limits. A dazzling beam began to radiate around. The faces of those guys seemed oppressed by the light, causing them to scream in pain. Oh no. After a while, on Micah's staff hung two mysterious black orbs. The demons that were just transformed by his magic into small orbs were uncomfortable and kept screaming loudly. Why? Why am I in this state? Please kill me. Just please kill me. Micah paid no attention to their frantic words. Who said you could find peace? He recalled the process of casting magic. While binding these two into a state that trapped their souls, he glimpsed fragments of their past. He briefly saw through their sinful past. One a murderer of innocent people in the name of faith, the other inflicting suffering on others just for pleasure. You will never understand. The two demons continued to disturb him. I will never. It is good that we have a greater purpose. Micah contemplated the miserable scenes, gritting his teeth in anger. Because of scum like them, many people had to suffer in the lost future. His mood was heavy while Set silently looked at him with concern. She spoke up to inquire. Micah. Micah suddenly came to his senses and looked at her in confusion. Set continued to advise him. It is good that you are trying your best and working hard, but do not force yourself too much. You seem to feel like you are carrying too much weight alone. Her timely words of comfort left Micah stunned for a moment. Set continued to urge him. After all, you are just a human being. Micah smiled lightly, feeling much lighter. Suddenly he reached out and flicked Set's forehead lightly, causing her to cry out in pain. Set hugged her small head and pouted angrily. Micah immediately responded to her. It is okay. Micah regained his previous calmness and walked firmly. He silently thought that what lay before him was not a destroyed world, but a future full of possibilities. There was no way it would collapse. If it were that easy to collapse, Micah smiled confidently at himself. I did not start from scratch. Near the outer wall of the Marquis's domain, Micah and Issen continued discussing the ongoing issue. After Micah elaborated on everything, Issen could not help but feel late. So this is how things have come to this. Issen at the beginning felt confused. Oh Milos, how did you end up like this? Micah added, we still do not know what happened to Lord Milos. That will be resolved if I personally go there. Suddenly he stared intently at Issen, silently thinking. But before that, Micah curiously asked him, Sir, what do you think about the demons? Issen looked towards the dark land nearby. The black air scattered everywhere along with the appearance of the savage demons. Issen hesitated slightly when mentioning them. The demons. He recalled the contents of the secret letter sent to him. To be honest, it was the Emperor's order. He carefully examined the content of the letter. At this moment it did not seem real at all. Issen put the letter down on the table with a sigh. I am not a holy knight, he continued in a vague manner, not necessarily devoutly. Issen's sincere words made Michael think that this is surely how the majority would react. What people can believe is only within a limit. He looked far away and affirmed that this is why before he leaves this place, he must help him understand. A gloomy land with a strange black air concealing unpredictable dangers. Reflecting on this, Michael quickly spoke. Sir, please listen to what I have to say. But suddenly someone rushed in and interrupted him. A humorous soldier ran over. Did you call for me, sir? He greeted them seriously, and Issen acknowledged his arrival. I am glad you came. Keen suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Haha, you are too kind. Sir, if you called, I had to come immediately. Michael looked at this newcomer and quietly assessed him. A broken greeting, well-maintained armor, and a perfect stance. Keen looked at him in confusion, and after a moment of scrutiny, Michael sighed. Truly an ideal knight, Isin suddenly exclaimed, clearly remembering him while talking to this friend. I was reminded of you. Keen scratched his head and smiled in response. Haha, it is indeed my honor. Michael smiled and extended his hand to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sir Keen, he continued to introduce himself. I am the hero Michael Wampurgis. Keen also cheerfully reached out to shake his hand. Haha, a real hero. After the greeting, Michael once again seriously inquired, how about that? Isin suddenly remembered and searched for that. I know. After a while, he presented a mysterious necklace. Here it is. Sir Keen, he was about to continue speaking when suddenly a demon appeared and attacked him. Isin could not counterattack in time, and just stared in shock as the sharp hand was about to reach him. Suddenly a powerful golden light shot forth, knocking the demon away. Michael intervened just in time to pull Isin out of danger. He remained calm despite the sudden occurrence. Demons are very cunning. Michael approached Isin to explain about the infamous demons. Sometimes they use a giant army to conquer enemies, but most of the time they aim to divide and destroy humanity from within. He looked at the shiny necklace on Isin's hand. Demons love to create internal strife. Michael quickly took the necklace to examine it. This is a holy artifact that can identify demons, he added. Moreover, just recently 2 demons infiltrated the border Marquis's territory, but surprisingly they were almost undetectable. His words astonished Isin, who seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, could it be the demons have hidden themselves in our territory? Michael did not confirm but quietly gazed at him for a moment. He slowly stated, you can verify it for yourself. A moment later, both of them arrived at the scene, where a person had been attacked by the demons, leaving only a tattered suit of armor. Do you see? This is how they infiltrate and destroy their targets. Isin was in shock, unable to believe it. He exclaimed in indignation, it is truly shameful that I was almost deceived by this vile demon and caused irreparable damage. Michael suddenly took Isin's hand to comfort him. But it can still be fixed. He smiled reassuringly. You will do well. Isin briefly felt the tension of his brother's actions, and immediately he understood and grasped it with determination. After a while, a group of people set out, and Michael followed them to the Vulture State. He had trusted the Marquis of the Border and headed straight to the Vulture State. Michael looked back at the castle with satisfaction, and he immediately realized that his judgment was not wrong. He still had time to see it. He recalled what had happened under the guidance of that transmission face. The next day the Marquis of the Border had identified and burned 5 demons. Ryan suddenly walked closer to pull him back to reality. But by the way, what did we say about that treasure? His words made Michael remember. Oh right. He recalled asking Ryan about something regarding the future the day before. Suddenly he criticized Ryan, the useless freeloader. Michael's words made Ryan angry. What a little brat. A freeloader. Huh. Michael considered his current situation. Surely the more support he received, the stronger he would become. So it was not a bad thing. He had to bear the expectations of everyone as the next sword. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Ryan. Michael vaguely sensed Ryan's pressure. Even when asked, he seemed overly confident. But he must be feeling the weight on his shoulders by now. Thinking of this, he suddenly exclaimed, Ryan, I take back what I just said. His words left Ryan puzzled. Why so sudden? Michael continued clearly. He spoke in a serious tone. An admirable freeloader. Each of his words hit Ryan directly in the face, shocking him to the extreme. Admirable. A freeloader, Ryan angrily shouted. Let us see, you little brat. Michael suddenly paused when he heard his impulsive challenge, and he grinned slyly. Oh. Michael quickly accepted the challenge, realizing he had no other choice. I do not have much time, but I will do my best to help you. Ryan was visibly excited. He was extremely confident in himself. Oh, I knew I could count on you. Michael. Suddenly Michael picked a nearby branch and said, all right then, let us start with this. After some time, the people round were angered by something as if they wanted to explode and deal with someone. They pointed in one direction and shouted fiercely, find that woman. The person shouted back angrily, how dare you disrespect the mercenary group of Highland. Alan, who had been pointed out by him, was still confused, not understanding what was happening. The others grew more irritated and shouted louder. A bunch of kids not even 10 strong, daring to mess with Highland. Michael and Ryan dusted off their hands as if they had just done something bad. Congratulations. That just proved you are indeed a third-rate villain. Ryan asked back in astonishment. A third-rate villain? Really? Saying that, Michael pushed him forward. All right, Ryan. Ryan still did not understand what was happening and exclaimed. Michael grinned mischievously and suggested, let us just stand back and watch. You handle it yourself. Do not use your aura. Just use your sword skills. Okay, Ryan angrily retorted. Wait, you said you would give me a treasure. Michael leisurely replied. You mean your blood and sweat from now on will be the treasure? Right. Michael's words made Ryan furious, and the others could no longer hold back, rushing at him like arrows. Attacking. Michael excitedly pointed forward, happily commanding Ryan like a skilled beast master. Go on. Ryan. Michael followed the classic cartoon style of giving orders, with flashes of light, pale golden rays appearing right after. Ryan angrily cursed him. Damn it. You are terrifying. In a dark basement, a man was locked up. Tightly chained, his hands bound, he was emaciated, having lost much weight due to deprivation. With his arms shackled, he had lost all sense of time. Not knowing how long it had been, months or even a year, his gaze was wary. More importantly, a series of dark eyes were staring directly at him. They stretched their dark, molded hands to disturb him, causing him to lose his grip on his sanity. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pulling him out of his endless thoughts. It seems you have finally reached your limit. Huh. You have held out longer than I expected. Milos looked up at the tall man outside the cage. He exclaimed upon seeing the familiar face. Keen. Milos weakly called out to the man. My brother. He questioned Keen with suspicion. Why are you doing this? For what reason? Keen grinned wickedly in response. You are the one who started this. Brother. His words made Milos indignant. Thinking to himself that Keen keeps saying it is all his fault, he quickly retorted to Keen. I never forced you to do anything evil or abandon anyone. Keen nonchalantly replied. Of course. You would say that. His words enraged Milos, making him clench his teeth in anger. Milos shouted, questioning his treacherous brother. How could you bring demons and sacrifice innocent people? He sternly admonished. Calm down. Suddenly, Keen let out a loud, mocking laugh. After laughing heartily, he paused to think about something. Keen said, do you know that if you make people depraved, you can easily kill them by putting a monster's skin on them? Is not that wonderful? Milos frowned at such absurd arguments. Keen continued to imply that sacrificing others was too easy and everyone accepted it. Milos, still not losing hope, advised him. Stop it. It is not too late yet. Keen quickly retorted. It is already too late. I have no intention of turning back. He reached for a burning candle, directly implying, so give up that false hope. Keen extinguished the flame, hinting at his words. Right after that, he casually left the dark basement, leaving Milos silent, half submerged in the cold water. In despair, he pondered, who will save him? And the vulture gang cornered against the wall. The only one. Milos recalled the image of someone and vaguely exclaimed, perhaps a hero. He continued to hope for that figure. Please save everyone. Then he thought of his brother sinking deeper into his own muck and stopping him. On the other side, on the way to meet the vulture gang mercenaries, those who clashed with Michael's people were all taken down, lying scattered and unconscious. Michael looked over them and thought to himself, the monsters and similar things blocked their path. It was the inevitable result of taking risks to save time. He looked again at the dazzling sword that Ryan was holding and silently admired that, before them always was. Ryan sang loudly while swinging the sword powerfully, swiftly cutting down the aggressive monsters. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to deal with them, full of pride. In the distance, Micah leisurely observed everything. Morden also focused on Ryan's battle, not using his aura but still maintaining a keen watch. Micah responded to him, saying that the boy understood the beast inside him better now, which was a good thing. At this moment in the battle, a sharp hand lunged to attack Ryan. He quickly realized the danger was approaching. Ryan held the sword firmly in his hand, ready to counterattack. With just a few swift sword strikes, he severed several parts of the monster. The enormous monster could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground in a pitiful state. Ryan suddenly clenched his fist tightly. He shouted loudly, damn it. Micah could not help but feel helpless in front of Ryan's actions. That curse had now become his mark. Time quickly passed, and the night gradually fell, enveloping the space. They gathered around the warm fire, cooking a pot of delicious food. Alan brought a large bowl of soup to Ryan, complimenting him. Well done, Ryan, he said, noticing that Ryan looked much haggard from the exhausting battle as he accepted the bowl of soup. Milliam did not join the group but sat alone in a thoughtful manner. She fell silent. Saying nothing, Micah approached her with a bowl of soup and asked, what are you thinking about? Milliam replied, Ryan Passalat. I have heard for a long time that he is an exceptionally talented child. The title of the next generation sword master is not something that can be easily passed on. Suddenly she hesitated, but his path has changed. Milliam recalled the time when she met him in the capital. His talent was immense, but she did not think he could exceed her expectations. She suddenly smiled knowingly. Milliam reflected on what Ryan was doing and exclaimed, it feels like he has seen a distant future and is easily shifting in another direction, and he has done that very carefully. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Mikai, her benefactor. Milliam curiously asked, what are you doing? Mikai smiled faintly without answering her question. He hinted, who knows? A touch from Mikai broke the silhouette of Ryan from before. After a while, they stopped at their destination. The group looked towards the nearby castle, which was the vulture gang. Ryan looked around in amazement and remarked, if no one told me that was a group of mercenaries, I would think it is a big faction. Milliam responded to him, after Lord Milos went missing, They just kept expanding it. The group slowly made their way into this area. Such also looked around and marveled. It is fortunate that it is located in such a remote area. At least when the demon lord is destroyed, the surroundings won't be blown away. Maikai reflected on this place, noting that in Asmodeus' case, the curse was nullified because he was defeated right in the middle of a grave. He agreed to consider additional compensation. Anyway, the true form of Anak won't be there. Aelin suspiciously asked him, "So what is your lord's plan now? It seems we can't move forward." Maikai subtly replied to her, "No, we will boldly move forward." His words made Aelin even more confused. Maikai suddenly suggested, "I have this idea." "Lord Caria," he smiled and asked, "are you confident in your acting skills?" The scene at this moment was at sunset, the sun shining on the towering buildings. Kadan was walking when he suddenly noticed something. He squinted towards the smoke and said, "That is," looking towards the guy with red hair. He questioned himself, "Malozan, the deserter?" "Right." He saw Caria slowly approaching. Kadan raised his sword directly towards him and said, "Stop." Caria calmly asked, "Kadan, right?" He only replied with a contemptuous tone. A deserter looking so nonchalant. He asked Caria, "You know the law about deserters, right?" "I have never deserted." Caria replied, "You should know that I have completed my mission." Then he opened his eyes, revealing a mysterious purple light. He said, "I have been granted grace, Kadan." Then he suddenly exclaimed, "Such grace is unreasonable." Suddenly, the vice commander came over, smiling and saying, "Happy to have you back, Malozan." Kadan was surprised. "Vice commander." Then he told Kadan, "Go back to your position." Kadan, he did not desert, so there is no problem. Kadan still felt worried and wanted to speak, but the vice commander did not let him finish. The commander interjected, "I am saying." Then he gave a very sinister smile. "There is no problem." Kadan felt scared by his expression. Then he quickly ran away. I understand now." The vice commander looked at Caria for a moment and said, "Accepted it." He replied that the shadow of him was now full of a dark atmosphere. Then the vice commander said, "Good. However, the two teammates I sent with you have lost contact." "What happened?" He replied, "Unfortunately, it seems they have fallen into the sights of that hero." The commander questioned back, "Then why did you escape?" Caria answered, "My specialty is infiltration." He proudly stated, "Even the hero did not detect me." The vice commander was surprised and asked back, "The hero did not detect you?" Then he looked at Caria and said, "Surely you have no trace of dark energy." He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. Who would have thought grace could evolve like this? With this kind of power, having two teammates is also acceptable. Suddenly, Caria interrupted him, making him confused. "But, Sir Vice Commander, I have something to report." He stammered. "The hero." Then he pointed a finger into the distance, resolutely saying, "is also here with me." Remembering the scene in the forest, due to exhaustion, Caria sat down to rest. Michael praised him. "Well done." Then he looked like his shadow and showed a worried expression. Caria asked, "Do we have to keep wearing this?" The two lying in the shadow named Malone and Baskerville. One of them exclaimed, "Taddy." The other said, "It hurts so much. Why is it me?" What lies in Caria's shadow is nothing but their souls. Caria pretended to have accepted the degradation. No one truly recognized anything strange about Anak. The removal of soul energy made it seem as if I had been granted a special infiltration blessing. While resting, Caria told Mike Hal that, just as predicted, they did not think anyone could imitate the degradation. Mike Hal recalled, "Just like last time when I imitated Akma's power." Then he clenched his hands tightly and said, "No one can do this except me." Caria replied, "Just as you said, I proposed this to the deputy commander, and he completely agreed." Hearing that, Mike Hal exclaimed, "Just as expected." He knew that the proposal was a simple matter. Then he said, "Caria is degrading herself to the mercenaries' fortress. The fortress is their headquarters. They will think they can assassinate me if given enough time." "Right, Caria. Please continue to pretend to be their teammate. They won't easily suspect me right away." Caria heard that and immediately looked very serious. He replied, "Understood." Michael glanced around. He noticed that everyone was looking at him. Some focused on him simply because he was a hero, while others had resentment or hatred in their hearts, mixed with those who could not suppress their instincts. He looked around and thought to himself, "There are only a few of them, but each one is tough." Meanwhile, a girl with greenish hair said, "I do not want to be here." They were in this vast tower. The sun had begun to set. Caria pointed and guided. "The room at the end of the hallway is where the deputy commander, the vice general, is." Michael told everyone that talking to the deputy commander is Caria's and my job. Then he asked again, "You understand, right? The guys here all look very strong." Mayim whispered, "I will check myself." Aelin with brown hair said, "I want to get caught." Rune with silver hair said, "And come back here on time." "That is it." "Right." Then Michael clapped his hands. "All right then, disappear." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group vanished without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, in some room, Melozan told Michael that, Hero regarding the deputy commander, is it possible that despite his own will, simply being brainwashed by a demon? Michael replied, no. Transitioning to 1 hour later, Michael Wamperja slowly placed both hands on the pristine white door. He pushed gently. The door slowly opened. He had been there for a long time, standing in the room with a meaningful smile. Moments later, he folded his arms behind his back, shifting from a mysterious smile to a bright smile with a rather warm greeting. Welcome, Hero. Michael Wamperjas raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight streaming uncomfortably from the room. The light was almost flooding the entire room. Every nook and cranny was filled with sunlight. Michael could not help but think, the light here is so overwhelming. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He silently affirmed in his heart, as if declaring that there was no connection with the ghost. Standing there lost in thought for a while, Michael let out a faint smile. Not knowing what it meant, after a long time without any reaction from him, the man squinted his eyes and gently asked, the Hero. Hearing this, Michael finally began to respond, shrugging his shoulders and saying it was just a little too bright. Outside, a large eagle was flapping its wings, descending onto a branch to perch. The man spoke up to Mikhail. So what brought you here? Hero. The eagle gazed into the distance, and after a moment, a voice replied, I have received a disclosure of information. He slowly continued. Eyes closed. A disclosure, you say? Suddenly he turned and said, Melozan, could you step outside for a moment? Seeing this, Carrie immediately obeyed, bowing respectfully and saying, understood, then promptly went outside. In the large, brightly lit room, only Mikhail and the man were left. He began to speak to Mikhail. If it is not impolite, may I ask what that disclosure is about? After listening, Michael calmly squinted his eyes and said, it is nothing difficult. But before that, Michael opened his eyes, a lazy look in them as he inquired, where is Commander Milos? Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and said, I want to deliver it directly to him, but he is temporarily not here. Seeing this, Michael rested his hands thoughtfully, and after a moment, he told him, unfortunately, this directly concerns him. I want to personally hand it to him. Hearing this, he replied, if it directly concerns him, then as his family, I have even more reason to know. At the same time he was speaking, something jumped in from afar. She approached with a serious demeanor and reported, I have confirmed it. Michael. Seeing this, he lazily tilted his head toward her and listened. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Michael waved his hand at him and said, all right. It seems that transferring the information to the deputy commander is the right choice. Michael concluded with a smile. This information is really quite simple. The large eagle outside was leisurely perched on a branch, preening its feathers, while a large hawk was plucking its small feathers. The eagle flapped its enormous wings, sending the newly plucked feathers flying in all directions, and then it soared high into the sky. Michael was still silently speaking to Kier. It must have shed the unnecessary feathers. After hearing him, the man's face turned crimson, his eyes and eyebrows slightly narrowing as he smiled awkwardly, saying, what does that mean? Michael looked at him with no emotion, calmly stating, it can be interpreted in many ways, and the gods always speak vaguely. Along with Michael's words, old Kier clenched his fists, trembling with anger. It can be interpreted in many ways. He suppressed his emotions, lifted his face to force a genuine smile, and said to Michael, whose feathers are those? That is not hard to guess. Michael closed his eyes again. Indeed, the eagle's feathers continued to fall to the ground. Michael Wamperjas continued to speak. I wonder which side will be the feather that the hawk will pluck. My father already knows the answer. After a while of talking, Michael Wamperjas stepped outside. The pristine white door closed silently. In the room, only that one person remained standing alone. After a moment he suddenly called Melozan. Upon hearing this, a figure of the called person immediately approached. He stood behind him and listened as he began to speak. That Hero had realized that our Kang had been blessed. Karya heard this and voiced his agreement. Yes, I know that. He slowly tilted his head to glance at him. He bowed in accordance with his words. I will give you a truly precious opportunity to live as part of him, gaining the trust of that hero and ensuring to keep him here, making sure that he does not go anywhere else. Kier's smile contained countless thoughts along with a smirk as if mocking. He said, even if he is a hero who has defeated 2 great demons. Suddenly, his gaze turned pitch black. His pupils gradually shifted to a bluish-purple color. Veins began to rise from his eye sockets. If certain conditions are met, he will never be able to defeat himself. The image of Milos being bound with both hands raised in the rotting cellar appeared with every word Kier uttered. The ship would soon be completed. And then Karya also changed. His gaze also turned pitch black with those bluish-purple pupils. Kier continued to speak. The complete resurrection of the demon, and at the forefront of its resurrection, he slowly spread his hands in the air. A strange bright red mark suddenly appeared on the white wall of the room, and then he transformed into his original form. The grotesque red soul with sharp fangs emerged behind Kier's terrifying appearance along with the words, no one else but me. Outside Kier's room, Maikai was standing with his arms crossed over his chest. He spoke calmly. So, Maikai asked the group of people he was standing with, what was the result? Hearing this, Modern replied. It has been cleverly concealed, but we have found it. We have confirmed the presence of demonic signs in several places. They seem to affect those marked by name. Then Medium also turned back to speak to Mike High. We have also identified areas with unusually high personnel deployment. We did not proceed further because we do not know what clever tricks are waiting for us. Mike High pondered for a long time and then told everyone. Doing so is a wise decision, he said. First, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Ryan boldly said. The good news. Hearing this, Mike High spoke to their group. In the conversation with the deputy commander, we have preliminarily identified where Sir Milos is being held. Upon hearing this, both Modern, Alend Lindell, and Ryan were startled and shouted, What? Really astonishing. What is the bad news? Mike High closed his eyes and said, It is not much if we are not lucky. Hearing this, everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. All four of them had the same question. Enoch could personally come here. Ryan suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, What? The sunset slowly rose, filling the city along with Mike High's answer. That is the worst thing. Unfortunately, it seems Enoch has more malicious intentions than we think. Seemingly unable to believe his ears, Ryan raised his hand to signal Mike High. Wait a minute. He held his forehead and asked, That Enoch is not he on the same level as Asmodeus whom we fought before? Mike High replied, At this point, we should consider him stronger than that guy. Upon hearing this, Ryan covered his face with his hands and exclaimed, Oh my god! Milliam then spoke up, asking Mike High, why can a major demon intervene directly? Hearing this, he remained silent for a moment before continuing to respond. The title of the Lord, the earlier seal rose on the white wall once again along with Mike High's explanation. It is a sign given by a great demon to some favored disciples, and it is also a terrifying sign that only a few traders can recognize. Seth is peering at something in confusion. What she sees is the mark that Mike High Wampurgis has seen, and that mark is inscribed on the Kian. After Mike High explains for a while, Alan asks, So that means the situation is not as clear-cut as we thought. Right, he raises a finger and says, That is right. And there is one more thing. As Mikai is slowly explaining, it seems they intend to use Lord Milos as a medium when a dark shadow stands ominously right behind Mikai. That is it. Morton slightly stutters as he speaks to Mikai Wampurgis. Wait, do you mean that the master is a medium? The scene suddenly shifts to the image of Milos being tied up, his hands tightly bound above him, his head drooping down. Suddenly, he slowly raises his head, his eyes become blank, the black of his irises gradually fading in a sinister manner. Suddenly, horrifying face resembling that of a demon appears before Milos, and a question echoes. Does his lordship mean that the great demon intends to use the master's body as a vessel? Mikai Wampurgis stands still amidst the countless questions from the group. They are standing there continuously asking many questions. So what should we do now? According to what I have heard, the deputy commander holds Lord Milos's life through magic. Rescuing him without the deputy commander noticing seems impossible. Suddenly, Mikai smiles faintly. His smile leaves everyone puzzled. Mikai Wampurgis speaks. Why think too much about it? A shadow of someone emerges from a jar, raising its hand high. Mikai continues. Once the process of corruption is complete, Lord Milos will collapse and become a vessel. But if we try to completely purify Lord Milos, the issue lies in the time needed, and the fact that the enemy will not just stand by. The shadow continues to rise high, causing the jar below to show signs of moisture at its mouth. And then instead of that, Mikai pauses for a moment, then he smiles faintly and says, First, we must force him to go mad. The one being held captive is Milos. He is still silent with his face down. Then suddenly he laughs out loud. His hands tremble in the shackles along with his own words. Is this really the end? The strength and even the sensations in my body are gradually fading away. Suddenly, a dark energy surrounds Milos as if to hypnotize him. It echoes a voice. Yes. Give up. That sinister energy sprouts countless wide-open eyes. It continues to surround him and says, Surrender to us and it will become easier. Milos gradually loses strength. He slowly raises his head and thinks, Yes. If there is no more hope, he slightly opens his eyes to the gloomy space here. Then he slowly says, Then giving up everything here might be the only way. Suddenly, from the dark ceiling of the cell, the walls begin to crack. Stones and dust fall to the ground below. A small, pale hand reaches out after breaking through a section of the prison wall. From that hole, a cute creature pokes its head out, smiling brightly and saying to the imprisoned Milos, I have found you. He gradually raises his head and smiles at the cute creature. The fairy descended. He asked in a voice, Who is she? The cute fairy began to introduce herself. My fist will pierce the sky. Hearing that, Milos continued to ask the fairy, Why is there a fairy here? The fairy replied, A message from the hero. Her words made him curious. Hesitantly responding, Hero. He looked at the fairy and thought to himself, If this fairy is proof sent by that hero. Then the image of a hero in armor with a sword at his waist appeared. Milos thought further. Then hoped, which means it still exists. Right. At this thought, he smiled faintly. He asked the fairy, What did the hero say? And upon hearing, she smiled very sweetly. She pointed a finger out towards Milos and said, Desperate. Hearing the fairy say that, he was affected both emotionally and mentally. He slumped down again. sighed, and said nothing. A sound of disappointment echoed. Michael raised his head to hear a question. To make Lord Milos furious, he was in danger. What do you mean by that? Michael Wamper just replied. Think about it. The image of a person being dazzled and collapsing appeared again. For Anuch to turn Lord Milos into the perfect vessel, he needed to be at 100%. But what if he was forced into an imperfect vessel at 95%? Ryan and Eileen Lindell were still listening intently to Mikhail. Instead of preventing Anuch from invading Lord Milos's body, we lure him in imperfectly, Ryan suddenly asked. Then what will happen to Lord Milos? Michael shrugged and replied to Ryan. We will think about that later. If we can get Anuch inside, we can purify him at any time. Eileen raised her hand to scratch her chin, pondering among the countless words surrounding her. After a while, she looked up and asked. So in the end, hearing that, Michael winked and explained to Eileen Lindell, you mean we have to dethrone Lord Milos? Is that what you call destruction for the sake of creation? Everyone saw Mikhail's reaction and fell silent in helplessness. All four of them thought simultaneously, making me wonder who the real demon is. Seeing the atmosphere a bit gloomy, Michael smiled and said to everyone, do not worry too much. I have sent someone to inform them about the current situation already. Back in the dark prison room, Milos was looking at the ferry. Now they must know everything. Michael smiled and said to everyone, now let us get serious. Michael stood under the clear sunset and said to everyone. Michael Wampurges asked a question. Infiltrating the enemy's fortress. After everyone had left following a rather long conversation, only Michael remained with Karia. The two of them turned their backs to each other. Karia spoke up, if you follow this path, it will lead to where the first mate is waiting. Karia added. They said there was no way they could lose at that location. Hearing this, Michael also agreed. It is fine. Michael was very confident in himself. He told Karia, any preparation they made would not be an issue. After a moment of silence listening, Karia finally bent down and replied, I won't worry. But as for Michael, he was confused by a question in his mind. Why were their gazes directed towards his staff? Michael Wampurgis thought. That was the legendary staff that had shattered countless demon heads. Suddenly beside Michael, Xed had been standing there for some time. She yawned widely, yawning while saying, the aura of Anuch is very strong here. What kind of place is this? Now beside them appeared a door opened by purple energy. Michael slowly approached and stepped into that door. Then slowly Micah's entire body sank deep into that door, his figure fading as if he was about to vanish. Michael thought to himself. That is, thinking then he placed his hand on a vortex. Is it a barrier? Michael still stood there touching that vortex. In magical terms, it resembled an 8-shaped circle. No wonder they were so confident. Stepping out of that gate, the first thing Michael saw was that guy. He did not know how long he had been standing there smiling and saying, Welcome, hero. Replacing Michael, who was bored, said, I heard you needed assistance so I came. What is the matter? Suddenly Michael's gaze changed. It turned pitch black and his eyes turned purple. Michael only had time to realize the abnormality. That was, just then, Karia launched an attack on him. It seemed that he was also being corrupted like him because the color of his eyes had also changed. After the attack, Michael's blood fell to the ground. The wound in his mouth kept oozing blood, causing him painful agony. A moment later, Michael looked at Karia with sorrow. He called out, Karia, and it seemed that Mikhail had lost too much blood. He collapsed to the ground with the question, why? At that moment, that guy began to grin. Then right after, he burst into laughter when he saw Mikhail being knocked down to the ground. Karia was now under his control. He was no longer himself but had become a minion of that guy. He said, no matter how great a hero you are. At that time in his hand, he was tightly gripping a sword. That guy continued speaking. You cannot see through a person's heart, and the dagger that stabbed you is a monster gifted by him into a painful death. Even as a hero, you cannot escape death decreed by the great lord. The dazzling sword appeared complete along with that guy's voice. Blood from Michael's mouth had not stopped flowing. He warily asked him, so your intention is that this is the death created by the demon Gardanak many centuries later? In response to his words, he said, that is right, and now you are. Suddenly Michael shouted loudly, thank you. Then he naturally ran over to where Karia was standing. That guy was surprised. He wondered, what is this? He clasped Karia's shoulder. It turned out that he had not been manipulated by that guy but was just playing along with Michael in a performance. He gave a thumbs up and said, what else? You have truly become enamored with it. In response, Karia helplessly laughed and said, well, that is how things turned out. That guy's eyes were dark with anger. He exclaimed, impossible Melozan. I have witnessed you become one of us. Karia smiled wryly and raised his hand to pull out a pitch-black energy orb that guy wanted to use to manipulate him. Then said, oh, about that. Actually, it can be disassembled. At this point, that guy was stunned. He stood there questioning, have I been deceived? He gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely, along with the cries of holding back. But it is too late, hero. In the distance, a group of armored soldiers stands in formation. They advance in unison, stating that to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. I have brought all my people with me. The soldiers with bloodshot eyes are radiating an aura as if they want to seize the souls and lives of others. They approach closer and closer. Continuing. In addition, Due to the barrier, those with divine power cannot leave. Then he shouted loudly at Mahai Purges, who is just a rat trapped in a jar. Upon hearing this, Mahai's face darkened. He gently spoke as if mocking. What an empty boost. Suddenly from the mountains not far away, an explosion occurred. From that place, rocks and dirt erupted, causing dust to rise high, attracting the attention of Kiao. He squinted towards the explosion and asked, "What is that sound?" Moments later, his eyes narrowed. Why must we sacrifice?" Kiao asked Mahai in confusion. "What have you done?" While he remained calm, lifting his left arm, he said, "What else? It is exactly what you have been doing all this time." The drawings on Mahai's palm began to glow. A purple light gradually spread throughout the space. Then he said, making the enemy despair and turning it into an opportunity. Then Mahai looked at Kiao with eyes full of disdain. He spoke slowly. "That is your karma, so accept." After channeling energy, Mahai shouted, "Labyrinth." At the same time, the purple light along with its energy enveloped the entire space here. Then as if it exploded, the light spread out, making it almost impossible for people to see clearly. Kiao stood still in the gusts of wind. He wondered, this power could be. From within that purple mist, a blurry figure gradually appeared. That is the medium. Her gaze seemed to contain the anger that had been suppressed for so long as she glared at Kiao with a piercing look. A voice rang out. "Labyrinth." Kiao stammered, struggling to open his mouth. After a long time, he finally managed to utter the name medium Ariana. Carria stood behind with a worried expression looking at her. The medium spoke. "My son." You stiffened upon hearing her say, "I know you do not like me being a referee." Carria recalled memories from before when the medium held his hand very tightly. Carria looked at the lonely back of her now, trying to avoid feeling heartbroken. Carria's arm unconsciously reached out. He grasped the medium's wrist to hold her back, saying, "Now I understand." Carria smiled brightly and suggested, "Let us go together." She remained silent, looking at him without saying anything. A few seconds later, the medium turned away and responded, "All right." She turned to him and said, "Do what you must do, hero, and we will deliver an appropriate judgment here." He happily agreed in response. "Then I will leave it up to you to decide." While everyone was distracted, Kiao stood aside, gradually transforming his body. Dark energy enveloped his body. Kiao asked Kai, "Hero, where are you going?" The medium raised the sword in his hand and looked at him. "So you have finally given up being human, huh?" Kiao, with her eyes covered by darkness, roared an order. "Kill anything." The soldiers, mesmerized, rushed forward regardless of life or death. She calmly lifted the sword in her hand and said, "Traitor Kiao." A massive energy sphere appeared in the sky. The medium announced, "I will judge you right now." She gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Without hesitation brought it down. Heavenly vein, countless small energy spheres rained down. The manipulated soldiers could only stand frozen in place. Looking up at it, complete annihilation quickly occurred. Transitioning scenes. At the same time at the Kono fortress, an explosion sounded. One corner of the fortified fortress was destroyed. The sound of despair echoed out. A hand with sharp claws appeared, its legs also covered by a thick cloud of black smoke. The chaotic monster staggered forward, its dark face and blood-red eyes glowing. Milo's, in the form of a soul, was hovering in the air looking down. Wondering, "What is this?" he turned to ask Munda beside him, "Am I dead?" The girl denied and answered, "Not yet." Milos looked at his transparent hands and speculated, "My mind is collapsing." "No. That is why it has separated. Is this a safeguard for my mind?" Nevertheless, he was still worried about the situation of everyone below and urgently asked, "Is there any way to stop my body rampaging down there?" Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of the monster. This caught Milos's attention. He silently observed and thought, it could be Qing Yu Ving and the two children of the moon. Ryan, leading the way, spoke up, "So you finally came out." Milo silently assessed him and Aelin. "They are quite talented kids." Morden behind received the signal and quickly nodded before charging forward to attack. He focused his strength and unleashed his technique. Qing Vinning and modified elimination. Physical demolition bomb. Powerful punch struck down at the monster's position, silently transformed into a sword from its dark energy. The monster swung its sword to block Morden's attack. Both were instinctively knocked back. It looked at its own body and a deep voice rang out, "It is not enough." The monster looked at the hand holding the sword and thought, "What is this weak body? It can't even recover, let alone use any special abilities." It exclaimed in frustration, "With a body like this?" Before the monster could finish speaking, Ryan took advantage of the brief opening to attack. He triumphantly said, "A gap." It sensed danger and turned to look at Ryan. The monster struggled to withstand his slash, but immediately Alan circled behind and struck down. It began to glare at her in anger. Alan just smirked lightly, readying her stance. The monster created another sword, and in an instant, hundreds of attacks took place among the three entities. It could not help but think in astonishment, "Those who could die just from one swing of my sword." Looking at the excited expressions of the other two, the monster was filled with doubt, wondering why they were laughing. Milo silently observed and then spoke, "They are certainly formidable forces." But he hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes, sighing in disappointment. Still not enough. The monster began to rage. It was very annoying. A massive source of energy exploded from its body, blasting away the two who were close. The monster looked at Alan with dissatisfaction. Humans like them sometimes obstruct our path. It then turned to Ryan, questioning him. Even the hero who had defeated two lords was the same. The monster was completely enraged and shouted, "So I will obliterate you completely." It turned to the side and said, "First, that terrifying hand was gathering energy." The monster swung its hand, causing the ground to shake and releasing energy aimed at the young people. Ryan watched in shock as the attack rushed toward him. Unable to move, Morden hurriedly shouted his name. "Sir Ryan." Its attack was so powerful that it seemed to have destroyed an entire side of the fortress. Milos, in a panic and choking, said no. He despondently knelt down, feeling guilty, saying that my body could carry out such a brutal massacre. Milos tiredly spoke up, "I can't take it anymore." Mun clung to his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry too much." The girl pointed down below to remind him, "We have arrived." Milos questioned, "What are you talking about?" Mun silently smiled at him and turned to Ryan, who was surrounded by a blinding light. Ryan looked in astonishment at his unscathed body. Speechless, the white robe fluttered in the wind. His feet lightly touched the ground, blowing away the dust from his shoes. He looked ahead with suspicion, surprised, exclaiming, "The hero." The monster looked at the castle with water spilling large streaks up into dark clouds. Seeing the situation before it, it sighed and said, "It seems best to leave right now." The monster hesitated and said, "However, the body still comes first. So if I stay like this, it should be fine. Could this energy be?" The figure of Mikai gradually appeared through the dissipating smoke. He, with a mysterious smile, said, "Yes, that is exactly the person you are thinking of, standing in the thick smoke," he said. "The one who recognized me in an instant. It seems I am becoming quite famous on your side." Huh. He looked at the monster with a probing gaze and said, "Then why do not you hide like the others? Why did you recklessly appear so suddenly?" Mikai asked, causing it to feel uncomfortable and bring forth a wave of anger. The monster rushed aggressively toward him and shouted loudly, "Shut up." Mikai, with a dim expression, said, "Heavy gravity." Mikai's words immediately drew a great source of power with a straight path that shattered everything. Standing amidst the thick dust, he asked with great curiosity, "Why do not you give up? Are not you even ready?" The source of power that just appeared greatly affected the demon, making it struggle to rise from the rubble. In its eyes was filled with hatred directed at Mikai as it listened to him speak. The hand of the demon on the ground clenched tightly, its whole body trembling as it said, "How dare you?" The demon still bore an imposing demeanor. "How could a coward like you, a human, dare to act?" Saying that, it stood up straight again. His eyes looked down, silently thinking that there was a strange demonic energy stirring. Looking at the demon struggling to stand beneath Mikai, he thought, "It does not seem hostile." Suddenly, he smiled joyfully and said, "Look at this guy." Mikai asked said in her small form by his side, "Could she reveal her true form?" "Right," she replied. "Of course." But the moment he was not paying attention, the demon quickly lunged to attack. As it charged, he swiftly scattered debris, causing their gazes to meet. The demon lunged in attack as fast as an arrow, gliding past Mikai. At this moment, Set transformed into her true form as his voice rose, appearing strong on the outside but ultimately planning to run away. She turned her back to Mikai and unleashed a tornado as commanded by him. Set, surrounding him with a barrier. The tornado created by Set was enormous, enveloping the castle, and the storm she conjured completely blocked all entrances and exits from both inside and outside. Within her whirlwind, she swept the demon up, leaving it suspended in mid-air, while an Teng, in his incorporeal form, could pass through, observing the current situation. Mikai thought, but there is no way he would easily give up a body that had been so meticulously prepared. It was thrown to the ground by the tornado with such force that the earth cracked apart in large chunks. The demon, angry, said, "Set, that damn fool. Do not tell me that during that time you regained your power." Mikai looked and smiled, saying, "I am still a human at the level of an apostle, and I will never make that mistake again." Mikai floated in the sky behind the demon and said, "Now you have two choices. Release Lord Milos right now," he smiled and added, "or be beaten to death before you let him go." Hearing him say that made it cautious. "I cannot destroy this body." Mikai listened intently to the demon's words. "That is not what you want, right?" His face expressed helplessness as he said, "Yes, I suppose that is possible." Mikai's foot was poised to move, silently thinking, using the body as a hostage. That is his only card. A threat. At light speed, he appeared before the demon, bringing with him a white light. Mikai's face revealed a strange expression that sent a chill as he attacked. The demon said, "If it is not me facing you." His sudden attack forced it to confront him directly. Mikai said, "Vin, your answer is wrong." His response made the demon raise its brow in surprise and say, "What?" Hope appeared on the demon's shoulder along with his explanation. "What I need to stop is not here." Its eyes glowed like two flashlights, unleashing a dazzling attack. Burning bright, the demon's belly and arms were bound by red ropes. After a while, it was completely wrapped from its legs to its arms, tied up in a way that made it uncomfortable and frown involuntarily. It was still trying its best to widen its movements to escape from the bindings. Using all its strength, the demon managed to break the ropes into pieces and said, "Do you think this can control me?" Mikai took the staff and thought to himself, that is true. No matter how special a fairy is, she cannot completely seal a demon. At the top of the staff was a glowing gem that appeared to create countless magical circles. But in the 1 to 2 seconds he used to break free from the chains, he raised the staff high and struck, saying, "That is enough." Then, without warning, he unleashed a terrifying power accompanied by a strong light that shattered everything, passing swiftly and turning it into small fragments. A beam of power shot into the stone, causing it to break into tiny pieces. From the pile of sand and dense white smoke, the demon emerged and said, "Are you intending to harm yourself to destroy your own body?" It was filled with extreme anger, accusing Mikai, as if it had some effect. "Where does this self-harming power come from?" His feet stepped forward and said, "From the arms and legs," appearing in the thick smoke. He was not clearly visible, only a pair of cold red eyes shone brightly and said, "Break your arms and legs and heal them. It is that simple." The words were chilling, but Mikai's way of speaking made it sound gentle, which frightened the demon even more, causing sweat to pour down its face. Saying, "What?" it exclaimed, "You crazy bastard." Hearing the demon speak, he immediately attacked it. "Shut your mouth for me." Holy Destroyer. Being attacked made it fall down once again. The demon said, "That is not even my arms and legs." Standing in front of Mikai, its whole body shook and said, "You bastard. If you are a hero, then act like one." Damn it. Hearing the demon's words left him stunned, the mouth that harmed the body, so it was no surprise when Mikai gave it another blow, causing the demon to cry out in pain. He said, "Shut up. I decide what a hero's path is like." It expressed its resentment and said, "You are not a hero," because the demon said too many unpleasant things. He cast a spell to limit its speech. "You are, Mikai held the staff, which was stained with fresh blood, and said, "A hero, no matter what, Decides that." He stood looking at the demon lying on the ground and mocked. "How cruel. Too cruel. Even after all this, you still won't give up, huh? Is that what it means to be a demon?" Watching it lie on the ground trembling continuously, Mikai said, "Do you want another hit, the Holy Destroyer? Or not?" It lay on the ground with an unclear cry, making him wonder. On the face of the demon appeared a spot on the corner of its eye like a tear. It was that spot appearing at the edge of its eye that made Mikai widen his eyes in disbelief and say, "Wait, what is that on your eye?" He stood watching the demon trembling on the ground and said, "Hey, do not tell me it is strange." Mikai's surprise was expressed through his voice echoing up to the blue sky. "Are you crying?" Dark thoughts immediately appeared in the mind of the monster. Initially it was very beautiful. The monster gradually manifested wanting to break free. It recalled the image of Kier in pain trying to fight against the monster within. The vice commander of the channel was Kier. It was truly easy to deceive. The monster felt pleased seeing Kier's terrified face, secretly despising his inferiority complex towards his brother. When we showed him the ability to surpass his brother, he easily surrendered. It reminisced about past images, beginning to frown. The large armed force known as the Channel Army is about to fall into our hands. The monster begrudgingly thought of Milos's appearance. If it could seize the body of its master, then the monster would not need to restore its honor right away. That is what it thought. Michael looked at the monster's appearance and could not help but laugh loudly. It was outraged, tears streaming down its face looking at him in frustration. The monster observed his crazed, twisted face, unable to believe it thought until we met this guy. It widened its eyes in disbelief, wondering, is this considered a hero? The monster once again recalled Michael's battle in the past. Inevitably astonished. Ever since he defeated Asmodeus in a battle of wits, I thought he must be an extremely rational being. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground. It fearfully asserted, he is a beast. The afternoon sun through the staff, stained with the marks of the earlier battle, made the monster even more terrified. It could only silently lament about him, much more brutal than it had imagined. The monster was still immersed in horror. It could not even imagine thinking. For the first time in my life, I feel fear of humanity. It faced a crazed Michael and felt suffocated. The monster was mistaken. It looked at its broken arm, falling into despair. Now the monster could not even escape with this body. It struggled to hold its battered body up, saying to him, "This time you win, but you cannot destroy me." The monster angrily warned in a near shout. "Just wait. When I return I will give you the greatest suffering." Michael only sighed and replied, "Come on, are you still here? This is getting boring." Not satisfied with the taste of the holy destruction yet, it fell silent, not knowing what else to say. As if struck in its pride, it heavily uttered a sentence and then escaped from Milos's body. "I am leaving." He woke up in confusion, not understanding what was happening. "My body." The scene shifted to Michael treating Milos's wounds. He was using skills while explaining, "I have completely restored your body before you regained consciousness. There should be no issues with your body, but I cannot erase your fatigue or any aftereffects on your body." After finishing speaking, he reacted with a soft groan, slowly opening his eyes. Milos unsteadily stood up and bowed his head, saying thank you. He extended his hand in goodwill to shake hands with Michael, continuing, You have saved me a great deal, hero, he modestly replied. Do not mention it. Milos briefly trembled. He had noticed this small detail and pondered for a moment. Sep meticulously observed the two. Wondering. His fingertips are trembling. He was confused when he heard Michael speak. After hitting his body like that, it was strange that it responded well. Milos's gaze turned to the staff in his hand. Michael calmly put it into his space pocket in response. I was thoughtless, he said. I apologize. Milos sulkily lowered his head to the ground in silence. He only lightly announced to him. As for the deputy commander, I believe Miss Milliam has taken care of that already. If you are worried about your brother, it will be a pathetic sight. Suddenly Milos spoke up, interrupting him. No, Michael also stopped to listen to him express. The betrayal from my brother is a tragedy for me. Milos firmly clenched his fist, determined. But I know when it is best to cut off the relationship. He smiled lightly, showing satisfaction as he replied. I understand. Michael silently told himself. Then you must respect it. Michael ordered Morden, who was standing behind the steward, to bring what I instructed here. He respectfully obeyed. Understood. Michael handed the robe in his hand to him and said, Let us go. Sir Milos. He paused for a moment and then added, No, the commander of the Vulture Mercenary Corps, transitioning to the battlefield, where a multitude of warriors and enemies had fallen. Muam and Karia were pointing their swords at Kier and said, Now you are the only one left, Kier. He gritted his teeth in anger, standing still listening to her threats. Give up. Kier silently tried to heal the wounds on his body. He clutched his neck, tense, thinking, Grace has been lost, which means Kier does not want to believe the truth, continuously denying it. No, it can't be true. He has not been defeated yet. Karia stepped forward, puzzled by Miam. He was astonished when you called him Deputy Commander. Karia, with a heartbroken expression, gently asked Kier, Is it just for this that you sold your soul to Neil? He could not believe you could ask like that. Kier extended his deformed hand in response. I thought you would understand. Always trailing behind, only seeing my shadows in front. He remembered the past, always having to struggle to catch up behind Milos. Immediately, the anger erupted. Kier screamed painfully at Karia. You know, when our parents died unjustly, even in that moment, our parents had no hope for us. He recalled that heartbreaking scene. In the end, it was Milos. Just mentioning his name, Kier's voice trembled. I was not there, he cried out in agony. From beginning to end, looking at Karia's awkward expression, the fire in Kier's heart grew even larger as he disappointingly said, You, the one who spreads my hatred, although guided in different ways. I believed you would understand, he choked, continuing in a low voice. A call pulled Kier out of his thoughts, catching his attention. Kier, Milos, wearing the captain's cloak supported by Micah, appeared. Two pairs of eyes with different emotions met, creating a heavy feeling. Kier laughed mockingly. He looked down at him, who was struggling to stand, saying, Finally, you have shown up. What? Are you here to criticize me as your brother? Noticing Milos still approaching without stopping, Kier instinctively retracted his momentum. Stopping, I have no intention of listening to such nonsense. He calmly drew his sword and replied, I did not come to meet my younger brother. Milos looked at Kier's unmoving face and seriously spoke. Deputy Commander Kier. His figure stood tall as in his memories. Speaking softly, the rule of 3 to 1 of the Channel Army, the punishment for cowardly crimes is death. Milos slowly raised his sword high, continuing, and only the commander can punish the deputy commander. He gripped the sword tightly, affirming, before my breath ceases, I will take you down. His face showed heartbreak as he looked at the one who was once his brother, saying, That is the law we created. Milos stood to the side, observing with satisfaction, raising his sword high, his trembling hand. His gaze quietly pondered. Was it because they could not bear the weight of the sword, or because of his chaotic emotions? Milos closed his eyes and relaxed his thoughts. He could not speak. Kier lifted his head to look at the sword in his hand. He felt a deep sense of admiration. Yes, this is indeed the man my brother is. Looking at Milos's strong back, Kier gradually sank into thought. It was only natural for someone who always carried such burdens. He recalled himself at that time. I too saw those burdens beside him. The rain began to fall, heavy drops landing on Kier. He said heavily, Surrounding. Commanding. Kier knelt before Milos' Uot sword and said, The law must be obeyed. Right. At this moment, he felt a sense of regret deep down. Kier thought that perhaps there was a better choice if he could go back to the past. He suddenly spoke out loud. No, now it is a story of the region. He fell silent again. Kier mocked himself. What is lost cannot be regained. The past will remain in the past. It is time to face the punishment quickly. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The sword's blade swiftly descended, bright red splattering, ending a heartbreaking story. In that moment, Kier told his decaying soul that in the next life, he could still be his brother. The gentle sunlight shone down on the solid, misty fortress. The incident on the road had been resolved, and it was finally time to leave. Milos smiled warmly and said, Once again I want to express my gratitude, hero. Micah politely replied, No, I am just doing what needs to be done. Ingik stopped speaking, More importantly, Maikai looked at the staff in his hand with doubt and asked, "Are you really going to keep that?" He pondered as he observed it, realizing that what Milos was holding was not a red-painted stick but a staff. Maikai fell into contemplation, affirming to himself, "Yes, that is a replica of my staff." Milos said nothing, only smiled in response. He recalled his brother's crazy demeanor as he gently explained, "That day when I was knocked unconscious by your stick, I realized something. One does not need to be bound by the shape of a sword." Maikai temporarily reminded him, "Perhaps you should reconsider that," and Milos humorously laughed and replied, "I was just joking." He looked at him helplessly like a fool, remaining silent for a moment. Then Maikai put on a harmonious expression and replied, "Yes, this is definitely another stepping stone towards a better future." The subordinate nearby could not hold back a pinch and said, "Stop making excuses like that." Milos decisively raised his staff, asserting, "With this staff, I will smash any demon I see." Maikai struggled to speak up. "Yes, probably." He paused seriously to listen to his advice. "However, Milos, I understand your hatred after this incident, but you must not let yourself be consumed by hatred." Maikai pointed to his own head, smiling as he reminded, "Keep a passionate heart but always be alert with your head. Do you understand, sir?" He respectfully nodded in acceptance. "Yes, I understand." Milos drew the sword from its sheath, the light reflecting off the blade in a dazzling shimmer. He plunged the sword into the ground as the highest ritual of a knight, kneeling at his feet and saying, "Please continue your journey." All the subordinate knights also knelt before Maikai, and Milos continued, "From where we cannot see, the entire group of knights used the most formal ceremony to bid him farewell. We will always support you from this place." Maikai looked at them contemplatively for a long time. He smiled in response. "It is truly an honor." Transitioning scenes. Maikai and his companions were walking in the peaceful forest. A voice rang out, catching his attention. "So, are you about to leave?" When he saw Medium and Elend waiting for him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Medium." Maikai jumped down from his horse, puzzled. "Did not you say you would stay with the kid Carria?" He recalled Carria's decision. Carria had decided to stay with the group of soldiers he had hired. Maikai thought she would do the same, but Medium gently replied to him, "No, I have decided to wander a bit." Her sad eyes contained the hidden thoughts of her heart. Medium could not help but recall the scene of Carria running after her, grabbing her hand and saying, "I understand now." She slowly touched that arm gently and explained, "She is now an adult, no longer at the age to stay by her parents forever." He looked at her silently pondering. Maikai replied, "So you are finally letting go." Medium rubbed her wrist, smiling gently, responding to him, "It did take quite some time." "You know," she relaxed her mood, naturally expressing her feelings. Medium said, "That child has affirmed my life. Of course, she does not acknowledge the sins that have bound her." She quietly reflected on her responsibilities with a deeply conflicted inner self, but Medium's determination as a judge, "Yes, she has affirmed that." She stood there speaking about her next plans. "I intend to continue being a judge, though I will need to adjust my path a bit." Medium quietly evaluated, "A master traveling the world, hunting criminals and judging." The last part she exclaimed aloud, "Sounds quite grand, does not it?" Immediately after, Medium patted Alan on the shoulder and said, "So I entrust my disciple to you." She gasped in astonishment, looking at the queen. "What?" Medium also doubted what she heard. Ryan beside her asked in surprise. Suddenly, "Right," Alan hastily shouted to stop her. "Wait, master. You do not need to continue the responsibilities of a judge." Medium calmly replied, "We only agreed that you would teach her swordsmanship." "Right," she nervously replied to her, "but I am not ready yet." Medium's hand reached out. She said, "No. You have grasped the essence of the meteorite. What you lack now is practical experience." Medium gently patted Anne's head to comfort her. "We will meet again, and then I will teach you the next step." She smiled brightly, encouraging Alan. "Until then, do your best," and emotionally called out, "Master." Unable to contain her emotions, Alan hugged her face, bowing down and crying in Medium's embrace. Ryan and Morden behind them, witnessing that sacred scene, also began to cry, while wiping their tears. Morden lamented, "What a beautifully moving scene." Suddenly, a voice cut through the emotional atmosphere. "But, dear Medium," Maikai, with an expressionless face, voiced his opinion. "I never said I would go with you." The two behind him immediately became furious. Morden, speechless, said, "You really are?" While Ryan questioned him, "Are you serious?" He was confused, silently wondering, "What is this? Why?" Medium calmly responded, "I must say that my disciple is quite a valuable ally." Maikai shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I have no problem accepting her." Brother Lao subtly implied a condition. "But you know, taking care of someone is very costly." One would quickly understand Maikai's intention when questioned. Not to mention, he shaped his hand like a coin to negotiate. Maikai smiled slyly and asked, "How much do you intend to take?" Medium propped her chin thoughtfully, then confidently replied, "It would not be fair if this was given to the great hero without any compensation." In his hand now was a small token. Maikai hesitated and said, "This is..." He activated the token, and it revealed a box. Maikai opened it in shock and asked, Is not this the elixir of the Beast King? Medium calmly replied. It seems you recognize it. He recalled the past and thought. Of course, the Beast King. One of the members of Argo and also a former teammate who once possessed this elixir. She began to explain the origin of this precious item. A long time ago, when I was still a judge, I saved a group of beastmen. Medium looked at Mikai, who was intently evaluating the box, and continued. It seems among them was someone of noble blood. They gifted me this as a token. Is not it enough? He still could not recover from the surprise at its value and replied, No, I truly am amazed by your generosity. Mikai closed the box and agreed. Fine. I will accept it. She happily agreed and turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. Then I will leave her with you, if you need me. Just call. Medium walked away without looking back and said loudly, I also look forward to your achievements as a hero. The group began to continue their journey. Ryan curiously asked him, So where are we going now? I am just following you. Mikai quickly replied, Back to my home. Hearing that, you closed your eyes and thought. Mark was Mikai. Right. After saying that, Ryan immediately turned his horse and added, All right, I will withdraw now. But before he could back off, Mikai stopped him and ordered, No, you must come with me. You questioned angrily. It is unreasonable. Why must we go all the way to your home? He very straightforwardly replied, I have many reasons. Mikai slowly explained the issue. From now on, I am about to do something that my father will surely dislike. He turned back and smiled at Miyumu and said, I need a shield to stand by my side. Mikai continued to teach in front of the disdain of all three. At the crucial moment, we will be a team. Is not that what ideal teammates should do? Alan spoke up and said, So basically, you only see us as shields, not teammates. Right. He did not answer but just looked up at the sky, opening his eyes to gaze at it. After a long while, Mikai softly changed the subject. The weather is nice, is not it? The three behind him angrily shouted. At least deny it. In a place shrouded in gloomy atmosphere, the central hall of the Supreme Demons. Pandemonium. A purple flame spoke up. There are only 5 lords left, and one of them has failed miserably. Another flame angrily said, What was that hero's name again? No one like him has ever appeared before. Yet another flame scoffed. Someone like you can't even find your true name correctly. One of the others interrupted, causing the flame to fall silent. Do you have the right to talk about him? The purple flame seemed to be the leader who ordered the end of this conversation. Enough. It announced the main issue. The situation has changed. We do not even have time to fight among ourselves anymore. A flame from the back replied to the larger flame. The elder is right. But a part of the small flame revealed itself as Belphegor. It smiled wickedly and said, Would not it be better to kill him right now? Micah's image was projected in the hall. She warned, I can sense it. We need to kill him before he becomes stronger. Another flame questioned, And what if we fail? Belphegor stood silently in front of the mirror, listening to it continue. With what he has prepared, we will destroy his entire plan ourselves. That flame once again asked her, Can you bear the consequences? Belphegor remained silent, not answering. The larger flame known as the Elder spoke up at this moment. Just do it. The whole room was enveloped in strangeness. It affirmed that, soon, that hero will face an unprecedented chaos, an uncontrollable chaos. The flame looked at his face in the mirror, silently contemplating. A great plague will sweep across the world. Belphegor thought in fear, the Elder's certainty, and he never spoke of certainty unless the situation was truly serious. She could not help but sweat when imagining it. It must be something trustworthy. It certainly is. That large flame recalled Michael's madness and said, Break his arms and legs. Belphegor silently left, her flame gradually extinguishing along with the doubt. Are you sure? The scene shifted to a beautiful, magnificent castle, the territory of the Walpurgis clan. Michael stepped up, looking around and could not help but exclaim, It has been almost 2 years since I last returned. Truly nostalgic. Ryan wearily sighed. We have arrived. A land, not faring any better, said. We finally made it. He wondered and asked him, I heard you are planning something. What do you intend to do? Michael replied blandly, Nothing special really. Ryan angrily jumped up and scolded him. Stop lying. Every time you say there is nothing special, it always ends up being a huge deal. Michael turned away and quietly spoke ill. Truly I hate those sharp-witted ones. You yelled in dissatisfaction. I heard everything. You fool. At this moment, he seriously explained his plan. I intend to read the family's bloodline grimoire. Now that I have met the minimum requirements, it is time to challenge it. Morden behind seemed quite surprised and said, The bloodline grimoire. He skeptically asked him, Are you sure you can handle it? Ryan curiously asked, What exactly is it? Michael replied seriously, It is an ancient book containing the entire history of our family. He recalled that mysterious book. Its real name is Lemiston. It is called the Bloodline Grimoire because it only responds to the bloodline of the Walpurgis family. Michael remembered its mystery and surrealism, silently lamenting in his heart. Each page contains the history and power of the Walpurgis family. He reminisced about its master with profound admiration. The one who created it was also the first head of the Walpurgis family. Michael recalled the past with regret. Before I turned back time, it had been burned to ashes by the army of the demon god. He pondered, Reading the grimoire means challenging the history of the Mikal family. He raised his hand to the sky, beginning to fall into his own thoughts. And I am not interested in being its master. My goal is the source of my own bloodline. Mikal seriously thought, what does the first Walpurgis water truly mean? He could not stop wondering. Just a ninth circle Grand Mage, or something more special? Mikal slowly lowered his hand and firmly stated, there is another reason. I need to gain knowledge from Leamington for that. He turned his head to look at the crowd, feeling overwhelmed and said, so hurry, Mikal confidently declared. Everyone, as your teammate, believe in your hero. Mikal again flashed that dangerous smile and said, now, meet Shield. Let us go. An awkwardness enveloped the vast space. It would be powerless to assess this absurdity. The dialogue bubbles changed then. Scene change. Nostra was leisurely walking down the hallway in the castle, silently thinking. Sometimes, peaceful day passing by makes one feel more uneasy. He was restless and his heart full of questions. Nothing was different from usual, so why did he feel this way? Suddenly Nostra became alert, turning around to observe his surroundings. Thinking, ever since that day, I have been reborn. He recalled that feeling of despair, falling from the fifth circle in an instant. Nostra's level weakened, but the magical circle stabilized. Reflecting on those days of effort, he had given it his all. Nostra smiled with satisfaction, but that did not mean his level suddenly grew stronger. Yet it was still worth it. Nostra reminisced about that past with gratitude. Finally he reached the sixth circle through the orthodox path. If it were not for his master's support, Nostra continued to question. I am really grateful, that is true. But he hesitated and struggled to ask, why instead of feeling grateful? He first felt coldness. Nostra looked at the chirping birds outside and said, peace is still the best. He clasped his hands in prayer. Please do not turn around. Mikal suddenly appeared behind Nostra and asked with a smile, who are you talking about? He turned to look at you. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a frightening silence. Nostra turned away to escape reality, mumbling, it is bad. Now I am hearing voices and having hallucinations. He walked stiffly, clicking his tongue to himself. I should just take my medicine or something. He still smiled at Nostra as he heard him begging. Almighty One, please protect me with your eternal light. Nostra was still speaking nonsense. Almighty One. Mikal did not hesitate to step forward and deliver a painful punch to his head. In Nostra's resignation, a notification appeared indicating that Mikal had obtained the fourth meat shield from Nostra. He stood watching the subordinates with satisfaction, saying, that is 4 people now. Nostra asked suspiciously, what are you planning to do? Mikal replied gently. Leamington still could not grasp the issue and asked nonchalantly, wait, no, sir, did you just say Leamington? After a moment, Nostra finally snapped back to reality and urgently intervened. Please stop. He will never allow it. He continued to try to persuade him. If you wait, it will naturally belong to you. Mikal crossed his arms and impatiently replied, I do not have time. Nostra panicked and explained, that is not the issue. You do not have access to it. You do not intend to break the protective barrier of Leamington. Right. He seemed to realize something and hesitated to continue. Wait, do not tell me that. He knew that he had guessed it and replied, that is right. I will force my way in. Nostra asked tensely. Until then, who can stop me? Mikal calmly pointed to each person in front of him and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. He confidently said, I have 4 shields. Mikal thought of his father sitting in the office and said, the moment I break the barrier and access Leamington, father will immediately sense it. Right. He raised his hand and said, so what is your task? In the face of the subordinates' helplessness, Mikal answered himself. Until then, hold father off for me, he asked with a smile. Okay. While your men looked at him, you raised your middle finger to show your displeasure with the jerk in front of you. Mikal proudly looked up at the sky and thought, yeah, teammates are meant to do things like this. A figure quietly stood in front of the massive gate of the cult's storage. A guard saw him and exclaimed, young master, what brings you to the storage? Mikal replied straightforwardly to the guard. What else? Of course, I am here to go inside the storage. Hearing his next words, the 2 guards exchanged worried glances. It is the direct heir of Walpurgis. I must have the right to access the storage. Immediately, the 2 lowered their weapons and crossed them to block him. Young master, can you ask for permission from the Marquis? Even if you are the direct heir, I still can't let you in at this moment. Mikal, looking down with disdain, said, a few years ago, you were just a disgrace to this family. Is that why they do not trust you? Hearing her words, he also seemed to realize the problem. After recovering, he had been busy moving everywhere, but he still had not proven anything in this family. Noticing his gaze, the guard suddenly felt uneasy. Through their eyes, one could see that in their thoughts, a rarely mentioned humiliation was suddenly demanding to enter the storage. But Mikal began to radiate an intimidating aura. I think you misunderstood. His body emitted a confident amount of power that countered the soldier's demands. I came here as a Walpurgis and a hero. The lights shimmered like fireflies, gently yet frighteningly threatening the air. You are obstructing my path. Can you take responsibility for this? The 2 guards hesitated briefly, looking at each other under that persuasion. I just want to enter my family's archive. In the end, they had no choice but to retract their spears. No, I apologize for my rude attitude. But Michael seemed unwilling to let them go. He continued to question. Really? Then, his gaze was sharp and commanding. Quickly open the door. At his command, the heavy door of the archive immediately opened. Michael began to enter the archive. He was curious to inquire what the history of his family had been like for so long. His voice held indifference as he answered her. I do not know, probably about the same as other great families. But the founder is different. How surprising. There is very little information about the founder. He is said to be a great level 9 sorcerer, but before he revealed himself to the world, who he was and what he did, hardly anyone knows about those things. Listening to the story he told, Set furrowed her brow, pressing her hand against her temple as if trying to think deeply. He truly is a mysterious person. She immediately added, that is why I will investigate this right now. After waiting for a while, he seemed to have arrived at the necessary place. In front of them now was the dark room of the cult, which was carefully protected with chains and magic circles. Set flew closer, lightly touching a magic circle to assess. Since this place is covered by so many barriers, he should try to break through all of this before his father arrives. He immediately agreed with her. But there was another problem that worried him more. Yes, the number of barriers is one issue, but their levels are surprisingly high. Normally, it is nearly impossible to remove these barriers all at once. It seemed that he might give up. But the next words he uttered caught Set's attention. But that only applies to unrelated individuals. Michael slowly revealed the essence of all these barriers. He spoke while pulling out a dagger designed to react to the blood of Juan Purgis. Saying this, he brought the dagger to make a long cut on his palm. It was still complicated. But if there is a common feature among the barriers, then it is not impossible. Images of the past and present began to intertwine as memories he recalled. He had once been in a situation even more desperate than this. The place he was analyzing and excavating magic included attack, defense, corrosion, reversal. Michael softly provided a brief analysis. Many different barriers created over countless years. He clenched his bloodied hand, ready to move forward. Hesitating slightly, as countless images of other predecessors appeared in his mind, affirming that he was fighting against his ancestors with the magic of the barriers. Then, Michael threw his precious blood towards the magical barrier. The blood soaked in and the magic was preserved. I splattered this blood across the entire barrier. Seeing this, Set exclaimed in astonishment. Bloodline magic. Watching the blood on the barrier gradually spread, he began to explain, I do not need to destroy it completely. As he spoke, a powerful lightning bolt shot out from the magical barrier. I just need to disable it for a while. She raised her hand to shield herself, feeling those strong lightning bolts crackle past her, suddenly letting out a shout. Michael calmly awaited the protective barrier to gradually be disabled. The lightning and light emitted from the barrier enveloped him without any movement. The entire space was finally left with a mystical orange hue. After a moment, in the dark night, a pair of eyes subtly narrowed. Immediately after, those eyes opened wide looking ahead. The dark space surrounding them was now illuminated. Set hovering beside him looked around in astonishment and exclaimed, Huh. Around. She was filled with worry and guilt, asking, Did I touch the wrong place? Michael calmly rebutted, No. Saying that, he lifted his foot and began to move forward. Just at that moment, a giant skeletal jaw suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Set turned her head in panic to look at that. Only he seemed to find this very normal. It was one of the special spells of the Juan Purgis house. Devouring Juan Purgis. His feet did not stop and continued to move forward regardless of it. At this moment, countless other elements appeared out of nowhere launching attacks trying to impede his steps. Michael glanced at those things, wondering, another special spell? Are they hiding magic in the darkness? That attack really made him pause for a moment. But then, he immediately turned his feet to change direction. Michael kept walking along a zigzag path forward without anything happening. The girl sitting on his shoulder held her hair tightly, a bit scared, asking, Are you calculating everything while walking? Do you know where the traps are? He simply replied without much concern for her. Instinct. They continued walking for a while until he encountered a larger magic circle than the previous ones. Is this the final barrier? Suddenly, he noticed something right in the center of the circle. This unique pattern. He thought of the image of Idan proudly exclaiming, Father, you won't get through. That was the kind of feeling it was radiating. Thinking then, Michael reached out towards the front, mumbling to himself, But father, a son weaker than his father, is not that quite pitiful? As soon as his words ended, the final barrier shattered like a mirror breaking into pieces. I thought you would come to visit after a long time. Hearing this mysterious sound, he turned back to look at what was behind the broken glass. A man, resting his chin casually, questioned with suspicion, You are not Idan, right? Michael replied to the person in front with a cold, deep gaze. Yes, it is you. The man sitting inside the space beyond the broken mirror calmly responded, If what you think about my nature is correct, then yes, some will call me history, and others will call me magic. The man slowly raised his slender hands to introduce himself, but if I had to be called in the most general way, It would be that one who has a face exactly like yours, smiling with a mysterious delight. I am Leamington. Meanwhile, at the same moment, outside a luxurious mansion, an explosion suddenly shook the side of the mansion. Next, a group of guards panicked and ran away screaming. The Marquis was furious. They all fled, leaving behind a devastated scene inside the mansion. Which madman dared to provoke the Marquis? Pair of angry hands clenched tightly against the wall with wide water stains. That damned rat. Aiden lowered his weapon staff, questioning himself with a grim face. He dared to seek out Leamington. When he lifted his head, his eyes emitted a deadly red light threateningly. I will break your arms and legs, my dear son. The man known as the next holy sword. Ryan Pasiloff. But even he had a natural beast appear about 2 years ago. Aidan, along with his rage, appeared behind him, commanding him to panic and cry out. Get away. That was Michael Wampurgis. Ryan tried to dodge Aidan's continuous attacks while panicking. Lahed. A monster. I already knew he would be strong. But after dodging for a while, he eventually gave up. This was beyond normal levels. In the end, Ryan was struck powerfully, sent flying toward the center. Immediately after, he fell helplessly and slammed his face straight into the ground. At the same time, another figure appeared. Morden immediately gathered his strength into a fighting stance. My lord, please calm down. But with just one blow, Aiden gently sent him flying. He thought he could fight me with those muscles and brought me inside. This time, he was knocked even higher than Ryan was earlier, overcoming one challenge after another. Noza Jones held his magic wand, terrified enough to mispronounce words. Aidan. No. My lord. He tried to appear calm as he suggested to the imposing figure in front of him. First, please calm down and talk. But the rage seemed to have clouded his judgment. I have never defeated you before, and similarly to the two before him, the one being knocked away was Noza. I should have done this sooner. His height when knocked away seemed to be roughly equal to that of the steward Morden earlier. After surpassing those three, now it was Alanda Jones's turn. She looked at Aiden's spiked staff in horror, silently exclaiming, "What is that?" He slowly approached her with an oppressive aura. Alanda tried to drag her legs forward continuously but could not. She could not move out of fear. At this moment, she dared to look up ahead. It felt like standing in front of a wild beast. She felt like a weak prey. Just then, the useless Ryan suddenly tried to stand up. He raised his sword high to block. You cannot advance any further. Alanda was astonished, unable to believe that person was trying to resist his own fear. Ryan lifted his sword to cover half of his face, questioning him for the first time. You cannot believe in your son. Can you? You know that his achievements are beyond imagination. His words made him emit even more intense power. Alanda slowly lifted her leg and responded to him. That is right. I know. As soon as he placed his aching foot down, he stumbled. A violent tremor shook his leg. A tremor shook his leg. A tremor. A tremor. A tremor. A tremor. That is right. I know. As soon as he placed his aching foot down, a violent tremor immediately occurred, pressing down on Ryan and Alanda. That pressure tried to crush them with every word he uttered. If it could go this far, there must be a reason. That is the problem. They seemed unable to withstand this pressure and fell to their knees. Ida watched them being forced to kneel and began to explain. I am worried it will be absorbed by Leamington. Do you think I am in a hurry about that? Ryan struggled to resist as he firmly rebutted. No, not at all. Saying that, he tried his best to let out a loud cry against this powerful force. Just as his legs were preparing to stand upright, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Ada infused a surge of power into the two of them, commanding them to sleep for a while. As soon as his order was given, they fell to the ground, asleep. At this moment, in his heart, Ada silently exclaimed, my son has become a hero. What is a hero? A person who despises and destroys demons if they learn about Leamington from their perspective. Thinking of this, he unconsciously gritted his teeth in annoyance and cursed. Damn it. Returning to the dimension in the storage area, Mike High entered, focusing intently on the person in front of him. He was the first to break the ice and start the conversation. That form. You are imitating the founder, are not you? Leamington leisurely poured tea and replied. Exactly, the original form of your kind and my creation. He gently pushed the teacup toward him and said, a man worthy of being called great. Saying that, he extended an invitation to him, who had a tough time getting past the barriers, to sit down and talk first. Mike High lightly closed his eyes and responded to him. All right. But before that, he did not say much and swept his hand to knock everything on the table to the ground. The teacups and pastries lay scattered on the cold ground. In light of that action, he made a suggestion. Let us get rid of these things. Leamington glanced at him coldly and questioned. What are you trying to do? Looking at the things disappearing on the ground, Mike High replied, tea and snacks made from darkness, too perfect for poisoning someone. His expression darkened threateningly. Do not use such pathetic tricks. He remained emotionless, merely glancing at him with disdain. Shortly after, he expressed irritation and interrogated, how long do you intend to speak such nonsense? I am the embodiment of your ancestors. Mike High Wampurgis the first is a descendant who must show respect. Not letting him finish, he clenched his hands, suppressing his anger to the point of trembling. interrupting, but I can feel my desire to kill rising. A past image suddenly flashed in his mind of a person who fought against the demon lords at Agao, and this was a natural feeling. He commanded the darkness. And what does that mean? No need to think too much. Demon, I assert that. Mai clearly expressed the attitude. I do not have formal conversations with scummy demons. Hearing him call himself that, Leamington was astonished to repeat. A demon. He looked down on him with disdain. Just because I control the darkness you think I am a demon. That is a shallow thought. I also hate that damn thing. Hearing these words, Kai became even more curious. Then what are you? Prove that you are not a demon. He ordered himself. Leamington felt the retort in his smile. The one who breaks the barriers and invades here. And why should I explain details about myself? Suddenly, a terrifying friction sound interrupted their conversation. Following his words, he looked up. Yun had arrived, delighted to watch his expression full of anticipation. What will he do now? In this situation, I do not need to do anything at all, and I can eliminate the intruder. Hearing Leamington say so, Kai slightly tilted his head, his face darkening, but soon after, he broke into an enigmatic smile. More importantly, is not it you who should be worried. The words he uttered pierced the black heart of Leamington, leaving him astonished. If I disappear, you will be stuck here once more. Endlessly. No one to confront you, forever and ever. Leamington chuckled softly in amusement. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. A gigantic object filled with cuts immediately appeared. He had been transported to another dimension. Very well. Leamington, full of anticipation with the situation before him, made a request. Let us talk. The two were now in a different dimension with the giant clock towering behind Leamington. They were in different extremes. He smiled with delight looking at the person opposite, while Kai opposite showed a slightly displeased expression towards him. Shortly after, he felt the surrounding atmosphere and silently exclaimed. The movement of his father had stopped. That giant clock, it is the magic of stopping time. To break his distraction, he spoke to open the way ahead. Very well, let us talk. But suddenly, he raised his hand pointing in one direction. He pointed behind him and said, the apostle over there can also join in. A familiar blue light emanated from Seth. She removed her concealment and appeared serious in front of him. Apart from another apostle, no one could sense my presence. After that, Leamington discovered. Not hurriedly. Replied, the apostle of the storm. Seth, that brat must disappear now. Unlike other apostles, you have been left unprotected. Saying that, he assessed the one who did that, but the young master one purges, who restored it, who accomplished a difficult task even with an 8th level mage. His eyes seemed to want to peer straight into him. Asserting, that is why I believe that your understanding has surpassed even level 8. Hearing this, Michael asked back in confusion. So, Leamington continued, I want you to answer a question. Under the blinding sun of the sky, he gently exclaimed, young master one purges, who can pull me out of here? Upon hearing this question, he paused for a moment. Not long after, he gave him the answer. No, I cannot set you free. Receiving an unexpected response, he raised his hand to prepare to snap his fingers again, as we thought, but the next words he said caused his action to stop. But if it is limited freedom, then it can be. Hearing this, Leamington hesitated and asked again, what do you mean? What do you mean? Michael immediately replied, as I just said, not entirely, but I can allow you to leave the storage with some restrictions. He did not know that in his mind, he was calculating a plan. If necessary, he could completely free Leamington, but he would not do so. Even if Leamington steps out of the storage, it must be under strict control. Hearing about the conditions in this exchange, he carefully asked for more details. Restrictions? What do you mean? Michael quickly continued his words. You will sign a contract with me. What do you think? Are you interested? No matter how great you are as a magical book, you cannot endure it forever. Otherwise, the space between the two suddenly fell into silence. Without hesitation, Leamington immediately agreed. Accepting. Receiving this agreement, Michael exclaimed with delight, you would not decide so quickly. Right after that, he continued to speak. The contract has been stamped and based on the contract. He looked at him in his new outfit and explained, your power is now completely under my control. You are only allowed to use the minimum amount of power. Leamington calmly loosened his collar and replied nonchalantly, it is fine. Right after that, he turned to him. Okay, my request has been fulfilled. Now it is your turn. What are you looking for? He raised 3 fingers to express his intent. Carefully reminding, I will say it again, at this moment, the amount of knowledge that I can allow access to is only 30%. Hearing this, Michael also seemed satisfied and nodded. 30%. That is not a small amount. Leamington's knowledge is vast, just as I expected. Then, he went straight to the main issue. First, about the founder, his eyes focused on him as he gently continued. The creator. There is not much information that I can explain. I am a magical book created when the creator established this family. Saying that, he shrugged helplessly and said, so I do not know much about the creator before that time. Of course, I also do not know everything about the subsequent actions of the creator. Seeing him rambling, Michael helplessly urged, Just say what you know. Right after that, Leamington rubbed his chin, frowning in deep thought and revealed, that is not something that can be explained in a few words. But then he suddenly reached out forward. All right. His expression at this moment was full of confidence. Ready to do something. Wait, look at this. A strong wind suddenly rushed past Michael's face in his astonishment. Something strange transformed in those blood-red eyes. Unconsciously, he slightly turned to embrace his own face. Through a subtle gesture, Dudine looked hesitantly ahead. This was his father's office. He gazed at the man who was examining the disorganized pile of documents on the table. Silently exclaiming, Michael Wamperge is the first indeed. He immediately sat down and picked up each sheet of paper to examine. Michael carefully held those papers, calling their names, moving to advanced learning. Changing characteristics. Reversing attributes. There were too many research materials here. What is the founder trying to do? Suddenly, the founder opened his mouth and called out a name. Leamington. Remember the theory we once studied. Not a single character must be lost. He hesitated slightly, startled to hear the founder's words. Those who are not qualified are not allowed to read it. Even those with special talents are no exception. Founder seemed to go mad trying to establish the command. Remember, talent is nothing compared to qualification. He stared intently at the gem in the center of the book, reminding that only those with suitable qualifications are allowed to inherit it. As soon as he finished speaking, the gem in the book rose with veins like blood threads obediently responding. Qualification. I will remember that. Suddenly, the founder's voice became unclear and fragmented. That is right, these records must be separated from. We must. I tried to remind myself in this strange disturbance. Focus. I need to hear more. Just a little longer. The image of the founder gradually became distorted before him. This world must be protected. He softly uttered one word, we, before completely disappearing. He only managed to hear one incomprehensible complete sentence. All of them. Mike's eyes widened with confusion and curiosity. All of them. Immediately after, he completely vanished, leaving only a question for himself to ponder. Who are they? A brilliant light beam shone. The words Mike had just heard instantly awakened him. We, all of them. Seth beside him saw him tired, holding his head and hurriedly asked, Han, Mike, are you okay? It is just that he could not hear what she was saying because he was fixated on what he had just heard. The founder was afraid of something. I can't be sure what it is. Right then, he quickly turned to the person opposite him and asked, Leamington, do you know? Not avoiding, he straightforwardly replied, I know. However, his next answer immediately halted his intentions. But at this moment, I do not have the right to tell you. Hearing that, he pondered for a moment. Back when the founder was still alive, it was the time when families called great clans rose within the empire. Conflicts erupted everywhere across the continent, a time when they publicly expressed their intentions towards each other. However, when he recalled the images from that time, he immediately denied that hypothesis. But it seemed like that was not what the founder feared. Michael, feeling annoyed, let out a soft sigh. There were no clear answers, but he quickly reminded himself to calm down. No, it is fine. Obtaining this information is already a significant gain for me. The remaining part is... Thinking then, he called out to him. Leamington, how much knowledge can I access regarding the plague of the quill? Hearing his question, he broke into an extremely excited smile. Is that all? You can access as much as you want. The space immediately fell into silence and time drifted by. A familiar pair of white shoes slowly moved along the storage corridor. At this moment, his contact with Leamington had ended, and two silhouettes walked together down that shoe corridor. Michael looked at the person who moments ago seemed like an adult now turned into a child. Silently exclaiming, not only did I gain information, but I also successfully signed the contract, which means I have achieved a lot. But he hesitated for a moment. However, Leamington beside him spoke up, asking the silent person from earlier, are you mentally prepared? He took out the hourglass filled with anticipation and said, the emotional reunion of father and son is coming soon. Hearing that, he remembered the problem he was about to face and felt a pang of anxiety. Now was the time to confront reality. Thinking then, Michael was full of spirit ready to speak. I came here with the mindset that I would have to sacrifice a leg, but his brows furrowed tighter. Truly expressing, I am quite worried. Immediately after, he scratched his head lightly, sighing, if I were not the only one about to be hit, I would enjoy this, like Ryan for example. Yes, Ryan or someone else like that. The flying car in front of him exclaimed a ruthless sentence, ending this meaningless conversation and accepting it. With her last words, the hourglass began to restart. Each grain of sand gently flowed down, signaling that the flow of time had returned. First, a heavy sound emerged amidst Leamington's anticipation and Mikael's anxiety. That sound gradually transformed into the sound of hurried footsteps approaching the storage door. The sound grew closer and louder, and without any warning, without any movement, the storage door was officially blown open, revealing the culprit. Anne raised the staff on his shoulder and shouted loudly, Michael, you bastard. He immediately rushed to shout, stop, Dad. Wait a minute, violence only leads to endless tragedies repeating. He tried his best to soothe the terror aimed at him. Dad must overcome his hatred. But he did not listen and just scolded him, saying too much. At this moment, he suddenly stopped to notice something. He looked at the book chained deep inside the storage and exclaimed, "Leamington is still sealed, is not he?" Then, Aiden lightly smiled. He immediately changed his attitude, no longer maintaining the sternness from before, but joked with Mikhail, "You have not even accessed Leamington yet, you little brat." He looked innocently bewildered, exclaiming, wanting to stop him from rambling. Breaking through that barrier is quite an impressive feat, but, without any concealment, he revealed, "Of course I have accessed it." Hearing that, Yan slightly tilted his head down and asked back, "What? You have accessed it?" At this moment, Leamington, who was proud beside him, spoke up, "If I must say, then I have also nullified the contract." Dan, it has been 20 years, has not it? He seemed to still not believe and asked him, "Did you really sign the contract with our son?" He was full of excitement, boasting, "Unlike the people and those predecessors who saw me as a threat and neglected me." But these boastful words seemed to irritate Yan, who covered his face and lowered his tone, calling out, "Suspicious." It seemed like he would be angry, but his gaze carried a hint of sadness. What does Leamington really mean? What is the origin of this magic book, and for what reason? Seeing him like that, he honestly replied, "I do not know the details, Father. It is just that he does not know. He wishes to say one thing but thinks another. I have some speculations, but I do not intend to declare it as truth." He thought and continued speaking, "And no matter what the origin is, it does not matter to me. The things I have said make Yaiden unable to believe it." Wide-eyed, "Even though I am a hero," he quickly followed up with him, saying, "If I were not an unacceptable existence, would the gods choose me? I do not harbor resentment or despair over such things." Hearing this, he seemed to agree slightly. "You are right. Successfully signing the contract means that now Leamington can leave the storage. For now, I will confine it to this estate. After all, our estate is quite large. It is not a bad deal for Leamington." Hearing the conditions he set for himself, Leamington comfortably agreed. "I will stay still, so do not worry." Auden gently lowered his staff. He lightly tapped it and touched the ground, accepting and proclaiming, "Very well. As the head of this family, I accept your reasoning." His words brought joy to Mikai's heart. It seemed like he would get through this easily. Immediately after, he displayed his politeness by bowing to him. "Thank you, Father. I apologize for intruding into the family like this." Adan immediately called out to stop his actions. "It is all right," but Mikai did not stop and excitedly praised the situation between the two. "It is wonderful how the distance between father and son has narrowed. But even in times like this, there are still those who are suffering. As a hero, you must complete your mission. I believe that you will understand me." Without thinking, he immediately agreed. "I understand." Instantly, he became excited, jumping forward joyfully. "Then I will go." But it was not long before he called out, "Mikai," causing Mikai to startle and his hair to stand on end. "My son." He slowly turned his head, panicking, trying to remain calm. "Yes." He looked at him with a gentle smile. He held the staff and pointed at his feet, ordering, "Leave this behind." "Do you know what equivalent exchange means?" "It means to obtain something. You must pay with something of equivalent value." His head was now sweating heavily as he tried to find a way to evade. "It seems like it is not related to our situation, Father." He was not one to back down easily. He extended his hand, beginning to lament. "At this moment, my heart tells me to forgive you." But right after that, he struck the staff again, sending 3 people into self-reflection. "Of course, my son." A fire blazed behind him, different from the gentle smile he currently wore, saying, "The staff here told me not to do that." Mikai silently watched the angry flames rising. Immediately, he used his skill to disappear from his sight. Teleporting from inside the storage, he had now teleported outside, floating in the sky. Lightning on his shoulder assessed with a mocking expression. He really did not hesitate to run away. Mikai quickly rebutted her words. "It is just that she does not know anything about my father." He tried to hide his fear behind an annoyed face as he accused him. "I was not born with that personality of my father, so I am quite calm. But my father is different." He seemed to notice a word that seemed off repeating. Calm. He ignored that wrong word and decided, "I just need to hide for a while and come back when he is less angry." After she left, Mikai raised his hand, his palm sweaty, silently exclaiming, "Perfect." He looked around, assessing the surroundings, the contract with Leamington, the ideal location. "I have survived perfectly." But suddenly he felt something strange about his body. Mikai gritted his teeth, trying to move but could not understand why he could not move. Somehow, Anne had appeared behind him and spoke. "I have stopped you, my son. How do you feel being caught from behind when you can't move?" He raised his spike staff high, ready to strike him down. "Now, to deal with you." Without any mercy, Adan decisively swung down, shouting loudly, "I won't take long." Seeing that thing aimed straight at him rushing forward, Mikai panicked and shouted, "Father." He frantically pleaded with him to stop. "Wait a moment." At the same time, below Wine's mansion, A group of people helping him were sitting and taking care of each other. Alien looked a bit worried and asked the person in front, "Do you think Mikai succeeded as planned?" Ryan was bandaging his arm while confidently replying, "Who knows, but I believe he has succeeded. That is just the kind of person he is." On the side of the two older men, Morden seemed to notice something and pointed out the window. "Look, a meteor, a shooting star." The young man was shocked and looked too. But Alien, with curiosity, asked, "But why is it red? Has there ever been a shooting star like that?" Ryan, unconcerned, suggested, "Let us make a wish." Saying that, the four of them immediately clasped their hands together. Ryan closed his eyes, earnestly praying for his friend. "Please, let Mikai become a more reasonable person." Alien wished for himself, "Please make this journey become normal." The butler Morden, like her, wished for himself, hoping that physical magic would reach new heights this year. Only Nostra's wish seemed to evoke pity from others. "Please, please, let the master not return for at least 10 more years." All four of them earnestly placed their wishes, praying, "I beg you." This happened before he turned back time. In terms of timing, it occurred right at this moment. Madness spread throughout the world. People went insane, killing each other and then eating their kind, and this madness became a cover for all kinds of inhumane behavior. A hand filled with anger slammed hard against the wall in front. Damn it. Michael was overwhelmed with disappointment and self-blame. Where do I even start? And then, he realized too late, the root of this raw disaster. Drops of blood mixed with light water splashed into the air. Each drop fell to the floor, creating a small puddle. When his hands were stained with blood from punching the wall, he realized it was right there, returning to the moment of regression. Michael opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, exclaiming that the frost was faster than he thought. He lay on the luxurious bed, a bit surprised at himself, exclaiming that he never expected to return to normal in just a week. Suddenly, he recalled an old event from the past, where he had been beaten badly and still learned no lesson. Thinking of this, he was filled with admiration, reflecting on his past self, which was truly astonishing. Seeing his own smile, it would be somewhat confusing why he smiled that way. Was not it something to be proud of? She still maintained such an evaluative attitude toward him. So this was indeed the plague. Hearing her words, Michael was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." Following that, he discussed what was to come with Seth. Two of the great demon kings had been defeated, and the remaining demon kings, unable to endure losing another ruler, would surely take action, both mentally and physically, and before he could reverse time, the thing most similar to that action was the plague. He then began to explain in more detail. The true nature of the plague was the madness that spread everywhere. The madness drove people insane and divided them from each other. Thinking of that situation, if it spread, it would be too late. Based on his memories before he went back in time, the first recorded outbreak of this madness was in a place with brilliantly colored trees. We needed to go to the dark forest. Just then, a handsome young figure appeared, breaking into his thoughts, asking if he was going to leave right now. Michael looked at the person with the insincere smile and the wrong age for his body and exclaimed, "Leamington." Suddenly, he grabbed Michael's hand, transferring a surge of power into it. Michael felt the flow of strength within him and exclaimed in astonishment. This as he quickly explained the access he had to Leamington. "You can't take me out of the mansion, so you need a way to access my knowledge." Right. Instead of focusing on what he said, Michael focused on the aura surrounding him. This red energy was truly reminiscent of demons. Michael pondered for a moment, thinking of something that lay between demons and humans. Then, he placed a small notebook in Michael's hand. This notebook was a condensed version of Leamington, and as his next words were drawn out, Michael closed his eyes. If you need something, the knowledge will automatically appear in your mind. He began to activate the book and concentrate his thoughts. The most urgent thing right now was knowledge about the dark forest. When the pages of the book stopped, he looked at it in surprise. So it works this way. Previously, he had no detailed information about the dark forest, but Michael gently closed the book, excitedly exclaiming that this was perfect. It seemed that Leamington had seen what he was looking for and spoke up. "The dark forest. If you are a hero, then your mission will be to rehabilitate the discarded beings of the dark forest." An image of a gigantic tree immediately appeared. The discarded beings, they were once pure entities, blessed by the world tree, but they have abandoned the world tree, the dark elves, and they are the ones I must face. After a moment, a joyful sound echoed from behind the intricately carved door, welcoming my beloved son. Adon was laughing and playing happily with the person in front of him, feeling the warmth of a loved one after such a long time. Seeing him tightly clutching the staff with that smile, Mikai calmly responded, "It seems that father is in a very good mood today." He subtly nodded in response. "I have not completely let go of the past." He quickly suggested a peaceful negotiation without breaking bones. "Let us put the staff down and talk first." Hearing his suggestion, he no longer threatened but set the staff down. "All right. Look at how you came here like this. Surely you intend to leave immediately." Mikai bluntly responded without hiding. "That is right. We do not have much time left. Regarding that, I will take a few people from Talia with me." Hearing his request, Yanan was a bit curious. "I do not mind too much, But is there a reason? He straightforwardly revealed, I intend to go to the Dark Forest. Hearing his intention, he found it somewhat interesting. Oh, the Dark Forest. How intriguing. He pretended to hesitate to ask, so that means those two are from there. Maikai quickly replied to him, that is right, they are likely from the Dark Forest. The leader of Talia, Hidos. His adopted daughter, the Dark Elf, Naya. Looking at Dan pondering in front of him, he quietly affirmed, I am sure father has guessed part of it already. Not all Dark Elves live in the Dark Forest, but all noble Dark Elves do live there. Transitioning scenes. A pair of dark-skinned hands were diligently writing something down. The person let out a tired groan of discomfort. Hidos lamented in frustration. One of the major families of the Information Empire is about to have a mountain of work. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted him. Maya, with a panicked expression, burst through the door and shouted loudly. Seeing her so hurried, he was slightly startled. What is going on, Maya? She rushed so much that she stammered. He is here. He really has come here, Dad. The more Hidos heard, the more confused he asked back, Iker. But before she could answer, he seemed to realize something and opened his eyes wide. Do not tell me. A pair of familiar shiny leather shoes gradually appeared from behind the door. Maikai stepped in, amidst Mia's panic. Greeting, I am here. She quickly moved aside, avoiding him as if avoiding a plague. He looked at Hidos, smiling awkwardly, and straightforwardly asked, what is wrong with you two? It has been a while. Then, he looked at Mia's forced smile with concern. Why do you look so gloomy? With such a situation, Hidos decided to meet the one who came to greet him. You have arrived, hero. Maikai stood between the two, maintaining a distance from him as if avoiding a disease. Not paying much attention. Spoke up, I came here because I need to talk to you too. He quickly asked him back. What is it about? He smiled brightly with a hint of mystery and asked a question hitting the core. Have you two ever thought about returning to your homeland? His question struck Hidos's heart, surprising him as he stood up straight. Maikai continued, you two cannot hide it forever, is that right? He looked at Mia trying to avoid him calling out. The apprentice priestess. The image of a woman trying to plead in the past appeared in Hidos's mind. We have no one else to trust but you. Her tear-streaked face pleaded. Please take care of Maya, Hidos. Back to the wide-ranging reality. Maikai's voice echoed. You can't hide her forever. He continued speaking, making Hidos awaken. Is not that right? Apprentice priestess. Shortly after, he asked, how much do you know about the priestess of the Dark Forest? Despite Hidos's urgency, Maikai calmly replied that she is the central figure connecting the Dark Forest. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly stared vacantly into the air, pausing for about 2 seconds. Maikai spoke hesitantly, and that she is a great sacrifice. Perhaps. Hearing this, Hidos immediately raised a hand in disbelief. A sacrifice. Indeed, just recalling the image of the priestess he just recounted, the tribe tries to honor the priestess, but the reality is, at this point, Hidos suddenly spoke in a sorrowful tone. She is nothing but a sacrificial object. Maya was also saddened when she heard this story in the Dark Forest, where the remains of an ancient goblin ancestor lie. Then she both recalled and described. More accurately, she was an ancestor betrayed by the very sister she trusted. Maya's voice gradually became somber when mentioning the ending. She died with the curse of the sister who betrayed her until the very last moment. She continued the story. That very curse made the forest gloomy. While remembering the Dark Forest, Mia gradually slowed down, and as 100, then 1,000 years passed, it became more terrifying and fearsome. But soon after, she thought of the people moving in the forest, mocking themselves. But for the fugitives, there is no better forest than this. We have long been accustomed to the darkness. The story paused as well when Maikai pondered in his heart. Leamington. It only had the information about this matter. He suddenly complimented. She must have been a highly noble elven royalty. Maikai's unexpected words made Maya curious. How do you know? Maikai speculated reasonably. If mere resentment could destroy the entire forest, then she could not be an ordinary elf. Hearing this, she continued sadly. The vengeful spirit of the ancestor could never forgive the sister who betrayed her. The image of the two sisters in her tale seemed to appear before her eyes, but that sister soon passed away, leaving behind a grudge that could never be resolved. Maya was deeply saddened but nodded when she heard him conclude. That is why they used sacrifices. Just recalling the ugly girls, she continued. They chose those with personalities or appearances similar to that sister and forced them to bear the wrath of the vengeful spirit. Maya's voice gradually became powerless. Not to kill them, she slowly said, but to gradually wear down their spirits. Shortly after, Maya bit her lip tight as if deep in thought. He attentively observed every change in her emotions and thought, the love of the forest. This forest is indispensable to them. Next, Maikai remembered the moonlight, also tainted by the gloom of the forest, and the dark forest needed something to vent its anger. He thought of a fuse that continuously burned without pause. Instead of dissipating resentment, it led to an endless cycle of suffering. In the end, Maikai concluded that it was like a giant barrel of gunpowder waiting to explode. Next, he curiously asked, if Maya was a priestess apprentice, then Hitos must be her guardian. At this moment, Hitos had regained his composure and replied, yes. He closed his eyes, recalling the image of the priestess, then corrected himself. More accurately, I am the guardian of the current priestess in the shadow-singing forest. The image of Hitos helping Mia escape appeared. At her request, I took Maya out of the shadow-singing forest. Just as he spoke, Hitos's pointed ears suddenly seemed to burn black in part. Micah listened intently while casually narrating, and during that process, the curse that descended upon him had activated, leaving him with only a limited time to live. He asked if anyone could replace Maya. Hitos firmly responded, no. It would take at least another 100 years. He stepped back, clenching his fists but still helplessly spoke up. And the current priestess, she cannot hold on for that long. Then Hitos respectfully bowed. Even for him, the hero, this was not an easy matter. He continued to feel regret, the vast shadow-singing forest, and the resentment of that tribe had run deep. Not letting Hitos finish, Maikai immediately interrupted. It is fine. Unconcerned about their worried expressions, he confidently placed his weapon on his shoulder, as if wanting to reassure everyone. Maikai spoke confidently. All I need to do is defeat them all. It seemed he still did not believe in himself and asked again. Aunt. The scene shifted to inside a grand palace that was being tightly guarded. Right next to a guard was a device shaped like an owl, covered by a shadow that looked extremely suspicious. That dark shadow remained silent as the guard walked by. Then a whispering voice issued from the darkness. Babylon, the Wamperge's barrier has weakened. The voice urged continuously. Now is our opportunity. Babylon, angry, could not contain his voice and cursed. Damn it. I finally found her. But, of all places, she chose to hide in Wamperge's. The dark shadow quickly moved in response. We should be grateful we still found her. It decisively rushed forward. If we cannot bring the priestess apprentice back, the tribe will have no future. Quickly, it arrived in front of the door where Maya, Hitos, and Maikai were gathered. The shadow entered and spotted Maya. There she is. It was delighted to see her alone and her guardian absent. Maya, unsuspecting, turned her back to that dark shadow. The shadow continually urged him. Pavilion, focus. Pavilion anxiously replied. I know. He stealthily held a syringe and approached. The priestess is not one of us. Pavilion's scheme spilled over. She is just a sacrificial offering. Despite the danger approaching, she remained unaware. It seemed Maya's unguardedness made him hesitate. Nevertheless, Pavilion still recklessly raised the syringe, ready to stab her. At the same time, his tension spread throughout his body. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out and a sharp sword was placed against Pavilion's neck, confirming his fears. It turned out that Maikai had been planning this for a long time, stepping into the trap so easily. How interesting. He could not believe it, his eyes wide open as he thought, girl. What? When did you get so close? At the same time, Pavilion's hand holding the syringe trembled uncontrollably, but he remained optimistic. Damn it. It is okay. We can still scream. He tried to open his eyes wider as if searching for some confidence. He was a master of invisibility, even better than me. Then Pavilion quickly devised a plan in his mind. If Kyu attacked from behind right now, we would still have a chance. Not allowing him to think for long, Maikai gently pointed downwards curiously. Is this the person you are looking for? Upon hearing that question, Pavilion immediately bowed his head to look in the direction he had just pointed. He desperately shouted at the sight of Kyu frothing at the mouth in front of him. It seemed that Pavilion had realized his predicament. Questioning, who the hell is this? Maikai contemptuously replied. A hero. Following that, his gloomy face fully revealed itself as he continued. A hero who specializes in defeating scum like you. After a decisive attack, two large figures lay piled on top of each other. Maikai did not care about his blood-soaked face. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, is it finally over? Not stopping for a moment, he looked at Hitos approaching the two defeated foes in front of him. Thoughtfully, Hitos slowly replied, do you recognize these faces? They are the skilled warriors of the forest. Saying this, Hitos suddenly frowned and continued, back in the forest. They were the ones who staunchly supported the maintenance of the priestess system. No, they were even worse than that. Hearing this, Maikai became even more curious. He asked coldly. Worse how? As Hitos recalled the dark rituals he recounted, they worshipped the vengeful spirits of the dark forest, along with hands that implied praise for the evil forces. He continued, they simply are the Karens. As he said this, Hitos could not help but close his eyes in concern for these people. The vengeful spirits of the dark forest should not be confined to the forest. As his words trailed off, Maikai suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. His gaze gradually darkened, his pupils continuously twitching without rest. Dear God. Finally, he suddenly broke into a cryptic smile. So that is how it is? At that moment, Maikai recalled the red demons that were relentlessly screaming before he reversed time, the cause of the madness that had engulfed the world in chaos. He finally understood. After pausing for a few seconds, the last image of Mia appeared once again, and he quietly suspected that, unlike before he reversed time, Maya was still alive. It was as if a flame of hatred was continuously flickering in his heart. Maikai silently told himself, but he could not leave any embers behind. Before burning down the entire mountain, he had to crush them completely. After being lost in a sea of thoughts for a while, Maikai suddenly turned to the person beside him and asked, "Maya, I want to ask you this." Seeing Maya hurriedly shake her head to indicate avoidance, he became even more confused. What is going on?" It felt like sitting on a pile of fire. Mia trembled and pointed forward. Stuttering, she fearfully looked at the blood-soaked appearance on Maikai. Then said, "The staff." Hearing this, Maikai could only silently nod his head in the direction she pointed. He looked at her innocently, wondering why. What was the problem? As he stood helplessly beside her, hitting his forehead. Turns out even the most basic rationale had crumbled. After a moment, Maikai asked, "After all, in the dark forest, were all the people there obsessed with turning the priestess into a sacrifice?" Mia shook her head in response. "That is not right." She slowly remembered the noisy debate from years ago and continued. "There were also people who wanted to leave the forest or fight against the resentment." Pausing for a few seconds, Maya calmly pointed out the specific issues from that year, but most of them only wanted to maintain the status quo. Seeing her suddenly silent, Maikai straightforwardly spoke up, and those opinions had been silenced. At this moment, he closed his eyes for a long time without any hint of emotion. Realizing that, then there is no need to wipe them all out. Hearing Maikai say this, Mia suddenly widened her eyes in shock. At the same time, Hitos was also feeling quite confused. He lowered his head, closing his eyes in helplessness. With the terrified expressions on both of them, Maikai surprisingly spoke up, "Why did you suddenly get startled like that?" Maya, caught, quickly waved her hands to deny. She smiled in a sincere explanation. "No, it is nothing." Despite him pretending to evaluate her with a blank face, she continued to speak frankly. "There were times I really thought you intended to destroy our entire clan." Unexpectedly. Hearing this, Micah slightly twisted his wrist, pointing at his forehead. He looked up sadly. How tragic. Even his innocent words could be easily misunderstood like this. Thinking about it, he slightly closed his eyes and called to the person beside him, Seth, who had been with me long enough to know how ridiculous that kind of misunderstanding is. Right, Seth? Confused, displayed an expression of huge question marks. Wait, so you really do not intend to destroy them, like being splashed with cold water? Micah helplessly looked up at the sky, tears welling up. Feeling wronged. Really, this is truly a tragic misunderstanding. After a while, in the dark atmosphere, from the perspective of someone slowly opening their eyes, suddenly waking up after the confrontation, the green-haired elf groaned and shouted a few times, as if still confused within. He startled and struggled against the bindings. Looking into the endless dark void around, the green-haired elf panicked and exclaimed, "Where is this?" In an instant, deep within the darkness, someone's voice suddenly echoed. "Welcome." The green-haired elf, astonished, looked at Maikai, who was smiling and waving at him, and exclaimed, "You," ignoring the person in front of him still trying to regain their composure. Maikai suddenly broke into an eerie smile. "I will speak plainly." As soon as the words left his mouth, Maikai hesitated slightly, pointing his finger directly at the face of the person opposite him. In the blink of an eye, the golden magic spear immediately obeyed Maikai's command and decisively pierced through the sturdy palm of the green-haired elf. As if his mind had completely collapsed in an instant, the green-haired elf's eyes bulged out in agony. Along with that, the sharp fangs were screaming in ultimate pain. Maikai maintained an expressionless face looking at him. He coldly ordered, "Tell me everything you know about the dark forest." The green-haired elf bowed his head to respond, "It is useless. No matter how much you torture me, you won't extract any information from me." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly widened his white eyes and shouted, "Freedom for our ancestors." In response to his excessive actions, Maikai still did not forget to pay attention to the characteristic patterns of the seal on his long tongue. After a while of yelling and scolding in vain, the green-haired elf saw that Maikai maintained his indifferent demeanor, so he fell silent in helplessness. Maikai slowly watched him panting and then spoke slowly, "Sorry for ruining your dramatic moment, but I have neutralized your self-destruct spell." Unable to foresee the current situation, the green-haired elf stared in fear. He thought to himself, the dark nature permeated the history of his clan. After pausing for a few seconds looking at the direction of Maikai's finger, he gradually realized that he had been nullified by him. Just as expected, right after Micah pointed to control, the second golden spear directly pierced down into the other palm. He now slowly stepped forward a few steps. "Do you know, in some future, you have unleashed a disaster beyond your control. Because of that, countless people have suffered and died." So the green-haired elf could only whisper in pain as he heard him say this. "What are you talking about?" Maikai stood tall, exuding an imposing demeanor. "At first, I thought that a great demon was responsible for polluting the forest." As he said this, he suddenly pointed expressionlessly at the green-haired elf once again. As expected, Micah's face remained unchanged as he watched the third spear pierce through one side of the elf's thigh. "But I was wrong." Despite the green-haired elf's wide, lifeless eyes, he continued to assess. From the very beginning, the madmen mistook their distorted thresholds for true faith, tearing the world apart. Pausing for a few seconds, Maikai suddenly displayed an expression full of rage. "It really makes me furious." No longer caring about the life and death of the green-haired elf, he He gently placed his hand on his head and spoke deeply. Then, I have a question, like a hand representing the forces of punishing darkness. Maikai calmly asked, why do you think I would tell you this secret? The elf's name looked into the darkness that enveloped the vision. Increasingly panicking, do not say that, in front of the green-haired elf's threshold. Maikai smiled. Indeed, returning to the scene of reality, Maikai was now spreading his arms. Placing the line of magic on the heads of the two elves, he continued to explain, this is a dream, along with the gigantic line of magic continuously radiating throughout his body. Maikai silently conversed within. Here, you will feel every bit of pain, but no matter how much you want to, you cannot die. The calm gaze slowly opened. Maikai continued to dive into the subconscious, welcoming you to the abyss of consciousness. A member of Karen, the green-haired elf was now screaming in despair. I will speak, but contrary to the intention of obtaining a confession as initially planned, Maikai was now ruthlessly stabbing a series of spears into him. No, I have no intention of believing the words of a mere lunatic. At this point, he suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on him. Not a bit. Back to the scene of reality. Maikai sighed and slowly withdrew his hand from the first elf's head. He turned to the two people, Mai and Hito, behind him and naturally turned to leave. Finally, they had revealed the information. As if not noticing Mai's fearful expression, Maikai's voice remained steady. Recently, an outsider has intruded into the dark forest, and with that person's interference, Fakeron has increased its influence. He heard her surprisedly ask back. An outsider slowly turned to reply, a rather special one, the one that the dark elf revered as a saint, their ancient ancestor. After all, Maikai said this, and the image of the magical tower suddenly began to appear elsewhere. At the same time, the sound of delicate heels continuously echoed around the tower area. Shy silhouette of a pure young girl gradually appeared in a flowing white dress. It turned out, the girl with the quartz-colored eyes was referred to by the world as Azur. In the thick darkness, the mysterious figure stepped forward. What do you think? Azur Nim, silent as a statue. Azur fixed her sharp gaze towards him. She turned her back and walked away, her voice sounding light as a breeze. Not bad. From behind, the mysterious voice spoke low. This is a significant day. The face gradually revealed. He chuckled softly. Karen has secured the majority of the seats. You will not be disappointed. He is the Dark King. Braglian. Azur responded to him. Securing the majority means that the cunning ones recognize the contradictions in the forest are speaking out. She raised her hand lightly on the scepter. Remember this? Your Majesty. Azur raised her voice. Azur does not want her resentment to be trapped in this forest. Her voice commanded. The one who has imprisoned me in this forest and tolerated the resentment and hatred is none other than the current humanity. Immediately after, Azur suddenly turned back. How ridiculous it is that only I and my descendants have to suffer unjustly. Her voice rang out, deep and decisive. Resentment is not allowed to only exist in the forest. Azur continued. Unlike us, those who have adapted, humanity will doubt each other, kill and be killed. Pausing for a moment, she continued speaking. And then, our lineage will rise like victors. Braglian heard this and cracked a wicked smile. Finally, our opportunity has come. He screamed in his heart. We have endured countless years of humiliation, being imprisoned in this forest. Then, Braglian recalled the scene of being imprisoned. As a king, I can only mourn for the lost years. He immediately knelt before Azur. We have longed for the Great Mother to return to us. Braglian bowed his head slightly, his voice carrying humility and respect. What do you need me to do? She paused for a moment before responding to him. I want to see how much my resentment has grown. Scene change. A voice suddenly rang out, causing Maya to pause. Perhaps today is the day I meet the priestess. The figures of the group with their horses silently faded into the night, like ethereal brushstrokes on a deep night painting. Ryan spoke up. Maybe because we are walking on the path leading into the forest. But the stars are so bright tonight. Maikai looked up at the starry sky. The ethereal light of the constellations shining down from above. The stars twinkled in the sky like bright jewels. He softly said, the night sky. Maikai continued to gaze at the starry sky. His heart suddenly filled with distant memories. He closed his eyes. How funny it is that old memories are so haunting. The mercenary looked up at the starry sky. Then cursed, this damn sky has not changed at all. Looking up, it seems like we are living in peace and prosperity. Gia looked at him and said, Beast King, may you find peace in your soul. The mercenary crossed his arms. Ha. How funny. Peace can't fix this world. Ryan nodded in agreement. I agree. The world has truly become a chaotic mess. Maikai stood behind, looking at the group talking animatedly. He pondered, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in his own inner world. Soon after, a brilliant light sparkled in Maikai's eyes, and he broke into a bright smile. Without a word, he sat down on the grass, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, embracing the stillness of the night. Maikai recalled, the Beast King used to gaze at the sky with a doubtful expression. He glanced over at Ryan. The young woman spoke so bluntly that people had to pray she would at least pretend to be nice. Also, his gaze stopped on Siegfried, whose eyes were full of unspoken thoughts, and Siegfried was pitiful. Maikai reflected in his mind. Most memories from that time were not pleasant. But strangely, the night sky fleeting before sleeping made me feel satisfied. He leaned back on the soft grass, his gaze directed toward the vast sky, his mind drifting along with the light clouds. Micah closed his eyes, his breath slowly blending with the night breeze. He lay still, calm and contemplative. In that silence, he completely sank into his own quietude. Scene change. Micah got on his horse. Huh. How ridiculous. Why am I thinking about the past like this? He smiled lightly. Only silence and quiet thoughts crept into the breeze. The campfire was burning and emitting thick smoke. Micah suggested, "It is late now. Let us rest here for today." Everyone gathered around the fire, each quietly preparing for a sleep after a long, tiring day. While Micah was sitting and watching everyone, someone called out to him, brave guy." Micah sat closer, and Micah gently asked, "What is the matter? Are you really talking to me? You remember, you kept screaming and dodging me, and then I got closer. What is wrong with that?" After that, Micah brought his two hands together. "Moreover, I have to tell you." Courageous, she suddenly lowered her voice. "About the priestess. She is much more complicated than you think." Micah continued. "My sister, the current priestess. Micah was surprised. "How complicated is it?" She replied. "I do not know if it was like that in the past, but at least my sister and we are a bit different from others." Micah's voice echoed in the flickering firelight. "For her, perhaps handing me over would be easier." She continued. "If she did that, perhaps she could have been with Hidos." "No, with her father too." Micah looked at her in surprise and asked back, "Is the role of the priestess something that can be easily transferred like that?" Mir hesitated to answer. "I do not know, but giving up everything for me might not be a happy choice for her. You seem to understand."
"Is that so?"
Then she shouted, "Anyway, that is what I wanted to say." Mir wrapped her arms around her legs. "You do this because you have to. I know that." She suddenly turned to look at you with sparkling eyes. "But still, thank you for coming with me." Hearing her say that, Micah immediately froze, his eyes wide, his gaze full of surprise as if he could not believe what he just heard. He recalled in disbelief. Her expression was one of utter shock. She had said thank you. In Micah's memory, Mir was originally a fated girl who had to walk a thorny path as a priestess. She walked with bloodied feet, leaving bright red traces on the cold ground. Micah realized, now, it was as if she had chosen to walk that thorny path herself. He looked at Mar. Yet she chose to accompany me. No, if she thanks me, then surely she had a plan to resolve everything from the start. After a moment's hesitation, Micah suddenly spoke up to ask, "There is something I am curious about." Mer turned back. "Go ahead and ask." Your question surprised her. "How do you feel about the dark elves you encountered?" Mer looked up at the starry sky. She gently replied, "They need to change." Then, Mer smiled and said, "Freed from hatred, I think they need to be liberated from Azur's curse." He quietly looked up at the vast sky. Amidst countless twinkling stars, Micah felt he touched a part of the deep meaning in her words. Just like that, the starry sky seemed to have given him the answer. So that was his answer. Transitioning, a flickering candlelight. The priestess bore all the malice and madness transmitted through the dark forest. Rhina sat still in the center of a circle covered with strange ancient symbols, the surrounding candlelight flickering incessantly. Chains tightened around Rina's legs, heavy and relentless as if fate itself had imprisoned her. Rina's expression was dazed. Her wide-open eyes looked horrifying. More precisely, she played a role. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief, trembling slightly as if witnessing something beyond imagination. A bright red line like blood appeared in Rhina's eyes, burning as if etched in fire within her mind. She trembled and fearfully stepped back. As Hymera, the sister of the ancestor Azur, Rina saw herself as a soulless corpse, continuously becoming the target of the Azur race. She slowly reached out her finger, as if wanting to touch something invisible before her. Rina saw her hand twist grotesquely. It was nothing short of torture. Immediately after, she could not stop screaming in pain. A hand appeared, striking brutally across Rina's face without mercy. A person identical to her appeared. "Does it hurt? Does it suffer? When the betrayer comes, do you know how much my heart aches?" She appeared with a horrifying expression. Questioning me, "Have you ever tried to understand?" "Little sister," she screamed in anguish. "Pain, pain, pain. I am truly in great pain. You said we would do this together." Immediately after, the grip increased. She squeezed my face tightly, causing her pain. "I trusted you." She sliced her hand sharply across Rhina's abdomen, causing blood to flow out. "I believe that the two of us can do it." She could only widen her eyes, tears streaming down. Apologizing. "I did not do anything. I did not betray you, or hurt you. I just wanted to protect my sister." Her hand kept digging deep into Rina's belly, blood continuously flowing out. Her eyes now only showed the whites, her gaze vacant as if all life had been drained away. Her hand, with sharp nails, kept tightly gripping Rina's face, making it hard for her to breathe. Now, Rina's eyes were only left with the whites, devoid of light, as if stripped of all will and emotion. Then, she gasped for breath, collapsing helplessly and exhausted on the ground before Brachlion's eyes. He said, You are excellently fulfilling your role. I commend your efforts." Priestess Rena, her eyes widened, her gaze fixated on the ground. Seemingly Rena's mind was drowning in chaos. Moments later, she looked up at Brechlian, her expression surprised. King Azir, from behind, a mysterious figure appeared behind him. Splendid, Rena's gaze was dazed. Lifeless, like someone lost in a storm of emotions. She looked at the girl in front of her, suddenly realizing that face. Rena screamed in despair, her cry filled with extreme fear. She fearfully stumbled back against the wall, continuously apologizing. Sorry, stop. Rena turned back with rising despair, her eyes widened in astonishment. Azir gently spoke, her voice soft like a spring breeze, her expression too beautiful. Then, she licked her lips contentedly. This will be a nourishing treat for me, Azir. At this moment, night had fallen. In the darkness, only the moonlight was the only existing light. Along the small stream, the plants shimmered gently in the light. The scene before Ryan left him wide-eyed in amazement. He exclaimed, "So this is inside the dark forest." Truly surprising. Then Ryan instinctively recoiled, hesitantly saying to Hitos beside him, "I feel a bit creepy." Hitos calmly replied, "It is okay, because this is the truth." Following behind them, Maya flatly added to Hitos, "That frightening feeling has only deepened over many generations. It must be true." Just as the group was moving deeper inside, Mun suddenly shouted, "Alert! Alert!" Then, it turned to inform Makai. "Enemy territory. Focus." Upon hearing this, Makai's gaze concentrated on Mun, who made this outfit. Then, examining Mun's state, he flew up ahead to explain. "Yes, from the perspective of the fairies, they would naturally be wary of the dark forest." After saying this, he turned to comfort Mun, who could not help but feel disgust towards the fairies distorted by malice. Even as Mikai vigilantly looked around, in the darkness before you, shadowy figures with red eyes appeared strangely. Mikai guessed, the fairies have lost their minds. The longer you looked, the greater the unease in your heart became. "Yes, this is not right at all." While Mikai was deep in thought, a sharp arrow suddenly appeared in the air, shooting directly towards you. Then, the arrow struck the ground. Modi looked at it and cleverly said, "What a warm welcome." Just as you finished speaking, a series of arrows were shot from the surrounding tree canopies, as if responding to a summon. The arrows embedded in the ground suddenly freed themselves. It immediately turned into a rain of arrows shooting towards Mikai. In the face of that attack, Mikai remained calm. "You lost your composure, did not you?" Shortly after, a whirlwind suddenly rose in the forest. The wind was so strong that it seemed to want to blow everything away. Ryan was of course affected. He used his hands to shield his face from the swirling dust. For the masked Hitos, this wind did not disturb him much. Suddenly, Hitos narrowed his eyes, a vigilant person moving according to the movements before him. It turned out that a figure had stepped out from behind a large tree. One. Then came the second. Another person holding a bow and arrow jumped down from the branches. 3. Then they gradually revealed themselves. 4, 5, 6. Seeing the ambushed spirits appear, Hitos lightly grasped his sword and charged forward. He then used his foot to gain momentum and jumped high. In the air, Hitos's power immediately erupted. He swooped down to handle each spirit one by one. After finishing the task, Hitos landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind screams and clouds of dust. At this moment, a surviving spirit rushed forward. He shouted loudly, "Traitor! Those who raised you to be a professional assassin are the great ones." Hearing those words, Hitos hesitated slightly, but he still let that spirit continue to scold. "You not only betrayed their kindness but also betrayed the female spirit being trained." Seeing Hitos's strange expression, Mikai extended the bag in his hand and asked, "Hitos, do you know him?" Hitos paused for a moment, but quickly admitted calmly, "Just say they are my friends. They are all candidates to become protectors of the nun." Hearing Hitos say that, Mikai's face still showed no emotion. He coldly raised his weapon, which meant those who lost and failed, not allowing Mikai to finish speaking. That elf suddenly shouted loudly, "Shut up. Do not associate us with those who betrayed us and the nun." In response to his attitude, Mikai thrust his staff forcefully. "The one who holds it." Standing in front of that elf, Mikai straightforwardly accused them. "The one who kidnapped a child, a normal human, and raised it to become an assassin. What are you proud of?" In the midst of the questioning, Mikai recalled the scene when he first met Hitos. "While breaking the curse, I saw the human form hidden within him." In Mikai's recollection, after breaking the curse, Hitos had a long pause. Perhaps Hitos felt that, "He told me how he became a guardian." Hearing that story, Mikai secretly sighed that it was really simple. He had even imagined the scene. Pair of parents in pain by their newborn's side. The immoral being secretly selecting talented human children and kidnapping them. Following that, there were the emaciated figures. The harsh training regimen that Mikai thought of and raised them along with their families. Not only that, those human children would be forced to take medicine to look like elves. Mikai's voice sank. In other words, the title, the Guardian. Speaking of this, Mikai turned away, his voice sharp. It is what he wanted from the very beginning. "I do not care about your failures." Now, some elves had managed to stand up. They warily followed Mikai's back. "After all, perhaps you have been told To capture intruders like us and guard this place. Right. Maikai's steps suddenly stop. So what? So what? What do you mean? Then he turned his head, directing a fierce gaze back. I said, take us to your leader right now, you filthy beasts. Under Maikai's threat, those elves had no choice but to present. This is how you will be taken there, he asked back in surprise. Is that so? You are not enough. Right. On the lush green grass, a slender hand reached out as if to respond. No, not at all. After a while of trembling, that hand finally stood straight up. It turned out to be the hand of the elves. Micah had used them like guide dogs. Number 1 bug, you are too slow. You have to lead us with everything you know. Next, Micah yanked the rope around the elves' necks. He excitedly shouted, now, 1. Ready, 2. Move, 1. Following Micah's counting, 2. The rest of the group suddenly slowed down. While Micah was still enjoying himself, a loud voice caught his attention. Look, the traitor is coming. Under Micah's curious gaze, a few figures were using sticks to beat a small elf on the ground, surrounding the elf who was holding its head in pain. Those creatures kept using force. You idiots, die, die. Ryan followed the direction of Micah's focused gaze. He exclaimed in surprise, is that Karen? Micah did not respond. The mocking laughter of that person kept echoing in his ears, making him think, this is what happens when extremists should not be the ones in power. At that moment, an elf who seemed to be the commander spoke up. Things should have been like this from the beginning. Our ancestors would have wanted to see this outcome. The man's face showed an unusually excited expression. He sneered. They are the traitors. The ones who have rejected their mother. Even the king has acknowledged. When he said they were not even worthy of pity, Micah could not bear to listen anymore. He coldly ordered, shut up. However, the elves seemed not to hear and surrounded the fire. They chanted loudly, glory to Azer. Not only that, they also callously left another poor creature in the flames, which they regarded as the power of our resurrected ancestors. The flames illuminated each cruel face. Where there was only blind worship, revenge against the outside world justified. The horrific scene before Micah was unbearable. He tightened the staff in his hand, thinking, so even before resurrection, the dark elves acted like this. Micah's face grew paler. At that moment, only one thought flashed through his head. Seth quickly realized it, while he was still lost in thought. Right, maybe I should, Seth softly called. Micah. At this moment, Micah's face only showed a sinister expression, along with a malicious thought. Right here. Should we kill all of them? In the middle of the forest, the elves were kneeling around the large fire, the glory of Azer. This scene caught Micah's eye. Hearing them shout about the power of our resurrected ancestors, Micah clenched his teeth so hard that the veins stood out on his jaw. Beside him, Seth anxiously looked at Micah, who still did not take his eyes off those goblins, seeking revenge for the outside world's righteousness. Seeing Micah dazed for so long, Seth had to ask, Micah, are you okay? Unlike Seth's worried gaze, Micah's eyes were filled with fury, as if he was about to explode. After a long silence, Micah raised his hand to cover his face, trying to suppress his emotions before responding. Not really. A moment later, Micah removed his hand from his face, gradually calming down. Right. I should collect myself a bit. Letting emotions lead won't help at all. Well, Micah approached Hitos and said seriously, this is worse than I thought. Meeting on high ground is meaningless now. Hearing that, he sought advice. So what should we do regarding that issue? Micah did not respond immediately. Instead, he unexpectedly posed a question. Don't you have anyone to save? Saying that, Micah looked directly at Hitos, his voice carrying a hint of probing. That is what you wanted when you followed me here, isn't it? Seeing Hitos remain silent, Micah continued, you mean Gina. Right. By this point, Micah was almost certain of his own suspicion, and he handed the object in his hand to Hitos. Right. Do what you need to do. I won't be sleeping soundly either. The object Micah gave to Hitos was a pendant. Seeing him carefully hold the pendant in his palm, Micah cautiously instructed, this might do something about the barrier blocking the nun, but do not try to get her out immediately. Just get close and wait. After pausing for a moment, Hitos calmed down. He bowed slightly to Micah, thanking him. Then, Hitos continued to ask, what about you? Brave one. Micah gazed into the distance, seemingly having his own plan. Talking will be ineffective now. I need to change the plan. Hearing that, Hitos felt somewhat relieved. He closed his eyes and replied, good luck. Receiving Hitos's well wishes, Micah moved forward, and the goblins were immediately silenced. At this point, Micah suddenly smiled brightly, his voice carrying a friendly tone. Now then, looking at the group of spirits still frozen in malice before him, Micah directly expressed, I am quite good at guidance. I will volunteer. They just looked at each other, not daring to step forward. Seeing that, Micah raised his voice and asked again, is no one raising their hand? Faced with this difficult situation, Micah suddenly had an idea. He raised his index finger high. Then let us do it this way. With a bright smile on his lips, Micah seemed to be demanding, I will only choose one of you. Hearing that, they looked momentarily stunned, and one brave elf spoke up, one. Then what about the rest of us? Maikai calmly replied. I will let the rest leave. Despite that, the elves still did not dare to move. Maikai paid no mind to that and continued to order them. Close your eyes. Whoever gets the most votes, I will choose him. Thus, in the quiet space, only the sound of Maikai's heavy footsteps remained. He walked around them, his voice excited as if playing a game. Now then, night has fallen. After the elf closed his eyes, letting Maikai's voice float over his head, the singing goblin should secretly choose the sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, Maikai's footsteps also stopped. He seemed to have made his choice. Maikai looked at a chubby-looking guy, the second from the left, who stopped and asked, "Oh," as if to affirm his choice. Maikai spoke up, asking what the man's name was, and he introduced himself, saying, "Call me Jiburo." Well, Maikai turned to the others. "I will keep this friend Jiburo and let the rest go. Of course, we will erase all memories." Jiburo exclaimed in confusion. "Wait, why is it me? I should not be the chosen one." But Maikai did not want to say much. He recalled the guy's movements with amusement. He was the only one. It turned out that Jiburo, not wanting to be chosen, had pointed to the person next to him. Maikai exposed him. Of all, he was the one who pointed at others. Hearing his words, the others looked at Jiburo with disdain. Really, a pathetic guy. Nothing strange. At this point, Jiburo had to bow his head and accept the orders. Maikai thought to himself, among 5 people. No, it must be 6. Another one appeared looking like this, walking like a pathetic guy, following the plan. Jiburo's hands were locked with iron chains. On the narrow path in the vast forest, he, along with several prisoners, walked in front of Maikai and the others. After walking for a while, Jiburo stopped again, complaining without getting tired. Damn it. Why is this weird thing happening to me? Seeing that, Maikai mocked him. It is nothing. They say when 6 people come together, there must be one loser, and that person is you. Hearing him say that, Jiburo turned his head back, angrily shouting, "Shut up." In response, Maikai wore a gentle smile on his face, but his hand still held the staff firmly. Jiburo quickly whispered, "I am very sorry." Maikai ordered, "Anyway, stop the nonsense and lead the way." After all, everyone's memories will be erased. Behind them, the dark elves with menacing expressions had just woken up. Maikai continued, "No one will know they are worthless." Provoked by Maikai's words, Jiburo could only swallow his anger. However, he had many doubts in his heart. Jiburo questioned Maikai, "Why do you say I have to lead the way in this strange place? It is an extremely dangerous location in the dark forest." As soon as he finished speaking, Maikai shot him a cold glare as if threatening him. "Are you sure you want to say that out loud?" "Even so," Maikai reiterated, "the place we are about to arrive at. For people like us, this mist is not surprising for a holy land." Just hearing that, sweat broke out on Jiburo's forehead. At that moment, Mun, who was next to Maikai, suddenly trembled, hugging himself and whispering, "Master." Disgusting. Maikai looked in that direction, where a strange red color enveloped the area, emitting eerie sounds. "I hate you. I will crush you. Those detestable beings." Maikai speculated silently. Dark elves. Huh. Before him, the dark elves were hiding behind the trees. Looking out, the light elves, completely opposite of us. Noticing the abnormality, Maikai looked over at Mun, who was trying to cover himself with leaves. All of them were focused on Mun. At this time, Maya, who was walking behind, also realized, quickly explaining, "They do not have much goodwill towards us. Those children are completely united with our ancestors. They hate the light and want to spread failure and death." Deeper they went, the more ferocious the dark elves became, revealing their sharp teeth with disdain. Soon after, their appearance changed dramatically, and all that remained were the fierce red eyes glowing. After that, Ryan and Elin leaned against each other, both alertly observing. Ryan spoke up, "Hey, they are getting closer." Upon seeing that scene, Jiburo was terrified. He shouted, "Damn it. That is why we did not want to come here. Those outsiders have that chicken." Not wanting Jiburo to be a hindrance, Maikai struck him hard. "Shut up." Thus, Jiburo fell to the ground, and Maikai calmly observed the situation before him. Truly unfortunate. How much malice they had to endure to end up like this. Hearing that, terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Jiburo's mind. He panicked. "Do not tell me you want to save them or something. You are not suffering from paranoia, right?" Maikai's expression slowly darkened. Jiburo, unaware, continued, "Dark elves are not the type to enjoy salvation." Not seeing him respond, Jiburo looked up, smugly saying, "People like you always dream of far-off things." Just when Jiburo mentioned it, without doing anything for our problem, he received a strong blow from Maikai, a hero's strike. The blow was so strong that it immediately knocked Jiburo unconscious. Maikai slung the staff over his shoulder, excitedly replying, "That is right, I will save these worthy spirits." After saying that, Maikai suddenly looked up. He quietly calculated. Currently, the spirits are being manipulated by evil, but because they are pure and simple, There is a way for them to return to their true selves. Thinking about this, Maikai realized that this was not the way he wanted, but it was necessary. The Mun was currently retreating. We have few people, while they are many. Seeing it that way, Maikai slightly bent down and called. Upon hearing his voice, the Mun replied, "Master." Then, Maikai gently comforted the Mun. "Poor thing, why are you so scared? You just need to save your kin with your own hands." The Mun's eyes suddenly lit up. "Save my kin." Maikai took out a tiny magic staff. He held it out in front of the Mun. Maikai smiled at the Mun, speaking in a tone that was both encouraging and commanding. "Go save them." The Mun seemed to be entranced as it grasped the magic staff. This aligned with Maikai's plan. The filth clinging to a spirit could be cleansed through the physical salvation from a kin spirit. At this moment, under Maikai's urging, the Mun's eyes sparkled with glimmers. Save, save. Then, without hesitation, it charged forward. Maikai looked on with satisfaction. "And I have countless ways to help you become stronger, Mun." Next, he gently placed his hand on the Mun's back, transferring some power from his palm. "However many ways I want." And now, the Mun had become extraordinarily strong, light radiating around it growing stronger by the moment. In replace, Maikai lightly snapped his fingers, pointing as if signaling. The Mun, filled with power, quickly flew away. Maikai shouted from behind, the enhancement magic disguised as a blessing. "Your energy is now fully charged." Salvation. The lush green forest radiated gentle light. The potential of Doji exceeded all my imagination. A figure swiftly darted through like the wind, making the surroundings seem to move in response. The Mun suddenly appeared, with each sharp attack, quickly defeating the chaotic spirits. "Doji, be strong." The defeated dark spirits fell to the ground. Truly, a monster had been unleashed. The dark spirits melted like candles before the wind. A glowing staff is surrounded by sharp thorns like a fence. Mun, with the glowing staff, smiles proudly. "Master, I am currently stronger now." A loud applause echoes, pulling the ribbon as a passionate encouragement. Maikai smiles triumphantly. "I do not care about other things, but I will not let my child be defeated by other spirits." You cheer. "Grow up, Doji." Everyone around helpless. Oh heavens, that little spirit girl, and that cute spirit as well. One little spirit raises both hands in confusion, asking, "Where is this?" Another answers, "My head hurts too much." One little spirit suddenly stiffens, as if held back by a strange feeling. "Dear brother." Over there, the staff is raised proudly, clearly showing the deep pride in Mun's heart. The chosen one. After thousands of years, both little spirits immediately light up, the spirits of light and darkness. Soon after, the other little spirits surround Mun with admiring and envious gazes. Leads a formation of little spirits, seriously saying, "Master, I will be gone for a while." Soon after, Maikai hears Mun say that, bowing down in curiosity. "Where are you going?" It immediately raises a hand to point. "The path of a hero. Joy and suffering together. Liberation." You turn away agreeing. "Do whatever you want. Remember to come back before dinner." Hope smiles. Order of the week. Maikai closes his eyes and walks, feeling a thrill in his heart. Maikai smiles gently. The hero's path. Zebra appears kneeling, looking surprised. It is absurd. A tiny spirit can confront evil. You look at the guy, then gently respond calmly. "That was all there is." The image of Azer gradually fades away. Just think about it. After all, Azer could not escape the limits of death. The first table burns down. It must be that the resentment has shattered this world. But is that truly the true power of the spirit fox? Hope leads the little love deep into the forest, where light seeps through the dense foliage. With a blink, Maya opens her eyes wide, the strange light reflecting in them like a new ray of hope. She calls out to Maikai, surprising him. "Hero, if it really is like that," Mia quietly asks you, seemingly wanting Maikai to answer definitively. "My sister is free now, right?" You roll your eyes away and respond to her, "That is what I am assuming right now." Maikai ponders. His goal is to eliminate the core of hatred. That is the only way for the evil beings to no longer exploit it. Suddenly, you shudder, as if a cold gust of wind blew through, making your skin tingle. Maikai turns back to ask Maya, recalling 10. Azer's sister. Is not her name Hemera? You continue to ask. Azer is the ancestor of the Dark Elves, but Hemera could just be an ordinary elf. Maya can only shake her head helplessly. "I do not know much," she tells Maikai. Even in the Leamington book, there is no information about her. She is Azer's sister, passing away naturally before Azer's feud was resolved. That is what Mia knows. Maikai remains silent, pondering. We do not know too much about their relationship like that. After a moment of silence, Mia suddenly speaks up, but up until now, her following words leave you stunned. A legend has said that Hemera might still be alive after all. Mia did not stop, continuing to tell Maikai that there are quite a few similar legends. She said, the most famous among them states that when the mother seeks revenge, her younger sibling disappears from this world. He asked Mia again, but it may not be so. She smiled and replied, I guess people would say that it is also a legend. Hearing Maya say that, Maikai's curiosity arose. Can you tell me about that legend? Her gaze did not leave him, as if she wanted to read something hidden behind that face. Maya's eyes closed, her expression holding a thought as if she was considering something important. Shortly after, she extended her hand and began to tell about that legend. That there were two sisters. Maya's words flowed like musical notes, one resembling the sun, one resembling the moon, and it was a beautiful scene worth admiring. Then she raised her hand to cover the sun in front of her, but darkness had swallowed the sun. Mia gently continued. It crushed the moon, and the song vanished before everyone's eyes. She looked up, her gaze directed towards the vast sky, filled with silent thoughts. Maya raised her hand high, joyfully welcoming the sunlight. The song still awaited the moon. Even until now, the scene changed. The sound of high heels echoed. Slowly approaching, breaking the silence of the space. Rena curled up in a corner, fear etched in every hurried breath as she saw Azer approaching. She looked at her with a haggard expression, her eyes bewildered. Who is she? Azer smiled alluringly, her voice light as a breeze. I am Azer, the mother who gave birth to you. Rina squinted, her gaze sharp as it swept over her with suspicion and caution. She did not believe it. No, you are not my mother. You never were and will never be my mother. Rina remained resolute, shouting out in the space. You will never be able to become Azer. She simply scoffed and spoke with disdain. A goddess who dares to deny my existence. Azer gently reached out to pull Rina's chain, but perhaps she was very confident about it. She questioned Rina. What proof do you have to prove that I am not Azer? Azer suddenly smiled brightly, her voice sweet and full of excitement. Fine then. She brought her hand with sharp nails close to Rina's hand. Now I am starting to think about it. Azer grasped her hand. The chosen children are the hares. One of them has run away. Right. The look of astonishment was evident on Rina's face as she watched her. Her whole body seemed to freeze. She placed her hand on her face. I am very curious. Did she dare to act like that just for sisterhood? Suddenly, Azer's grip tightened frighteningly. She squeezed Rina's hand. Or is it because of... She struggled to resist, her teeth clenched tightly as if trying to swallow the rising pain. Azer looked at her very sharply. Any other reason? Rina's eyes were half closed, her face showing a mix of resignation and fatigue. Name Maya coldly echoed from her lips. Maya. The scene changed. Zabora turned to announce to everyone. We have arrived, he said to the crowd. This is the land that you have always been searching for. Right in front, the vast land was tinged with darkness. The tomb of Lady Azer. Maikai cautiously stepped forward, his expression carefully observing the surroundings. He raised his hand to push the branches away. The scene before Maikai left him stunned. Wait, what the hell is this? At this moment, a grave with a large stone slab appeared, surrounded by lush green vines. The grave. Typically, when this word comes up, people tend to think of something appropriate, such as a white chrysanthemum symbolizing mourning, or a well-crafted tombstone, or an inscription carved on it. Simply put, a neat surrounding space. Such things. That is the minimum tribute for the dead. Or it should be like that, but Maya's expression did not convey that. She gasped in horror. This cannot be. Now, even Maikai could not hide the terror on his face. Like Azer's grave, before them was a grayish body in a strange posture tightly wrapped by the roots. The group followed the traces of the roots to a large tree trunk. Just looking at it, one had to exclaim that it was not just a mess, but it was also very horrifying. On the other side, Rina painfully fell onto the cold ground. Her whole body suddenly felt drained of strength. On her neck were 3 bloody holes. That eerie voice echoed again. Demon. Hatred. Pain. Jealousy. Before Rina stood Azer, eagerly licking his lips, his expression satisfied. Facing her, Rina's gaze briefly became hollow. Seeing this, Azer became even more excited. It was like a delicious meal. Then, Azer casually turned away. The only thing left echoing in the space was, that was quite tasty. Back then, now, suddenly. Azer stopped, puzzled, shifting his gaze to the side. Right after that, a powerful hand reached out, unleashing a stream of black energy. That power struck directly into the empty space next to them, the speed so fast that the friction created white smoke trails. At this point, Azer finally retracted his hand, his gaze still intently watching ahead. However, on the wall were clearly 2 broken water lines, and nothing else at all. Instead, Azer lazily squinted his eyes, his voice somewhat bored. Well, either way. With that, Azer walked toward the exit, where it was shrouded in darkness. Azer spoke loudly. It is best to stop this meaningless struggle of yours. Behind him, Rina felt slightly better. She struggled to lift her head, and then spoke. Soon, the world our children desire will come. After that statement, the space returned to silence. The wall from earlier with 2 mottled scratch marks suddenly became strangely incomprehensible. Not long after. Indeed. There, the shadow of Hitos gradually appeared in the green smoke. A warning expression from Mikhail flashed in his mind. Hitos silently thought, although I was advised not to proceed with the rescue operation just yet. Thinking this, Hitos closed his eyes as if to dispel the regret. He thought, I am truly sorry. Hunga. Immediately after, Hitos quickly got to the main point. He carried Rina in his arms, anxiously calling her name. Rina, Rina, are you awake? Hearing the familiar call, Rina struggled to open her tired eyes. She used her strength to call out, "Hitos." Faced with the evidence of their crimes on Rina's neck, Hitos could not bear it and closed his eyes. After a moment, Rina finally had enough strength to utter, "Thank God." How? Realizing her concern, Hitos quickly reassured, "I came here seeking the help of a very reliable person. Do not worry anymore." "That," he said. "First, we will leave here." But Rina's eyes suddenly widened in horror. She did not let Hitos continue speaking and tightly grabbed his body. Rina shouted. Hitos said, "It is very dangerous." That scream had also taken nearly all of Rina's strength. Her voice gradually became smaller. "We are coming here." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, continuing Rina's words. "That is right. It seems that should not be the case. Child." It turned out to be Azer. She emerged from the shadows with a smile that could provoke anger. At this point, Hitos was surprised to realize Azer's presence. He looked back in shock. Could this be a trap? In Hitos' arms, Rina tilted her head, softly groaning in pain. Faced with someone like Azer, Hitos had to draw his weapon. He used incredible speed to launch forward. In an instant, the sharp blade was aimed straight at Azer's neck. In exchange for that, Hitos' body was tightly wrapped by dark forces. Azer stood still, a master assassin. Is not it interesting? Her curious gaze scanned Hitos. Azer had discovered that the person could even escape the curse. While she was speaking, Hitos discreetly grasped another short sword. Then, Hitos quickly swung it up, swiftly cutting through what was wrapping around him. Not only that, but Hitos also deftly swung a piece to block Azer's line of sight. Having done that, Hitos quickly backed away, then embraced Gina and fled. With her face covered by the dark streak, Azer surprisingly showed no signs of panic. She smiled slyly. Immediately her vision was obscured. Someone intended to escape. Right. Just as she finished speaking, Azer pulled out a small wand. Under its terrifying power, Hitos used his body to block it. Struck by the blow, Hitos' eyes went white, his body gradually lost strength. Azer calmly walked closer to them. She spoke as if granting a favor. "I will not kill you." Seeing Hitos' face contorting in pain, Azer satisfiedly calculated, "I still have many ways to exploit you." At that moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared on his chest. The light slowly drifted up through Hitos' armor. He exclaimed in astonishment. This light, when he realized the face of the glowing pendant. Hitos recalled. "This is a gift from the day." Following the flight of that light, Hitos and Rina's bodies were also taken away. Even Azer had to cover her face when looking at it. She wondered, what is that glowing necklace? No way. By the time Azer regained her composure and summoned the dark energy to chase after, the shadows of those two had disappeared until the light vanished. Only Azer's raised hand remained in the space. Seeing the prey offered to her mouth slip away, Azer was so angry she could not speak. At the same time, at Michael's location, the group was still standing dumbfounded in front of the tree from earlier. Aylin was standing next to Ryan. She seemed still unable to believe the scene before her. Even if it was the tome of the founder, how could this be? Returning to that lifeless corpse, the movement of both hands seemed very strange. Holding the knife with both hands, positioned to stab the neck, Michael knelt beside that grave. At this moment, realizing that it was a self-inflicted death, Morden spoke broadly. "This is somewhat strange." In mirror, Anne's eyes was a look of confusion. Morden thought back. Was not the founder an extremely important figure to the dark love interests? Michael's expression changed with each word of Morden. For the sake of legality, a proper ceremony should be held. Which made him think, the butler's words were very reasonable. In Michael's imagination, an image of a proper grave appeared. If they feared the curse, they should still give the founder a respectful ending for the sake of the future. But the scene before him was completely the opposite. There was only a stiff body exposed to nature. The reality was that they had no meaning. Speculating in this direction, Michael had almost figured out the reason. They intentionally looked the other way. That was the meaning of it. Next, he placed his hand on the ground. Beside him, Mer was still closing her eyes in meditation. Suddenly, Mer opened her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of sadness and regret. "Can you believe it? The founder, in other words, had been betrayed. Right, and in the end, could not resolve that pain." At this moment, she extended her hand toward that body. Mer felt it. She did not know why. But somehow, she understood it. The rejection and the sadness that the founder had endured. Following that dry hand, Mer slowed down as if wanting to touch it. All of that just then. From the tip of her finger, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. Realizing that sensation, she was astonished enough to widen her eyes. She hesitated. That child. Amidst the stilling air, Aylin cautiously observed her surroundings. She questioned suspiciously. "Like Michael, something is off in this place, is not it?" Aylin's gaze focused on that large door. She listed everything: an empty grave, a strangely silent forest, and the entrance we had passed through earlier. On the door was a deep gash. Aylin became more certain of her suspicions. There were signs that someone had fought here. It felt like... Hearing this, Michael became more vigilant. He lowered the head of his staff to probe. Seeing Michael's actions seemed quite strange. Aylin watched in surprise. After a moment, she could not contain her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing now?" Michael replied shortly, Checking, it seemed everyone still did not understand. Michael raised his voice to add, those who know that vengeful spirits are so unstable that it is shocking, they erupt violently in an instant, but also fade quickly. The tip of the staff suddenly shook and then became silent. Aelin's voice was filled with doubt, but the dark forest was indeed full of madness and hatred. Michael looked down at the ground, where there had just been a hint of strangeness. He replied casually, exactly, that is why I'm checking again. However, Michael still found nothing. He thought to himself in disappointment. Still nothing. Then, Michael looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to want to see through the entire sky. The forest certainly contained a lot of malice and hatred, but strangely there was not a single soul. Against the clear sky, only a few dry branches jutted out. This made Michael wonder, as if they had disappeared long ago. Through the gentle breeze, a few sparkling objects danced in the air. Michael followed with curiosity. But if there is no soul, what reason is there to create such a space? He hoped someone could explain what was happening. Just then, a glowing orb floated over. That dazzling glow appeared once again, positioned right before Michael's eyes. It set Hitos and Rina down on the ground, then quickly flew closer to Michael and shrank in size. By this point, the two, Hitos and Rina, showed no signs of waking up. It was not until a while later that Rina slowly opened her eyes, gently moving her cracked dry lips. At this moment, Hitos felt like he had failed in his mission. He bowed his head low, apologizing. Brave one, he spoke to Michael, you warned me, but I was overwhelmed by emotions and made a decision on my own. He reluctantly replied, it is okay, I set up a defense mechanism just in case the situation arose. But at this moment, Michael was pondering. After all, that had saved Rina. After a moment, he hesitantly made a guess. However, the fact that he appeared, this meant our whereabouts had been exposed, which greatly worried Michael. Immediately after, he said to Hitos, who was still kneeling, I have many things I want to say, but right now I can't do anything. Meanwhile, Rina was tilting her head and gulping down a vial of medicine she was holding. Her complexion did not look good at all. Maya looked at her sister like that, so she was also worried. Sister, are you okay? Seeing Rina say nothing, Mia became even more anxious. Her eyes seemed on the verge of tears. The moment she saw her sister open her eyes, Maya could not hold back her emotions and immediately threw herself into her sister's arms, bursting into tears. Rina also guessed that her younger sister was worried about her. She said nothing, but deep down in Rina's eyes, a trace of sadness flickered, while the two sisters were emotionally intertwined. Michael approached. Priest, I have a few things I want to confirm. Rina's expression did not change. Her face remained cold as she replied, please go ahead. Who was that person? Michael glanced at Jiboro and said, do not worry about that. It is just a soul rejected by life. Hearing this, the man spoke up, yes, master. Then, Michael continued to speak to Rina, the vengeful spirit of the ancestor. Could it be that the vengeful spirit truly exists? Hearing these words, her complexion clearly showed sadness. After a moment of silence, Rina quickly spoke up. She said, the soul of the ancestor has permanently vanished. Hearing these desperate words, Jiboro's expression suddenly turned cold. Just as Rina finished speaking, Jiboro suddenly lost his composure and yelled, do not lie. At the same moment, Jiboro quickly dashed forward, the man using excuses just to evade responsibility. Unable to endure the noise, Michael gently punched Jiboro in the face before he could harm Rina. But Maya was puzzled and immediately asked her sister, if it has disappeared, then why does the grudge still remain? In response to Mia's question, Rina continued, because it is necessary. According to Rina's words, this is a symbol to unite all the divine clans. And because of this, Maya was extremely astonished. Now she did not hide it but went deeper. In the past, the ancestor gradually became weaker. Finally, she could hardly lead the clan, and resentment toward her sister gradually grew. For a moment, Rina was deeply sad. She turned her face away to hide her emotions. However, a determination had arisen. According to what Rina recounted, the clan still needed the grudge of their ancestor. Remembering that time, the clan leader struggled greatly to escape. She did not want to, but still painfully recounted the story. Thus, the first elders of the clan along with the council committed a taboo. Alend could not believe it. It was impossible. And to cover up their crimes, they concealed it from the other clans, imprisoning the weakened ancestor. Over the years, that ancestor was filled with hatred and wanted to break free to take revenge but could not at all. That person bore the resentment and desperately clawed at the door daily. In this place, called the Tome, even until now, those fingerprints are still clearly visible on the door. At this moment, Maya's arm could not help but fall weakly to the ground. She helplessly looked at Rina and then sadly asked her sister, how long? Rina was taken aback by this question. She did not know how to respond. Rina's gaze turned towards the stone statue of the person who was imprisoned, and then she spoke. Until death. Over here, Azer felt that what the clan leader had to endure was too harsh. She felt so sorry for that person that she nearly wanted to cry. A look of disdain clearly appeared. She coldly mocked, what a noble light. How ridiculous. At that moment, suddenly Azer's hair began to change color. Her face also darkened. The nails started to elongate. Azer felt her mind was being split in two. At that moment, a ghostly voice slipped from Azer. I understand now. I will not disappoint you. Her eyes glowed a blood red. She had been possessed by an evil spirit. This time, I will definitely succeed. No matter what. Just then, someone approached from behind Azer. Two figures merged into the night. Seeing Azer, Braglin quickly ran over and spoke. Mother, are you okay? Braglin respectfully bowed before Azer. If your anger still lingers due to the sins of the ancestors, then I apologize. Lowering her gaze, Azer had stopped her demonic demeanor. Her mood slowly stabilized. A gentle Azer returned. She turned to look at him and then said, I okay. Braglin. The atmosphere became tense. Azer slowly walked to his side. A gentle smile blossomed on her lips. Azer said, you do not have to bear the responsibility for those sins. But her second personality spoke up. I absolutely will not use this for any sins, Azer gently said. So, lift your head up. But that second personality could not contain its frustration. I will kill all of you. And immediately after, Azer's demonic personality quickly reached out in front of Braglin, ready to choke him, but fortunately, Azer quickly managed to control her inner emotions and gently caressed Braglin's face. He now seemed to be holding his breath, her delicate hands resting on his face. Azer gently said, Actually, I value you very much. Azer was cold and affirmed to Braglin that, my wish will be fulfilled. According to her words, the insane curse would spread beyond the forest, devouring the world. Destroying humanity. Stop for a moment. The alluring smile appeared along with a mouth wide open. She changed her personality and the race named Black Fairy would be lost from this world. Right after that, Azer returned to her gentle demeanor. Someone had invaded and kidnapped the priest. You know what to do, right? Braglin asked in shock. Priest. Now she looked up at the sky and then ordered, eliminate the intruder. Bring the priest back safely. Braglin's face showed determination. He immediately said to her, for Azer, over here. The Maikai group was still pondering over what they had heard. He remained silent, his face serious as he thought. Over time, the grudge against the ruler faded. If only everything had stopped there. For a moment, Maikai's inner self stirred slightly. Even that could not happen. He speculated that the grudge, which had just been suppressed, flared up again. Because of the very children who had once been trusted, that feeling surged at that moment. According to what Mikai was musing to himself, security might have dissipated, but the grudge remained. Right, at the same time, Rin quickly chimed in, so the Black King has now accepted this, knowing that his ancestors betrayed that ancestor. This is truly crazy. As soon as she heard him speak, Rina immediately replied. Crazy ambition. Recalling what she had learned since then, Rina speculated that, along with the hatred for the outside world, but still, she defended everyone. Rina explained on their behalf, most of the current members of the ruling clan are just being manipulated. I understand that this is the deserved punishment for us. She did not complain, only softly accepted. Saying that, she looked towards Mikai. Can those who can be a little lenient do so? After hearing this, he said, to be honest, it would be boring to say I do not want to believe that. Micah's eyes were sad. Yet, the title of the hero still belongs to me at this moment. I will eliminate what needs to be eliminated, but what is worthy of existence will be preserved. Seeing him, Rina felt a little moved. She silently thought, there are still people as dedicated as this priest. Her words could not hide. Rina said sincerely. Thank you, hero. After she finished speaking, Mikai continued. Before that, there is one more thing. Not wanting to be vague, Mikai went straight to the point. There is still something you need to tell me. Right. Upon hearing this, Rina momentarily showed a flustered expression. At that moment, Rina suddenly grasped Maya's hand, causing her to be startled. Sister, Rina did not deny it. She said. That reaction. You still ask even though you already know. Mikai replied, until I receive a clear answer, everything is just speculation. And now Rina decided not to hide anymore. She said, Azer's grudge spirit shattered after a great tragedy. During that process, his soul shattered into pieces. Most became calamities known as madness, drowning the dark forest. But among them, a piece closest to his essence was passed down. Mikai, of course, did not want to be lengthy. He quickly interrupted. In other words, you mean he was reborn? Mia did not understand anything. She turned around and then abruptly asked, Reborn, who is that ancestor? Who is it? At that moment, Rina's and Maikai's gazes simultaneously turned towards Maya. Now it seems that Mia also understands a bit of the issue. She hesitates and then points to herself. Wait, it can't be, is it me? Just saying that the stiff smile on Maya's face could not help but wrinkle her skin. Maya does not want to believe it. She immediately denies it. It can't be, the one who is saying that I am the reincarnation of the ancestor. How can it be like this? Right after that, Maikai reaches out to her and says, if you really can't believe it, then go touch the remains of the ancestor once again. Maikai says while pointing to those graves. Maya hesitates. It seems like she is afraid to face something very terrifying and hard for herself to accept. Now, in the encouragement of Maikai and Rina, Maya timidly raises her hand to touch that statue. Even so, That statue was formed from a real person's remains. So Mia is also secretly worried. The moment she touches it, a beam of light quickly emanates from the statue. Maya feels that power surrounding her, and she is slowly rising. The remains have been lost. Seeing this scene, Maikai is very pleased. He observes intently and breaks into a bright smile. At the same time, a voice sounds in Maya's astonishment. Welcome back, Master. Maya is now beginning to remember her lost memories. The reincarnation of the ancestor. Now Jiburo quickly bows his head to the ground. He shows great reverence. Immediately after, he with a self-reproachful face says to Maya, "Why did I not recognize the ancestor?" Jiburo slaps his own face while repeatedly apologizing. Sorry. Mia hurriedly says, No matter how you say you are the ancestor, I still can't remember any memories from before. Can I? At that moment, Maikai steps forward and says to her, "It is understandable not to remember." He explains to Maya, because the soul was not inherited properly. It has been fragmented into many pieces. Maikai says while pointing at the large tree in front, and the piece of soul that I just absorbed must be one of those pieces. So there will be some changes. However, pausing for a moment he hesitates. However, Mia glances anxiously and asks, However, what? Maikai looks over that and says, The memories that you awaken will not all be pleasant. Ryan then interjects, Wait, if she really is the reincarnation of Azur, then who is helping the one wreaking havoc out there? Maikai looks at Ryan calmly and then says, What more is there to discuss? That is clearly a fake. He advises Maya, You do not need to force yourself to remember all the memories. You might not be able to endure them. Maikai advises her that the memories from Azur indeed contain too much. In response to those words, Maya remains silent with a thoughtful expression. Right after that, Maikai presents a dark purple gem. No matter what, our goal is still to cleanse the madness in the forest. Looking at the energy sources heading in one direction, Maikai quickly speculates, it seems that the one called Azur, she is absorbing the madness of the forest. Then Ryan asks, So if that woman only absorbs a sufficient amount of madness, what about you wiping out the rest? After that, Maikai quickly retrieves the gem and no longer emits energy. He happily looks at everyone and announces the good news. Thus the problem has been resolved. After that, Maikai looked towards Maya's hazy gaze. So do not worry about the memories anymore. Somehow, she still liked to express her feelings, but I still wanted to know. Mia was said earlier, when the remnants were absorbed into my body, the memories did not return, but she raised her hand to clutch her chest. I felt a deep pain inside. Maya wondered to herself, no matter what had happened to transfer that pain, hot tears could not help but roll down her cheeks. Maya resolved, I must know. Maya cried out loud like that. Maikai saw her emotions were so chaotic that he remained silent and did not intervene. Her face was also a bit pensive, memories sometimes resurfacing. From before Maikai turned back, he remembered that time, a world full of pain and horror. But sometimes, very rarely, he remembered the sky he had watched with everyone. The scent of flowers still lingered in his mind, a strange feeling that those who had never experienced it could not understand. His gaze began to become hazy. Maikai kept replaying this sentence in his head, unable to comprehend. Looking at Maya's lonely figure, he saw his own past self, that very feeling. Over here, Jiburo was still sitting on the ground. Sorry. Maikai walked by and asked irritably, Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? He hated to say, Stop doing useless things. Look up. Jiburo replied, I can't do that when my ancestors are standing in front of me. Maikai said again. Until recently, you were the one who believed that the impostor was the ancestor, so how can you speak up? Jiburo retorted, But I cannot not believe. Then he went on to speak a series of his own thoughts. She bears the symbol of the ancestors, full of sorrow. Jiburo asserted that she looked exactly like the ancestors passed down in legends. According to what Jiburo imagined, Maya's face carried that purity and gentleness. I once believed that no one could impersonate that. After a moment, he sadly said, But I was wrong. I admit. Looking at Jiburo, Maikai was a bit surprised. His character might be rotten, but the respect for the ancestors was sincere. Then Maikai squatted down in front of him. So now you admit that Mia is your real mother. Right. Then he laughed slyly and mocked, and yet you called that mother a traitor, all sorts of terrible things. Jiburo was startled about that, but in the end, he did not know what else to say, because he indeed had mocked wrong. Maikai said again, If you keep going like this, your disrespect will not be hidden from the clan. Are you willing to face that? But now Jiburo hugged his legs tightly and cried out, Please forgive me, I will do anything. Anything. Achieving his goal, Maikai grinned slyly. You just said anything. Right. Good. Because I have a task that only you can accomplish. Staring intently at his face, he continued, I am not asking for anything excessive. Just go outside and spread a rumor. Upon hearing this, Jiburo stopped, looking intently at his face. A rumor? You mean? Hearing Jiburo say that, Maikai's face became even more eerie and cunning. Immediately, Jiburo understood the issue and shouted out loud, It is Hemera. Jiburo was running like the wind while spreading the news. Hemera has managed to descend upon the tomb of the ancestor. And just like that, a few days later, the Alpha Import was in chaos. That is right, Mikai guessed correctly, as Hemera's appearance was pure terror for them. And that was none other than the sister who betrayed Azer and left her to endure endless pain. For them, Hemera is the embodiment of crime, a true demon always sowing sin. And for everyone here, Hemera is a despicable being, but just as Jiburo had once held a bias against Jiburo. Of course, there were still those who did not believe. Until the moment the tome ignited with light like the sun, they naturally clung to their hope, and faith once again flared up fiercely, and this was also a tome submerged in madness. Yet it was a place where a creature could come and go freely, the Zur. She held her staff and slowly stepped out into the middle of the grand temple. As soon as she appeared, Azer struck her staff forcefully against the ground. Finally, Azer appeared, standing before her subjects and loudly saying, "Do not fear, my children." Azer at this moment solemnly swore, "Your mother, the Zur, will extinguish all chaos." The crowd echoed in unison. "O mother, crush that betrayer. Do not show mercy to those who dare to defile your tome." After speaking, Azer immediately turned her face inward without saying anything more. But suddenly, the corner of Azer's mouth inexplicably bled a small trickle of blood. The calm demeanor was now lost. Azer's voice carried a hint of anger. "Damn it." Over here, Mikai was sitting next to a large ancient tree. He said nothing, only silently pondering. After that, he tiredly spoke to himself. Loneliness is so boring. Looking at the massive tome amidst the darkness, Mikai felt a sense of empathy. Dying in a place like this is truly cruel. At that moment, a wave of eerie energy quickly emerged. It appeared like fog but was not fog. Mikai remained silent, slowly opening his eyes, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Set stood right beside him. Slightly alarmed, the darkness was thick and terrifying. Over here, the darkness continued to envelop the sky. It felt as if that source of power was gradually swallowing everything. Now, after a while, that power finally targeted Mikai and attacked. It seemed he was aware of this. Mikai then shouted loudly, "Enough already." Right after he said that, a bold beam of light quickly appeared, enveloping Mikai. His gaze now showed a cold glint. Mikai stared intently at the entity surrounding him. Azer finally revealed herself. She smirked slyly. "They say the warriors of this era are mages, but none are truly interesting." Immediately after, Mikai raised his staff in front of him and shouted, "Is this the only way to fight back against demons? Even you?" As he spoke, Azer's face briefly displayed a chilling fear. Shortly after, Azer warned him, "For a being like me, existing for countless lifetimes, know some manners. Human." Mikai maintained his authoritative demeanor, saying nothing but staring intently at his opponent. In fact, Mikai was secretly marveling. If one were to look at that elf as a human, they would surely be stunned by her beauty. Looking straight into Azer's eyes, he scolded himself, "Damn those eyes." It turned out she no longer wanted everyone to see her beautiful face, and a monstrous head appeared in its place. Set was frightened and then shouted to him, "Mikai, look." Yet Mikai calmly replied, "Yes." He told himself that he remembered seeing that form before retreating. It was not very sharp, but after a moment, Mikai speculated, there is only one thing that can turn a person into such a grotesque form. That is, making a pact with the devil. And at this moment, Azer's entire body and spirit had been completely possessed. Meanwhile, Braglian raised his hand to the sky and simultaneously called out, "Hear me, my companions," he shouted loudly. "Our kind has punished the disgusting ruler, ending the long-standing feud of the founder." The others stood stunned listening, and Braglian continued, "This means we, the Shadow Tribe, are no longer trapped in hatred." Immediately afterward, the people below all shouted in unison, "Glory belongs to the Dark King." He stood among the crowd commanding everyone to react, feeling the grace from the mother. Braglian thought with delight, "The moment we have long dreamed of has finally arrived." He laughed so hard that his face contorted. Today is the day the madness of the forest will spill out into the outside world. Soon after, Braglian raised his hand again and shouted, "From this moment on, we will trample the outside world with arrogance," standing at the center of all creation, followed by loud noises erupting. Meanwhile, hoping to lead his subjects, he shouted loudly, "Dodge, the dream of a warrior has come true." Ryan looked at it, his face showing his usual coldness. Ryan then asked, "You say you have completely subdued this forest in just a few hours?" Hoping to smile brightly. "Exactly." Ryan wondered to himself, who is this guy anyway? For a moment, he remembered Mikai. If he brought that along, it would definitely be unusual. Thinking this, Ryan's expression grew serious and he said to Mun, never mind." Ryan then asked, "So, with your power, you can stream the situation at the tome to them in real time, right?" Mun replied, "Yes. Of course, my team can stream it live." Soon after, Ryan picked up a small stick he found on the ground and was focused on drawing for a while. In an instant, a spell was completed, and Ryan said, "Well, let us get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan now bore an aged appearance, but he did not care. He immediately snapped his fingers. Darkness enveloped the elf people, and they began to panic. What is happening? Very quickly, in just a short time, Ryan's dark power was now covering the entire space. Everyone in the pitch-black space began to complain to each other. It is so dark. Damn it. I can't see anything. At the same time, Mun's group quickly flew out, resembling dim lights in the night. Now they happily began to use their abilities, beams of light quickly illuminating outward, and the image of Azer appeared like a film reel. And according to Mun, this was the enchanted stage. Brooklyn sensed something was off, and his inner self began to be alert. The fight between Mikal and Azer is now clearly displayed on the illuminated screen. Everyone is still confused, pushing and shoving, wondering what is happening. The book then told him, the one who made a pact with the devil still exists, right? Mikal replied, it must be a pact from a long time ago. Soon after, barrage of sharp arrows was quickly shot towards Mikal, and of course, he did not stand still waiting for death. Michael quickly took out his staff to counter the attack. Michael quickly dodged to the side and successfully countered an unprovoked attack like this. He looked at Azer and then asked, are you angry because of the rumors that brought you here? She smirked, considering it just a greeting. Now, all his attention was focused on the staff in Azer's hand. Michael focused on analyzing, his mood somber, an ancient relic of the elves, known as a symbol of Azer, seeing her hand slightly tremble. He guessed, but it seemed she could not fully control it. Michael began to assess. In most cases, there is only one reason when a master-like creature truly seizes it, and if it resembles. Then thinking this, he spoke to Azer. Well, anyway, we'll destroy you right here today. After saying this, Azer's face briefly showed coldness, and as soon as he finished speaking, Michael thrust the staff into the ground and loudly recited a spell, swearing an oath to the holy court. And at this moment, the sky began to be covered by Michael's power, as if he was laying bricks to build a house. But seeing what Mikal was doing, Azer just smiled slyly and said, so proud. And now, the two sources of power collided. A chaotic battle broke out, causing all the trees around to shake. Still in demonic energy, Azer said to him, I know what you are planning. Over here, Mun and his family were blown away. The eyes of the fairy were everywhere. That is what Azer said. Azer was delighted, not knowing how to control the fairies. But surely you want my children to see. So what if I do? She said to him, it means nothing. On the contrary, you, the one who suddenly became a reaper, will become bait for our advance into the outside world. Then, Michael quickly asked her back, so what if I do that? Now, the two finally approached each other, but the battle had not stopped. Looking straight into his face, Azer casually replied, it is a meaningless act, she said. Rather, you are what everyone calls a reaper, and I will turn you into nutrients to get closer to the outside world together. And just like that, Michael's feet were quickly pushed back a little behind him. He coldly stated, I am pushed back a bit. It is only natural. You have lived for over 1,000 years. After a moment, he asked Azer, by the way, do you know Leamington? Azer was surprised. What? After that, her eyes suddenly narrowed. It seemed like Azer remembered something, and Michael began to tell Azer loudly. Long ago, there were two sisters. Azer's gaze suddenly became misty, and she hesitated. Do not tell me. You. Michael closed his eyes. He casually continued. Even now, singing a song, Azer suddenly became panicked. She shouted loudly, no, no. Fear made Azer anxious. She began to attack with cunning blows towards Michael. But now, a surge of divine power quickly rose up, simultaneously enveloping his body to keep Michael safe. Inside, Seth had quickly used his power to shield Michael. He remained calm in the face of the attack, and Michael continued, waiting for that crescent moon. And on this side, that demonic hand lunged inside his protective barrier while saying, die. And now, Michael calmly told her that the mask had shattered. Indeed, after those words from him, Azer's face began to crack, and her true face appeared. This was not Azer but Himila. That hand froze momentarily. She trembled and halted her attacking motion. As soon as she realized the mask had broken, Himila covered her face and screamed in anguish. Now standing before Michael, she did not even dare to take her hands off her face. And on that day, a sound of steel echoed for over 1,000 years. The younger sister had pushed her older sister into hell. Then, at dawn, Himila revealed herself. Now everything was clear. That wicked woman was indeed Himila. She had killed her older sister years ago and now took away Azer's identity. That mask fell to the ground and immediately released a cloud of black smoke that gradually dissipated. She took her face. Himila trembled as if she wanted to devour him whole. Big fool. Slowly pulling her hand away from her face, Himila roared in pain. Warrior, do not expect to die peacefully. At that moment, Michael raised his hands, bringing forth a massive inner strength. The three saints, now attacking Himila, but Michael simultaneously realized, so that was her true form. Shut your mouth. Himila was struck so hard that she immediately screamed in rage. Shut up. Michael's two fingers came together. He coldly looked at the opponent and then said, Holy net. At that moment, nets resembling spider webs began to surround Himila and trap her. She, in fury, glared at him. Himila roared. Warrior, if it were not for you, my plan would have been perfect. Hearing this, he could not help but expose her. What do you mean? Do you intend to resurrect your sister? Michael did not see her respond and continued. You are questioning the sisterly bond that you yourself have broken. He looked directly into Hamila's darkened face. Michael said, that was your choice. Why do not you take responsibility and vent your anger randomly? Pausing for a moment, he continued to attack the opponent. After all, it was no longer possible, as she had been reincarnated, casting a fierce glance at Hamila. He spoke, just stay relaxed here. Now the darkness began to devour Hamila, but Michael had not let up. In fact, you just wanted someone to play with you. Right? Hamila seemed to go insane. She appeared unwilling to accept this reality. Soon after, Hamila quickly gathered her inner strength, and just like that, she tore apart his net. At this moment, to Michael's astonishment, she quickly escaped and flew high, maintaining a safe fighting distance from him. Right after that, Hamila once again charged forward. Both began to fight each other. Michael gritted his teeth. He looked at his opponent, and now he was also becoming more vigilant. A loud explosion rang out. The earth and rocks exploded in a massive eruption. Quickly getting up, Michael could not help but cough violently. She was indeed strong to the point of being foolish. Before his thoughts could finish, Hamila had charged at him once again. Raising the staff in front of him, Michael quickly focused his attention on his opponent. The Tree of the World. Just as Michael finished speaking, Hamila was immediately attacked, her body now continuously spewing fresh blood. With the tree embedded in her chest, Hamila coldly asked, is this all you have got? After saying that, she quickly pulled out the thorny vines from her body. Once again the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the quiet space. Hamila seemed to go mad. She quickly attempted to seize the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack towards Michael. Hamila's eyes were wild. She roared like a wounded beast, ready to die. On this side, Michael clenched his teeth and faced his opponent, starting to calculate how to resolve the situation. At this moment, Hamila's staff suddenly slipped from her hands, simultaneously emitting a loud noise. This startled Hamila. It seemed that even she could not anticipate this. Hamila's dazed gaze was filled with disbelief as she spoke. The one who has rejected me. The soul of nature is tragic. And seizing the opportunity, Michael quickly advanced. Hamila had lost her weapon and now she could only wait for death. Now, instead of being arrogant, Hamila's face showed a pitiful expression as she stared intently at her opponent. From a distance, Maya was peeking out. She looked at Hamila with deep sympathy. She did not know how to deal with Hamila because truly, she was indeed a guilty one. Seeing Maya's face, Hamila instinctively remembered her sister who had betrayed her, unable to help but sigh. Sister, At that moment, a cunning voice suddenly rang out. That person did not have much time left. Now, Hamila quickly recalled her younger days when she had carefully observed everything around her. She spoke to herself. A mysterious voice occasionally echoed in Hamila's mind. According to what Hamila said, that voice always judged the lives of everything around us. Remembering when she saw that squirrel, the voice also echoed and it had died afterward. At that time, Hamila had watched it for a long time, so she speculated that whatever it said always became the truth. And now once again, that voice rang out. It told Hamila he would not live much longer. The past returned. Hamila had witnessed countless deaths before her eyes. When that voice echoed, that being would surely die right after. Hamila questioned herself. At first I felt interested. Our race did not need to care about longevity. I used to believe so, and those words were incredibly harsh. They kept echoing in her head. That being's life would not last long. Hamila now seemed to be hypnotized. She stood in a daze as the murmuring continued. Until she heard those words, her gaze gradually became vague. The more Hamila thought about the past, the more fearful she became. And that day, Hamila accidentally saw her sister standing in the middle of the beautiful flower garden. And until Hamila suddenly heard those words again, that beautiful girl standing in the sunlight was as pure as a dewdrop. That night, Hamila heard herself. 2 streaks of hot blood spreading on the ground. That voice kept echoing even though Hamila had decided to block her ears. There was not much time left. She felt like going crazy. Just stop. Despite her hands being covered in blood, she still cried out. Enough already. Please stop. Shortly after, Hamila began to calm down and she asked that voice what it intended to do. Hamila told herself, I will fulfill your wish. Even though I cannot predict what the outcome will be. Her gaze gradually lost its clarity. Hamila bitterly realized that at that moment, she had no other choice. Hamila laughed bitterly at herself. I cannot give up the only family I have. And then Hamila spoke to that voice. I will make a pact. Immediately the blood began to flow down her body. The darkness, while destroying my sister, has also devoured the source of her illness. Hamila recalled that day she had hurriedly run to her room. And even though everything was not perfect, she was still happy that her sister had finally recovered. Even if she was not blessed by the world tree. Somehow, on that day Hamila stood silently watching her sister. Yet, what Hamila faced at that moment was hatred, who now had a face full of blood looking at her. Then questioned, Aunt, what have you done? Hamila was startled. She could not believe her sister Lundo now had such an attitude. But Hamila had no other option. That trembling hand reached out. At that moment she truly hoped her sister would understand her. Just like now, That hand reached out once again. Himila instinctively became hesitant and cautious. The tears of the one who was said to be a demon now could not help but fall long down her cheeks. Himila hesitated. I'm sorry. She stammered as if wanting to say something more. And now Maikai's staff had also been brought closer to her. Your face is as cold as ice. Maika glanced at the opponent and said, Judgment of the Holy Fire Spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, a large flame immediately erupted violently, making it certain that Himila would no longer have a chance to survive. But he was not very happy himself. Maikai thought to himself, if my intuition is not wrong, then perhaps she also suffered the influence of the divine demon. No matter what. Then, he extended his finger, still silently crying out, though feeling pity for her, I cannot forgive, drawing a spell along with symbols in the air. Maikai shouted. Repentant Spirit. Binding. Holy Wall. Sacred Order. Right where Himila stood, a wave of sinister energy quickly surged out, like a forest catching fire. Maikai stood watching intently at that fire. His gaze followed the direction of that girl, as if Maikai could feel the suffering that Himila had endured for many years. She was not entirely evil, for her sister. Himila even signed a pact with the demon. But at this moment, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out from the flames. Michael did not think that he had used the strongest flame, yet Himila was completely destroyed, lying on her charred body. Himila painfully just wanted to be forgiven by her sister and to wash away everything she had ever done to make others suffer. Walking in despair, Himila regretted and said, even if I wanted to save her, I should not have planted darkness within her. The salty tears of her little sister from years ago now fell continuously, and Himila realized that even demons and gods could not intervene in this matter. Looking towards Mia's figure standing at the edge, Himila cried out, I just want to be forgiven by my sister, and to erase the pain I caused her. Seeing Himila like that, Maya's hands involuntarily trembled as she hesitated, wanting to rush over and embrace that unfortunate girl. At that moment, just as Himila was about to reach Maya, Michael coldly spoke, Saint. But at that moment, Seth suddenly stepped forward, grabbing his hand and stopping him. Stop. Michael, staring at Himila. Seth said, the one who made that pact is already dead. Just as Maya was about to open her arms to embrace Himila, at that moment, she also helplessly fell to the ground. Mia was also crying. Her tears were filled with bitterness and empathy for her kin. In fact, Seth did not need to say it. Michael from the beginning did not want to kill Himila because he realized she was not a bad person. Those hands gradually lowered their weapons. Michael agreed with her. That is right. Everything has ended. Everyone here felt sad upon hearing Himila's heartbreaking story. If only she had not made mistakes that day. At this moment, the haunting voice that had tormented Himila for many years continued to echo. Fulfill your mission. End the suffering. It tempted Himila that if she wanted, it would grant her all the power she desired. But now for the first time she resisted its command. No, it is all over. Himila then said to it, I was wrong. That should never have started in the first place. Her eyes now reflected deep sorrow. I have known for a long time, according to what she had concluded. The pact with the demon god only led to destruction. The voice carried mockery, and Himila laughed at herself. Who else could I blame? At that moment, suddenly from deep within Himila's heart, a blue hope butterfly emerged, illuminating her mind at that moment. Himila gasped in astonishment. She gazed intently at the butterfly with a dreamy look. After several flaps of its wings, a familiar image appeared before Himila's eyes. Strangely, she was wearing a pure white outfit, standing straight there looking at her sister. Outside her inner self, that charred face could not hold back and twisted due to overwhelming emotions. Lying alone on the cold ground, Himila choked back her sobs, her voice also trembling. Sister. Raising her blackened hands into the air as if wanting to grasp that distant figure, Himila could not help but shiver. At that moment, Maya sat down beside Himila, pressing her lonely hand needing warmth against her face and smiled gently. After that embrace, Himila finally died. After hundreds of years, her soul was finally freed after being bound for so long. Michael also sat silently beside her. Although he felt immense sympathy for her, he had no other way. Looking at the blue butterfly perched on Himila's staff, Maikai could not help but exclaim. So pitiful. It turns out she is not dead. But now in the throes of death, a familiar voice echoed. What has she become now? Himila stared blankly into the air, her eyes vacant. Is this the illusion before death? Perhaps so. But ultimately, everything no longer holds any meaning. Himila's inner self told her. Himila's hand seemed to want to touch Maya one more time. She felt secretly happy, whether her sister in front of her was real or just an illusion. Now, that arm began to gradually fade away. It seemed that the time had come for Himila to be freed. Looking at her fading arm, Himila's inner self cried out. The only thing that still mattered was that her sister was right in front of her, but it seemed that Himila still felt regret. She just wanted to say one thing to her sister. Finally she mustered up her courage and hesitated. Sister. Oh. Now, before finally disappearing, Himila gathered all her courage to speak once. Forgive me, I never wished for it to be like this. At that moment, suddenly Maya's cold voice appeared with a hint of sadness. I have resented you so much, Maya continued, in despair and pain. I have lived a terrible time. Only later did I realize, you did everything just to save me, in the desolate forest. Maya's voice, though cold, could warm a heart that seemed to have died from loneliness and regret. I took a long time to admit that. And witnessing this scene, Meikai also felt a bit reluctant. Himila, the child cast out from the tribe, must live a life branded as a traitor. Looking at her helpless with her last breath, Meikai told himself, it must be very painful. Himila's eyes gradually seemed to want to close. Her expression clearly showed helplessness. It seemed that Maya's words made Himila desperate, and now she was ready to take death to atone for her sister. At that moment, Maya's voice continued to resonate. As now, everything has passed. Upon hearing this, Himila opened her eyes wide. Maya then told Himila, is not that enough? In front of her subjects witnessing this scene, Maya continued, even if others cannot forgive you. With her beautiful face, though burned black, Mia gently said, only I will forgive you, my only sister. Mia continued to comfort Himila. You have done enough, have suffered enough, now, rest easy. Hearing this, Himila's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and at this moment, Himila's whole body also began to fade away, but a satisfied smile blossomed on her lips. Himila was happy from the depths of her heart. Yes, sister. 2 flowers bloomed together on the ground, but just as Himila died, one flower beside her withered and drooped to the ground. But beside those 2 flowers, at that moment a new green sprout emerged, representing a hopeful future. Finally, Himila vanished. Now only Mia remained sitting there alone, but only Mikai noticed her unusualness. He immediately asked, you, are me? Not denying it, Aja coldly nodded but implicitly acknowledged Mikai's words were correct. He was worried about his friend and immediately asked, where is Maya? Aja in Maya's form replied, do not worry, it was just a fire flaring up for a moment. She replied, we will never lose our way because of ourselves. Which means, Mikai asked again, soon you will completely disappear. Aja replied, not necessarily, I am currently just a temporary manifestation, born because I have not yet accepted the memories. Looking at the blue butterfly, she explained that, once we are ready, we will naturally become one. After a moment, Mikai speculated, so that means, right now you are closer to the real Aja. While she was resolving the remaining parts of the soul, she said, thank you. Because of the warrior who completed his mission, our sisters have finally found peace. At this moment, Mikai quickly remembered something and said to Aja, oh, wait a minute. After a moment, Mikai hesitated and then continued, about the royal aftermath that has caused you suffering. Mikai suggested something that she had never thought of before. Do not you long to return their pain before you leave? Hearing this, Aja suddenly formed a ghostly smile on her lips, no longer the gentle appearance. Now, this face became somewhat ghostly due to that smile. Aja made a sound of surprise. According to Mikai, it was clearly the smile of a soul full of resentment. Over here, Braglian looked up at the sky. He had clearly seen everything that had happened so far. Now, Braglian's face showed disappointment. The one I had loyally served turned out to be Hemera. The expression on Braglian's face became uglier than ever. It seemed he was disappointed in himself for serving the wrong person. At this moment, the eyes of all the citizens were glaring at him with righteous anger. Braglian's inner thoughts cried out in distress. No, it can't be. This cannot be real. Even at this moment, he remained stubborn. If this situation continues, the entire reputation that the royal family had built up will collapse. As soon as he thought of this terrible thing, he immediately tightened his fists, making a resolution. Once again, Braglian decided to hypnotize himself. He spoke loudly. Oh, people of the nation. After a moment, once all the attention of the people was on him, he continued, this is merely a cruel illusion. Looking over at the elders sitting there, Braglian immediately shouted, do not be deceived. Now one of them agreed and stood up. That is right. Do not be enchanted by that wicked illusion. That is Hemera's trick. Seeing someone support him, Braglian gained more confidence. That wicked person is now targeting our forces. The murmuring below kept rising. It is indeed suspicious to believe in illusions. Yes, how could His Majesty deceive us? Hearing this, the smile on his lips blossomed. Braglian was secretly satisfied with this result. Yes, I just need to buy some time. He reassured himself that, as long as he could get through this moment. But at that time applause rang out. The sound echoed throughout the arena. Braglian was momentarily startled and confused. He silently looked around. His face quickly showed confusion. He wondered. Applause. And at this moment, Michael suddenly appeared from the other side. Surprising him, who are you? You, Thang Nian introduced. Hello, I am a warrior. Sitting comfortably as if at home, Michael then said, oh, sorry for appearing so suddenly. You see, I could not help but mock Braglian. You see, I have this habit of clapping whenever I hear something ridiculous. Could it be that my appearance was too sudden? After a moment, he shouted loudly. Do you know where you are? Michael replied nonchalantly. Look, I am standing on the roof of the royal castle. I can't believe you can't see that. Immediately, Braglian, fearing that his lies would be exposed, quickly ordered to kill that bastard. Immediately, 4 assassins rushed in from both the left and right sides to attack from 2 directions. Nevertheless, he remained sitting still there despite being surrounded by 4 people. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing the guards to suddenly fall to the ground. "Cease your actions." One of them trembled all over and said, "My body won't move." From the sky, a familiar figure suddenly landed beside Michael. She returned to her true form, and now Azer wanted to protect Michael from her lost people. The staff that Hemra once used has now returned to its rightful owner. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished. They were so dumbfounded that they could not speak. But at this moment, one of the people quickly regained his composure and shouted, looking at the beautiful girl with the cold gaze. He finally recognized her. Lady Azer. Following the man's words, all the people now knelt down on the ground, bowing their heads low. Michael could not help but praise the scene before him. It was too impressive. Set, standing beside him, disdainfully reminded him not to ruin this moment just because of your noise. Just then, a strong wind rose, bringing with it heavy snow that blew, obscuring everything in front. Immediately everyone knelt down together, and Braglian dared not argue anymore. The subjects were now trembling, fearing that Azer would blame them for their wrongdoings. Michael looked ahead and said disdainfully, "You all are no different from children caught doing bad things." Extending her hand, Azer sternly said, "Stop this ridiculous arguing immediately." Azer seemed to be swearing. Forcing her hatred onto others was a selfish act, become greater than even myself, but this also made Michael feel sympathy. Even though the royals and elders acted tyrannically, in the end, she was betrayed by those she trusted most. Michael glanced. She possessed the power and authority to punish the ignorant and careless. For a moment, he realized a terrible truth that, however, she had cursed herself, now raising her staff high. Azer said, "Thus, I will take on all your hatred and pain." And right after she finished speaking, a beam of light quickly radiated from the staff, and from here, the curse dissolved in the dark forest, bringing freedom to the dark tribe after so long of torment, like a steel cage that had been opened. It was surely a good thing. On this side, Braglian seemed unwilling to accept this. He looked up to the sky and shouted in despair, "No, I can no longer keep calm." He yelled, "We need your resentment." Now standing before Azer, the cold-hearted man. Consider this. With the curse of a person, one can take revenge on those who have abandoned and look down on them. Looking at Braglian's face, Azer calmly showed no emotions and said, "Do not deceive me." This child, looking straight into his face, she boldly exposed him. "To you, I am merely a tool to realize your ambitions," recalling those who have harmed her. She questioned, "No more. No less. I understand that you are no different from your ancestors." It turns out that Azer knows everything. She asked directly, "Am I not the first to be sacrificed?" Remembering the past, Azer then said, "The maidens called priestesses have replaced my position." It seemed that he was hit right on target. Braglian momentarily had nothing to argue. He hesitated. That is, after saying that, he clenched his teeth, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could no longer justify himself. Now his gaze suddenly stopped at the sword resting in the distance. Braglian had been pushed to the limit. He quickly grabbed the sword. His hand ominously tightened around it as if it could take someone's life at any moment. Then, he frantically slashed at the air as if going mad. Pausing for a moment, Braglian's eyes revealed resentment. He looked at the others and then shouted loudly, "Come closer, warriors. Prepare for battle." Azer and Mikai seemed to be watching a play, both silently sitting high above without any reaction. But in fact, Azer was somewhat worried. She said, "Taking the curse as a shield, we can only hold on to survive." But Mikai nonchalantly replied, "Sounds reasonable." After a moment, he looked at the crowd of subjects. It seemed like someone wanted to be hit. With that, Mikai quickly disappeared, leaving only Azer standing peacefully at the top of the tower. In less than 3 seconds, Mikai appeared before Braglian. Now it seemed he had decided to engage in close combat with him. But for these elders, they would rather trust Braglian than revere Azer, as she did not provide them with the benefits they needed. As soon as they saw him attacking Braglian, those people immediately unleashed several dark internal forces. Just glancing at this aura, Mikai recognized that what was attacking him was dark magic. However, Mikai still calmly raised his hand and gently said, "Reflect." Immediately, a large mirror appeared. This was the level 7 reflection magic, the mirror of Haikao. At the same moment, a vortex resembling a whirlwind emerged from the mirror, and it continuously sucked the dark magic inside. It seemed that Mikai's technique was effective. As soon as the mirror reflected the power of the dark magic, Braglian was startled and quickly covered his face with both hands. The elder was then struck. His hands turned dark. He looked at his hands and could not help but stop, dazed in disbelief. Over here, the others could not suppress their pain. Everyone immediately screamed in agony, extremely resentful of Mikai. Braglian clenched his teeth and then uttered, "Die." Blade pierced towards Mikai. He used his hand to block the sword while saying, "If you are revered as a king by everyone." Micah's cold gaze stared intently at him. "You should have fulfilled the duty of a king." Right after that, the sword was finally knocked gently to the ground. After finishing his words, his hand aggressively gripped Bracklin's neck and lifted him up gently. But now, Maikai had a different thought. Fine. I am not an exception either, he told himself. Before regressing, I inherited the family but did not fulfill my duty, and I caused the clan to decline. Right. After a moment, his gaze grew cold. Maikai looked at the opponent. Oh, so that is it. After a moment, he asked Bracklin, is that a kind of self-justification? And now, his hands tightened around the man's neck. Bracklin's face looked intently at the opponent just like how he did in his previous life, quickly recalling his staff. Maikai had no intention of letting him go. What was meant to happen has happened. Maikai proceeded to beat him mercilessly in front of so many people. Bracklin fell to the ground, unable to endure the beating, his face bruised and battered. After that, Maikai turned away. He put his hands behind his back and paused. Oh, wait a moment, he said. You are convincing yourself that there are no other choices, that this is the only way. Everyone will understand. You think so? Right. The man remained silent. Not moving, he lifted his opponent up once more. Come on, lift your head up. Then, Maikai looked at him and asked, in your eyes, how do they look? The gaze of your subjects looking at you. However, when faced with this question from him, Bracklin could not say a word. He looked at the crowd of subjects with a cold gaze and then said, if you do not want to speak, I will speak for you. Then, he allowed the man to look at the people. Everyone was staring at Bracklin with eyes filled with anger. They seemed ready to rush forward and tear Bracklin apart at any moment, because he had betrayed their trust. Now, his face became tense. Bracklin seemed unable to accept this truth. As he spoke, he flung the man to the ground. That was the look of a traitor. At that moment, one of them shouted, the king has broken the law. He has turned against the founder. Therefore, he should never be king. Now Bracklin bowed his head to the ground in helplessness. Now the most scathing words echoed in his mind. The king was truly mistaken. The false bloodline must be eradicated. At that moment, upon hearing those scornful words, Maikai suddenly felt sad. He might be remembering his previous self. Maikai's hands relaxed. His gaze towards the man had a bit more empathy. Meanwhile, the subjects continued to be enraged, and they were about to speak up, murmuring. But at that moment, suddenly the person who was about to speak was knocked to the ground by something. Maikai's voice rang out as he said, enough. Immediately, that person lay still, their eyes becoming hazy. Immediately after, he pointed at the subjects and spoke. Everyone, stop this nonsense. Maikai's face was indifferent. He honestly told them, you are all the same. Scoundrels. Just then, he spoke coldly again to everyone present. Be straightforward. Didn't you mistake him for the founder and blindly support the king? Hearing this, everyone felt guilty and lowered their heads to the ground. But now another person spoke up, agreeing that it was a crime. Looking at his face, he continued, we have no other choice. If you do not know anything, then do not speak. Maikai of course would not back down. He then rebutted, for the so-called lack of choice. His face briefly revealed a sad expression. Maikai remembered what he had seen in his past life and continued. The outside world was almost destroyed. That person did not know how to respond anymore. He gritted his teeth in frustration. But in the end, wrong is still wrong. He could not cover up his own mistakes. Right after that, Azur finally came down. She spoke to her subjects who hoped for something from her, walking alongside Maikai. She told him that he must be steadfast and take responsibility for his own actions. Raising her gentle hand to the child's face, Azur softly advised, make your own decisions, do not rely on others. She smiled warmly while saying, this cannot be changed in an instant. In the face of those who meant her harm, Azur patiently explained, at each moment, I will help you gain strength. Maikai did not want to look directly at her. He turned his head away, thinking that sometimes, Azur's shadow would only appear for a moment. As Maikai perceived, the roar was no longer the strongest, but the beer, before fully understanding the memories, could still bring some effect. Right after hearing Azur say that, he helplessly knelt on the ground feeling embarrassed. At that moment, Maikai quickly passed the staff and then said to Bracklian, look at this. Looking at him, he continued, this is inevitable when following without any thought. Everyone now was silent. They had nothing more to say. Then, Maikai glanced at her and coldly said, heavy Azur. Understanding Maikai's meaning right away, Azur closed her eyes and replied, I understand. Now, she raised the staff in her hand and began to absorb the dark powers within. Now, the wilted flowers lying on the ground showed signs of revival shortly after. Beneath the ground, the fresh green flowers began to bloom as if carrying a new seed of hope. For a moment, he felt somewhat satisfied and once again became a part of her. But for Bracklian, he was afraid. No, it was the curse. Over here, Hidos's elven ears suddenly vanished, returning him to the appearance of a normal human. Now everything was clear. In the darkness, a new tomorrow would come, an unprecedented tomorrow. Those energy waves swept through the forest, returning it to its original vibrant form. Maikai looked up at the sky. His inner voice still echoed. And thus, curse of a certain forest had ended. Maya lay unconscious on the ground as if a fairy girl was sleeping soundly. Maya had never slept so well. It seemed that after the story of her clan was resolved, Her mood lightened as well. Time passed, and not long after, the forest finally completely returned to its original fresh appearance. Over here, Maikai was standing looking at everything around. In his eyes, it was extremely beautiful and peaceful. He stared ahead then smiled and said, "I guess everything has been somewhat tidied up." At that moment, Hidos and the others came to him. Who would have thought this place hid such beautiful scenery? Mia returned to her original pristine form. She said, "I must thank you once more. Brave one." Over here, right after seeing him, Gina joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you. Brave one." Maikai glanced at everyone then said, "This is nothing to mention." Hidos seemed to be thinking about something. He hesitated for a long time, but then he also chose to speak up. Brave one. No, what I mean is... The leader, there is something I want to say. Right after that, Maikai quickly interjected, "I know, this is related to the meeting, is not it?" Hearing this, Hidos jolted. He did not understand why Maikai understood him so well, and of course, he did not deny it and said, "Yes, we are truly grateful to you for accepting it." After a moment he said, "But recently, this forest has changed dramatically. According to what Hidos recounted, too many things have changed, and the elders were immediately captured." Seeing him silent, Hidos continued, "Braglian was imprisoned and he is facing his own heart. Perhaps, to restore everything, it would take several years." Right after that, Maikai interrupted Hidos, "And because of that, you must be here." Immediately after, he looked at Mia and said to him, "Actually, it is not just me, my daughter is the same." Hearing this, the expression on Mia's face revealed the obedience of a child. Now Maya quickly retorted to that statement, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Hearing this, Hidos hastily chimed in with her, sister-in-law, and this statement made Gina's face blush like a ripe fruit. In fact, perhaps throughout this process, the two of them had secretly been dating each other. On Gina's hand was a very large emerald ring. Immediately after, Maikai sighed and said, blinking, his daughter had become his own sister-in-law. After watching Mia and Hidos argue, he silently lamented, "Why is this family so complicated?" But seeing them so happy, Maikai also smiled a genuine smile from deep within his heart. Then, Maikai quickly spoke up, "Anyway, the main thing is to return to the family and continue to manage the information guild." Really awkward. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Gina, someone who suddenly left like that. The consequences would be very troublesome. Immediately after, Hidos quickly followed up, "Yes, that matter is just from our side. Warrior, you do not need to step back." Gina's face looked very sad. You and Hidos continued to discuss. "Then how about this? You should turn this entire forest into a large guild." He was taken aback and then said to him, "You mean the guild?" Hidos quickly understood. "You mean to do here just like we used to do with the clans, to establish a new one?" Maikai replied, "Right, a new Thalia." And then, Maikai said to everyone in Ryan, "Do not worry about money." Maikai added, "Our clan is affluent. We'll lend you, just pay back slowly." Hidos exposed, "So you want me to incur debt?" "Right." Maikai did not deny it. He smiled and added, "Yes, and pay back the loan." Speaking of this, Maikai's face showed a sly smile. "I will be fully repaid." Seeing this expression on him, Rina involuntarily shivered. Maya pointed at him. Then exposed, "Warrior, you expressed like that." Then he smiled brightly, "And what about me?" Maya added, "You seem to consider me as an investment target." Maikai smiled even more than before. He said, "I am sincere." "Miss Rina," Hidos then said, "I will talk to everyone. After all, those here are all my daughters." Maya quickly corrected, "My sister-in-law." Then he helplessly said, "I respect my sister-in-law's opinion." Immediately after, Maya stepped forward. "You see, we have decided to build a new grave, warrior." Maikai replied, "It is a grave." Immediately after, Maya explained to him, "It is me. Or rather, that place has now ended a life." Maya expressed her thoughts, "And I intended to turn that place into a solemn grave for her sister." Pausing for a moment, Mia showed a sad expression, feeling somewhat desolate about it. Hearing this, Maikai silently gazed into the distance, momentarily at a loss for words. Then Maikai asked again, "Why are you telling me this?" Mia cheerfully replied, "I do not know. It is just a feeling." Speaking of which, Maya could not help but ask, "You really never liked Himela, did you?" Pausing for a moment, Mia quickly added, "But that child seems to have been saved thanks to you." The warrior, upon hearing these words, showed a hint of sadness on Maikai's face. He recalled that moment when the staff was presented before Himela. The drops of painful and warm tears on her face left Maikai feeling confused inside. And your fire had consumed that poor girl, which made Maikai's heart feel incredibly heavy. Shortly thereafter, returning to the present, Maikai raised his hands to look at them. Then, he clenched his fist tightly and mocked himself. Saved, huh. After a long while, Maikai's gaze remained dazed. He still had not escaped from his thoughts. Mia silently watched him for a long time, and she also remained silent without saying anything more. At that moment, she called out, Warrior. Hearing Maya's words, Maikai suddenly jolted. He was flustered. No, it is nothing. Immediately after, Maikai quickly turned and left. If you want to express your sincerity to your sister, that is enough. He actually told himself that one should not cling to the past and should not let it cloud one's mind. Maikai's mind was still in turmoil, which is why he wanted to write a different ending. Pausing for a moment, he thought of those two sisters. Yes, this story now belongs to Maya, the Zur, and Hemera. Hemera, as Mikai said, is so because they have a close relationship with each other. For him, this is a story they must resolve on their own. But there is one thing he wanted to ask. Now a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Mikai immediately focused on that grave. Now he looked at the other person and cheerfully replied, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing this question, Mia momentarily froze. She did not expect him to say that. Shortly after, a truly satisfied smile appeared on her beautiful face. The scene shifted to a dark room in the mansion of Avaricia. The sound of wooden chairs creaked on the floor. From over there, a cold voice asked the person kneeling on the ground. "You have failed." The hidden person then asked, "What exactly happened?" The one with a long horn in the middle of his forehead fearfully replied, "I do not know." Then he said, "Rumors say that the true one has returned, and Hemera has also fallen at her hands." Hearing this, the masked man suddenly became furious. He scratched the wooden armrest of the chair. He forcefully threw the sharp wood at his subordinate, while shouting, "She is the one who made a pact with him." The man, terrified, hunched over, holding his head while listening to the scolding words. Moreover, no one is allowed to know the secret of that day. Shortly after, he fell silent for a long time, seemingly contemplating something. Just a moment, the guy finally spoke, recording of the great demon mage Yu. Remembering those familiar faces in his mind, he nearly smiled. Heroes of this era. That is right. His eyes marked with a haunting glare. He then said, "Infuriating, that is Wampurgis." And then, he slowly calmed down and warned his subordinates. "We must be cautious," recalling that malicious gaze. He continued, "What we need is simply preparation for the day the gods descend." Just a moment, that chair continued to sway. He then began to calculate. Thus, the man full of aura is Din. Now he ordered, "What we must do is complete the unfinished tasks." Right, shifting scenes to another side. The man was sulking, his face downcast. Hesitating, then that person spoke to Mike through the communication orb. "You have handled the situation with the black stop. Then make this place a stronghold for the guild. Is that right?" He quickly replied, "Father, how many in this world dare to claim to be the son of a hero?" Looking at him, Adan added, "Great power always comes with great responsibility." He sighed, "Son, you speak without any energy." Micah smiled brightly, shrugging off the responsibility. "Dad, you take care of yourself. Or should I cut your tongue to finish it?" Hearing his son say that, Ian sighed in frustration. He did not know what else to say to his son. Shortly after, his expression became somewhat gloomy. More and more formidable opponents were emerging. Were not they? Pausing, Aiden seemed to remember something. He immediately asked his son, "Are you okay?" He asked further, "Is not all of this something you have to bear now?" He cheerfully replied to him, "You really understand me?" Micah said confidently, "If I could not bear it, I would not have started." Seeing him like this, Yedin felt relieved. Alright, demonstrating power beyond the Empire is not so bad after all. Shortly after, Micah jokingly responded to his father's worries, raising his hand and shouting loudly, "Let us fight." Just a moment, Micah suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. Father, is there a spring of prosperity in the family's domain?" Hearing this, Adon's face showed doubt, but he remained silent to let him finish speaking. Shortly after, he firmly told his son, "We have used it since before you were born." After saying that, Micah fell silent, his gaze suddenly fixated, his face showing a hint of sadness. Aiden then asked him, planning to refine a radiant elixir. Micah did not hide it. "Yes, that is the plan." He then shared his thoughts with him. "I need to enter the 8th circle of magic soon." Micah then worriedly asked, "What about the herb of Zexit?" "That is the most important and hardest ingredient to refine Elysium," handing over a vial containing a leaf inside. "You said, it has been in my hands for a while. You recounted to your son that currently, it is no longer in the stone slab. But I know where it is kept. There is a permitted area in the territory of the church." Upon hearing this, Micah was slightly surprised and quickly asked back, "Are you referring to Than Sen?" You replied, "Yes. Recently people have discovered a prosperous spring there, according to what you know." Than Sen, with the title of warrior, I must visit at least once. Immediately after, Micah quickly responded to his father. "Understood. I will go right away." Pausing for a moment, you suddenly worried and then said, "Do not push yourself too hard." Covering your face with your hand out of slight embarrassment, you said to your son, "When one is stubborn, they often go too far." The atmosphere was very emotional. At that moment Micah's eyes suddenly showed a smile. Finally, this son mischievously said to his father, "You are worried about me, huh?" Being exposed like that made you feel so embarrassed that you hurriedly said, "I will disconnect here." After that, before Micah could say anything more, the surrounding atmosphere quickly fell into silence. He laughed to himself and then wondered, What are you really worried about? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you about to leave? Micah was startled and replied, Yes, I plan to leave tomorrow. Hitos then said, Oh right. This warrior, as the president I have some news to report. Finally, that person has finished their long-term cultivation and has emerged. Upon hearing this, his face showed a hint of vigilance. Micah then said, That person? Hitos continued, I am talking about the saintess. Upon hearing this, Micah quickly showed a surprised expression. He then did something with his 2 fingers as if making a sign. Now realizing something, Micah quickly exclaimed, Oh! At that moment, a familiar figure quickly entered his room. Coming out of the door hole, the girl in the white dress walked gracefully, and Micah's voice rang out full of doubt. Really? The scene shifts now to the church temple. Sunlight was flooding the magnificent courtyard. The girl inside, upon seeing the person enter, immediately spoke. This girl is Ariad, the saintess. She said, Archbishop Killian has ascended. This man smiled gently. He chuckled and then said, Yes. Finally learned that he has been possessed by a demon, and he is also Archbishop Naren. Then, Ariad asked, What about that bastard Siegfried? Has he been removed from the list of warriors? Shortly after, she questioned, Really surprising. Is not he the top candidate? Naren then told her, He is completely overshadowed by the excellence of the current warrior. Ariane quickly replied, Then why is the church so normal now? Before I began my training, it was really bustling. Naren then said to her, Thanks to the current hero, everything has been completely turned around. At that moment, Ariad held her head and then said, What about Athikau? The smile on Naren's face grew even brighter. He continued to respond, Oh, that is also thanks to the current hero. Inside her, she thought, Then I have prepared for a battle with the church. Ariad, tired, then said, But I think there will be at least one scoundrel. Yet there is no one. Naren sweated. He silently chuckled. Why does this feel so familiar? Looking at Ariadne's frustrated face, he silently lamented. This strange feeling, like something someone has once remembered. Pausing for a moment, the young woman seemed to recall something. She should not shout too loud. What about Cassandra? Naren suddenly remembered and then said, Oh, if you are talking about the prophet. Unable to contain her impatience, Ariad shook his shoulder and asked persistently, Is something happening to Cassandra? Naren immediately felt dizzy and said, No, quite the opposite. He quickly recounted the information he had. Recently, she often walked around with various potions. Meanwhile, the girl was diligently writing something on paper with great focus. According to Naren's account, the recent business activities have really picked up, and Cassandra is very happy. And now, Ariadne thought, everything has been resolved, thanks to the efforts of the current hero. At that moment, Ariane quickly mentioned Wampergas. His family is a tribe of sorcerers at the top of the world. She told herself that, a young master with no connection to the church. Yet in such a short time. Over here, Michael sat scratching his ear. He told himself in the void, Oh, my ear itches terribly. At this point, Ariad then broke into a smile and exclaimed, That sounds interesting. At the same moment, she quickly looked at Naren, the archbishop, who was suddenly called out like that, startling him. Then, the young girl's face blushed. Ariad asked, Can you tell me more about that hero? In his thoughts, Michael suddenly recalled all the companions who stood by him, and those members are Ryan, Mercenary King, Zahat, Siegfried. All of them are sincere friends to him to the core, and Michael's thoughts suddenly drifted back to his memories of that joyful smile. Ariadne, according to Mikhail's account. Among them, Ariadne is quite special to him. In terms of appearance, she truly fits the image of a saint, especially those times Ariad clasped her hands together and silently prayed for her loved ones. During the times they were together, she would come to him to complain. Mikhail, we are in big trouble here. There was even a time both of them were trapped by a nasty box. Mikhail, I can't see anything. Not stopping there, she glared at the box after being freed and complained, Are we just going to leave him to die? Mikhail, and shortly after, Ariadne shouted loudly, stepping hard on the young man on the ground. Siegfried, you bastard, I will make you into mincemeat. You damned. Michael had to cover his hands with a cloth because this saintess immediately started spewing out a series of terrifying and deceitful words. He sometimes wondered, is not it typical for a saintess to stand behind, healing and encouraging her teammates? However, Ariadne was the opposite. Right when fighting alongside him, her hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies. Each time she killed an enemy, she would shout her slogan, Holy flowers bloom. Michael watched as Ariadne shouted her slogan while killing countless monsters. Holy flowers bloom. Holy flowers bloom. Sometimes he found her quite strange. Very strange. But at the same time, in a sense, she was very holy. Just after fighting, upon seeing a monster, Ariadne would stand in front of him, ready to confront it. At that moment, he remembered looking at Ariadne with admiration. Indeed, now in his memory of the past, Michael acknowledged that she was a battle standard until her last breath. It had been a long time since he had seen that smile, that girl in the pure white dress, and as he walked and thought, Michael quickly arrived at this place. And this is the mountain month. In front of him stood a grand white castle basking in the sunlight. Michael looked at the statue thoughtfully, recalling that this was the first place Arya had stepped out into the outside world. Looking at the people seriously gathering there, he guessed that perhaps this time she would come here first again. At that moment, Ryan quickly spoke up and asked him, "So this time we need to find the prosperous spring, right?" Michael quickly confirmed, "Yes. Let us first go meet the Archbishop in charge here," and he discussed the plan with Ryan. "We will listen to them talk about this in detail." At that moment, a voice quickly rang out, saying, "Over here, I want a bottle." Hearing this voice, everyone immediately turned to the person who was speaking. On this side, they did not understand why the crowd was gathering together. They all shouted, "Did not you say you would give it to me first? I want 5 bottles." Glancing over, Michael coldly explained to everyone, "Auction house." Meanwhile, Morden raised his hand to his mouth, coughed lightly, and said, "Although we are in the outskirts of the Holy Land, why is it so noisy?" Michael quickly looked around. The priests and knights who should have been regulating this were just standing by and doing nothing. Now he was very puzzled and asked himself, why is this happening? Seeing him so confused, Ryan kindly explained, "This is like a business that the Archbishop acknowledged." Immediately after, Michael hesitated and asked again, "Do you mean those people?" Ryan quickly replied, "Yes." Then he handed over a small vial. "If you drink this potion, it will show you something. Of course, you have to say a strange word loudly." Michael continued, "Please explain more clearly." The guy smiled cheerfully. "It is a surprise. I will show you." After saying that, Ryan tilted his head back and drank the entire vial in his hand. Michael silently watched for the result. Right after finishing drinking, the guy's eyes widened. Then Ryan's expression froze. And immediately, he quickly shouted a strange phrase. "Status window." But these things are of no use. The crowd is now staring fiercely at each other. Ryan looks at Jean, who keeps shouting, "The status window." He is now starting to doubt the person in front of him. Right after that, he could not wait for him to shout, "What is it?" "Nothing at all." But Jean remained calm and said to Ryan, "It won't appear before people." But now, Jean continued, "As for me, I see a clear window." He quickly explained, "Actually, this is a window that shows my level of faith." Ryan immediately responded, "This abbreviation seems to be a word from another world." In contrast, Mike said nothing. He silently stared at Jean, questioning his friend's faith. Finally, he could not help but blurt out, "What a nonsense." Jean exclaimed in surprise. Mike quickly regained his composure. "Oh." Just mumbling, "Let us continue," Mike told himself. In short, this medicine reveals the illusion of the status window. He understood that, after all, faith is the belief in a god. Humanity cannot verify that through testing each other. Jean then recounted, "During the time of the church revealing the spirit, a potion was created to prove faith." After a moment, he quickly added, "It has other effects as well." He extended his hand towards him. His hand emitted a beam of green light. Mike was extremely surprised. She stared intently, then said to him, "Mike, here." Mike's eyes briefly showed surprise as he silently exclaimed, "Divine power." Then he asked Jean, "So after drinking, will I be like a person?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Mike quickly asked again, "Do you have any left?" Jean replied, "Yes. But they over there are selling a lot. Why would you need mine?" Mike said nothing. He just tossed a bit of money into Giant's hand, causing him to stop. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, Mike simply remarked, "For that price, it is too much." He hurriedly grasped the coin tightly in his hand and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, rich seer. Thank you." He paid no attention to Jean's joy. He was busy admiring that bottle of medicine. After a moment of consideration, he finally opened the cap and drank it in one gulp. After just drinking the medicine, Mike suddenly clicked his tongue. His face showed disgust. At the same time, he quickly smashed the bottle down to the ground and put on an angry face. Immediately after, Mike quickly ordered, "Go out, bring that medicine seller here." He quickly accepted the order. "Yes, merchant." With those words, he quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, bringing another person with him. Eden was surprised. What is happening?" Mike commanded, "Hey, merchant, even if this potion has quite a few useless ingredients." He looked surprised. Useless ingredients. Shortly after, Mike issued a threatening command. "You do not know. It does not sound like a lie." And now he indignantly exclaimed, "This potion is a miracle from the gods." Mike said, "I want to take some of your money for this, but you do not have the right to decide." Eden replied, "No problem. The status window can only be used in this sanctuary." He was surprised. "This is interesting." Pausing for a moment, he maliciously calculated, "Take me to the one who crafted this potion." Shortly after, Mike said, "I have no reason." Eden indignantly replied, "I do not even know who you are. So why?" After a moment, he said.
Oh.
Are you planning to commit violence in the sanctuary? Maikai replied nonchalantly. Then he added,
Oh.
Hello. I do not mind either. Hearing this, Eden's eyes briefly flashed with surprise. Without waiting for Maikai to say anything more, he began to speak again. Wait a minute. But before the other could say anything further, Mai quickly raised a finger to his lips to signal silence and smiled faintly. Then, Maikai rubbed his face and said, Just give me the answer. After a moment, his gaze displayed a sense of leadership, asking who created this. Inside, Ariandan quickly became curious and asked her people, Please summarize this. He could not help but question further. He is Maikai, the legendary wizard who killed a great demon lord in the capital, infiltrating to expose all the lurking evildoers in the church, shattering their plans, purifying the world, and eradicating the remnants of the demon god to the extent that he is recognized as a hero. After saying that, she lay down on the table, continuing, I doubt humanity. Can he really do all that in just a few years? Is it worth it? Ariandan could not understand. She read the incantation. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be, Cassandra silently lamented. But it was the truth. Now, Cassandra spoke coldly and said, The hero I see is braver than anyone. For a moment, she forced a smile and said, He indeed has some extreme points. At this point, Cassandra's inner self felt like it was bleeding. She felt that he was very similar to a sister of hers. At the same time, Ariandan stretched her body and said, He is insane, a kind-hearted but crazy person. I understand that. Then she added, At least, that is good. I have not seen him bow his head to others. I think he is still okay. Hearing this, Cassandra helplessly laughed at her friend's thoughts and she secretly agreed. Looking at Ariandan, she quickly asked, So what do you plan to do now? According to Cassandra, her mission was complete. He was recognized as a saintess. Right. Then, Ariandan replied coldly, Before I go out, I have something to do, but it seems everything is finished. Immediately after, she quickly took out her staff and raised it high. Looking at her friend, Ariandan then asked, Should we go to the sanctuary now? A bright smile appeared on her face as she said, I hear many people are waking up on the hill. Hearing this, Cassandra's eyes suddenly showed a hint of pain. But now, Ariandan was still twirling the staff in her hand and smiling brightly. Over here, everyone in Maikai's group quickly moved up, with Ryan's continuous lamenting echoing. While walking, Ryan dejectedly asked, What exactly is this potion? Handing the vial over, Maikai explained to him, It is a stimulant created from this. Ryan exclaimed in surprise, What? Is it really a stimulant? Maikai replied, Technically, it is called the Source of Abundance, a chemical with awakening properties. Over here, Ariane could not help but ask, Didn't you say that amount was very little? Maikai replied, Yes, it is extremely rare. Just a moment, you continued to say, if users treat it as a stimulant, it can still be diluted and used well. According to your explanation, its awakening effect is not a normal awakening. It truly is a chain that burns the future to ashes. Maikai said that they wrapped it in faith and such, but in reality, it is just a chain that burns away the chance of having a proper future. At that moment, you looked over at Eden and spoke up. Apologizing, Hen was startled and spoke up. Yes. Please speak your mind. Maikai asked, Are we on the right path? Not seeing him say anything, you continued to ask, Is this the path leading to the Grand Hall? Eden fearfully replied, Yes, that is right. After saying that, he continued to walk straight ahead and added, That is where we are heading. Alan looked up at the sky and guessed, Do not tell me that the creator of this drug is an archbishop. Everyone ignored Eden, who was still standing there and discussed among themselves. What the hell is going on here? At this point, Rin's eyes showed 7-part surprise. What kind of bizarre situation is this? In front of them now was the Temple of Mercy. At the same time, a pretty girl walked out and cheerfully introduced herself. Welcome, I am Marianne, a mid-level nun of this Temple of Mercy. Marianne appeared very welcoming to the guests. The Archbishop was preparing to receive the hero, but Maikai was indifferent to her and just walked past. But soon after, Marianne immediately panicked. No, you cannot enter at this time. She tried her best to pull the stubborn boy and said, The Archbishop needs more time to prepare, but Mikey calmly replied, I have authority higher than the Archbishop. Clinging to your legs, Marianne seemed like she wanted to cry and said, Please, hero, let me speak first. Maikai was surprised. He did not expect this girl to react so strongly that it left him momentarily confused. Finally, Maikai helplessly exhaled and compromised. Fine. Then, after saying that, Maikai quickly squatted down. And Marianne, seeing that he listened to her, also breathed a sigh of relief. Then Maikai still maintained his inner strength and coldly said, I will wait for 3 minutes. After a moment, Maikai's face was very calm as he said, If the Archbishop does not appear in 3 minutes, I will unleash my magic in this area. Upon hearing this, Marianne was momentarily startled. She did not expect someone to be so defiant. Oh dear. And just like that, time quickly passed. 2 minutes later, looking around helplessly, he was quite stubborn. Surely he must have realized something by now. Then you looked at Marianne and said, Are not you going to go? Maikai's face was cold as he said, You better hurry and call him right away. Faced with this threat, Marianne hesitated a bit but still stood there. Yeah. Losing all patience, you slowly stood up and added, or that, or maybe he is nearby. Just as he said that, Maikai's face showed clear displeasure. At the same time, something was falling from the sky, an extremely heavy pressure. Maikai quickly realized this and immediately looked up high. From the air, the sound of wind whistling carried a sharp sound. Maikai quickly focused intensely. His hands were now working at full capacity. Right after that, Maikai's hands quickly reached out. He seemed to be ready. On this side, the logs were starting to turn into a tangle of vines and entwine with each other. At the same time, a loud sound echoed, a haunting sound reverberating throughout the forest. Maikai's hands had somehow tightened around Giles' neck and were squeezing hard. Immediately, he laughed triumphantly and asked, "You like this status window, do not you?" Then his face turned gloomy and Maikai said, "Let me confirm one thing. Are you the Archbishop?" Using force with his hand, he asked the man, "Are you really the one who created this stimulant?" But even when his neck was tightly squeezed, Giles stubbornly replied, "It is not a stimulant. It is divine truth. I can't listen to this nonsense." Maikai slapped him hard in the face and then said, "Shut up." Looking intently at his opponent, Maikai added, "Come on. Speak up." He continued to interrogate the man. "Give me a reasonable explanation." Giles was extremely stubborn and he said, "Faith is being tested. Brave one, that illusion deceives the believers and tests their faith." Upon hearing this, his gaze froze. Illusion. The illusion the Archbishop mentioned was not the spring of abundance. And right after that, he tossed that false god aside. And of course, the illusion the Archbishop created was not the abundance. And as he guessed, that spring had little to do with faith. Stopping for a moment as if an electric shock ran through his memory, Maikai's gaze froze. His inner self was now in turmoil. By the way, I remember that I once said, remembering that remark, among the disciples, there was a terrifying one like that illusion. Anyway, he was also searching for true faith, but that made me feel uneasy. That tongue resembling a spring appeared unexpectedly somewhere, then disappeared again. Stopping for a moment, Maikai began to piece the events together. The only rule he found was, now finally. Maikai spoke after being silent for a long time, and he said to himself, "It destroys faith." Maikai quickly added, "Seth, can you sense any traces of the tome nearby?" She was still gathering her energy, pointing both hands straight to her head and starting to gather information. Stopping for a moment, it seemed like Seth had seen something, and she froze. Now, Seth could not help but hit her face hard. Oh dear. Seeing her expression, Maikai could not help but smirk. He thought to himself, perhaps that is the answer. Right after that, he went to tell Geely. "So you distributed this drug to the believers because of that illusion?" The man stubbornly clenched his teeth and said, "It really works, though it is addictive, but if used as an offering to the god, it can't be wrong." Maikai was frustrated with this answer. He raised his staff and then said, "No, what the hell is this?" But now Maikai's inner self quickly reassured him. "No, stop. The Juan Purgis is within me." Maikai closed his eyes and said to himself, "I can't let any more staff be corrupted." Stopping for a moment, now his very self was continuously shouting and struggling with itself. "Right. I am different from my father. You have a strong determination. My path is that of a noble, words over fists. I pursue a warrior who is not violent. But now, as I wake up, everyone is holding you tightly and stopping the chaos." "Enough already. Maikai. Enough. You can let the staff restrain you." Looking back at his bloody body, Maikai showed a fleeting look of astonishment. He looked back at himself. Confused, Giles was on the ground, holding his face, then said to Juan, "I'm sorry, I won't go anywhere." Immediately after, the guide Juan continued, the status window. Maikai remained silent. He stared intently at the staff in front of him and said nothing. It seems Maikai was a bit disappointed in himself as he still could not control himself. He reassured himself, whether non-violent or aggressive, ultimately it is only a difference of one letter. After a long while, Giles finally sat quietly in submission to him. Maikai stared at him intently and then said, "Summarize this." And now he recounts, "The illusion on the holy mountain tests the faith of the believers. No one can pass. As a result, they began to doubt their own faith." Immediately after, Maikai added, "And when he saw the sanctuary fall into chaos, the Archbishop intervened by using a stimulant." Right, Giles added, "After discovering a strange spring, I met a boy there, and he recalled the boy who met him that day. The kid claimed to be the apostle of something." Giles lowered his head. He said this spring could resolve the doubts surrounding the sanctuary. Immediately after, Maikai quickly explained to him, the one deceived by the illusion. He stared intently at the other party and then said, "Do you know that using this stimulant for a long time will lead to permanent consequences? Losing divine power." He hesitated and respectfully asked back, "May I ask, do you mean forever?" Upon seeing Maikai confirm, Giles seemed to gradually lose faith and wondered, "What have I done?" But in response to his foolishness, Maikai only pursed his lips in clear disgust. Immediately after, he quickly turned away and left a remark, "Do not waste time regretting uselessly." Maikai told Giles, "I will punish you. But first, we need to quell the chaos." Holding up that vial, he said, "First, this potion. Destroy it all. This is something that should not exist." He immediately replied, "Understood." What should we do with the illusion? Maikai added, I will handle it myself. After saying that, he looked up at the sky. Then Maikai seemed tired. He sighed. Looking into the distance, he told Seth, I have a feeling I will take down the first apostle I meet. Seth followed behind. Her face was very grim, and she was silently cursing. That is right, healing is necessary. Maikai's sly smile appeared, and he also resolved to carry out physical healing seriously and thoroughly. Over here, Ariane Dan had been standing here for a long time and seemed to be waiting for something. Looking at her expression now, Siegfried silently groaned inside and dared not say anything more. After being attacked by that cold gaze, he felt a bit scared. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Ariane Dan said nothing, just stared at him. Siegfried was startled and thought, what is going on? Am I wrong again? Shortly after, Ariane Dan suddenly mentioned something unrelated. I see that you have matured. Looking at his muscles, Siegfried said, oh, right, I am gradually entering the realm of the master. Ariane Dan quickly retorted, no, I do not care about your swordsmanship. I am talking about your mind. You are anxious. Oh right, Siegfried's face suddenly became aggrieved, and he silently thought to himself, still peculiar as usual. Looking at that smile, he remembered his friend. That peculiar style was exactly like yours, and of course, in the eyes of this simple young man, that pair of twins were no different from weird monsters. Thinking of that wicked face, he instinctively stepped back, and Ariane Dan asked in surprise, what are you going to do? Immediately after, she bluntly pointed out, it seems that since our last meeting, you have become quite timid. Siegfried, now finally, Ariane Dan got to the point. She said, I came because of the matter of the warrior. As soon as Siegfried heard her say this, his gaze became somewhat complicated. Then Ariane Dan continued, I am a sage and want to meet him, but I do not know what he is really like. He smiled sadly and then said, it seems you have heard a lot of things. Huh. She recounted that, indeed, but all the people I have met so far have been blessed by him. After a moment, Ariane Dan then said, I have never asked those he has defeated before. For some reason, Siegfried was not happy, and he replied, even if you ask me, I would say the same as the others. Not stopping there, the maiden further probed, or are you just pretending to keep face? Siegfried quickly interrupted, if that were true, I would have left the church. I know I did wrong. Hearing these words, Ariane Dan thought to herself, how interesting. She looked toward her friend and then said, I did not expect someone like Siegfried to change like this. Then, Ariane Dan made a reluctant expression and said, that is fine. With a cheerful gaze at him, Ariane Dan added, you still apologize to Cassandra, right? Looking intently at the young man in front of her, Ariane Dan then pressed further, right? But at the same time, his gaze at Siegfried was very dazed. Imagining as if he were wearing a crown on his head, feeling as if he was dizzy, Ariane Dan rubbed her eyes for a long time, because she could not believe what she had just seen. After she looked back, Siegfried was once again just an ordinary person with a sad face. Immediately after, she told him, just to be sure, Ariane Dan then said, you are waiting for the warrior, right? Suddenly hearing her change the topic, Siegfried was surprised but quickly replied, huh, of course not. Hearing this, Ariane Dan paused. She seemed a bit confused as she rubbed her head. She recalled his face and then added, I guessed so. On this side, Michael sat alone next to a large tree. Set now spoke to him. Michael, what do you know about this grave? That illusion, besides the fact that it is extremely dangerous. He looked at her and then asked, besides that, I do not know anything else. Michael silently told himself. Set did not say anything more. She was originally tough about these matters. Stopping for a moment, Set added that the so-called illusion is just a nickname. Its real name, as an apostle, is Anubis. Shortly after, Michael quietly became wary. An unexpected appearance. Something suspicious. And you asked Set, wait, is it okay to reveal that? She replied, normally I would not do that. Set stretched, but I do not understand why that guy is like that. He has crossed the line. Soon after, you continued, he was a bit rude before, but never like this. She sighed and then replied, anyway, I have nothing more to say. Michael fell into deep thought. Even I cannot detect the location of the tome he is in charge of, and as far as you know, that is his uniqueness. Special apostle. Looking at his hands, you felt somewhat disappointed. Even if I have magic, it is still nearly impossible. After waiting a moment, Michael said, no, why think so much? Soon after, you asked Set, I do not need to go meet him myself. Right. She looked a bit confused but quickly asked back, then what are you planning? Michael glanced over at Set and then said, about that. The night fell. Under the bright moonlight in the sky, it further adorned the eerie silence. Michael stood there. Now his mood was somewhat heavy. While also looking far away, he suddenly remembered two familiar figures. Back then they happily lit candles together. Michael suddenly mocked himself, saying, a failure. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. What are you staring at like that? As soon as Michael turned around, a beautiful girl was staring intently at him and smiled cheerfully. His gaze remained unchanged. Now that face did not even show any emotion, happy or sad. Staring intently at the other person, Michael's eyes remained dark and haunting. So set. What do you think? Can you feel the difference in divinity? At that moment, you recalled that conversation. Why are you so serious? Just speak normally. Fine. It must be okay. Back then, she was extremely frightened, covering her chest with both hands and said, "What will be gained? What are you talking about?" She hid behind a tree and asked, "For what purpose?" "What are you talking about?" Michael then explained to her, "A challenge of faith is set for the believers." Michael added, "From Anubis's perspective, is not a warrior, being a symbol of the divine nation, a worthy target for the challenge." Shortly after, Set stopped and she hesitated to guess. "Do not tell me. You plan to sacrifice yourself as bait." Now Michael said, "Look at those believers. See how hard they are trying to prove their faith." Then he looked at the one who seemed to be a woman. "This is Anubis," and Michael said again, "Do you find it beautiful? According to what you said, they only chase after material benefits. Otherwise, they would not dare touch that vial." Then Michael asked further, "Are you saying that is not true faith?" He stared intently at you and then said, "The moment you desire the mundane, it will be corrupted." Stopping for a moment, Michael's gaze became fierce and he questioned, "So you are spreading the awakening substances then?" Hearing this, Anubis broke into a smug smile from deep within, and immediately he raised his hand and snapped his fingers sharply at the center. Right after that, a dense beam of light quickly appeared, causing Michael to instinctively cover his eyes with his hand. Quickly, he tried to open his eyes. Michael looked to see what was happening in front of him. Michael looked ahead, and now a temple swiftly appeared before him. His inner self secretly warned him, "So this is an illusion." Michael quickly asked him, "Where are we?" As soon as he asked such a foolish question, Anubis could not help but show a look of helplessness on his face. After a moment, he asked, "Did not she tell you?" And at that moment, she had also appeared. Anubis added, "I thought she had already told you." Xixi explained, "This is a recreation of an ancient temple from the land where I once resided." Anubis replied, "That is right, believe it or not. This is one of the places where my apostles used to gather." But at the same time, Set seemed unhappy and told him, "That is enough." She looked at Anubis with disdain. "Do not tell me you have fallen so far that you are willing to break the rules." He stared intently at the opponent and then replied disdainfully, "Do not say such things to me." Set showed her frustration clearly, and right after that, she quickly turned her face away, no longer wanting to look at him. Seeing her embarrassment, Michael quickly stepped in front of Exide and asked Anubis, "I have a question for you." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Do you know that the awakening substance prevents people from ever using divine power?" Now he was unbothered and replied, "It is just a difference in perspective. It does not take their lives. Does it?" Michael then glared at the opponent. Continuing, "It takes away their future." On Anubis's face, a crazy smile blossomed as he said, "Once my trial concludes, they will completely lose all memories related to me." According to Michael's understanding, truly, 9 out of 10 people do not have the capacity to unlock divine power from the start. After that, his face also became cold and emotionless, and Michael continued, "So in your view, what is faith?" Anubis maintained his crazed attitude and replied, "Unyielding will, pure goodwill, endless love. Faith is not trivial, and you must never underestimate it." Quickly summoning his magical staff, he disdainfully said, "Do not play games with me." After a moment, Michael's inner self quickly urged him, "Understood. So this is your faith." With a sharp gaze, he then challenged his opponent. "Too terrible. I want to vanish from this world." After saying that, Michael raised his magical staff, pieces coming together like a model game in the virtual world. Under the influence of the internal energy emanating from him, Anubis was startled and could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" staring intently at the opponent. He speculated, "Do not tell me you are planning to destroy what I have built." Now, Michael immediately considered his strategy for this battle. Anubis is a transcendent being, as he understood. This is a tomb that no one has conquered. I cannot touch it. After a moment, he warned himself, and he did not have the right to step outside the fixed frame of the painting. So instead, I will just lock you here. As Mika's gaze turned a blood-red color, looking at him as if he were a demon returned from the underworld, he began to channel his internal power. A massive magic was used by Mikai afterward, synchronizing with the sacred garden. Teleporting, the coordinates locked in, but at that moment, his gaze faltered, as it seemed there was an issue while setting up the formation. However, despite that, Anubis could not avoid this attack. Just like that, he was pushed back by the bricks from his power, unable to resist at all. After a while, Anubis was trapped inside a large black magical box. Looking at it, it seemed ominous, not revealing any cracks, feeling as if even an ant could not slip through. Then, the space seemed to change, and the 3 of them were inside the arena. But strangely, Anubis was still there. He looked at him in surprise and could not help but ask, "The arena, a structure within another structure. Why lock me here?" Of course, Maikai did not care what his opponent was mumbling about, as he remained silent, but now looking at him so curiously. Maikai also answered, just to vent his anger, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Maikai, he is really weak. Hearing this, he felt delighted, an opportunity for a 0-2 to beat a disciple without breaking the rules. Staring intently at Anubis, Maikai's demonic face reappeared. I can't let this guy go. Now looking into his eyes, Anubis felt a deep-seated fear from the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the main character could no longer keep his composure. He impatiently said, okay, just use the stick, even the score. Anubis looked up at the opponent who was frantically rushing towards him. He bit his lip in fear. Now, Anubis was on guard as he had never encountered such a twisted opponent. An unexpected duel. And just like that, right after Maikai struck, Anubis fell to the ground like an ant facing a dragon's storm. His whole body was helplessly thrown far away, dust swirling everywhere, unable to fight back any longer. Anubis's inner voice cried out, wait, looking at Maikai's eyes blazing like a wild beast. Anubis wondered, is not he a mage? To briefly talk about this villain, he is Anubis, the illusionist, according to the information Maikai obtained. Previously, he revered the demon god to the extent of being mockingly called Asa's pup, and he was a zealous disciple of Asa, but then vanished without a trace. At that moment, he began to question what faith truly meant. At that time, the poor Anubis asked the heart of peace. If no one responded to his faith, then what should he believe in, and how should he exist? And while he was proving that, an event occurred, and this left Anubis completely devastated, both spiritually and physically, and fate had everything arranged. And then, he met a warrior, back to the present, now looking intently at him. Anubis wondered, are you really a mage? Maikai replied coldly, a true mage never relies solely on magic. Anubis did not believe it and shouted, what nonsense are you saying? Maikai, annoyed by his noise, struck hard with a blow while shouting, shut up. Anubis clenched his teeth, his inner self was trembling. What is this? Truly terrifying. Looking into Maikai's eyes once more, Anubis affirmed, he is not a demon. But his eyes were glowing red. What is he doing? Seeing him dazed, Maikai mockingly asked, oh. Dizzying. Looking again at the staff in Maikai's hand, he was surprised. What kind of staff is that? Why is it emitting red energy like blood? Before he could even think, a loud explosion sounded. Anubis barely had time to shout in shock. He clenched his teeth. No, you. That staff, is not it related to Jigsaw? Anubis could not believe it. Its aura should have been holy. How could it be like this? At that moment when he could not react, Maikai had come around behind his opponent, simply enveloped by a more sacred aura. In this battle, Maikai truly had powers far beyond Anubis, and this left him gaping in astonishment. Tears streamed down. He ran while crying out in distress. What the heck is this? Maikai grinned slyly, chasing like a relentless spirit. Come here, Anubis. While running, felt unwilling. No, how could this be? The power should be sealed here. For a moment, he told himself, this boy looks that way, but in reality, is just pretending. With that strong belief, Anubis gathered his inner strength. Then fine. Since you are like this, I must reveal myself too. Immediately, a dazzling golden light appeared. Maikai shielded his eyes with his hand. That hand transformed into sharp claws. Along with an extremely bizarre black-green skin, Anubis's handsome human face also revealed its true form. He was indeed a guardian dog of the tomb. Paired with a judge, Anubis made a resolution. I will no longer see you just as a warrior or a challenger, but as an intruder of my tomb, a chaotic nuisance. And he threatened, the intruders of the tomb must pay the price with a horrifying death. And of course, you hardly care. Maikai remained calm. He was channeling his inner strength and transferring power into the staff in his hand. Even if one wants to stop, it is already too late. Hearing Anubis's threat, Maikai felt instead amused. He gripped the staff tightly and swung it. With just one blow, he was flattened to the ground. Maikai, displeased, thought it was truly a pity, and he mocked, I once heard that there are no bad dogs in this world. For a moment, a ghostly smile appeared on the lips of this arrogant young man. He laughed like a devil and said, yet today, I have found a bad dog. Anubis was dumbfounded. He did not think that being a noble guardian dog of the tomb would be insulted like this. Afterwards, sweat involuntarily dripped from his forehead. He wondered to himself, what is this? Looking at Maikai, Anubis trembled deep within his soul. I see a demon-like guy in front of me. He stared intently at him, then affirmed that Maikai was a conjured spirit. Another painful kick to the head. Maikai hit while teaching. A dog that bites people deserves to be punished. He kept rambling on. There are no bad dogs. Bad dogs must be taught a lesson. Standing beside him, even hesitating as if wanting to stop. She thought to herself, I should advise him to stop, but why does it feel so satisfying? It will be fun. Should we watch one more minute? Anubis is suffering here. Is not this an item? Why are you treating it like this? And finally, Anubis has had enough of the beatings. After finishing the dog training, the sky has turned to evening. Over here, Ryan is confused, scratching his head. This is driving me crazy. Really, he is secretly tired. It has been 3 days since Maikai disappeared. A lot has changed in the sanctuary. When the supply of Alicia was cut off, the devotees began to show withdrawal symptoms, and soon they started to behave violently. Some even attacked the soldiers and shouted, "Hurry up and give me Alicia." The butler stood nearby and said, "This proves the quality of the awakening potion in the sanctuary is really poor. Ryan has a headache." He shouts in frustration, "Damn it. Where has that guy Maikai gone?" At that moment, a voice echoed, "Oh, there really are a lot of heads here." Ryan turned to say, "You are indeed." But now, upon realizing who it was, Ryan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Island, who is still standing silently. Looking ahead, those clouds make Island unable to help but exclaim, "The sky looks so blue." After a moment, it seems she has discovered something that leaves her astonished. A familiar voice with a hint of mockery suddenly rang out. "Everyone, bow down right now." It turns out that person is none other than Ariandin. As soon as she spoke, everyone here immediately knelt down to the ground. Ariandin happily praised. "Good, that is what everyone should do." She asked everyone, "Well done, why did not you all do that before?" At that moment, one of them raised his head. Sorry, what did you say?" Ariandin replied. "What? Did I say something wrong?" He responded. "Oh no. Not wrong, just a matter of word choice." He asked, "How can one call something damn without saying damn?" The one standing here is confused. Her words and actions make the devotees shiver. "And then," she said, "it is not surprising. The woman standing in front of them is not an ordinary person. She is the Saint Ariandin." After that, she feigned innocence. What else? If not that, seeing Ariandin being so casual, she felt a bit worried. She turned to look at her two aides. It seems they had no intention of stopping her. Over here, Morden even encouraged, "Not bad at all. She seems to have about 0.8 times Michael's strength." She sighed in frustration. "It can't be helped. I am the only one still sober, so I have to take action." Immediately, she hurriedly spoke. "Saint Ariandin, perhaps we should consider speaking more gently." Ariane was surprised. "Oh Goddess Ink, just calm down." Shortly after, Ink quickly explained, "Like bowing down and damn, those kinds of things, being the one in front of everyone, you should set a better example." But it seems Ariandin still did not understand. Then she asked Ariandin, "Warrior, what do you think of that speech?" At this question, Ariandin showed a puzzled expression. She could not help but exclaim, "Huh." Ariandin continued, "He has been away for a while. But usually, his actions." She added, "I want to take note of them." Ariandin tiredly mumbled, Warrior. Warrior." After that, a series of negative thoughts and impressions about Michael played in her mind like a slow-motion film, causing Ariandin's face to show no sign of joy. Seeing her silent, Ariandin quickly called out once more, "The goddess Island." Just then, Island suddenly stepped forward and took the saintess's hand. Elin smiled brightly and said, "Thinking back, you are not so bad after all." Elin spoke these words with all her sincerity. Saintess. Good luck. And now finally, the most sober girl in the group, Island, had also decided to stop thinking. Hearing these words, Ariandin immediately became contemplative. She began to think seriously. Seeing her silent for a long while, Elin reminded her, "Goddess Ariandin, is something troubling you?" Soon after, Ariandin immediately replied, "You Island, the one who said the warrior suddenly disappeared, right?" Without hiding it from Ariandin, Island responded, "Yes. For now, it is so. Their desire for faith cannot be satisfied merely by my existence." As she spoke, she thought of the crowds kneeling at her feet. Her heart was also churning. Looking into their desperate eyes from lack of drugs, Ariandin felt extremely uneasy if this continued. After hearing the saintess's worries, Ryan quickly stepped over and said, "This will surely be fine." Ryan affirmed that there would be no problem. He is not the type to disappear over trivial matters. Elin quickly added, "Yes. He can be strange in many ways, but he is not someone who neglects his responsibilities." Their words of trust left Ariandin somewhat surprised, even though they were praying for him. Now, seeing their smiles, her heart was somewhat calmed. At this moment, in the arena of Anubis and Michael, the atmosphere was filled with a terrifying silence. Anubis groaned. He lay sprawled on the ground. Even his tail could not move. He was being attacked. But Michael seemed tired, and he used Anubis as a seat. Set sat silently watching everything unfold. After all, she had not been able to stop him. Michael had even defeated an apostle, but Anubis remained stubborn. "What is wrong with proving my faith?" Michael replied, "You challenged others without their consent. That breaks your own principles as an apostle. Right now." Anubis grunted. He said, Asa sacrificed his life to protect the world. A bit of hatred surged in his thoughts, but humanity no longer remembers his name. According to Anubis, they betrayed faith and trust. And now, no one leaves the sanctuary to honor the divine with noble deeds. They only desire to be freed. Hearing this, his face turned cold. Michael then said, "So, for a moment," he asked Anubis, "do you think you are different?" From what he felt, Ultimately, it was all just a step in the process. The bitter growth in the journey to the goal. Experiences from 2 lives made Michael understand that, to awaken and become whole, every time he remembers the past, his heart aches. Michael said sincerely, "What people do is not a challenge." He stood up himself and continued, "It is merely a bit of anger, stemming from the belief that humanity has betrayed each other. According to the experience that Michael has summarized, confusion and failure should not be erased." Right now, a beam of light quickly emerged, and Michael stood still, silently observing the situation. He looked into Z's eyes. They are not meant to be discarded, but to be guided onto the right path. Then Michael asked again, "Did not you say that your challenge is to prove true faith?" For a moment, he pointed forward and then said, "Then let us see." After that, Michael straightforwardly told Anubis, "I will prove that." Clearly, outside, the crowd was still densely packed in the yard, and they did not stop praying. "Saint, what must we do to be saved? Please, tell us." Saint, seeing this scene, a girl as innocent as Ariane felt a headache. "This is harder than I thought. I have never trained for something like this," she told herself. "I want to scream at them to stop wasting time on meaningless struggles. But they are just desperate believers hoping for salvation." At this point, she felt somewhat inferior about her own abilities. So all she could give them was empty words of comfort. Seek salvation through prayer and faith. Now when recalling her loved ones beside her, Ariane silently told herself, but such a vague answer only prolongs the time. Pausing for a moment, she thought, if it were the warrior, the one who has helped many in purging demons, how would he respond? At this moment, Ariane's heart trembled, and she told herself, salvation. These thoughts were like thorns, digging deep into Ariane's heart, making her uncomfortable and unable to hold back her curse. Damn it. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, and Michael emerged from the white smoke. As soon as he saw the scene before him, his gaze turned cold. Michael then asked those present here, "What is this?" An interrogation. At that moment, one of the believers could not help but curiously look up and ask, "Who are you?" In response to his question, Michael straightforwardly answered directly to the point, "I am the warrior." At that moment, Anubis spoke up, just in time. "There are believers here seeking salvation. One of them I deemed unworthy." As soon as he heard him say that, Michael became displeased. "Unworthy?" Anubis flinched. No, I meant the victim." "A victim?" At that moment, another believer quickly showed surprise and shouted, "Warrior." And immediately they cheered. "Warrior, you have come, just as expected from the warrior. You truly have come to save us." Anubis was surprised and asked, "Can you guide their faith in the right direction?" Michael's gaze pondered. He wondered if what I cannot do, can everyone else? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Are you the warrior?" Turning around, it turned out this voice belonged to none other than Ariane. She looked at him and smiled warmly. Now the image of the past man appears. When Michael wanted to hold this girl's hand tightly as if he could not, Michael felt so lucky to relive a life, and he met his friend again. Right after that, Michael kicked back. It was indeed me, staring at the young man in front of her. Ariane felt a bit awkward and said, "You appeared too suddenly." At the same time, a signal of despair emerged as someone looked up to the sky and pleaded, "Please save us." Now Anubis quickly whispered in his ear, "Can you guide them to the right faith? What I cannot do, can you do it?" Quickly push my face away. Michael then said, "Everyone," with sincere eyes. He looked intently at the opponent and then said loudly, "I do not know." Upon hearing this, the believers in Anubis were also surprised, and Michael said, "Please forgive me." But hearing these words, even Ariane was bewildered. She did not know what he would do next. After a moment, he said, "I am no different from you. I might even have less faith than you." After a moment, Michael looked intently at the crowd. "But there is one thing I can say for sure. The things you worry about, the days you sink in thought, are not meaningless." Now hearing him say that, an item was moved and he repeated this statement. But immediately after, he shouted in anger, "Unlike me, you have seen the divine with your own eyes." After a moment he struck his chest hard and as if going mad. "We can't even use divine power," the other said. Initially we had the same thoughts. But then, hearing this, everyone fell silent, heartbroken for their fate as followers. It is all just meaningless self-comfort. Hearing this, Michael was not angry at all. On the contrary, he felt more sympathetic. "I know." Now Michael spoke to himself. "I have seen the divine with my own eyes, while they only have faith to rely on." He looked intently at that statue and reminded himself, "A God that never responds." Michael remained silent in remembrance. But before I could turn back time, in that world filled with despair, prayers truly began to hold power. And he felt clearly that, even if they did not realize it, they had chosen a thorny path. The look in his eyes briefly showed sorrow. "To be honest, I have nothing to advise them on this thorny road." And Michael understood that, just like last time, they would eventually achieve it. Pausing for a moment, he quickly believed. But still, if they want to see the light, they will reach it. Shortly after, Michael told himself, "Then perhaps I can revive a part of it." Then he said loudly, "Very well, Michael's eyes were now filled with fire, and he made a determination. Then let me prove it. Michael recalled that before I regressed, after going through a brutal trial, there were seekers who reached out to the divine, and according to his understanding, they emitted a light unlike any divine power.